One day later, the flying shuttle approached Watering Immortal City. When the two of you left Watering Immortal City, did anything happen? As they were approaching Watering Immortal City, Mo Wuji slowed his flying shuttle down. At this instant in Mo Wuji's spiritual will, Watering Immortal City's killing array had been completely activated and there were immortal elemental energy ripples in the city. Clearly, there was a battle within the city. We only learnt that the Castellan mansion was being surveilled. Nothing else, Su Roer promptly replied. Mo Wuji stopped the flying shuttle and said solemnly, "There's a battle within Watering Immortal City right now. It seems like someone is being TRPPED inside. I suspect that Wen Ho had tried to escape and the people monitoring him found out. The two of you wait for me outside. If anything urgent happens, immediately contact me with the communication bead. I will go into Watering Immortal City alone. Big brother, you have to be careful." Senior Sister Roer said that the people surveilling Watering Immortal City were Immortal King experts. Do Hualong was very confident in Mo Wuji, but he also knew that this big brother of his had yet to advance to the Immortal King stage. There's no need to worry. With that, Mo Wuji passed the flying shuttle to Su Roer. With a flash, his figure had already appeared outside of Watering Immortal City's gate. He did not believe that every Immortal King had the same heaven-defying luck like Morong Xiangyu. During his battle with Morong Xiangyu, he lost the initiative and he got suppressed by the Book of Luo. If he didn't, he could have incited his lightning calamity. Thus, even if anyone here had the same luck as Morong Xiangyu, he could call forth his lightning calamity. He was sure that no ordinary Immortal King could handle his Immortal King lightning calamity. This was Mo Wuji's first time coming to Watering Immortal City. In this first visit, he was already blocked by the city's defensive and killing array. Watering Immortal City's array was merely a grade 5 immortal array. To Mo Wuji, this really wasn't enough to daunt him. With his half-moon weighted halberd out, he slashed down towards Watering Immortal City's array. He could open this array within 10 over breaths of time. However, directly breaking it was a much faster option. Boom! His halberd light descended with a force like lightning. With merely one strike, Watering Immortal City's array had been cleaved in half. As the halberd light dispersed, Watering Immortal City's array also shattered into pieces and disintegrated. Watering Immortal City's Castellan mansion. Wen Ho was drenched in blood. There was a deep cut right at the center of his head. Just a bit more and his entire head would have been hacked in two. By his side, Tan Liang was already missing an arm. He sat on the ground, pale-faced and paralyzed. Wen Ho's wife, Yin Xianling, was also heavily injured. She had overexpanded her immortal elemental energy to the point where her hands were trembling. "Sorry, Wen Ho. My plan failed." Tan Liang's voice was filled with melancholy. He had advanced to the Tier 5 Pill King level not long ago. Before he could aim for higher levels, he was going to perish here. Wen Ho's eyes were filled with despair. If not for his protective arrays in his Castellan mansion, they would already be taken in as lowly prisoners. Even so, how long more could they endure? You can't be blamed. Even I didn't know that there was also another intermediate stage Immortal King besides the two late stage Immortal Kings. Just as Wen Ho swallowed a few healing pills, another blast could be heard against his mansion's protective array. The protective array started to emit ka sounds. One could clearly see that the Castellan mansion's array wouldn't last much longer. The moment the array breaks, only the most terrible fate would befall them. "Wen Ho, I will take my leave first." Yin Xianling's eyes were also filled with despair. She knew better than anyone else about how horrible her fate would be if she was caught and brought to Yongning Immortal City. Wen Ho was just about to speak when he heard a loud explosion. At this instant, it seemed like the entire Watering Immortal City was trembling. The three glanced at one another. This was clearly an attack on Watering Immortal City's array. Besides Kuei Fingyun's men, who would dare to attack Watering Immortal City's protective array? Yan Shenling, who was originally going to commit suicide, charged towards the door. Wen Ho hurriedly grabbed her. "Are you trying to kill yourself?" She could remain safe within their array. But if she left the mansion, she would merely be like a sheep offering itself to a tiger. It must be Lianxi. I need to get her to leave. Yan Shenling cried out frantically. It was enough that she was going to die. However, Lianxi was their last hope. If Lianxi died too, then she, Yan Shenling, wouldn't be able to rest in her grave. It's not Lianxi. Tan Liang struggled to stand up. Lianxi definitely isn't that powerful. Watering Immortal City's protective array was a grade 5 immortal array. Moreover, Kuei Fingyun had also sent an expert to install a grade 5 killing array. Facing this sort of arrays, when Lianxi wouldn't even be able to cause them to tremble even after attacking them consecutively for an entire day. Yan Shenling also slowly calmed down. She also knew that when Lianxi wouldn't be able to shake this array, she heaved a sigh of relief, but then she asked doubtfully, then who would be here to save us? Wen Ho sighed, that person might not necessarily be here to save us. But regardless, this is good. The moment the immortal kings that are trapping us leave, we can escape. Who are you? Why did you attack my Watering Immortal City's protective array? The moment Mo Wuji's halberd destroyed the array, a short-haired immortal king landed in front of him. Mo Wuji couldn't even be bothered to reply. He slashed his halberd towards this late-stage immortal king. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 725, Immortal King. Chapter 725, Immortal King. Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations. When this immortal king saw Mo Wuji attack him without any reason, he was instantly infuriated. He was an esteemed man of the Heavenly Emperor Palace. No one in the entire Yongying immortal domain had the rights to attack him without even explaining. Even if the other party was from a first-class sect, he should have given the Heavenly Emperor Palace some face. Moreover, this immortal king was sure that his opponent wasn't an immortal reverent. A mere immortal king actually dared to behave so arrogantly in front of him. Little did he knew that Mo Wuji wasn't even an immortal king. A copper mirror appeared in front of him, gathering a huge beam of light which whizzed towards Mo Wuji. Boom! The half-moon-weighted halberd's halberd light crashed against this mirror light. All the buildings around them were directly burned to the ground. Mo Wuji's sea of consciousness started to roll and billow. In that single exchange, he knew that his immortal elemental energy couldn't compare to the other party. His opponent was at least a late-stage immortal king. Just as Mo Wuji thought of this, an emaciated old man charged over. Wei Xing, come and help. This person is not simple, he might even be a half-step immortal reverent. The immortal king that clashed with Mo Wuji discovered that Mo Wuji was far more powerful than an average immortal king. In his eyes, Mo Wuji's attack, and even Mo Wuji's spiritual will, was stronger than his. It would be weird if Mo Wuji was anything else but a Great Circle immortal king. This old man was also a late-stage immortal king. With his spiritual will, he discovered that there was also another intermediate-stage immortal king speeding over. In his hands, there were some array flags. Ostensibly, this fellow was an array master and he wanted to mend this shattered array. Mo Wuji did not hold back as his whirlpool domain burst forth with full power. Just when these two immortal kings were within his domain, he shot a lightning bolt towards that intermediate stage immortal king. At the same time, he retrieved 3 draining immortal king pills and sent them into his mouth. His immortal mortal technique circulated furiously as Mo Wuji prepared to charge into the immortal king stage. He was very clear that when facing 3 immortal kings, he wouldn't be their match unless he also entered the immortal king stage. Boom! These 2 immortal kings tore Mo Wuji's domain apart. One of them carried on to strike Mo Wuji with a spear light. Mo Wuji did not move, however. He continued to crazily draw an immortal spiritual energy. This person wants to advance to the immortal reverent stage, hurry and stop him. When the intermediate stage immortal king saw what Mo Wuji was doing, his heart was filled with both shock and rage. To think that there was a person that tried to advance to a new stage during a battle itself, this fella clearly didn't know the meaning of the word death. That's not right. He isn't advancing to the immortal reverent stage, but immortal king. Feeling the Tao energy gathering around Mo Wuji, that immortal king changed his words. However, he only managed to say half of his sentence before he didn't dare to continue any further. Advance to the immortal king stage, how is that possible? A Grand Luo immortal was able to defend against the attack of two immortal kings? That was simply a joke. PFF. The very first immortal king's mirror light condensed into a thick beam, breaking through Mo Wuji's domain and slamming onto Mo Wuji's chest. This mirror light was able to draw some blood. This scene immediately left this immortal king slightly stunned. Logically, when his light beam landed on Mo Wuji, it should have pierced through Mo Wuji's body. This would be the case even if Mo Wuji was an immortal reverend. Why did his light beam only manage to draw that bit of blood? Hurry and leave. This was the thought that ran through their minds. Since they weren't able to kill Mo Wuji in that time, they couldn't stay there any further. These two late-stage immortal kings weren't willing to be caught up in Mo Wuji's lightning calamity. Mo Wuji's main intention was to borrow the power of the lightning calamity to get rid of these immortal kings, so how could he simply let them go? His whirlpool domain began to sweep outwards with greater intensity, enveloping the two fleeing immortal kings. Boom! Boom! Boom boom! Thunder exploded in the sky. 10 bolts of lightning tore through the sky and descended downwards. Previously, Mo Wuji had already reached the gates towards the immortal king stage, and now that he had swallowed 3 draining immortal king pills, his body became filled with violent immortal elemental energy which seemed capable of tearing his entire body apart. The gates to the immortal king stage were instantly blasted open and the lightning calamity instantly came crashing. Because of Mo Wuji's attack, that intermediate stage immortal king had also been drawn into the lightning calamity. The lightning calamity was a calamity for any immortal. Usually, no one dared to attack the person undergoing the tribulation. Because if you attacked, you would be locked on by the lightning calamity. It didn't matter what your cultivation was, you would be seen as provoking the lightning calamity. Likewise, no one dared to invoke the lightning calamity during a battle. Because no matter how strong you are, you will be at your weakest after the calamity. At that time, even if your opponent was much weaker than you, he could still easily kill you. What kind of lightning calamity is this? The 3 immortal kings who were swept up into this were all stunned still. Even an immortal reverent lightning calamity would not beckon 10 lightning bolts at a single go. Moreover, each lightning bolt was much thicker than the lightning bolts in an immortal reverent lightning calamity. PFF. 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 Several mists of blood got blasted by the lightning bolts. Under this lightning calamity, these 3 immortal kings were like leaves floating in the wind. At this time, there was no need to talk about attacking Mo Wuji. The only thing they could do was to take out their defensive treasures and block against the savage lightning bolts. Mo Wuji was also shocked by the power of the lightning calamity. Previously, he intended to attack these 3 fellas the moment the lightning calamity descended. After all, he was at God Physique level 6, he believed that this immortal king lightning calamity wouldn't be able to do anything. However, reality had left him speechless. Under his lightning calamity, even these 3 immortal kings could only barely defend themselves. Moreover, one must know that this was only the first round of lightning, the lightning would only continue to get more powerful. Yan Shenling could feel a change in the atmosphere. Coupled with the deafening sounds of thunder, she asked doubtfully, "Wen Ho, why does it sound like someone is undergoing tribulation?" Let's go out and take a look. Perhaps this might be the only chance we have to escape, Wen-ho did not hesitate to say. The Castellan Mansion's defensive array had been opened and the three hurriedly sped out. Watering Immortal City's defensive array had already been split open by Mo Wuji. Thus, the moment Wen-ho and company left the mansion, the three of them noticed the four people facing the lightning calamity through their spiritual will. Wen-ho celebrated, "Brother Tan, Chenling, this is truly a golden opportunity bestowed by the heavens." The killing array around Watering Immortal City had been broken, and those three immortal kings are being trapped by a lightning calamity. Let's use this opportunity to escape. As he was speaking, Wen-ho had already taken out his flying treasure. Now that the defensive array had been broken, there was no longer any restrictions to flying treasures in the city. They could directly use the flying treasure to charge out of Watering Immortal City. Yan Shenling frowned and said, "Wen-ho, that person might have come to save us. If we use this opportunity to escape, aren't we being too despicable?" Tan Liang had been observing the lightning calamity this whole time. At this moment, he said, "I understand. That person that came to save us should be an immortal king. However, he might not have been a match for these three immortal kings, which is why he called on his immortal reverent lightning calamity and used it to trap the three people. This does not seem like an immortal reverent lightning calamity." When Wen-ho saw the wild and never-ending slew of lightning bolts, he muttered in doubt. He had been through the immortal king lightning calamity before. He could feel that the Tao aura of this lightning calamity was similar to an immortal king lightning calamity. But how could an immortal king lightning calamity be so terrifying? If it was, then he would have died all those years ago. There was no need to talk about him. Perhaps only a few Grand Luo immortals in the entire immortal world could survive such an immortal king lightning calamity. The four are defending themselves against the lightning calamity. The person that came to help us does not seem to be in danger. Wen-ho did not know that Mo Wuji wasn't actually defending against the lightning calamity. Instead, he was absorbing the lightning essence to stabilize his foundations of the Immortal King stage, and at the same time, gain insights on his own Tao. This lightning calamity wasn't even enough to help temper his physique sufficiently, so why would he need to defend against it? The people that were really defending against the lightning calamity were the three immortal kings that Mo Wuji drew in. Then we will wait here. After this lightning calamity ends, we will help him, Yan Shenling said resolutely. I am enough. Shenling, leave with Brother Liang. Since you're staying, then everyone will stay. Before Wen-ho could even finish, Tan Liang did not hesitate to reject Wen-ho's suggestion. Mo Wuji did not attack the three immortal kings. Instead, he sat among the lightning bolts with his eyes closed, attuning himself to the Tao energy around him. At this instant, his cultivation was also rising constantly. At this instant, one sacred art after another began to appear in his mind and they started to perfect themselves. Ever since Mo Wuji forged his own path of meridian cultivation, he had never had such an experience like he was now, to have such a clear understanding of his own sacred arts and Tao. Many Tao insights which were previously hazy also started to clear up at this instant. He felt his mind open up as a grand and majestic power condensed on his body. His rapidly expanding immortal elemental energy and spiritual will made it clear to him that his power was entering a whole new level. He slowly opened his eyes were calm. As his cultivation grew, and as his insights deepened, Mo Wuji realized that he was so insignificant. The lightning calamity gradually dispersed, but Mo Wuji was clear that on this endless path of the great Tao, he had only taken an additional step forward. Who are you exactly? After the lightning calamity ended, the three immortal kings, who seemed to have lost half their lives, stared at Mo Wuji in shock. The one that asked the question was the first late-stage immortal king that blocked him. This immortal friend, we are from Yongning Immortal Domain's Heavenly Emperor Palace. I'm sure we all wish to simply mind our own business. How about we forget about our previous misunderstandings and each go our own way? The one speaking now was Wei Xing. He was also a late-stage immortal king, and he was the second one that arrived. He had merely attacked Mo Wuji once and he was caught into the lightning calamity. The last immortal king that had been dragged into the lightning calamity by Mo Wuji didn't say anything. He only took out a few healing pills and placed them in his mouth. The three of them looked incomparably haggard. They had charred burns all over their bodies. After all, that lightning calamity was truly too terrifying. The three of them didn't flee. It wasn't because they didn't want to, but they didn't dare to. After that horrifying lightning calamity, the three of them seemed to have lost half of their lives. On the other hand, the person that incited the lightning calamity, Mo Wuji, looked perfectly fine without even a single injury on his body. Moreover, this was just a surface-level reason. What left them even more fearful was that Mo Wuji was already very powerful before the tribulation. Now that the tribulation had ended, Mo Wuji had advanced by a whole level. In front of such an expert, the three of them truly didn't dare to leave. Mo Wuji's gaze swept across the three of them. He knew that the reason why they were still fine was because of him. To stabilize his cultivation, he had absorbed most of the lightning essence. This caused the threat of the lightning calamity to fall significantly. Since Kuei Fengyun sent the three of you here, he should be advancing to the Immortal Emperor stage soon? Or did he already advance to the Immortal Emperor stage? Mo Wuji suddenly asked. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 726, Pleading for Help. Chapter 726, Pleading for Help. Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations. Yes, the Heavenly Emperor has validated his Tao. We are here to send an invitation, Wei Xing said respectfully. Mo Wuji said indifferently, so he's also joined the ranks of immortal emperors. After merely saying half a sentence, Mo Wuji's halberd transformed into a half-moon halberd light. The killing intent emanating from this halberd light instantly surrounded these three immortal kings. The moment Mo Wuji's killing intent emerged, these three immortal kings felt it. They immediately tried to escape. If Mo Wuji was still a Grand Luo immortal, he could only tie one of them down. But now that he had advanced to the immortal king stage, his power had met with a qualitative change. As the halberd light slashed outwards, Mo Wuji also used spatial imprisonment to seal the space around them. In an instant, the three immortal kings were confined by Mo Wuji. Even though it was only for a breath's time, this breath of enough for Mo Wuji to kill the three of them multiple times over. PFF. PFF. Two veils of blood mist exploded, two storage rings fell in Mo Wuji's hand. The surviving intermediate stage immortal king stared blankly at the two lifeless corpses. These corpses no longer had their primordial spirits. After some time, he finally reacted and he uttered in a trembling voice, "Senior." He did not think that Mo Wuji was unable to kill him. He was only still alive because Mo Wuji had mercy on him. "Give me your storage ring," Mo Wuji said indifferently. This intermediate stage immortal king did not hesitate as he anxiously handed his ring over to Mo Wuji. After keeping all three rings, Mo Wuji said, "Do you want to know why I didn't kill you? It's because I need you to help me send a message to Kuei Fengyun. I want to settle my debts with him, but I'm too lazy to go to Yongning Immortal Domain. Get him to find me in my territory. Remember, my territory is called Pingfan, it's a newly established immortal school." Yes, Junior will definitely deliver this message, this immortal king said hurriedly. He was worried that Mo Wuji would suddenly change his mind. F***ck off then. Mo Wuji lifted his hand and kept his half-moon weighted halberd. This immortal king didn't even dare to turn back as his figure flashed. Within the next instant, he had already disappeared from Watering Immortal Domain. To him, he was lucky that he was still alive. "Senior, many thanks for your saving grace." Seeing Mo Wuji easily kill two advanced immortal kings, even when Ho had some lingering fears. Him, Yan Shenling and Tan Liang hurriedly came forward to express their gratitude. Even though Wen Ho suspected that Mo Wuji had just gone through an immortal king lightning calamity, he truly could not believe that one immortal king was actually able to suppress 3 immortal kings. Moreover, that intermediate stage immortal king that Mo Wuji let go had addressed Mo Wuji respectfully as senior. Mo Wuji reverted back to his original appearance, and he smiled. Castellan 1, Pill Master Tan, I am no senior. Pill Master Mo. Wen Ho and company stared at Mo Wuji in aghast. They truly couldn't get it in their heads that Mo Wuji had become so powerful. Even though they were being trapped in Watering Immortal City, they still knew of the incident of Mo Wuji being surrounded and attacked by several Grand Emperors. In reality, their family's enmity with Kuei Fengyun was also related to Mo Wuji. Back when Kuei Fengyun's Emperor Daofruit was snatched away by Mo Wuji, Kuei Fengyun was helpless against Mo Wuji, so he could only vent his frustrations on them. Long time no see, Mo Wuji laughed and said. It's really Pill Master Mo. Tan Liang cried out in surprise. Immediately, he bowed once more. Pill Master Mo, that's not right, I should call you Pill Emperor Mo now. I, Tan Liang, have been able to become a Tier 5 Pill King, and that's entirely because of your guidance. Today, Pill Emperor Mo has saved my life. This sort of favor can never be repaid in my Tan Liang's entire life. Tan Liang was actually confused when he heard that Mo Wuji had managed to escape from those Grand Emperors. But after seeing Mo Wuji easily kill 2 advanced immortal kings, he could see that Mo Wuji was truly very powerful. Why would such a powerful immortal need the help of a mere late-stage Grand Luo immortal like him? Even though he could concoct pills, the other party was a pill emperor. He could only hold a candle in Mo Wuji's presence. Senior Mo, many thanks for saving my family once again. Yan Shenling also walked over and bowed respectfully. Mo Wuji waved his hands and said, everyone doesn't need to be so polite. I'm in the same generation as Lianxi. It's better if everyone calls me by Pill Master Mo. I have just established an immortal school. If the few of you are willing, you can join my Ping Fan. Of course, even if you don't join Ping Fan, you can stay in my territory. No matter how strong Kuei Fengyun is, he wouldn't dare to do anything against my immortal school. Mo Wuji wasn't bragging when he said this. He had several immortal emperors in Ping Fan. Moreover, he estimated that Wei Zidao should have already stepped into the Grand Emperor stage. With such might, Kuei Fengyun would only be sending himself to death by going over. Many thanks Sect Head Mo, we are willing to join Ping Fan, Wen Ho did not hesitate to say. He guessed that Mo Wuji established Ping Fan to go against Great Sword Path, Lightning Sect, and the other huge sections. However, he still chose to join Ping Fan. He was an advanced immortal king, so he believed he should be of help to Mo Wuji. Wen Ho didn't even bother thinking about the implications of joining the sect. Without Mo Wuji, his Wen family would have already been rotting in their graves. So what was there to hesitate about? Mo Wuji chuckled, alright, let's head back to Ping Fan. When they heard Mo Wuji say that Ping Fan was in Yongying Immortal Domain, Wen Ho and company sighed. Indeed, there were fewer available spaces left in the immortal world. Besides Yongying Immortal Domain, where else could one establish a sect? Unfortunately, Yongying Immortal Domain had the space, but not the immortal spiritual energy. Among the 7 immortal domains, Yongying Immortal Domain's immortal spiritual energy was the thinnest. When Wen Ho and company arrived outside of Ping Fan and saw the boundless agricultural land, they were dumbfounded. Was this an immortal sect, or a farming village? That's not right, the immortal spiritual energy here seems even richer than Watering Immortal City, and those crops do not seem like ordinary crops. Unexpectedly, there were huge stretches of 1,000 fusing rice. Oh, there was still more? Immortal elemental grass, true bright grass, silver ringflower, and there was even the Tier 4 immortal cedar. This place. Tan Liang muttered to himself, he suspected that they weren't in Yongying Immortal Domain. If this was Yongying Immortal Domain, How could there be such a holy land filled with endless fields of immortal herbs? And why would it be left unclaimed for Mo Wuji to occupy? Good words. Wen Ho stared, transfixed, at the two words floating in the sky, Ping Fan. He felt that these two words contained some profound Tao energy. It seemed to be the Tao energy of all the ordinary things in the universe, but it also seems to contain the Tao energy of something greater. At the very least, he wasn't able to comprehend the Tao from within these words. Mo Wuji smiled and he casually formed 10 hand seals. The two floating words began to change. Not only that, the 9 words in front of the sect also started to change. One's Tao can differ, but all men are equal. Wen Ho silently reflected on these changing words. A sense of insignificance rose in his heart. One must know that he didn't even feel this insignificant in front of an immortal emperor. This meant that the Tao within these words had exceeded that of an immortal emperor's. This is Ping Fan. Everyone, let's go in. Mo Wuji courteously extended his hands. Wen Ho's reflection was not wrong. Only Mo Wuji knew that following his increase in cultivation, the Tao aura within those 11 words continued to change. Now, he still needed to insert his insights of the immortal mortal technique into these words, but that would have to wait till his capabilities take another step forward. That way, he didn't need to return to the sect for these words to continuously change along with his increase in cultivation. If his Tao transcended this part of the world one day, then these words would also exceed this part of the world. In the immortal world, there were countless of people stronger than Mo Wuji. However, the number of people who could encompass their own Tao into these words like Mo Wuji were few, or even zero. This was because he was the one who forged his own Tao. These 11 words were his legacy. What rich immortal spiritual energy! Yan Shenling looked at Mo Wuji curiously. She had basically explored the entire Yongying immortal domain, and the Extreme Blade Sea had one of the thinnest immortal spiritual energy. Where did this rich immortal spiritual energy come from? The immortal spiritual energy was still within their reason, but the sheer richness of the immortal spiritual energy within the sect itself was simply beyond imagination. Sect head Su Zian had immediately come to welcome Mo Wuji. By Su Zian's side, there was a young man. This young man only had an intermediate immortal king stage cultivation. Zhao Chang greets sect head Mo. Seeing Mo Wuji, this young man took the initiative to bow towards Mo Wuji. Before Mo Wuji could ask anything, Su Zian hurriedly explained, "Sect head, this is Zhao Chang. Back when I went to the Cape of Peace, he was the one who saved me." Mo Wuji immediately came to an understanding. Back then, Su Zian had been attacked by an expert when he went to the Cape of Peace, and he almost lost his life. He heard that an immortal king was the one who sent him back. However, as Mo Wuji heard that the immortal king left after sending Su Zian back, he didn't expect the immortal king to return back to Ping Fan. "I know you. Many thanks for sending Elder Su back. Do you know where Brother Jua is?" Mo Wuji hurriedly returned the courtesy. "Zhao Chang earnestly pleads sect head Mo to help my master," Zhao Chang bowed and said when he heard Mo Wuji's question. His tone contained a hint of expectation. "Your brother Jua's disciple?" Mo Wuji asked doubtfully. Zhao Chang hurriedly said, "Master looks down on my stupidity, so he only accepted me as a named disciple. Sect head, Zhao Chang has been here for many days. He brought a message from Senior Zhua," Su Zian hurriedly explained. Mo Wuji didn't immediately ask Zhao Chang about the message. He knew that such matters shouldn't be discussed here. Thus, he first introduced Wen Ho and company, then he continued to introduce Su Roer and Do Hualong. Su Roer greets Senior Uncle Su. "My master often talks about you." When she saw Tianji Sect's Su Zian, Su Roer's eyes turned red. Tears almost seemed to burst out from her eyes. "I know you. You are Yu Jie's disciple. I didn't think that you were still alive, ah." When Su Zian got reminded of his destroyed Tianji sect, his heart felt waves of pain. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 727, Very High Heavens Combination Order. Chapter 727, Very High Heavens Combination Order. Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations. Sensing the gloomy atmosphere, Wen-ho hurriedly stepped forward and clasped his fists. Elder Su, I've long heard of your great name. I didn't think that I would meet Elder Su here at Pingfan. It's truly an honor. Mo Wuji had just introduced Su Zian to Wen-ho. It was just what Su Zian didn't recognize Wen-ho. No matter how bad Tianji sect was, it was still a sect, and he, Su Zian, was the sect's grand elder. On the other hand, Wen-ho might be a castellan, but he was the castellan of a low-grade immortal city in the worst immortal domain. Mo Wuji said, let's forget about the past. This time, after Right Protector Wei comes out from his seclusion, we will go cause a ruckus at the Great Sword Path. Zian, you're in charge of helping Wen-ho and company settle down. From now on, Wen-ho will be our Pingfan's mortal district deacon. Yes, sect head, Su Zian promptly responded. Wen-ho sighed emotionally in his heart. He was very clear about Su Zian's status. Su Zian was a late-stage immortal reverend and was also the grand elder of Tianji sect. Now, he actually ended up in Mo Wuji's sect. Coupled with the fact that the immortal spiritual energy over Pingfan was so rich, this place is simply a Dao Holy Land. Mo Wuji, himself, was even a Tier 8 Pill Emperor. One could clearly imagine that Pingfan would definitely shock the world. This sort of Holy Land would definitely become packed with people. Him being able to enter Pingfan at this time, and even get the position of a deacon, was truly due to his daughter Lianqi. She managed to befriend a heaven-defying existence like Mo Wuji. Zian, is senior sister Qingru out of seclusion? Mo Wuji asked another question. Back when they were establishing the sect, Han Qingru left halfway after closing an immortal mountain. Mo Wuji had gone to visit her many times to no avail. Mo Wuji was very clear that this was due to him. While they were in Sword Prison, he might not have clearly rejected Han Qingru, but he also didn't respond properly to her words. Moreover, after leaving Sword Prison, he had never mentioned that topic. Han Qingru was a girl after all. She naturally had her own intentions. She must have had her own thoughts when she chose to enter seclusion. It might not necessarily be because she wanted to avoid him. Not yet. Su Zian had some slight inkling towards the relationship between Han Qingru and Mo Wuji, so he didn't want to say much. Mo Wuji retrieved a storage ring and passed it to Zian. Zian, if Qingru comes out of seclusion and I'm not in the sect, help me pass this ring to her. Yes. Su Zian accepted the ring. He hesitated for a brief moment before he continued, Sect head, if you're going off to aid Senior Zhua, I feel that it's better to wait for Right Protector Wei to come out of seclusion first. Su Zian was worried that Mo Wuji's cultivation was too low. Even a Grand Emperor like Zhua Pingan could not handle the danger. Thus, he didn't really want Mo Wuji to go and face the danger alone. If anything happens to Mo Wuji, then Pingfan, this great place, might fail. If not for the saving grace of that named disciple of Zhua Pingan's, he would have directly advised his sect head to not go at all. Mo Wuji waved his hand, there's no need to worry. After I leave, this place will be left to you. When Right Protector Wei comes out of seclusion, tell him this, if anyone or any power dares to trespass our Pingfan, then kill them all. Pingfan had just been established and had yet to attain a reputation, thus, the number of people trying to seek some gains from them were little. But the moment Pingfan becomes well known, many powers would swarm towards them like bloodthirsty wolves. They had to be vicious and merciless towards these people, only then could Pingfan grow and flourish. On the other hand, Mo Wuji wasn't too worried about his own safety. Even against a Grand Emperor, he believed that he had the chance to escape. There was no need to talk about his god physique level 6. In reality, when he advanced to the Immortal King stage, his understanding towards the wind escape technique had rose by another level. Even though he had never used it, Mo Wuji felt that he had reached the fringe of wind teleportation. He did not believe that he would be surrounded by multiple Grand Emperors again. And even if he was, with his god physique and his wind teleportation, he should be able to escape with his life. And even if he was heavily injured, he only needed a single breath for him to pull through and survive. I understand, Su Zian answered. He was very aware of the reason Tianji sect had been destroyed. It wasn't because of their lack of power, but because of their lack of resolution. If not for that, the Great Sword Path definitely couldn't have simply exterminated them on a whim. Moreover, the person that called for their destruction was a mere immortal reverent of the Great Sword Path. Pingfan had sufficient power, but if it cowered against threats like Tianji sect had, then it didn't need others to come and destroy it, it eventually collapsed by itself. After Su Zian left with Wen Ho and company, Mo Wuji brought Zhao Chang to the quiet guest reception room. Immortal friend Zhao, what happened to brother Zhua? Please explain in detail. Mo Wuji was very sure that a person that could pose a threat to Zhua Pingan definitely wasn't someone that he could face head-on. Even though Zhao Chang felt that Mo Wuji seemed overly ordinary, he recalled his master's esteem towards Mo Wuji, as well as Mo Wuji's position as the sect head of a big sect. This caused Zhao Chang to have some expectations towards Mo Wuji. Back then, the Great Sword Path's Yiminghu and Lightning sects Lei Guiyun joined hands and attacked my master. My master was heavily injured and tried to escape, but the two of them continued chasing after him. During that time, an immortal reverend called Huang Sha was with them. After my master fled, Huang Sha directly went ahead to destroy the entire Cape of Peace. No one in the Cape of Peace was able to escape his evil hands, they were all killed, but... How did you know of this? How did you escape? Mo Wuji knew that Huang Sha was a vicious and bloodthirsty person. It was definitely possible that he killed all the innocent people in the Cape of Peace. The Cape of Peace had also been a safe abode in the immortal world. Usually, cultivators that made it to the Cape of Peace would find safety there. They would never have thought that they would all be killed by Huang Sha. This Huang Sha was truly a vicious person. As Mo Wuji thought of this, he wondered whether Gai Guanyi and company would be fine. Zhao Chang explained, because I am master's named disciple, I took the initiative to guard the protective array gate at the bottom of the sea. At the same time, my cultivation technique was suitable to cultivate while under the sea. Because there was a monitoring array, I was able to see everything that happened in the Cape of Peace clearly. When he heard this, Mo Wuji had a new hint of appreciation towards Zhao Chang. Zhua Pingan had only accepted Zhao Chang as a disciple in name, but Zhao Chang actually treated Zhua Pingan as a real master. Not only did he volunteer to stay under the sea for a protracted amount of time to protect the Array Foundation, he had been searching for ways to save Zhua Pingan. If it was any other cultivator, they would probably have found an opportunity to escape. There was no wonder why he could save Su Zian. When Su Zian arrived, Zhao Chang was probably still under the sea waiting for an opportunity. Continue speaking. Mo Wuji nodded, acknowledging Zhao Chang's explanation. After Huang Sha left, I saved Senior Su, who had came to find my master. My master frequently tells me that the person most worth befriending is you, sect head Mo. When I heard that you were the one that asked Senior Su to find master, I sent Senior Su back here. Then, I went to search for master. At this point, Zhao Chang's voice became filled with concern. My master had left behind some tracks. I continued to follow the tracks till they disappeared. But at that point, there was no longer any other marks to look out for. Back then, my master told me this: if anything happened to this, only one person is willing to save him. Zhao Chang didn't continue any further, he only looked at Mo Wuji with a hint of anticipation in his eyes. Mo Wuji stood up. I'm indebted to Brother Zhua's favor. Immortal friend Zhao, take me to where your master's tracks disappeared. I will go take a look. Before Zhao Chang got to reply, Fei Ling's voice sounded by the door. Sect head, the very high heavens sent an order to convene. Very high heavens? Mo Wuji was slightly at a loss. How long was it since he established Pingfan? How were they related to the very high heavens? What's the meaning of this order to convene? Congratulations on stepping into the advanced immortal reverence stage, Mo Wuji opened the door and said to Fei Ling. Many thanks, sect head. If I wasn't following sect head, I don't know how many more years it would take for me to reach this stage, Fei Ling said elatedly. He was speaking from the bottom of his heart. Without Mo Wuji's help, he really wouldn't have reached the late immortal reverence stage so quickly, even if he was no longer in sword prison. Moreover, without Mo Wuji, he wouldn't have been able to escape sword prison. What does it say on the very high heavens order to convene? Mo Wuji asked. Fei Ling answered, the very high heavens requests for the sect heads of every sect in the 7 immortal domains to convene at the Sharphorn Immortal Ruins 1 month from now. Everyone would gather to discuss an important matter. Mo Wuji frowned. He had never cared much about the very high heavens. However, he knew that now wasn't the time to create a conflict with the very high heavens. How's Right Protector Wei's seclusion? After some contemplation, Mo Wuji decided that it was still better for him to go to Sharphorn Immortal Ruins. After all, the very high heavens were truly too powerful. The various immortal domains had their own leaders, but the very high heavens were the rulers of all 7 immortal domains. There was no need to talk about how Pingfan was just a newly established sect. Even the number 1 sect in the 7 immortal domains wouldn't dare to antagonize the very high heavens. If he dared to rebel against the very high heavens, then he would be the target of extermination. Many thanks, sect head. I have successfully advanced into the Grand Emperor stage. Wei Zidao's chuckle could be heard. Glee and happiness could be heard in his voice. Congratulations, Right Protector Wei. Mo Wuji was also elated. Wei Zidao's advancement was a huge matter for Pingfan. Fei Ling also hurriedly bowed. Congratulations, Right Protector Wei, for advancing to the Grand Emperor stage. Now that they had a Grand Emperor, Mo Wuji finally felt that Pingfan had a proper foothold in the immortal world. He looked at Fei Ling and asked, were there any other requests in the very high heavens order? No. It only said that each sect head could only bring 1 elder and 2 disciples to take part in the meeting, Fei Ling said respectfully. All right. Right Protector Wei, prepare yourself. I will first make a trip to the Cape of Peace. If there's still time when I return, we will go and destroy the Great Sword Path before heading to Sharphorn Immortal Ruins. If there's not enough time, then we will go to Sharphorn Immortal Ruins first before coming back to destroy the Great Sword Path, Mo Wuji decided promptly. The proclamation of destroying a huge sect sounded like a natural course of action when it came out of Mo Wuji's mouth. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 728, Desire to Wipe Out the Great Sword Path. Chapter 728, Desire to Wipe Out the Great Sword Path. Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations. Numerous days later, Mo Wuji came to a halt near the Great Desolate Sea domain after following Zhao Chang's lead. My master disappeared here, and no matter what methods I used, I wasn't able to find any clues of my master's whereabouts. Zhao Chang pointed to the piece of vast sea in front of him as he said worryingly. Mo Wuji fell silent at this familiar scene. Previously, he and Han Long met husband and wife Wu Ben here at the Great Desolate Sea domain. When he was about to kill Go Wuyu, Kuang Benho shared a secret in exchange for Go Wuyu's life, and that secret was the untold path to leave the immortal world. This untold path was right here within the Great Desolate Sea domain, and it was not very far from his current location. Now that Zhuo Pingon had disappeared here, it could be that he used that path to leave the immortal world. In fact, even Mo Wuji had made plans to escape using this path if he had offended too many experts. However, Mo Wuji had too many matters in the immortal world which he had yet to settle, and too many concerns, which was why he couldn't leave just like that. Zhuo Pingon was his friend, so if it was possible, he would be willing to exhaust a large amount of energy to rescue him. The only problem was that now, he needed to leave the immortal world to an unknown place to rescue Zhuo Pingan without the guarantee that he could return. Mo Wuji simply wasn't able to do this because he had yet to meet Xin Shuyin again and he still had no news of Yen Er, so how could he just leave the immortal world like that? Immortal friend Zhao, I am well aware of this place. If we go further in from here, even I am not strong enough to survive now. Only when I further advanced into the next realm will I be able to search for Brother Zhua, Mo Wuji explained honestly. Despite not pointing out that this was the path to leave the immortal world, he told Zhao Chang tactfully that he was unable to help now. Zhao Chang's eyes turned dark because he was just trying his luck when he decided to look for Mo Wuji. The truth was that he didn't believe Mo Wuji would actually be able to rescue his master and had just done his best to maintain that glimmer of hope. Mo Wuji's words were right because further down would be the depths of the Great Desolate Sea Domain. Within the depths of the Great Desolate Sea Domain were the existence of peak-grade immortal beasts, and if one was not careful, one could be trapped by multiple immortal beasts. What he didn't know was that Mo Wuji wasn't talking about the beasts but the path to leave the immortal world. Many thanks sect head. Even if he knew that Mo Wuji was unable to help, Zhao Chang was still thankful that Mo Wuji made this trip. If immortal friend Zhao doesn't mind, you can cultivate at my ping fan. Mo Wuji was still feeling slightly apologetic because he would come back here one day but just not now. Zhao Chang clasped his fists once more. Many thanks sect head Mo, but I am intending to wander around the immortal world first, and perhaps there would come a day where I have nowhere else to go. If that day really comes, I might seek shelter from sect head Mo again. Zhao Chang indirectly rejected Ping Fan's invitation as he left immediately after bidding goodbye to Mo Wuji. 6 days later, Mo Wuji returned to Ping Fan Immortal School. After handing the red karmic fire lotus back to Do Hualong, he immediately called Wei Zidao and Su Zian over. He didn't spend much time trying to find Zhuo Pingan because if Zhuo Pingan really left the immortal world, continue finding him would simply be a waste of time. Jian Mingcheng and Nie Chang'an are not out yet? The first thing Mo Wuji asked was about the two other immortal emperors when he saw Wei Zidao and Su Zian walking over. Wei Zidao had been patiently waiting for Mo Wuji to return, and if it wasn't because Mo Wuji had matters to settle first, he would have went over to finish the Great Sword Path alone. Back then, the Great Sword Path killed his Dao companion, snatched his Dao venue and even threw him into the sword prison. He would never forget his deep enmity with the Great Sword Path. Mingcheng came out and was now in the intermediate Immortal Emperor stage, while Nie Chang'an still requires a little while more, Wei Zidao replied swiftly. While Wei Zidao was speaking, Jian Mingcheng, Lu Ming and Fei Ling walked hurriedly into the meeting hall together with the newly joined Wen Ho. Jian Mingcheng's energy was exuding vibrantly as he had indeed stepped into the intermediate Immortal Emperor stage. Great, right Defender Wei, Mingcheng, Elder Charoi, Fei Ling and Lu Ming shall follow me to the Great Sword Path. Matters of Ping Fan shall be handed to Zian. Mo Wuji knew that their schedule was slightly tight, so he decided to finish off the Great Sword Path now. Su Zian stood up instantly. Sect head, I am fine with not being involved in anything else, but the Great Sword Path exterminated my Tianji sect, so I will always have a bump in my heart if I don't go. Mo Wuji knew that Su Zian had been brooding over the Great Sword Path exterminating Tianji sect, and now that Ping Fan had emerged abruptly, he wouldn't want to miss the chance to obliterate the Great Sword Path. Mo Wuji's eyes fell on Fei Ling, and before Mo Wuji could speak, Fei Ling took the initiative and said, Sect head, I have to be involved in the obliteration of the Great Sword Path. If I don't avenge myself, I will always have a shadow in my heart, just like senior brother Su. Since this was the case, Ping Fan shall be temporarily left under the charge of Wen Ho. After we obliterate the Great Sword Path, Zian would take over from Wen Ho. This was Mo Wuji's only option left. Yes, Wen Ho, would definitely not let anything happen to the Immortal School. Wen Ho acknowledged his responsibility respectfully. Having been at Ping Fan for merely 10 days, Wen Ho's heart was in a perilous situation. When he first entered Ping Fan, he was only amazed at the boundless field of immortal herbs, great density of immortal energy, immortals here, and how mortals were treated equally here. Now that he had witnessed the strength of Ping Fan, he was truly stunned, and concurrently, he understood why Mo Wuji wouldn't be fearful of Kuei Fengyun. Even if Kuei Fengyun had become an immortal emperor, he was only able to strut around Wenhou because if he dared to visit Ping Fan, he would simply be courting death. Knowing how mighty Ping Fan was just increased Wenhou's admiration and respect for Mo Wuji. The pity was that Mo Wuji didn't accept his wife's suggestion of marrying Wen Lianxi back then. Otherwise, this sect head Mo would have been his son-in-law. Sect head, we must not underestimate the Great Sword Path. They have at least 3 immortal emperors, and besides Grand Emperor Yiminghu, I know of the Supreme Elder whose cultivation level should be around the intermediate or advanced immortal emperor stage. There is also a youth called Feng Jian who became an immortal emperor just before I was thrown into the sword prison. Jin Mingcheng maintained rational even though he was just as desperate to obliterate the Great Sword Path. Mo Wuji nodded his head. Mingcheng is right, but we don't have to worry. I know that Yiminghu and Lei Guyan went out to chase after Zhuo Pingan, so if I am not wrong, these two shouldn't return anytime soon. This meant that we would have the advantage in terms of overall strength. If the path at the Great Desolate Sea Domain really did appear and Zhuo Pingan fled into it, there was no reason why Yiminghu and Lei Guyan would not follow in if they were hot on Zhuo Pingan's heels. Sect head, how could you leave me, Nye Chang'an, out of the opportunity to obliterate the Great Sword Path? Nye Chang'an's pleasant voice could be heard, which was followed by mighty energy swarming into the meeting hall. Nye Chang'an had just entered the intermediate immortal emperor stage and the Tao spirituality around him had yet to be absorbed fully. Mo Wuji stood up pleasingly. With the inclusion of Chang'an, we would definitely win this battle. Let's go, we shall go to the Great Sword Path now. Great Sword Path, Luo Ling Immortal Domain's peak grade sect. If one were to choose top 10 peak grade immortal sects in Luo Ling Immortal Domain, the Great Sword Path would definitely be in it. If one had to choose the top 5, the Great Sword Path would still be in it. The sword cultivation of the Great Sword Path would allow one to easily defeat one's opponent in the same stage, which was why their reputation in the Luo Ling Immortal Domain would be so great. This was Mo Wuji's second time here at the Great Sword Path, and the first time he was here, he looked for Yi Jiangu to enter the sword prison intentionally. This time round, he came to obliterate the Great Sword Path. As he stood outside the protecting array of the Great Sword Path, Mo Wuji sighed at the sight of the myriad ambience of the Great Sword Mountains. When I first came here, I would have killed everyone here if I wasn't injured. Wei Zidao stood beside Mo Wuji and said vengefully. I can't believe such a majestic immortal sect would hide so many dirty and despicable secrets. Su Zian clenched his fist tightly. The Tianji sect was accused and wrongly exterminated by the Great Sword Path, which was basically the reason why Su Zian was unable to find peace within himself. Mo Wuji said faintly, regardless of whether this immortal sect had a majestic aura or not, the Great Sword Path will no longer be in existence after today. At the thought of how he was plotted against Yiminghu and how De Huang was brutally killed, the killing intent within Mo Wuji started surging intensely again. Back when De Huang was killed, he swore to obliterate the Great Sword Path, Lightning Sect, and the vast Ocean Immortal School. The day he was finally able to avenge De Huang had finally arrived. Mo Wuji raised his hand to retrieve a jade table before taking out De Huang's imitation equipment spirit as he placed it in the middle of the table. Following which, he used seals to protect the jade table before saying, De Huang, you shall personally witness how I avenge you today. Once he said this, Mo Wuji turned to the crowd of people with sharp killing intents forming around them as he said, everyone here was harmed by the Great Sword Path and are now members of Pingfan. Before we obliterate the Great Sword Path, I shall nag slightly more. No matter which immortal sect, we have to do things with a clear conscience and not bully anyone smaller. This was also Pingfan's objective. The Great Sword Path in front of us is a fine example of what we, Pingfan, must never become in the future. Remember this, to achieve the Tao, we must help. Cultivation involved both sacred art and character. Everyone's heart was coldly obscured and even Wei Zidao and Jin Mingcheng remained speechless. Mo Wuji's words were too real because no matter how strong or egoistic the Great Sword Path was, they were about to be obliterated by a newly established Pingfan. Would the Great Sword Path suffer this fate if they hadn't offended so many people in the past? Who would know if there would be anyone that could exterminate Pingfan in the future? Therefore, when we cultivate our Tao, we have to cultivate our character too. Sect Head Mo, I have been waiting so long for you and the day had finally arrived. Ha ha, a loud laughter could be heard and a skinny-looking man walked over with his fists clasped towards Mo Wuji. Bai Yi? Why? Are you going to stand up for the Great Sword Path? Wei Zidao was the most unhappy with this fella because Bai Yi plotted against him when he was at his weakest condition. Mo Wuji shook his head to stop Wei Zidao from speaking as he looked at Bai Yi. Immortal friend Bai, you are proficient in prophecy, so I am guessing that you came here to wait for us to join the attack against the Great Sword Path, right? That Sect Head Mo is indeed bright because that's right. How can I miss out on my revenge against the Great Sword Path? My only constraint was that I am weak alone, so I could only wait. Unfortunately, Sect Head Mo truly didn't disappoint me. Bai Yi's tone was respectful because he had suffered the brute of Mo Wuji, and if it wasn't for Mo Wuji's mercy, he would have been dead. Even after coming out of the sword prison, he could only let his injuries recover and had yet to step into the advanced Immortal Emperor stage. The truth was that he was able to step into the advanced Immortal Emperor stage a long time ago, but because of the mighty force of Mo Wuji's attacks, he could only linger around the intermediate Immortal Emperor stage. Therefore, he would still have lingering fears in front of Mo Wuji. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 729, The Great Sword Path's Arrogance. Chapter 729, The Great Sword Path's Arrogance. Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations. Mo Wuji stared at Bai Yi, and even though he didn't possess the Tao of prophecy, Mo Wuji suspected that Bai Yi had a hidden motive. It was true that Bai Yi had great enmity with the Great Sword Path, but Mo Wuji found it suspicious that Bai Yi would wait for them to come over before joining hands against the Great Sword Path. Mo Wuji knew how cautious and scheming Bai Yi was, so if he knew that Ping Fan Immortal School was going to fight the Great Sword Path for him, he definitely wouldn't join the force. He would at most watch the show by the side and act only against those few loose fish which escaped the net. Moreover, he would only need a while more before being able to advance to become an advanced Immortal Emperor. Even if he wanted to be part of this revenge mission, he wouldn't have done it while he had yet to advance into the advanced Immortal Emperor stage. Therefore, Bai Yi's sudden inclusion did seem slightly odd. Alright, immortal friend Bai shall join us against the Great Sword Path. Naturally, there is something which I want to state beforehand. The moment a Grand Emperor of the Great Sword Path stepped out, I would like to request for immortal friend Bai to not intervene. Mo Wuji didn't know what Bai Yi was planning, but regardless, Bai Yi would not help the Great Sword Path, which meant that his inclusion would only increase their overall strength. Of course. During this obliteration of the Great Sword Path, I, Bai Yi, shall only follow the lead of Sect Head Mo. Bai Yi made his promise without any shreds of hesitation. He wasn't completely aware of Mo Wuji's strength, but he was certain that Mo Wuji was a god physique tempering expert. At the thought of how Mo Wuji was able to enter the Sword Chi River and even protected the whole group of them in and out of the Sword Chi River, there would be a mountain in his heart which he could never transcend. Who is trying to be all sneaky around my Great Sword Path? If you don't scram in 3 breaths time, I will kill and behead everyone there without exception. Mo Wuji and company's presence outside the Great Sword Path had finally attracted the attention of the Great Sword Path's cultivator. Immortal friend Bai, let's attack, Mo Wuji said faintly. Alright, Bai Yi took a step forward and a hand blade appeared in his hand. Before this Grand Luo immortal could react, he was cleaved into two by Bai Yi's blade radiance. Following which, Bai Yi drew out his own 8 trigrams disc as it clashed against the Great Sword Path's protecting array. Mo Wuji instantly transmitted a message to Wei Zidao and company that once the Great Sword Path had been obliterated, the first thing we retrieved would be the Great Sword Path's ancient books and records, Immortal Veins, Warehouse and the Immortal Herbs Garden. Besides these, there was still one more important point, and that was the need to bring away all the immortal mountains of the Great Sword Path so that Bai Yi would not be able to take advantage of the situation. As a great immortal sect which had existed in the immortal world for countless of years, the Great Sword Path must have contained many important pieces of information and secrets. Pingfan had just been established, and even though it had infused heaven and earth Tao energy in their immortal energy foundation, Pingfan itself didn't contain much information or treasures. Now that they were going to obliterate the Great Sword Path, it would naturally be to increase Pingfan's store of information. Following by Ye's attack, Mo Wuji threw out tens of array flags as he shouted, "Everyone attack with me!" Mo Wuji was a grade 7 immortal array master, so under his guidance, no matter how strong the Great Sword Path's protecting array was, it wouldn't be able to handle the combined attack of 4 immortal emperors, quasi-emperor, and immortal reverence. Seconds later, cracking sounds could be heard from the Great Sword Path's protecting array. A few tears appeared in the air, and despite not seeing anything visible in front of them, everyone knew that the Great Sword Path's protecting array was being torn apart. Charui's warcry could be heard all across the Great Sword Path, and it was followed by countless of bright lights flashing out. The tearing protecting array stopped splitting apart as it started to recover itself. Everyone continue attacking. This is simply the array master of the Great Sword Path using their immortal veins to reinforce their array. After I settle some matters, I will handle this. Mo Wuji finished his piece and jumped right out as he threw out array flag. He had actually forgotten a very important matter, and that was to install a spatial restriction before they started exterminating the Great Sword Path. He had to seal off all kinds of transfer pathway from the Great Sword Path so as to prevent any of their cultivators to escape by means of flying. Since he made the decision to obliterate them, he had to wipe out the entire sect cleanly. Every cultivator in the Great Sword Path was instantly astonished, as they would never have expected anybody to dare attack the Great Sword Path at its own ground. Everyone only realized that someone was actually attacking the sect when the code red was sounded off. If any other average immortal sect was under attack, the immortals would feel fear, terror, and the urge to leave as soon as possible. On the contrary, immortals of the Great Sword Path's first reaction was not to run but excitement. Yes, they were truly excited. The Great Sword Path honored its sword cultivation, and its ideology was to always move forward and never back down. The Great Sword Path left a sword Qi Dao spirituality in all their mountains to tell their cultivators, sword Dao is the Dao of killing. Once the sword is wielded, no mercy shall be shown. The true essence of the sword Dao would be to let all their opponent turned into their soul and plead under the wrath of their sword. In the Great Sword Path, there is room only for the strong. Sword, the first of all weapons, so how could the user bend his head and think about escaping? Sect head he, let us kill our way out. Since when did our Great Sword Path rely on repairing our protecting arrays to defend against incoming attacks? A young man carrying an iron sword on his back walked over to the side of a grey robe elder as he spoke with a slightly disrespectful tone. This grey robe elder was called He Qianling, the substitute sect head after the departure of Yi Minghu. At this moment, he was working with another elder to repair the protecting array of the Great Sword Path. The young man with a disrespectful tone was called Gong Liangye. He had a handsome face, sharp brows, bright eyes, and a decent build. However, he was well known for the iron sword he carried on his back instead of his good looks in the Great Sword Path. To Gong Liangye, instead of taking pride in his good looks, he took pride in his talent, strength, as well as the iron sword in his back. In the Great Sword Path, everyone considered him as a peak grade talent, only behind Fang Shijiang and Huang Sha. However, this was not what Gong Liangye thought, because he had always believed that he was the number one genius in the Great Sword Path. The only reason why he wasn't as reputable and famous as Fang Shijiang and Huang Sha was because he never went out to propagate his name around the immortal world. This was unlike Huang Sha and Fang Shijiang, who had always been flaunting their names outside. Moreover, he was much younger than Fang Shijiang and was already in the intermediate immortal king stage. Today, there was actually someone who dared to offend the Great Sword Path so openly, which meant that this was Gong Liangye's time to flaunt his strength. Today, he would kill out a river flowing with his enemy's blood before heading down to the Sharphorn Immortal Ruins to meet the other geniuses. Shut up! The long-bearded man currently repairing the protecting array shouted furiously at Gong Liangye. Gong Liangye was extremely displeased, but he knew who the person shouting at him was. Great Sword Path's Supreme Elder Wan Xuan, a quasi-emperor expert who was also the Great Sword Path's #1 immortal array master. In the Great Sword Path, Wan Chuan's status was very high and was only behind a few immortal emperors. In fact, his status was even higher than the temporary sect head He Qianling. This was why when he was faced with Wan Chuan's reprimand, Gong Liangye could only hold back his rage and explained, "Supreme Elder Wan, ever since the Great Sword Path was established, who have we feared? Ever since we embarked on cultivating the Sword Tao, we pride ourselves in our sword and people fear us for our sword. Could it be that because the sect head had left the sect, our guts and courage were gone with him?" Wan Chuan took in a few breaths before throwing out a few more array flags as he stared coldly at Gong Liangye. "Gong Liangye, I know you are one of the few peak-grade experts of the Great Sword Path. Given your strength, even the slightly weaker immortal reverence would not be able to deal with you." As Gong Liangye heard this, he stood proudly because there was no need for him to remain humble. Wan Chuan was speaking the truth because he was indeed capable of finishing off the average immortal reverence. This was his triumph card and the Great Sword Path's triumph card. However, do you know who are the people out there? Wan Chuan seemed to breathe out all his pent-up frustrations as he said everything under one breath. "No matter who it is, there is only the word death for anyone who dared to offend the Great Sword Path," Gong Liangye said proudly as he didn't like to cower. "Ha ha ha." Wan Chuan laughed at Gong Liangye's ignorant arrogance as he pointed at Gong Liangye without saying anything. After a few breaths, he finally calmed himself as he said, "The person attacking us is called Mo Wuji and he brought..." Before Wan Chuan could mention that Mo Wuji brought a few immortal emperors with him, Gong Liangye simply said coolly, "Even if the Heavenly King, One, was here and since he dared to provoke my Great Sword Path, I would never back down even if it means death for me." Alright. Wan Chuan was so angry he stopped repairing the protecting array as he replied, "Many years ago, this Mo Wuji was encircled by sect head Yi, Lei Guyun, Jin Yuxing, and Quang Xing. If you're as strong as you claim to be, go and deal with him then, but Elder One really thought too highly of me. I am merely an intermediate immortal king yet you want me to deal with a grand emperor." Gong Liangye had always been in either closed doors or their own secret realm so he naturally wouldn't have heard about Mo Wuji. To him, a person who could escape from the encirclement of 4 immortal emperors had to be a grand emperor. Wrong, not only was Mo Wuji not a grand emperor, I doubt he had even reached the immortal king stage yet. Even if his progress was insanely fast, I suspect that he would have just stepped into the immortal king stage. Back then, he made use of methods to escape the surround of the 4 experts and also sacrificed a grand emperor like immortal puppet. Wan Chuan's tone was icy because without his help to repair the protecting array, He Qianling was doing all the work and he could barely prevent it from splitting open. Alright, let me, Gong Liangye, handle this. Hearing that Mo Wuji was merely an immortal king, Gong Liangye responded without any hesitation. He was the immortal king of the Great Sword Path and if he was afraid of another immortal king, he should just kill himself. Mo Wuji landed and his heart heaved a sigh of relief because when he was setting up the restrictions, nobody tried to leave and this was not something he expected. What Mo Wuji didn't know was that there were simply too many proud cultivators like Gong Liangye in the Great Sword Path. With their swords in their hands, these people fear nothing at all. The truth was also that every time people hear of the arrival of cultivators of the Great Sword Tao, they would hurry to make way. In the long run, it became an attitude of the Great Sword Path cultivator to look down on everyone. If it wasn't for the fact that temporary sect head He Qianling and Elder Wan Chuan had been sealing up the grand array, some of them might have already charged out to fight. Sect head, someone is constantly repairing the protecting array and I doubt we can break through any time soon, Wei Zidao sounded out the moment he saw Mo Wuji landing. Mo Wuji shook his hand and said, "You guys stand back, let me do it." 1. In ancient China, there are 4 heavenly kings who are the Buddhist protective deities. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 730, Genius Immortal Kings Duel. Chapter 730, Genius Immortal Kings Duel. Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations. This protective array was indeed very strong and could almost be classified as a grade 9 array. However, it had already suffered significant damage, which made Mo Wuji confident that as long as he could strike using his halberd on the array foundation at the right time, it would instantly break apart. Even if Wei Zidao and company were of much higher cultivation level than himself, he believed that he was the only one who could find the array foundation accurately. Mo Wuji opened his palm to grab his half-moon weighted halberd. Bai Yi, who was standing to the side of Mo Wuji, saw the halberd and could feel the chill down his spine as he subconsciously took 2 steps back. Back then, his body was cleaved into 2 by Mo Wuji's halberd, and if not for Mo Wuji's mercy, how would he have lived till today? As he stared hard at a deep tear on the great sword Dao's protective array, Mo Wuji took in a deep breath as a heaven-splitting energy surrounded Mo Wuji's body. At this moment, even Grand Emperor Wei Zidao took a few steps back cautiously. Previously, when Mo Wuji attacked Bai Yi, he was one who saw everything clearly. Presently, Mo Wuji had condensed similar kind of energy, and Wei Zidao instantly knew that Mo Wuji was at least 10 times stronger than before. Being powerful was one matter, but more importantly, Mo Wuji's Dao spirituality rose rapidly yet again. This was to the extent that even Wei Zidao was no longer able to tell what Mo Wuji's style of fight. At the same time, he was also aware that Mo Wuji had yet to step into the Immortal Emperor stage or even the Immortal Reverend stage. Despite so, Wei Zidao didn't believe that in a solo battle with Mo Wuji, he would be able to hold Mo Wuji back. To him, Sect Head Mo was simply way too mysterious, because who would have ever thought of entering the Swordchi River? Only Sect Head Mo could and would. Sect Head Mo was not only able to enter the Swordchi River, he could even bring a group of people to enter it and eventually leaving the sword prison. Wei Zidao was certain that even if he could win Sect Head Mo, he wouldn't be able to hold him back. All these told Wei Zidao that Mo Wuji was terrifying only because he had yet to enter the Immortal Reverend stage. If Mo Wuji did all these while being at the Immortal Emperor stage, it wouldn't be that terrifying. If Mo Wuji was already this formidable even before stepping into the Immortal Emperor stage, who would actually be a match for him once he advanced to become an Immortal Emperor? Wei Zidao never had his doubts as to whether a person like Mo Wuji would be able to realize his Immortal Emperor Dao. Without mentioning that Wei Zidao was a member of Pingfan, he would try his best to avoid a person like Mo Wuji even if he wasn't in Pingfan. Mo Wuji's energy had been condensed to the pinnacle as he swung his half-moon weighted halberd. A visible ripple was condensed out from space without any world-shaking explosion, or even heaven-splitting killing intent. Mo Wuji simply drew out a plain and simple ripple, but once everyone's spiritual will landed on that particular ripple, everyone's spiritual will was all swallowed by it. Boom! Moments later, this ripple suddenly dispersed to form a heaven-splitting halberd radiance heavenly chasm. This halberd radiance heavenly chasm appeared like it was germinating as it grew dramatically to rip everything around it apart in a short period of time. Gotcha! The Great Sword Path's protecting array was instantly lacerated, and a 300 meters long halberd radiance gorge appeared in front of everyone. It extended from underneath the people's legs to within the Great Sword Path. At this moment, the Great Sword Path looked like a young lady having her clothes stripped off as she lay down in front of everyone. The entire scene fell silent as everyone watched the 300 meters long halberd radiance remnant chasm in shock. One side of the remnant chasm was the countless of Great Sword Path cultivators, while the other side was the cultivators of Pingfan who were prepared to charge in any time they were told to. The remnant chasm really did look like it was germinating as it continued growing to rip everything apart. A few weaker cultivators of the Great Sword Path came too close to the remnant chasm and were instantly torn apart by the continuously expanding halberd radiance remnant chasm. The originally arrogant and confident disciples of the Great Sword Path were instantaneously demoralized by Mo Wuji one strike of the halberd. Mo Wuji took in a deep breath because this was the sacred art, remnant chasm, which he managed to enlighten when he was back in the God's heavenly chasm. He had only used this sacred art once because he hadn't completed the whole enlightenment of it. After advancing to become an immortal king, his ability to gain insights to all his sacred art increased by one more level as he finally managed to execute this sacred art successfully. Bai Yi shivered as he was even more fearful of Mo Wuji now. He knew that Mo Wuji's cultivation level was lower than him, and even if he had 1 million guts now, he still wouldn't dare to act against Mo Wuji. Kill! Wei Zidao was the first person to react to the situation as his eyes left the remnant chasm before stepping right into the great sword path set with billions of killing radiance ready to be shot out. Wei Zidao acted so everyone else from Pingfan rushed in too. Even though Pingfan was outnumbered, Pingfan had 3 immortal emperors, and if Bai Yi was included, there would be 4 immortal emperors on their side. Deputy sect head He Qianling was slaughtered in the first instance by Bai Yi. Who dares to act so arrogant here in my great sword path? An enraged voice was heard, and split second later, a white-bearded elder descended. Behind the elder was a young man carrying a long sword on his back. The 2 people who just arrived are the Great Sword Path's Supreme Elder Gue Jianzong, who looked like an advanced immortal emperor, as well as the young man called Feng Jian. Feng Jian had just advanced to become an immortal emperor recently, and he was said to be exceptionally outstanding, Jin Mingqing explained without wasting any time. Mo Wuji said on the spot, Bai Yi, go and stop Feng Jian. Wei Zidao, you will deal with Gue Jianzong. After killing Gue Jianzong, help Bai Yi deal with Feng Jian. Jin Mingqiang and Nie Chang'an, go ahead and slaughter every quasi-emperors and immortal reverence here. There might be a lot of innocent parties here, but since they were born in the Great Sword Path, Mo Wuji wouldn't show any mercy. Chopping the grass without eliminating the root was not something Mo Wuji would do. Returning good for evil was something Mo Wuji could never comprehend. At the thought of how De Huang was destroyed and how Han Qingru was only left with bones in the sword prison, there was an unknown fury growing exponentially inside him. As for his encirclement by the immortal emperors back then was in fact something of less importance to him. You are Mo Wuji? Even if my great sword path was exterminated today, I will kill you first. Gong Liangye was also astonished at Mo Wuji's halberd strike, but Mo Wuji's age made him certain that Mo Wuji was definitely not an immortal reverend. As long as Mo Wuji was not an immortal reverend, he wouldn't mean much in Gong Liangye's eyes. Gong Liangye noticed that the Great Sword Path's likelihood of winning this war wasn't as high as his ambition, because the Great Sword Path only had 2 immortal emperors around while the opponent had 4. Screw off, why would Mo Wuji have the time to bother about Gong Liangye, because his mind was preoccupied with getting hold of the Great Sword Path's scriptures library and vast amount of resources. Years ago, the Great Sword Path destroyed De Huang and almost killed Han Qingru and himself, so if Mo Wuji merely destroyed the sect and not collect interest, even Mo Wuji would feel that he had let himself down. Who was Gong Liangye? Mo Wuji didn't even put him to heart, because he simply wouldn't bother about anyone below the immortal reverend stage. The half-moon-weighted halberd casually swung out a halberd shadow as Mo Wuji followed it with a punch. The halberd shadow looked terrifying, but it wasn't Mo Wuji's killer move, because his killer move was the domain-crushing fist that followed closely behind that halberd shadow. To Mo Wuji, this fist would be able to injure the opponent, and when he tried to leave, the halberd radiance would return to take away Gong Liangye's small life. Gong Liangye was the same as he didn't regard Mo Wuji at all. In his eyes, any immortal kings were basically ants, and even though he was also in the immortal king stage, he believed that his immortal king stage was evidently different from others. The iron sword was drawn as it produced a pitch-black sword radiance. In the entire Great Sword Path, only Gong Liangye's sword radiance was black. It wasn't because of a different technique which Gong Liangye used, but because of his iron sword. Ka! The black sword radiance clashed against the halberd radiance as it exploded midair. The chilly sharp halberd radiance's killing intent penetrated Gong Liangye's domain, which created fear in his heart. He knew that he had belittled Mo Wuji. According to his experience from his consistent killing method, his iron sword would shoot out black-colored sword chi towards Mo Wuji any time now. However, at this moment, he didn't dare to do so. He retracted his iron sword as it transformed into circles and circles of sword chi barrier. Boom! The domain-crushing fist landed on the iron sword barrier and it was instantly dispersed. Gong Liangye spat out a mouthful of blood on the spot as he hurried to take a few steps back. Mo Wuji stopped in his tracks because he anticipated Gong Lianye to be utterly defeated and then he could finish him off easily. However, this did not happen. I can't believe that in the Great Sword Path, there was still an immortal king like Huang Sha. You are pretty decent, and since this is the case, swallow one more strike of my halberd. This time round, Mo Wuji didn't hold back as his whirlpool domain surged out insanely as his halberd turned into the winding river descending upon Gong Lianye. He used a sacred art because Mo Wuji didn't wish to waste any more time against a strong and mighty immortal king like Gong Lianye. Gong Lianye's heart froze because he truly believed that there was no more immortal king in the entire immortal world who could be his match. Today, he met an immortal king who could crush him so easily. Could he have been the frog in a well all this time? Experts outside were all this strong? Even before Gong Lianye could regain his composure, Mo Wuji's halberd swept up yet again as it turned into a winding river. Gong Lianye controlled his immortal energy forcefully, and just as he wanted to release his black sword, he could feel himself being drawn into a whirlpool quagmire. Gong Lianye instantly understood that his opponent was strong not just because of his sacred art but also because of this frightening whirlpool domain. One could imagine that if he couldn't set himself free of this whirlpool domain, he would be cleaved into two by that descending winding river. Gong Lianye burned his immortal energy frantically as his sword chi tried to overpower the whirlpool domain by turning into circles and circles of sword chi domain around his body. Boom! The two domains exploded against each other and Mo Wuji's whirlpool domain was finally blocked. Gong Lianye didn't manage to catch a breath as his iron sword produced a cracking sound. The sword screen which his iron sword transformed to be had been torn apart by Mo Wuji's winding river as the winding river continued descending right onto Gong Lianye's head. Darkness rushed forth towards him and Gong Lianye's heart suddenly grew sorrowful. He had actually lost to an immortal king and even died in his hands. You are half a step into the immortal reverence stage, right? Gong Lianye couldn't help but to ask as he laid down with one side of his body. No, I have only just advanced to become an immortal king about less than a month ago. Mo Wuji saw that Gong Lianye was about to die, so he answered honestly. Gong Lianye's eyes turned dark very quickly as he died with much regrets. Right before his death, he understood that he was simply not strong enough and that it wasn't because there was too huge a gap between Mo Wuji and himself. It was because he lacked the experience of fighting with immortals. Massacring in his secret realm didn't mean as much as he would have expected. Mo Wuji reached out his hand to retrieve Gong Lianye's storage ring and iron sword. He used his spiritual will to scan the surroundings subconsciously, only to realize surprisingly that Bai Yi had disappeared during this short period of time. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 731, Bai Ye's Motive. Chapter 731, Bai Ye's Motive. Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations. The person battling Feng Jian was now Jian Mingcheng, and Ping Fan didn't seem to have the advantage anymore. At this moment, Mo Wuji finally understood why the Sword Dao was so proud of itself, because this fella's Sword Dao was indeed very strong. Wei Zidao was an immortal emperor and had been roughened up in the sword prison for such long period of time, but currently, he was still struggling with that Guijian Sung and didn't seem to have the upper hand in the battle. Similarly, Jian Mingcheng, who was in the intermediate immortal emperor stage and had tempered his physique, was still unable to take advantage of Feng Jian in their battle. One must know that Feng Jian was merely an elementary immortal emperor only. Fortunately, Mo Wuji still had one more intermediate immortal emperor, Nie Chang'an, with him. In actual fact, it was more fortunate that Yiminghu wasn't around, because this plan to obliterate the Great Sword Path would be a joke if Yiminghu was still in the Great Sword Path. Ping Fan was still lacking in information, and while Mo Wuji's heart was fuming at the thought of that despicable Bai Yi, his immortal king domain had already started expanding outwards uncontrollably. To break the balance of the fight in favor of Ping Fan, Mo Wuji knew that he had to act fast. After his domain was expanded outwards, Mo Wuji opened his palm to shoot out lightning webs while his halberd radiance had already exploded towards the countless of immortal reverence and quasi-emperors surrounding Nie Chang'an. Nie Chang'an was in the intermediate immortal emperor stage, and it should be a simple task to kill all the quasi-emperors of the Great Sword Path. However, these countless of quasi-emperors and top-grade immortal reverence had grouped together to form a sword formation which purpose was to trap Nie Chang'an. The pity was that the B***starred Bai Yi had left, because if he hadn't left, they would have been gathering the corpses of these puny disciples of the Great Sword Path. The one person holding the upper hand in their fight was Cha Rui. Cha Rui was a quasi-emperor, and he was up against immortal kings and immortal reverence, which would explain his slightly more favorable situation. Even the advanced immortal Reverend Fei Ling and Su Zian were not gaining the upper hand in their fights. The originally difficult fights for each individual were instantly turned around when Mo Wuji's whirlpool domain got involved. As they watched countless of lightning webs descending upon them, cultivators of the Great Sword Path who were below the Immortal King stage were basically helpless to resist or defend themselves. Following which, Mo Wuji drew out a mysterious spatial vestige which charged towards Feng Jian in an attempt to trap him before throwing out a fist. Initially, Feng Jian and Jian Mingcheng were evenly matched while Mo Wuji's strength was still far off Feng Jian. However, while Feng Jian and Jian Mingcheng were fighting each other, Mo Wuji suddenly attacked Feng Jian with a spatial imprisonment before his domain-crushing fist, and Feng Jian could instantly feel the pressure on him. Mo Wuji's spatial imprisonment wasn't even able to restrain Feng Jian for a breath worth of time, and even his fist was easily fended off by Feng Jian. However, this distraction was enough for Jian Mingcheng, because while Feng Jian was defending himself from Mo Wuji's domain-crushing fist, Jian Mingcheng's nine-faced pumpkin was finally able to tear Feng Jian's domain apart as it landed right onto Feng Jian's forehead. Even if Feng Jian's head was considered pretty sturdy, it was still smashed broken by the nine-faced pumpkin. Feng Jian's primordial spirit instantly spilled over and was ready to escape. Mo Wuji had already been waiting on one side as he shot out his thick lightning net, which directly destroyed Feng Jian's primordial spirit. Even if he wasn't able to defeat an immortal emperor like Feng Jian, his lightning sword was the ultimate weapon against primordial spirit. Mingcheng, finish off the remaining ants scrambling around and then go and help Right Defender Wei. Mo Wuji abruptly helped him win the battle, left a message and then disappeared in a flash. He had wasted too much time, and he really didn't want to let Bai Yi get his way. In just a few moments, Mo Wuji landed on the periphery of the Great Sword Path's main mountain scripture library. Fortunately, the seals around the scripture library had yet to suffer any damage, which meant that Bai Yi didn't come here for this. Mo Wuji didn't touch the scripture library immediately as he grabbed out tens of array flags to set up an additional protecting array around the library before leaving further into the depths of the sect. Usually, the scripture library of a sect would be placed in the strictest and most protected place, and despite knowing that he was in the territory of the Great Sword Path, Mo Wuji wasn't willing to spare Bai Yi too much time just because Mo Wuji wanted to keep the library for himself. Once he reached the hall of the Great Sword Path, Mo Wuji raised his hand to draw out multiple mysterious-looking veined patterns. A blurry shadow appeared in the space in front of him and it flashed off towards one direction. Mo Wuji was secretly cursing at the old fox Bai Yi to think that he would remove every trace which was left behind as he fled. If it wasn't for the fact that he controlled spatial runes, was an immortal array master, and even possessed his own understanding of the heaven and earth Tao, he wouldn't even be able to sense that blurry trace today. Mo Wuji managed to kill Feng Jian before leaving, and this flipped the tide of the war around. Jian Mingcheng rushed into the sword array and the sword array instantly vanished. He fought hand in hand with Nie Chang'an, and in front of two intermediate immortal emperors without their sword array, all the remaining quasi-emperors and immortal reverence were basically not any different from ants. The Great Sword Path was indeed strong, but there would always be a limit. They simply couldn't expect an quasi-emperor to be able to fight against an intermediate immortal emperor. Everyone who came for revenge was once tortured inhumanely by the Great Sword Path in the form of the Sword Prison, so now that they had their opportunity presented in front of them, why would any of them bother showing any mercy? After the balance had been broken in their favor, all that was left to do was to slaughter to their heart's content. When all the cultivators of the Great Sword Path below the Immortal Emperor stage had been killed, no matter how good Gui Jian-san was, he wouldn't be able to survive the encirclement of 3 Immortal Emperors. The Great Sword Path had already been sealed off by Mo Wuji, so Gui Jian-san could forget about leaving as well. Mingchang, you and Chang'an shall go and collect the Great Sword Path's scripture library and also some of the immortal herbs immediately. I will be collecting the various immortal mountains here. The remaining of Pingfan disciples will take instructions from Xian to raise the entire Great Sword Path and take whatever we can bring away. Wei Zidao knew that speed was essential because once other sects heard about this, it would turn into a huge trouble for them. Once the Great Sword Path was brought to its knees, people might spread rumors, but who would still dare to find trouble with Pingfan? The Great Sword Path was so vast, and after chasing for over 2 hours, Mo Wuji finally saw the figure of Bai Yi on an underground stone steps of the Great Sword Mountain. Bai Yi had been removing his traces as he escaped, but what he didn't know was that Mo Wuji self-created his own Dao, so no matter how hard he tried to erase the traces, he wouldn't be able to shake Mo Wuji off his heels. In fact, even if Mo Wuji's spiritual wolf from his spirit storage channel were to appear around his body, Bai Yi wouldn't even find out about it. The stone steps of the Great Sword Mountain was extremely long, and Mo Wuji scanned through it briefly. He estimated that there were about 9,000 over steps in total. Bai Yi seemed to have come here before, as he made his way past the steps in the fastest possible way and landed in front of a massive stone gate. Once he reached here, Bai Yi heaved a sigh of relief and actually retrieved a key from his storage ring before inserting the key into the keyhole of the stone gate. The stone gate let out kakaka sound as it slowly opened up. 2 fist-sized night illumination pearls shone brightly on a not very big stone hall. In the center of the stone hall was an offering platform. There were seals all around the offering platform, and the item the seals were protecting was an ordinary-looking long sword. Because of the seals around it, Mo Wuji's spiritual will was unable to seep through it. Bai Yi turned and was about to close the stone gate before he stared shockingly with his mouth wide open at the sight of Mo Wuji standing at the stone gate. He couldn't wrap his head around how and when Mo Wuji followed him in. Pa. Mo Wuji clapped his hands twice before saying, Bai Yi, you are truly the best at planning. Handing the cultivators of the Great Sword Path to member of my Pingfan so that you can reap the good things here. We take the blow of the calamity for you so that you can get rich? Good, you're simply too good. Bai Yi looked awkwardly at Mo Wuji and laughed. Sect Head Mo must not misunderstand me. Because Sect Head Mo brought people to exterminate the Great Sword Path. So you want to thank me? And hand me that sword? But you didn't want me to know first because you're planning to give me a surprise? Is that right? Mo Wuji maintained a smile as he said all these and also prepared himself for a fight. Bai Yi had yet to recover, yet he risked his life and pride in search for the sword, so it must definitely be not simple at all. Ah! Bai Yi murmured the ah and started to be self-conflicted. If it was any other item, he would have given it willingly without second thoughts, but this sword was not just any other item. He also didn't dare to act against Mo Wuji because the shadow Mo Wuji gave him before was simply too insidious. Even if he believed that he could defeat Mo Wuji, he wouldn't dare to do so. Mo Wuji was a god physique expert, so even if his cultivation level was much higher than Mo Wuji, he wouldn't be able to finish Mo Wuji off within a short period of time. As long as Mo Wuji was able to hold him back, Wei Zidao and company would arrive next, and Bai Yi might end up with only his brain juice left on the floor. Moreover, he had always suspected that he wouldn't be a match for Mo Wuji. Sect Head Mo, the Great Sword Path had many good places with countless of famous swords. I am just fond of this particular sword, and if Sect Head Mo wants it. Even before Bai Yi finished his sentence, Mo Wuji had already strolled over and ripped the seal surrounding the sword apart. With one sweep of the hand, Mo Wuji had already kept the sword left on the platform. Bai Yi's eyes was filled with wishful thoughts and disappointment because he had suffered so much for the sword only to lose it in the end. At the instant Mo Wuji kept the sword, Bai Yi really wanted to attack, but his rational mind stopped his urge to do so. Bai Yi was different from the rest. Wei Zidao was thrown into the sword prison because the Great Sword Path fancied his Dao right. Su Zian and company were sent into the sword prison because the Great Sword Path wanted to exterminate their sections. However, the Great Sword Path threw Bai Yi into the sword prison because he wanted to steal this sword. Among everyone who were in the sword prison, Bai Yi was considered as one who deserved to be thrown in. Bai Yi knew that any item which Mo Wuji had obtained would be impossible to even think about getting it back. AI, something is wrong. Logically speaking, Mo Wuji shouldn't be able to keep this sword so casually. This sword was kept here only because nobody in the Great Sword Path was able to use it, so how did Mo Wuji manage to sweep this sword up so easily? Could this sword be a fake? Sect head Mo, could you show me the sword that you just kept? Bai Yi looked longingly at Mo Wuji. Mo Wuji sneered, Bai Yi, there is no hurry to see the sword. We should settle some scores first. Previously we agreed to fight against the Great Sword Path together, but you ended up throwing all the work to Ping Fan and tried to make a fortune for yourself here. This seemed to be violating the agreement to work together. Sect head Mo, I admit that I was wrong. I can tell Sect head Mo the origins of this sword, but I only hope to be friends not enemy with Sect head Mo and of course Ping Fan. Bai Yi instantly understood how dangerously he was living in front of Mo Wuji. The sword had been taken away by Mo Wuji and it's for sure that he wouldn't be able to snatch it back. However, if he were to continue angering Mo Wuji, he might not be able to walk out of here alive. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 732, Koan Wu. Chapter 732, Koan Wu. Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations. Seeing that Mo Wuji was still emotionless and speechless, Bai Yi understood that his act of coming to retrieve the sword secretly had angered Mo Wuji. Sect head Mo, it is my fault for going back on my promise previously and I would like to apologize once more. Bai Yi's tone was evidently very sincere. Mo Wuji knew that he could never trust or believe the words of this person anymore, and he kept silent because he's seriously considering if he should teach Bai Yi a lesson. Sect head Mo, I am now an elder of the Revolving Soul Dao. Naturally, my Revolving Soul Dao would not mean much in front of Sect head Mo, but I have to admit that it was my fault this time round. You've joined the Revolving Soul Dao? Mo Wuji asked shockingly. Mo Wuji naturally knew the meaning of Bai Yi's words, which was to tell him that Bai Yi had a backer behind him now. Even though the Revolving Soul Dao was not as strong as the Great Sword Path, they were still considered to be one of the peak-grade immortal sects in the Devil Domain. Mo Wuji was the sect head of Ping Fan, so he definitely wouldn't form a feud with the Revolving Soul Dao over a small matter like this. At the thought of this, Mo Wuji nodded as he said, since we're already acquainted, I will forgive you this once. Say what you know and hope that I'm satisfied. Don't worry, Sect head Mo, I will definitely not hide anything from you. Hearing that Mo Wuji decided to stop delving into this matter, Bai Yi heaved a huge sigh of relief. He mentioned the Revolving Soul Dao only because he wanted to make Mo Wuji slightly fearful. Even he knew that the Revolving Soul Dao wouldn't be able to threaten Mo Wuji because of the personnels at Ping Fan. Despite having established themselves so recently, the Revolving Soul Dao would never be able to match them. The extermination of the Great Sword Path was one fine example of what would happen if they were to offend Ping Fan. Indeed, Mo Wuji got lucky to be able to bring so many immortal emperors from the sword prison into his Ping Fan. However, luck was also an embodiment of strength. Moreover, how many people could do what Mo Wuji did? Not only did he escape from the sword prison, he managed to establish such a powerful sect so soon after coming out and was even capable of wiping out the Great Sword Path just like that. Bai Yi reminded himself that unless it was for a legitimate valid reason, he shouldn't offend this fella called Mo Wuji standing right in front of him. Bai Yi took in a deep breath before saying, the sword which sect head Mo had just obtained was called the Koan Wu sword. Koan Wu? Mo Wuji asked curiously, why does this name sound so familiar? Bai Yi chuckled, it is no wonder sect head Mo would find it familiar because among the 10 greatest ancient god sword, the Kuan Wu sword was one of them, but which 10 ancient god swords? Mo Wuji asked under his breath, but at this moment, he already had some examples forming in his head. They are the Kuan Wu sword, Sky sword, Qingping sword, Yuanta sword, Zhu immortal sword, Lost legend sword, Abi sword, Depressive immortal sword, Absolute immortal sword and Demon slashing sword. Bai Yi answered in details, but he was the only one who knew the hidden secret within the Kuan Wu sword. He definitely wouldn't let Mo Wuji know about such secrets because every single one of these 10 great god swords would be able to match against a Xian Tian treasure. The reason why he chose not to mention it was because he still had a tiny strand of hope that he would be able to retrieve back He Kuan Wu sword someday. Despite the extremely low chances of that happening, Bai Yi was still unwilling to give up on the last strand of hope. Mo Wuji nodded. So these are the 10 god swords, I seem to remember some of them now. Mo Wuji's heart still wasn't at peace because the red karmic fire lotus appeared and then familiar names like Depressive immortal sword, Yuanta sword and even Abi sword. Because he originated from Earth, Mo Wuji was starting to suspect if the legends of the Earth were not unfounded. Since this was the case, immortal friend Bai, you can leave now. Mo Wuji had already used his spiritual will to sense the entire place and was confident that there were no longer anything else except for this Kuan Wu sword. Bai Ye's eyes revealed a slight trace of unwillingness but still clasped his fist towards Mo Wuji to bid his goodbye before retreating swiftly out of Mo Wuji's sight. He really wanted to question how Mo Wuji was able to find him but still kept the question to himself in the end. He was certain that Mo Wuji would not tell him anything. When Mo Wuji came out again, even the great immortal mountains were kept by Wei Zidao and his Pingfan sweep of this great sword path was coming to the end. Sect Head, this is a small world we obtained from the Great Sword Path's elder Guijian Song, the various great immortal mountains of the Great Sword Path, some immortal herbs, all sorts of scriptures within the scripture library and even the Great Sword Path's main immortal vein and the storage rings everywhere. Wei Zidao handed a pearl to Mo Wuji the moment he saw Mo Wuji coming out. Jian Mingcheng and company were also starting to gather as the wiping out of the Great Sword Path was almost completed. Were there any unexpected incidents which occurred at the scripture library? Mo Wuji casually asked. There was a Class 9 demonic beast which was killed by the 3 of us, Nia Chonan replied promptly. Mo Wuji nodded his head as he handed the small world in his hand to Su Zian and said, Zian, you can head back now together with revered protector Mingcheng and revered protector Chang'an to set up the immortal mountains in Pingfan where we had planned previously. Plant the immortal herbs into our immortal herbs garden and the scriptures into our Pingfan scripture library. I will be heading to the Sharphorn immortal ruins with Right Defender Wei. After pausing for a moment, Mo Wuji continued adding to his orders, I must warn everyone that no matter which enemy came to find trouble with us, the first thing to do would be to ignite Pingfan's protecting array. Before we find out for sure how strong the enemy was as compared to us, we must no fight an all-out war so casually. The obliteration of the Great Sword Path served as a warning to Mo Wuji. If the Great Sword Path chose to continue protecting their array from the inside and wait for further reinforcements when Pingfan came over, the Great Sword Path might not have been exterminated so easily. The main reason why the Great Sword Path's obliteration was easy was due to their overconfidence and arrogance in their own abilities. Yes. Su Zian and company bowed to acknowledge the order as the group of them left the Great Sword Path speedily, leaving behind an ash-gray wasteland. Sharphorn immortal ruins, it had never been as crowded and lively as it was now. Even the previous few opening of the broken world did not attract such crowd. At this moment, the Sharphorn immortal ruins was packed with people because the venerable envoy of the very high heavens had gathered all the reputable sects across the 7 immortal domains, castellans of the top immortal cities and all 7 heavenly emperors from the 7 immortal domains. Therefore, one would be considered fortunate if one could find a place to stay in the Sharphorn immortal ruins now. The reason why the venerable envoy of the very high heavens gave up camping outside the 4th level of the broken world had already been spread across the entire Sharphorn immortal ruins. This was because the red karmic fire lotus was brought away by someone out of the Sharphorn immortal ruins. The 2 Granji immortals who were suspected to possess the red karmic fire lotus were eventually trapped by the other cultivators only to find out that they didn't have it. According to that Blade Scar Mountain Granji cultivator's confession, the red karmic fire lotus had already disappeared when he arrived at the dried lake. Perhaps some other people might still question this confession, but the venerable envoy of the very high heavens didn't question it. This was because Tong Hui was sent into the 4th level by him, so he had already placed a spiritual will imprint on Tong Hui. If Tong Hui had truly obtained the red karmic fire lotus, he would be the first one to find out. The instant Wei Zidao and Mo Wuji arrived at the Sharphorn Immortal Ruins, the first thing they did was to snoop around for the latest news. They had also been asking around for rest houses and hotels to stay in, but because of the insane number of people here, they hadn't been able to find a place to stay. Sect head, we might need to stay at the trade union at this rate, Wei Zidao said helplessly. It wasn't that the living conditions at the trade union was bad, but because they were currently representing Ping Fan, and if they were to stay at the trade union, it would seemingly lower their status. This gathering was planned by the very high heavens and had its own agenda. All the individual sects would still be comparing with each other. Even if they were to stay in a small residence, they wouldn't lose much face. If Mo Wuji was still a rogue cultivator, he wouldn't mind as long as he had a place to stay. However, now that he was the sect head of Ping Fan, everything he did would be directly affecting the reputation of Ping Fan. If he were to lose his face today, other people might make fun of his Ping Fan's disciples that their sect head slept by the street during the previous Sharphorn Immortal Ruins gathering. Mo Wuji would naturally not want to sleep at the trade union, so he shook his hand. Don't worry, I still have a pill house here. Let's go and check it out now. Sect head, there seemed to be a new owner here already. When Mo Wuji brought Wei Zidao in front of his Tianji pill house, Wei Zidao asked doubtfully as he stared at the signboard of the Tianji pill house. It was no wonder Wei Zidao would be so doubtful, because regardless if they were in the immortal world or mortal world, territories would be under protection. No matter how strong you are, you cannot casually take over other people's territory. This was just like how a cultivator's handmade immortal cave would belong to himself only. If he left for a while and someone decided to take over his immortal cave just like that, it would mean that he was intentionally forming a deadly feud with him. This deadly feud was similar to the feud between the Great Sword Path and Ping Fan. It wouldn't end until one party got rid of the other party. Presently, there was a signboard that read Unfettered 100 Treasures Building in front of his Tianji pill house. Evidently, it was occupied by someone else. Destroy this signboard now, Mo Wuji said without hesitation. Of course, Wei Zidao wouldn't be afraid to follow Mo Wuji's orders. With a raise of his hand, the suspending words of the pill house was instantly turned into scraps. Mo Wuji contributed by removing all sorts seal and restrictions around the 100 Treasures Building. Who dares to touch my 100 Treasures Building? An enraged voice could be heard and a Granji immortal charged out. Pa! Wei Zidao sent out a slap and this Granji immortal was sent flying by Wei Zidao. The Granji immortal's teeth were stained with blood as he spat out a mouthful of blood. If not for the fact that no killing intent was allowed in the Sharphorn Immortal Ruins, Wei Zidao would have already killed this mere Granji immortal. Pill Master Mo? A shocked voice could be heard from far away, and in the next moment, a yellow dress woman appeared in front of Mo Wuji. Mo Wuji clasped his fists and smiled. Immortal friend Mooching, long time no see. Shen Mooching bit her lips because she really did find it extremely shocking to see Mo Wuji here. She really wanted to warn Mo Wuji to leave this place as soon as possible, but she couldn't find the words to tell him that. She had heard of some incidents about Mo Wuji, and she also knew that this pill house belonged to Mo Wuji. Now that Mo Wuji was back, he definitely want this pill house back, but did he not know that he could lose his life easily here at the Sharphorn Immortal Ruins? Pill Master Mo. Shen Mooching hesitated for a while as she didn't know how to start. Presently, the Granji immortal who was sent flying by Wei Zidao's slap had already sent out a message saying that his shop was being attacked. Countless of figures landed swiftly just moments later. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 733, Lots of Talk and Little Action. Chapter 733, Lots of Talk and Little Action. Translator, Sparrow Translations Editor, Sparrow Translations. Shin Muqing noticed that a group of people was walking over. She sighed again as she knew that it was too late to say anything. What happened? The immortal king at the front shouted as he arrived. This shophouse belonged to the unfettered Emperor Palace, so regardless of what happened, he had to give a reasonable answer to the unfettered Emperor Palace. Main affairs lord, they smashed my signboard and bullied me with their superior cultivation level by attacking me. That Grand-Ji Immortal saw the law enforcers of the Sharphorn Immortal Ruins arriving, so he hurried over and explained the situation. This immortal king's eyes fell back on Mo Wuji and was instantly shocked because he recognized Mo Wuji. Back then, Immortal Emperor Luan Kai of the Unfettered Emperor Palace placed a wanted poster for Mo Wuji's head, so how could he not recognize Mo Wuji's face? This Mo Wuji, a Tier 8 Pill Emperor, was not simple at all. Under the encirclement of 3 Grand Emperors and 1 Quasi-Emperor, he still managed to escape. Now that he had returned to the Sharphorn Immortal Ruins, this enforcer wouldn't believe if they said that this Pill Master Mo came to look for his death. If Mo Wuji had such low IQ, he would have been killed multiple times already. At the same time, this immortal king was well aware of why Mo Wuji would smash the shophouse signboard into pieces. He knew that this shophouse belonged to Mo Wuji previously. However, this immortal king also knew that the fella who reported this attack was a member of the Unfettered Emperor Palace. He really didn't want to offend either Mo Wuji or the Unfettered Emperor Palace. As for his intention to give the Unfettered Emperor Palace a reasonable explanation regardless of what happened, he had completely thrown that thought away because his own safety was what was important now. At the thought of this, the immortal king frowned and clasped his fist to Mo Wuji. Immortal friend, why did you smash his signboard? He could only pretend that he didn't recognize Mo Wuji because even the Sharphorn Immortal Ruins Castellan couldn't afford to offend Mo Wuji, let alone him. Similarly, he couldn't afford to offend Grand Emperor Luan Kai too. Because this shop is mine, Mo Wuji said faintly, this person didn't get my agreement and set up a business here at my shophouse, so I naturally had to smash his signboard. Rubbish! This shophouse was given to me by the Deacon Wood of the Pill Dao Immortal Alliance, the Grand-Ji Immortal replied furiously despite not understanding why the Sharphorn Immortal Ruins enforcer would be so polite to Mo Wuji. Logically speaking, since the enforcer knew that he was a member of the Unfettered Emperor Palace, he should have settled this already. Because of the politeness the enforcer showed Mo Wuji, the Grand-Ji Immortal intentionally sent out a message after saying that. Moments later, Wuji rushed over, and just as she wanted to ask this Grand-Ji Immortal about what was so important that he had to request for her so urgently, she saw Mo Wuji standing by the side. Pill Master Mo! Wuji exclaimed and instantly understood what was happening. Previously, she was the one who gave Mo Wuji this shophouse, but the shophouse was smashed and destroyed after the Unfettered Emperor Palace decided to go after Mo Wuji. Later on, rumors spread that Mo Wuji was encircled by a few Grand Emperors only to have fallen in the void. In her eyes, even if Mo Wuji hadn't died, he wouldn't dare to return. This was why she decided to gift this shophouse to a mere Grand-Ji Immortal of the Unfettered Emperor Palace so as to make friends with him. She had never thought about the possibility that not only did Mo Wuji survive, he even dared to return so blatantly. Presently, Wuji was extremely vexed because if she knew that Mo Wuji was still alive, she would have used her land deed to reject the member of the Unfettered Emperor Palace. Even if the place was taken away forcefully by the Unfettered Emperor Palace, it would still be 10,000 times better than giving it away herself. Deacon Gua, what's happening? No matter what the problem is, my Unfettered Emperor Palace would handle it. Even the Grand-Ji Immortal found Guiqi's reaction odd. Mo Wuji didn't acknowledge Guiqi's greeting because the shophouse still items which belonged to him from the past. Because Guiqi gave this shophouse to him, he was immensely grateful and had even concocted many immortal pills for the Pill Dao Immortal Alliance to pass it to her. To him, he believed he had repaid her kindness by doing that much. He was extremely displeased that Guiqi actually gave this shophouse away. If it was that simple, Mo Wuji still could forget it because after all, a shophouse wouldn't mean much to Mo Wuji. What displeased Mo Wuji the most was that Wuji actually gave it to the unfettered Emperor Palace. One must know that he had an extremely deadly feud with the unfettered Emperor Palace because they went on to kill everyone in his Tianjipil court, searched the entire world for him, went on to teach Devil Moon Immortal School's Lin Gu and her master a lesson, and eventually raised the entire moon-seeking mountain too. He would naturally not forget a feud like this. Everyone in the immortal world talked about the feud between himself and Grand Emperor Luan Kai, so he didn't believe that Wuji wouldn't know about it. From this incident, Mo Wuji concluded that Wuji was a person to work together for business, but he would never treat a person like Wuji as his friend. Pillmaster Mo, this shophouse. Wuji didn't know how to continue because if she knew that Mo Wuji could still return, he definitely wouldn't commit such brainless acts. Noticing Mo Wuji's emotionless expression, Wuji knew that she would never be able to get Mo Wuji to forgive her, so she could only say to the Grand Ji Immortal of the Unfettered Emperor Palace, "This shophouse was indeed Pillmaster Mo's, but I handled it poorly, so I am willing to compensate." This Grand Ji Immortal was finally able to understand the reason as he stared shockingly at Mo Wuji. You are that Mo Wuji?" "Yes, you're right, I am indeed Mo Wuji, so scram. If you are unhappy, get Luan Kai to find me directly." Mo Wuji walked over, swung his hand, and the Grand Ji Immortal was thrown far away. That immortal king law enforcer saw Mo Wuji walking into the shophouse, so he casually shook his hand and said, "Since the few of you have settled your personal grudges, this incident shall end here." After saying that, the immortal king law enforcer didn't say anything else as he turned and left hurriedly together with the rest of the people he brought along. The Grand Ji Immortal, who was thrown away by Mo Wuji one swing of his hand, didn't even dare to come back to collect his belongings. He left speedily, and the first thing he did was to send out a message using his communication bead. Mo Wuji's appearance at the Sharphorn Immortal Alliance had to be made known to the Unfettered Emperor Palace. When the few workers left in the shophouse witnessed how their shopkeeper fled the scene, they started scurrying out of the shop too. As for these small and meaningless creatures, Mo Wuji really couldn't be bothered by them. As everyone else around the scene saw that there was nothing left to watch, they started leaving in separate directions and spread the news about how the Pillmaster Mo, who was chased out of the Sharphorn Immortal Ruins, had returned. Wuji looked at the shophouse with a pale face, but she still chose not to enter the shophouse to apologize. She knew that her friendship with Mo Wuji was completely destroyed. Pillmaster Mo. Shen Muqing followed Mo Wuji and Wei Zidao into the shophouse. Because she really did admire Mo Wuji, in addition to the help Mo Wuji provided her once in the past, she still wanted to advise Mo Wuji to leave as soon as possible. "Are you worried that Luan Kai would come and find trouble with me?" Mo Wuji looked at Shen Muqing with a warmly heart because no matter her reason, she was genuinely concerned for him. Shen Muqing nodded. "Yes, other than him, there are also the few other big sects around. To make things worse, those few Grand Emperors are all here at the Sharphorn Immortal Ruins. You don't have to worry about all these. Back then, I wasn't afraid of Luan Kai, so I would naturally not be afraid of him now. As for you, it has only been a few years and you're already in the intermediate Grand Immortal stage. Congratulations." Mo Wuji chuckled. Shen Muqing shook her head. "My minute improvements are definitely not worthy of mention in front of Pillmaster Mo." Shen Muqing's tone was slightly hesitant, and Mo Wuji knew she still had something to say. "Immortal friend Muqing, we are already considered old friends, so just tell me what's on your mind." Shen Muqing heard Mo Wuji's words and she revealed a beautiful smile. "Alright, I'm sorry. The thing is that the ancestor of my sect wants to meet Pillmaster Mo. Years ago, I told my ancestors about your incident and my ancestors said that you would definitely turn out to be extraordinary, hence, she wanted to meet you. The pity was that a series of unfortunate incidents occurred and she never got to meet you at all. In fact, she was even intending to head out to find you. Who would have expected Pillmaster Mo to survive thus far, so if my ancestor knows about this, she would be extremely delighted." Mo Wuji suddenly recalled that Shen Muqing was from the Floating Flower Immortal Valley, but he never knew who the ancestor of the Floating Flower Immortal Valley was. All he could do was to reply apologetically, "Immortal friend Muqing, I am still not aware of who your ancestor is." Shen Muqing smiled. "Senior brother Mo, just call me mooching because immortal friend sounds slightly odd. The truth is that not many people knew about the ancestor of the floating flower Immortal Valley. Do you know Immortal Empress Wenlan? Mo Wuji nodded. I've heard of her. Rumors were saying that back then, Immortal Empress Wenlan established the Waterfall Immortal sect. Could it be that? Shenmuching nodded back. Senior brother Mo's guess is right. The floating flower Immortal Valley was indeed single-handedly maintained by ancestor Wenlan. The one who established the floating flower Immortal Valley was Fairy Piao Hua, 1, and she was ancestor Wenlan's daughter. Because of some differences in opinions, Fairy Piao Hua left the Waterfall Immortal sect to establish the floating flower Immortal Valley. However, before the floating flower Immortal Valley could finish its construction, Fairy Piao Hua got into an accident. Ancestor Wenlan was extremely remorseful for letting her own daughter leave in a fit of anger. To complete her daughter's wish, she still established the floating flower Immortal Valley eventually. Mo Wuji didn't ask why Fairy Piao Hua would leave the Waterfall Immortal sect, as he simply said, "Many thanks for Senior Wenlan's high regard. If I have the chance to meet her during this conference, I will definitely greet her." Many thanks Senior Brother Mo. Ancestor Wenlan will be coming to the Sharphorn Immortal Ruins, so I am sure the two of you will meet, Shenmuching said ecstatically. Because she was an old friend, Mo Wuji enjoyed his conversation with her too. After Shenmuching bade her goodbye, Mo Wuji reinstalled a new set of protecting arrays over the shophouse, and even though he didn't set up a grade 7 protecting array, he managed to fix up a grade 5 one in a short period of time. In the Sharphorn Immortal Ruins, it was already considered extremely impressive for a small shophouse to be protected by a grade 5 protecting array. Most of the people here were not concerned about the grade 5 immortal array but the commotion that was bound to happen. Pillmaster Mo had a deadly feud with the Unfettered Emperor Palace, and now that Pillmaster Mo came back, Grand Emperor Luan Kai would definitely come to find trouble. Even if it wasn't Grand Emperor Luan Kai, other big sects would also come knocking on Mo Wuji's door, and everyone was just here to watch the show. Eventually, many onlookers were left disappointed because 2 days had passed and without mentioning Grand Emperor Luan Kai, neither of the Great Sword Path, Lightning Sect, or the Vast Ocean Immortal School appeared in front of Mo Wuji. Today was finally the day of gathering organized by the very high heavens, and the venue was the Sharphorn Immortal Garden. 1. Piao Hua is the Hanyu pinyin of floating flower. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 734, Someone Definitely Knows. Chapter 734, Someone Definitely Knows. Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations. Sharphorn Immortal Garden. This was the most well-known site for gathering in Sharphorn Immortal Ruins. Here, not only was it spacious and beautiful, the environment was also very good. At this instant, a grand open-air hall had been constructed in Sharphorn Immortal Garden. By the time Mo Wuji and Wei Zidao entered Sharphorn Immortal Garden, there were already many people there. Everyone formed their own groups and engaged in their own conversations. Some of them were gossiping, while others were catching up with old friends. Mo Wuji's name had spread throughout the immortal world. There were many here that knew of him. However, there weren't any that came to greet him. Pillmaster Mo, long time no see. A light and clear voice could be heard. Mo Wuji was slightly confused. Someone actually dared to greet him? When he turned and saw who it was, he came to an understanding. It was Qing Yang of the Green Immortal House. The Green Immortal House was a major power in the immortal world, and Qing Yang herself was an absolute expert. Moreover, her daughter, Chang Ruoyue, had been selected by the very high heavens. Thus, no one would shun her merely because she came to greet Mo Wuji. Mo Wuji also recognized the girl by Qing Yang's side. It was Mo Xianma. Even though they both shared the same surname, Mo Wuji did not have any favorable impression towards this Mo Xianma. It really is. Long time no see. It seems like House Lord Qing's cultivation has reached another level. That's truly worth celebrating, Mo Wuji smiled and said. He was very clear that the reason why Qin Yang came to greet him wasn't because their relationship was close. It was because she was clever and quick-witted. She viewed Mo Wuji's attainments in the Pill Dao highly, and she also knew that there wouldn't be any repercussions from greeting Mo Wuji, only benefits. "And Shang." Another sweet voice could be heard. Thereafter, two beautiful young girls walked over. The young girl in front was not only pretty, she looked innocent and guileless. She gave the impression of a kind-hearted and honest girl. Moreover, with her petite and beautiful looks, anyone would feel tenderness towards her. When Mo Wuji laid his eyes on this girl, his killing intent surged and he almost wanted to kill the young girl. Fortunately, he managed to control his killing intent and he turned to face the girl behind her. This girl had slightly thick eyebrows, but her looks weren't bad. In between her thick brows, there seemed to be some wrinkles. "Mei, Nini, it's been a long time since I saw the two of you. I never thought that your cultivations would improve so greatly," Qin Yang smiled and said. "My cultivation hasn't improved much. Mei, on the other hand, has seen tremendous improvements in her cultivation," the girl with the slightly wild eyebrows said. Mo Wuji knew that this girl was right. When he first saw this Mei, she was just at the early Grand E Immortal stage. But now, she was already at the intermediate Grand G Immortal stage. Even 9-star geniuses wouldn't have such a rapid improvement. Besides Lei Hongji, this Mei probably had the fastest cultivation among the people he knew. As she continued to converse with the two girls, Qin Yang suddenly felt as though she was being too cold to Mo Wuji. She hurriedly turned to Mo Wuji and said, "Pillmaster Mo, these two are Immortal Universe Sword Schools Wu Mei and Tian Nini. Auntie, compared to those geniuses, I'm still lacking." That innocent-looking young girl hurriedly said with a blushing face. After that, she fiddled with her dress uneasily, seemingly too shy to face Mo Wuji. Qin Yang snickered, "Mei, you are going to leave the school soon. You need to be more open. Let me introduce the two of you. This is Pillmaster Mo, he is a Pill Emperor. If Ruoyue hadn't been chosen to go to the very high heavens, I would have introduced Ruoyue to Pill Emperor Mo." As she said this, Qin Yang seemed to recall something. Her gaze went across Mo Wuji and Wu Mei multiple times, then she said with a joking tone, "Pillmaster Mo, not only is Wu Mei beautiful, she is also a 6-star genius. How about I introduce Mei to you?" Mo Wuji didn't say anything, he only noticed that the thick-browed girl behind Wu Mei had an ugly expression on her face. "And Shang." Wu Mei cried out softly, her head lowered even more and the blush in her cheeks extended up to her ears. Mo Wuji sneered, "Even if I, Mo Wuji, have to be a bachelor all my life, I wouldn't want this sort of woman." Wu Mei's rose-red face turned pale white in an instant. Tears began to gather at the corner of her eyes and one even threatened to drop. Qin Yang's face turned ugly. She wanted to befriend Mo Wuji because of his potential. But her Green Immortal House was not desperate to befriend Mo Wuji. The Green Immortal House had their own pride. Mo Wuji could choose not to befriend them, but he didn't need to reject her in such a roundabout manner. These words not only harmed the young girl's pride, it even made the Green Immortal House look like a laughingstock. If not for the fact that she wanted to maintain her demeanor and that she didn't want to create an enmity with Mo Wuji, she would have immediately turned and left. At this instant, Qin Yang finally understood why Mo Wuji had so many enemies. It would be weird if an arrogant and supercilious person like him didn't make many enemies. She wasn't a fussy person, but if it was anyone else, Mo Wuji would probably have formed a new enemy. Wow, Pillmaster Mo is so awe-inspiring. Not only does he plot against his benefactor, he also bullies the weak. A sneer sounded. Thereafter, a handsome man with a jade-like complexion came over. What left Mo Wuji sighing in praise was that this fella already had a quasi-emperor cultivation despite not looking very old. "Senior uncle, Pillmaster Mo shouldn't be that kind of person." Before Mo Wuji could say anything, a young girl that was standing behind this handsome man interjected. Mo Wuji immediately came to an understanding. This fellow was from God's immortal sect, no wonder why this fella would find him displeasing. Rumors had been spreading throughout the immortal world that God's immortal sex Ling Lunan had saved him, but Mo Wuji turned against Ling Lunan. However, only he knew the truth, he had never betrayed Ling Lunan. In fact, he had tried to find ways to save Ling Lunan. Unfortunately, his abilities were limited. As for the girl that tried to defend him, Mo Wuji also recognized her. She was Nai He. Back when he first saw her in the cultivation world, he didn't even have the power to resist her. But now, he was already an immortal king, while she was still a late-stage grandee immortal. Comparatively, Nai's cultivation speed was quite fast. But even if it was any faster, it really couldn't compare to his. Up till now, Mo Wuji only knew of one person who had a faster cultivation speed than him. That person was Lei Hongji. Oh, that's not right, there's this Mei Mei too. Even though her cultivation speed might not be faster than his, she was able to advance to the intermediate Grandee Immortal stage from the early Grandee Immortal stage in just her few years. It was an exceptional and impressive speed. Mo Wuji soon came to an understanding. This woman definitely had a huge secret. Otherwise, her improvement wouldn't be so rapid. What do you know? Others might fear this Mo Wuji, but my God's immortal sect isn't one of them, this handsome man said angrily. Thereafter, this handsome man stared at Mo Wuji and said, Mo Wuji, if I had evidence, I would have already killed you. Mo Wuji shook his head. On account of Ling Lunan, he wasn't going to care about this fella. Xing Yang looked at the sulking Wu Mei and snorted, Pill Master Mo is indeed exceptional, but you need to consider the feelings of others. If you do not like my suggestion, you could have said it directly. Why must you be so overbearing and hurtful? If it was anyone else, Mo Wuji definitely wouldn't have used such a tone, even if he didn't like it. It was just that this Wu Mei killed her friend that was genuinely trying to help her. This caused Mo Wuji to recall his tragic past. It could be said that he was thoroughly disgusted by such a woman. House Lord Qing doesn't know what this woman had done, so you would find my words inappropriate. The reason why Mo Wuji chose to explain himself was that he felt Xing Yang was a person worth befriending, albeit her character of basing everything on benefits. For the sake of Ping Fan, even if he couldn't make friends, he shouldn't create enemies. Xing Yang frowned, Pill Master Mo, Mei Mei doesn't like complicated things. Even speaking to a man causes her to blush. What kind of thing would she have done? If Mo Wuji had admitted his mistake, she would still consider Mo Wuji a possible friend. But now that Mo Wuji actually tried to find an excuse, she had completely lost her respect for Mo Wuji. Even though 99% of the people in the world could never be as capable as Mo Wuji, his character was severely lacking. Mo Wuji shot a glance towards the frightened girl and he said indifferently, if I had such a woman as my Dao companion, I would be worried that I might get stabbed in the back when I'm helping her to concoct pills. When Mo Wuji said this, he recalled his plight and his heart became filled with anger. Until now, he still didn't understand why Xiaoruoyan would want to stab him in the back. It was exactly because of this, that he was full of killing intent when he saw Wu Mei backstab that senior brother Tian that wanted to help her. When she heard Mo Wuji's words, Wu Mei's hands started to tremble. Shock filled her heart. She was sure that no one was there when she killed Tian Zhongfu. How did this Mo Wuji know about it? Could he have been there? That's not possible, she definitely wouldn't have committed such a low-level mistake. Wu Mei suddenly started to sob, covering her face as she tried to leave. Xing Yang went ahead and grabbed her. She then turned and looked at Mo Wuji coldly, Pill Master Mo, you can't go about spouting nonsense. I admit that you are strong. However, Wu Mei is my distant niece. If you don't give me a proper explanation, even if I don't do anything, the Immortal Universe Sword School definitely would. Considering Mo Wuji's status and reputation, she didn't directly ask Mo Wuji to apologize. A raspy voice suddenly resounded, that's right. If Pill Master Mo doesn't offer a suitable explanation, my Immortal Universe Sword School might not be comparable to Pill Master Mo, but I definitely wouldn't let things go. Let me introduce myself. I am the head of Immortal Universe Sword School, Chutsang. The person who came over was a white-haired elder. Even though his voice was raspy and hoarse, Mo Wuji only needed a single glance to tell that he was an early-stage immortal emperor. From the looks of it, this Immortal Universe Sword School was not bad, it actually had an immortal emperor. Mo Wuji really wanted to kill Wu Mei, but he didn't want to offend the Immortal Universe Sword School. He only said calmly, "Back when I was at the third level of the Broken World, I personally saw this Mei betray her senior brother that was trying to search for a healing pill for her. Back then, she called him Brother Tian. Thus, I only know that her senior brother has the surname Tian. I don't know anything else. I especially detest such women who portray themselves as angels when they have the hearts of demons." Everyone suddenly went silent. After some time, that girl called Tian Nini stared at Wu Mei in astonishment and muttered, "My brother was killed by you? Why? Why? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 735, The Treasure That Incited Wu Mei to Kill. Chapter 735, The Treasure That Incited Wu Mei to Kill. Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations. Wu Mei lifted her head, her eyes were red and her face was covered in tears. She looked at Mo Wuji mournfully and said, "Pill Master Mo, I have no animosity towards you, nor have I done you any wrong. Why must you frame me like so?" Mo Wuji replied indifferently, "So you also know that I have no animosity towards you. Since that's the case, why would I want to frame you? Stop quibbling, otherwise, I will take out the crystal ball which I used to record the scene and reveal what happened for everyone to see. Back then, that Tian fella and you joined hands to kill a middle-aged cultivator. Thereafter, you acted as though you were poisoned. When that Tian fella was helping you to search for an antidote, you suddenly stabbed him in the back. Wu Mei, Tian Zhongfu was really killed by you?" Chutsang finally felt that something was amiss. He turned to Wu Mei and shouted at her angrily. I. Wu Mei's tears fell like rain. She didn't say a single word, but the aggrieved expression on her face was more powerful than any word. "Pill Master Mo, with your status, you are a senior to Wu Mei. To say such irresponsible words, aren't you acting out of place?" Chutsang could feel that Wu Mei was being wronged and his tone changed slightly. However, there were still some hints of doubts in his voice. This time, Xin Yang didn't speak up for Wu Mei. She was from the Green Immortal House, and she had seen her fair share of plots and schemes. Just now when Mo Wuji proclaimed that Wu Mei had killed Tian Zhongfu, Wu Mei's hand trembled and her heartbeat instantly sped up. In that moment, Xin Yang knew that this matter was likely true. She sighed in her heart, one truly couldn't be judged by the cover. Even the innocent and kind-looking Wu Mei could actually be such a devious person. But this also showed that Wu Mei and Tian Zhongfu must have found some supreme treasure. Otherwise, she wouldn't have behaved in such a manner. Mo Wuji retrieved a crystal ball and the scenes recorded by the ball were now on full display. The scene where Wu Mei killed Tian Zhongfu was crystal clear, it was exactly as Mo Wuji had said. There was no longer any doubt. Tian Nini shrieked in agony as she grabbed her longsword and stabbed towards Wu Mei. However, the disparity between Tian Nini's and Wu Mei's cultivation was too high. Even if Wu Mei didn't do anything, she wouldn't be harmed. Wu Mei didn't even need to move as Chutsang had already lifted his hand and swept away Tian Nini's longsword. Chutsang frowned and said, "Nini, this matter will be discussed back in the sect. I will give you an explanation, After which, Chutsang turned and said to a middle-aged man behind him, "Detain Wu Mei." Towards Mo Wuji, Chutsang didn't even feel a morsel of gratitude. Mo Wuji had revealed Wu Mei's evil doings, and that was equivalent to publicly displaying his Immortal Universe Sword School's dirty linens. If not because Mo Wuji was overly enigmatic and was even able to escape from multiple Grand Emperors, he would have tried to secretly get rid of Mo Wuji right there and then. Mo Wuji sneered. He knew that nothing bad would befall Wu Mei. There were only two people that truly wanted to kill Wu Mei. One was him, the other was Tian Nini. As for the Immortal Universe Sword School, they definitely wouldn't do anything to Wu Mei. At the very most, they would detain Wu Mei for a period of time before setting her free. After all, with Wu Mei's amazing talent, they wouldn't want to do anything otherwise. Tian Nini's entire body trembled in anger. She wanted to speak, but not a single word came out of her mouth. She knew, the moment Wu Mei was brought back to the sect, then she would never have another chance at revenge in her entire life. Wu Mei had far too many backers in the sect, while she was merely an ordinary disciple. No one would help her because of her brother's wrongful death. Sect head, please seek justice for Nini and my brother. Tian Nini did not hesitate to kneel down as she pleaded with a face full of hot tears. Chu Tsong's face sunk. If there's anything, we will discuss back in the sect. Crying and bawling here is truly a disgrace. After saying that, Chu Tsong turned and clasped his fists towards Mo Wuji. Pillmaster Mo, many thanks for revealing this matter. I wonder if Pillmaster Mo is able to give me that crystal ball. My sect will analyze its contents before coming to a verdict. How could Mo Wuji not know of Chu Tsong's intentions? He wanted to take the crystal ball away, destroy it, then release a claim that the crystal ball was fake. That way, the Immortal Universe Sword School could retain their genius disciple Wu Mei. Mo Wuji only managed to guess half of it right. Chu Tsong didn't only want to retain the genius, Wu Mei, he also wanted to rope in the backer behind her. Who do you think you are to deserve something from me? F***ck off. Mo Wuji's heart was filled with contempt towards Chu Tsong. He did not hesitate to chide him. Chu Tsong's face turned green as his killing intent instantly seeped out. Fortunately, he was able to calm down quickly and resist his murderous thoughts. If Mo Wuji was so easy to kill, he wouldn't have come here. Neither would he have been able to escape safely from the encirclement of multiple Grand Emperors. He, Chu Tsong, might also be an early-stage immortal emperor, but when compared to Grand Emperors like Yi Ninghu and Lei Guyun, he wasn't even comparable to an ant. Sect head, I beg you to seek justice for us siblings. Tian Nini kowtowed strongly against the ground, fresh blood even began to seep out of her forehead. Chu Tsong snorted and waved his hand. A wave of immortal elemental energy threatened to blast Tian Nini far away. He was vexed at Wu Mei for hiding this secret, and he was angered at Tian Nini for not knowing how to behave in the right situations. There was no need to talk about how Wu Mei was one of the peak geniuses in the sect. With the person behind her, was she someone that could be killed just because a person said so? Mo Wuji opened his palm and a blast of immortal elemental energy also surged out. Chu Tsong's immortal elemental energy was instantly dispelled by Mo Wuji. Immediately, Mo Wuji sneered, I finally see how amazing your sect is. Not only do you condone a wrongdoer, you harm the innocent. This is a matter of my Immortal Universe Sword School. Isn't Pillmaster Mo overstepping his boundaries? Chu Tsong said coldly. Mo Wuji chuckled, I am purposely overstepping my boundaries. There's no need to talk about how my relationship with Brother Tian is not shallow. I will even help Brother Tian's sister. When Mo Wuji saw Tian Nini's helpless appearance, a figure suddenly appeared in his mind. That figure was Wen Xiuqi. He knew that when Xiuqi was secretly in love with him, she would even give up everything for him. When Xiuqi had always been silently taking care of him. If he needed something, he didn't even need to say a word, and when Xiuqi would take the initiative to help him. It was just that his heart had been fully occupied by Xiaoruoin, so how could there still be space for Wen Xiuqi? After he died, the person that was probably in the most pain should be Wen Xiuqi. If he had a grave, the one that erected it would definitely be Wen Xiuqi, and the only person that would visit his grave every year could only be Wen Xiuqi. At this instant, Mo Wuji finally understood the pricelessness of such a person. Unfortunately, he wasn't able to return back to Earth. If he could, he would try any means to make Wen Xiuqi happy. You don't know what you have till it's gone. Mo Wuji decided to help Tian Nini because Tian Zhongfu was far too similar to him. Tian Nini's care for her brother was also similar to when Xiaoqi's care for him. The only difference was that Tian Nini's relationship with Tian Zhongfu was the relationship between brother and sister. Moreover, with Mo Wuji's experience and knowledge, how could he not know that Wu Mei had definitely killed Tian Zhongfu because of a treasure? Today, he might not be able to help Tian Nini kill Wu Mei, but he could help Tian Nini retrieve her brother's items. When everyone heard what Mo Wuji said, they all knew what was going on. Previously, Mo Wuji said that he didn't know Tian Zhongfu, but now he said that their relationship was not shallow. Mo Wuji was clearly trying to find an excuse to help. Ha ha. Chutsang chortled and a longsword floated above his head. I want to see how exactly does Pill Master Mo intend to get involved with my Immortal Universe sword sex matter. But Mo Wuji's figure flashed and he suddenly landed beside Wu Mei, and with a quick grab, he snatched Wu Mei's storage ring. When Chutsang knew that Wu Mei killed Tian Zhongfu, he also guessed that it was possible that Wu Mei had a supreme treasure on her. Otherwise, Wu Mei wouldn't have murdered him. In reality, Chutsang wasn't the only one who had such thoughts, everyone else had them, but they just didn't have an excuse to make a move. At the instant Mo Wuji made a move, Chutsang tried to stop him. But just as Chutsang moved a single inch, he felt an intense killing intent envelop him. He was sure that he dared to move another inch, this killing intent would kill him without question. In that moment, Mo Wuji had already taken away Wu Mei's storage ring. Mo Wuji's spiritual will had easily torn apart the seals and penetrated into the ring. When he saw the things inside the ring, even he could not hold back his elation. Within the ring, there was a small cauldron that was only 5 inches wide. However, that small cauldron emanated a primordial energy that was no weaker than the red karmic fire lotus. And if that wasn't enough, he actually saw 2 pages of the Book of Luo in the ring. There was no wonder why this woman's cultivation was so fast. She had actually obtained such treasures. There was also no wonder why this woman would resort to killing her companion, such treasures were truly too heaven-defying. At the same time, Mo Wuji also found some admiration towards this woman's luck. If she didn't encounter him today, this woman's achievements would be no lower than Morong Xiangyu. Chutsang glanced fearfully towards Wei Zidao. At this moment, he was sure that Wei Zidao was an immortal emperor much more powerful than him. Pill Master Mo is truly capable, to actually snatch from a junior, Chutsang chided. Sect head, Tian Nini will no longer be a disciple of the Immortal Universe Sword School. Many thanks for taking care of this disciple over the years. When Tian Nini saw how her sect head seemed completely uncaring towards her brother's death and seemed to want to protect Wu Mei, her heart turned cold. Would there still be any meaning if she stayed in such a sect? Chutsang's killing intent rose once more. He was helpless against Mo Wuji, but why would he hold back against a mere grandee immortal that no longer had a sect? But before he could even say anything, Mo Wuji's voice sounded, "Junior sister Tian, if you don't mind, you can join my sect. I have recently established my own sect." At the same time, Mo Wuji transmitted a message to Tian Nini, "It's possible that Wu Mei's items are your brother's. After we leave, I will hand them over to you." "Many thanks, sect head Mo, this disciple is willing." Tian Nini immediately bowed towards Mo Wuji and moved to Mo Wuji's side. She was very clear that even if Mo Wuji helped her, she wouldn't be able to kill Wu Mei. If she wanted to take her own revenge, she would have to wait till her power gets higher. Kiki, a senior snatching from a junior. Today, I, Kuei Fengyun, have truly seen what the world is like. Kuei Fengyun's voice resounded through the air. Mo Wuji knew that this fella probably didn't dare to challenge him at Pingfan alone, so this fella was trying to get the Immortal Universe Sword School to help him. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 736, Huang Sha makes an allegation. Chapter 736, Huang Sha makes an allegation. Translator, Sparrow Translations Editor, Sparrow Translations. When the infuriated Chu Tsung saw Kuei Fengyun, his heart pounded and he hurriedly went forward and clasped his fists. Many thanks, Heavenly Emperor Fengyun, for your words. Also, congratulations for stepping into the Immortal Emperor stage. I simply don't believe that this world is so unjust. Even though I, Kuei Fengyun, might have a weak cultivation, I will not condone such matters. With that, Kuei Fengyun clasped his fists towards the crowd and said, various immortal friends, anyone willing to speak for justice, please step forward. He, Mo Wuji, might be strong in the Pill Dao, but he can't simply do whatever he likes, but. According to Kuei Fengyun's intentions, with him stepping forward and another immortal emperor Chu Tsung by his side, there would definitely be a host of people that would step forward. No matter how strong Mo Wuji was, he wouldn't be able to get by this day. It's true that this is a meeting ordered by the very high heavens and it prohibited killing. However, the law doesn't blame the masses. If everyone came together to deal with Mo Wuji, the very high heavens wouldn't do anything. Even if no one else came forward, the people from the Lightning Sect, the Great Sword Path, the Vast Ocean Immortal School, and even the Unfettered Emperor Palace would. What left Kuei Fengyun confused was that after his rallying call, no one actually came forward. He even turned to look at that quasi-emperor from God's immortal sect. Previously, he had seen how this quasi-emperor came forward to berate Mo Wuji. But now, even this fella acted as though nothing happened. If all these sects claimed that they were angered at Wu Mei's actions of murdering a senior brother, he, Kuei Fengyun, definitely didn't believe it. What left Kuei Fengyun even more confused was that even the people from Vast Ocean Immortal School, Lightning Sect, and the Great Sword Path didn't even say anything. Could something have happened during these few days that he, Kuei Fengyun, didn't know of? Well, Kuei Fengyun couldn't be blamed. He had arrived at Sharphorn Immortal Ruins relatively early and he had been in seclusion ever since. After he emerged from seclusion, he had gone directly to Sharphorn Immortal Garden. There were truly many things that he didn't know about. If Mo Wuji hadn't exterminated the Great Sword Path, his call might have probably rallied many people together. But now, many sects know about what happened and no one was willing to offend Mo Wuji. That's not right. He did not seem to see anyone from Great Sword Path. While there were people from Lightning Sect and Vast Ocean Immortal School, he didn't see Lei Guyun and Jin Wuxing. Fortunately, he finally saw someone that he had relatively good ties with, Revolving Soul Dao's sect head Lu Ziding. Previously, Lu Ziding had joined hands with him together in his secret domain. It was just that Lu Ziding's talent was better than his and was already an intermediate stage Immortal Emperor while he had only just confirmed his Immortal Emperor Dao. Zihang. Kuei Fengyun's eyes lit up as he went forward to greet Lu Zihang. Immediately, he saw a thin man standing right behind Lu Zihang. This fella's aura seemed no weaker than Lu Zihang's. Lu Zihang was dressed in pure white robes, giving off a refined and gentle impression. He clasped his fists and returned the courtesy. Thereafter, he sighed, Fengyun, how long has it been since the two of us last met? Sect head Mo. What caused Kuei Fengyun to frown was that before he could answer Lu Zihang, that thin man went to Mo Wuji and greeted him. Kuei Fengyun's face turned slightly unsightly. Zihang, who's this person? What? He felt that this thin man looked slightly familiar, but he couldn't remember off the top of his head. This emperor is Bai Yi. The person I admire the most is sect head Mo. If you want to find trouble for sect head Mo, don't blame this emperor for acting out. Bai Yi snickered and said to Kuei Fengyun. Clearly, this Bai Yi was not intending to help him, Kuei Fengyun, but Mo Wuji. Mo Wuji was very clear of Bai Yi's intentions. This fella had a penchant for tricks and gimmicks. He definitely knew that Mo Wuji and Kuei Fengyun definitely wouldn't fight it out there, which was why he intentionally said such words. Kuei Fengyun's face turned uglier. He had heard of Bai Yi's name before. He was an immortal emperor that vanished for a period of time. He, Kuei Fengyun, could never have thought that this Bai Yi would be so respectfully towards Mo Wuji. He was just about to say something to Lu Zihang when it seemed as though Lu Zihang had just heard something. Lu Zihang's face changed slightly and he awkwardly went to clasp his fists towards Mo Wuji. Thereafter, Lu Zihang acted as though he saw a familiar friend as he hastily bid his farewells to Kuei Fengyun and sped off. Observing all this by the side, Grand Emperor Luan Kai's lips started twitching. He naturally knew that Lu Zihang should have just heard the news of the Great Sword Path's destruction. That was why he would abandon Kuei Fengyun and leave. Originally, he was intending to join in if Kuei Fengyun could really rally many experts to surround Mo Wuji. However, he didn't expect that Kuei Fengyun wasn't even able to pull one person in to help him. From the looks of it, the news of Mo Wuji destroying the Great Sword Path was already known by many sections. The very high heavens envoy Jin Yu arrives. This announcement gave Kuei Fengyun an excuse to leave. He no longer cared about his previous words to help the Immortal Universe Sword School as he hurriedly turned and left. He was sure that something had happened in these few days, but he didn't know what it was. "Everyone, please take your seat." Jin Yu smiled warmly and calmly. It seemed as though he wasn't here to ask about the red karmic fire lotus but to genuinely host a meeting. Since the envoy from the very high heavens was here, no one dared to utter any further nonsense. Chu Tsung took the opportunity to grab the infuriated Wu Mei and retreat. Like Kuei Fengyun, he no longer wanted to clash with Mo Wuji. Even a long-lost expert like Bai Yi was related to Mo Wuji. He definitely didn't want his Immortal Universe Sword School to collapse because of this matter. Moreover, he had yet to recognize Wei Zidao. If he did recognize Wei Zidao, he would probably be more afraid. Great Sword Path's disciple Huang Sha greets the Venerable Envoy. "I beg the Venerable Envoy to seek justice for my Great Sword Path." A man in hemp cloths and hemp shoes suddenly walked out and kneeled on the ground. Jin Yu frowned slightly as he said, "I know of the Great Sword Path. That Feng Zhejiang is not bad. If you have anything to say, then stand up and talk." "Yes." Huang Sha stood up, then he suddenly pointed at Mo Wuji and said, "Venerable Envoy, this person is called Mo Wuji, sect head of Pingfan. A few days ago, he brought Pingfan and destroyed my Great Sword Path. He led to the slaughter of countless of disciples and snatched all of my Great Sword Path's immortal mountains and resources. With such a tyrant in the immortal world would no longer be peaceful. I plead the Venerable Envoy to seek justice for my Great Sword Path, as well as the immortal world." Sharphorn Immortal Garden instantly went silent. The news of Mo Wuji destroying the Great Sword Path was only known by a few powerful sects. Most sects did not know about this matter. Now that it was being publicly announced, many of them felt a chill in their bones. What kind of sect was the Great Sword Path? It was one of the top sects in the entire immortal world. The sect churned out outstanding talents in the Sword Dao that were almost undefeatable amongst others on the same stage. Such a sect was actually destroyed. Kuei Fengyun started to shudder. He finally understood what was amiss. Mo Wuji was even able to destroy the Great Sword Path. There was no wonder why Mo Wuji wasn't afraid of a mere heavenly emperor like him. Fortunately, he was cautious and he didn't go to Pingfan. Otherwise, he would have died without even knowing what killed him. Even though the heavenly emperors of the immortal domains were protected by the very high heavens, Kuei Fengyun no longer dared to tangle with Mo Wuji. He even started to have some regrets for not investigating Mo Wuji before antagonizing him just now. However, he promptly calmed down. Even if he didn't step out just now, his feud with Mo Wuji wouldn't have vanished. The representatives from Lightning Sect and Vast Ocean Immortal School also hurriedly stepped out. They bowed simultaneously and said, "We plead the Venerable Envoy to seek justice for us." "What's the matter with the two of you?" Jin Yu started to frown. He didn't want to care about such matters really had nothing to do with him. He only cared about whether he could procure news regarding the red karmic fire lotus. However, he also knew that as a Venerable Envoy, he would have to deal with such issues. The representative from the Lightning Sect was an early-stage immortal emperor. He hastily ran through the conflict between Mo Wuji and the Lightning Sect, then he proceeded to say that either his lightning sect or the vast ocean immortal school was Mo Wuji's next target. Jin Yu nodded and turned to Mo Wuji, sect head Mo, is that the truth? Mo Wuji didn't have many concerns. He could tell that Jin Yu didn't really have much interest towards their conflict. Answering the venerable envoy, the cause for this situation was because the Great Sword Path's Iminghu, the lightning sect's Lei Guyun and the vast ocean immortal school's Jin Yuxing joined forces to attack me. It was due to my good luck that I was able to escape with my life. When they saw me escape, they caught my innocent senior sister and threw her into the deadly sword prison. How could I not take my revenge? Since the great Koan Buddhist sect didn't make any allegations, Mo Wuji didn't drag them in. Seeing the venerable envoy sink into contemplation, Wu Mei also wanted to charge out. However, she was immediately sealed by a powerful force. She heard her sect head transmit to her, Wu Mei, you might not want to live, but my immortal universe sword school does. Even before Wu Mei could answer, Chu Tsang continued transmitting, I know what you want to say. But no matter what your treasure was, if you talk about it now, you would never get it back. And that Mo Wuji only needs to hand the treasure over to the very high heavens and nothing would happen to him. Think about it, that Mo Wuji was even able to destroy the Great Sword Path, you think that he can't destroy my immortal universe sword school? Now, look at the venerable envoy. Do you think that he would get rid of Mo Wuji simply because of what happened to the Great Sword Path? These words were like ice water pouring over Wu Mei's head. She instantly woke up. It was exactly as Chu Tsang said, she did indeed want to reveal the matter of Mo Wuji stealing her treasure. She even wanted to reveal what her treasure was. Even if she couldn't get it back, Mo Wuji should forget about having them. But now that she heard her sect head's words, she understood the consequences and importance behind her words. Firstly, she would still have some hope of recovering the treasures if they were left with Mo Wuji. If the very high heavens took her treasures, then all hope would be gone. Secondly, if the very high heavens took the treasures, Mo Wuji was likely to destroy her immortal universe sword school to vent his anger. If it was before this, she definitely wouldn't have considered such prospects. But now that she heard that the Great Sword Path had been destroyed by Mo Wuji, then it really wasn't a difficult thing for Mo Wuji to destroy her immortal universe sword school as well. Both parties are wrong in this matter. Our immortal world places much importance on harmony. I hope that nothing similar would happen again. Sect head Mo, let this matter rest. Don't continue to act against Lightning Sect and Vast Ocean Immortal School, Jin Yu said calmly. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 737, Spider Threads and Horse Tracks. Chapter 737, Spider Threads and Horse Tracks. Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations. For an envoy like him, it didn't really matter to him that Ping Fan had taken over the Great Sword Path. At the very least, it doesn't clash with his interests. Naturally, he wouldn't offend an up-and-coming sect just because of a destroyed one. Mo Wuji had originally intended to conveniently destroy the Lightning Sect on his way back after this meeting. But now that the very high heavens envoy had expressed such words, Mo Wuji knew that it was impossible. It would have to wait till his power reaches a certain level. By that time, he wouldn't need to care too much about this envoy's words. As he thought of this, Mo Wuji clasped his fists and said modestly, since the venerable envoy has said it, my Ping Fan will naturally adhere to your words. As long as the Lightning Sect and the Vast Ocean Immortal School doesn't proactively challenge my Ping Fan, I would not lay hands on them without reason. Everyone here could tell that Mo Wuji wasn't genuinely laying his hands off. He was only stating a premise for his actions. What if there was a reason for him? Since the others could deduce that, Jin Yu was also naturally able to understand the meaning behind Mo Wuji's words. He smiled faintly and thought in his heart, this Mo Wuji is truly a figure. Actually, this Mo Wuji was actually on his list. At such a young age, Mo Wuji had reached the level of a Tier 8 pill emperor. He was definitely a fellow with his own secrets. As for the destruction of the Great Sword Path, how could he, Jinyu, not have heard about it? Even though he had always been guarding the entrance of the Broken World's 4th level, he would still be notified of such incidents. It was exactly because Mo Wuji was a Tier 8 Pill Emperor, coupled with this fact that Mo Wuji established a sect capable of destroying the Great Sword Path, that he chose to specially invite Mo Wuji here. Originally, he wanted to ask around about Mo Wuji, then use an opportunity to get to know Mo Wuji. He never expected that Huang Sha would immediately make an allegation against Mo Wuji, so he had to act professionally without private interests. Alright, since that's the case, this matter shall come to an end. Huang Sha, it's truly a tragedy that your sect was destroyed. How about this, you will follow me back to the very high heavens. I hope that when you get a chance to return to the immortal world, you can rebuild the Great Sword Path. Jinyu didn't persecute Mo Wuji, nor did he throw Huang Sha down a well. Not only was he going to bring Huang Sha up to the very high heavens, he was even allowing Huang Sha to rebuild the Great Sword Path. Yes. Huang Sha will follow according to the envoy's orders. Huang Sha bowed respectfully, then he went to stand behind Jinyu. Mo Wuji's heart suddenly went cold. A thought suddenly came to him. It was possible that this Huang Sha never intended for this envoy to help the Great Sword Path take revenge. Huang Sha probably knew that such a hope wasn't realistic. Thus, the reason why he came forward was so that he could enter the very high heavens. Mo Wuji turned to look at Huang Sha. Huang Sha stood there with his low brows and sunken eyes, seeming as though he wasn't much of a thinker. However, Mo Wuji suddenly felt that this fellow was slightly scary. The very high heavens did not select cultivators above the Immortal King stage to enter. In theory, Huang Sha shouldn't have the opportunity to enter the very high heavens. But now that he raised the matter of the destruction of his Great Sword Path, Jinyu had to find some way to account and compensate him. And the only thing that he could give Huang Sha was the opportunity to go to the very high heavens. After all, Huang Sha was the only person left in the entire Great Sword Path. In other words, all this was planned by Huang Sha. At this moment, Jinyu turned back to the crowd and smiled. The Broken World's 4th level has been open for quite some time. During this time, we have selected a large number of outstanding disciples. These disciples will follow me back to the very high heavens. A wave of loud applause resounded. Clearly, many sects had disciples that were selected. Jinyu continued, I will be leaving for the very high heavens soon. However, there's one thing that leaves me in regret, the red karmic fire lotus. As he got here, Jinyu's gaze swept across the crowd and his tone turned slow. The matter regarding the red karmic fire lotus is very important. Perhaps many of you do not understand this, but our immortal world is not a safe and stable cultivation haven. It is true that our very high heavens has multiple times the amount of cultivation resources as the immortal world, but the reason for this is because the very high heavens is protecting the immortal world from all sorts of external instabilities. May I ask the venerable envoy, is this the reason for the recent selection of disciples? Someone asked carefully. This person had a relatively close friend that was selected to enter the very high heavens. Thus, he wanted to find out whether it was dangerous. Jinyu answered apathetically, I know what you're implying. I'm telling you now, these genius disciples are still unable to be of help to the very high heavens. They are only the reserve force of the very high heavens. Our experts will be the ones who deal with these outside invaders, but our experts will also fall. If there's no one to take over, then the very high heavens would eventually be devoured. As he got here, Jinyu's tone turned icy cold, and you think that the immortal world will continue to survive if the very high heavens is gone? In the face of danger, training to be strong is the most realistic option. Of course, everyone doesn't need to be pessimistic, our very high heavens has always had the upper hand. Now, it isn't outsiders who are invading us, but us who are invading the outsiders. When they heard this, the crowd seemed to get excited. Jinyu's volume also raised significantly. At the same time, I have something extremely important to share with everyone. The garden went pitch silent, it seemed like even a pin drop could be heard. Everyone was focused on this important matter that the envoy was going to share. Jin Yu's tone had eased as he said, "At this current moment, the strongest expert in our entire immortal world is our Tao Emperor Chanluo. His cultivation has already passed the boundaries of the Grand Emperor stage and he has entered a whole new level. Everyone here knows of Tao Emperor Chanluo. He was the ruler of the very high heavens, as well as the immortal world, Zi Chanluo. But what I'm going to tell everyone is, even though the resources in the very high heavens is staggeringly higher than in the immortal world, and even though the immortal spiritual energy is boundless, Tao Emperor Chanluo is no longer able to take another step forward in his cultivation." "Why?" someone asked subconsciously. Jin Yu sighed and said, "It's because we are being restricted by the laws of the heaven and earth and the cosmos. We are being constrained by the heavenly Das. Our only hope is to charge out of this part of the world and enter a world that is of a higher level. However, we aren't able to do that as the outside of our immortal world is being guarded by many alien tribes. But if we aren't able to leave this place, then we will only be able to reach that level. If those other tribes are able to find a much higher world and become stronger, then our immortal world will face its end." Voices and murmurs could be heard among the crowd. Anyone that could come here was a stellar figure of the immortal world. None of them felt that Jin Yu was lying. After all, there was no need to lie about such matters. Jin Yu sighed, "The red karmic fire lotus has been taken by someone. However, what I'm going to tell you is that it would be useless even if you take the red karmic fire lotus, it would be useless. No matter how high your talent is, you would never be able to go beyond the immortal emperor stage. The reason why I'm looking for the red karmic fire lotus isn't for myself, it is for Tao Emperor Chanluo to continue guarding the very high heavens. If anyone hands over the red karmic fire lotus, I promise, right here, that one of the 10 great God stage cultivation holy lands of the very high heavens will be yours. No matter how great your talent is, we will assure that you will advance to the Grand Emperor stage. I, Jin Yu, swear." Everyone in the crowd inhaled a breath of cold air. The number of Grand Emperors in the immortal world could be counted in one's fingers, and one of them is a regional tyrant. Even if one obtains the red karmic fire lotus, he might not necessarily be able to advance to the Grand Emperor stage. Thus, this promise of Jin Yu's was a promise of countless of amazing treasures. Jin Yu's gaze swept across the crowd and his tone became more impassioned. "If you don't have the red karmic fire lotus, but you share the whereabouts of the red karmic fire lotus, you would also be able to obtain one of the God stage cultivation holy lands, and you would also be promised the advancement into the Grand Emperor stage. Additionally, you would obtain a crystal ball containing the Tao insights of Tao Emperor Chanluo." At this point, most of the crowd's eyes had turned red. However, what left Jin Yu disappointed was that no one came forward to say anything even as time passed. Jin Yu was reluctant to accept this. He was sure that the immortal that took the red karmic fire lotus possessed a peak grade world. That world exceeded the quality of a mere pocket dimension, and it was a world that might even be able to sustain life. Otherwise, it was impossible for him to not detect the red karmic fire lotus. "Venerable envoy, I have some information but I'm not sure if it will be of use." A long-faced Grand Luo immortal stood forward and said respectfully. "Hurry," Jin Yu promptly replied, excitement could be seen in his eyes. This Grand Luo immortal's tone was especially respectful as he said, "Back when we entered the 4th level of the broken world, I saw 2 low-leveled cultivators fleeing in the direction of the weakest immortal spiritual energy. Back then, I didn't pay too much attention to it. After all, their cultivations were very low, so they naturally wouldn't want to compete with the others. However, when I heard that the red karmic fire lotus appeared at where the immortal spiritual energy was weakest, I started to have my suspicions." When Mo Wuji heard this, his heart immediately sank. This fella was definitely talking about Su Ro'er and Do Hualong. If this fella was able to sketch the appearance of the two of them, then they were screwed. Even if his ping fan was any stronger, it could not resist the very high heavens, at least for now. This Grand Luo immortal wasn't sure, but as a Grand Emperor, Jin Yu had a 90% certainty that those 2 low-leveled cultivators were the ones that took the red karmic fire lotus. Jin Yu forcefully calmed himself down and tried to slow his speech, draw a detailed sketch of these two people. Don't make a single mistake. Regardless of whether it is right or wrong, you will be rewarded. This Grand Luo immortal said fearfully, this junior must apologize. Back then, I was aiming to obtain many treasures and I didn't pay those two people much heed. Thus, I didn't really notice their appearance. I only know that one of them was a man, and the other a woman. The man seemed relatively thin, while the woman was slender and tall. Her long hair was tied in a bun. As he got here, this Grand Luo immortal stopped talking as he tried to recall exactly what the two looked like. Many of the others in Sharphorn Immortal Garden thought that this was logical. With the fourth level of the broken world just opening, who would care about anyone else? Everyone would frantically head towards where the spiritual energy was rich and try to fight for treasures. It was already relatively observant for this Grand Luo immortal to notice two low-leveled ants heading in the direction of the weakest spiritual energy. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 738, Empress Wenlan. Chapter 738, Empress Wenlan. Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations. After digging through his memories, this Grand Luo immortal was finally able to sketch the backs of Su Ro'er and Do Walong. When he saw the sketch, Mo Wuji heaved a sigh of relief. This Grand Luo immortal's memories were clearly not accurate, as the similarity between his sketch and the actual people were very low. Jin Yu scanned through this sketch, nodded towards this Grand Luo immortal and said, "You can follow me to the very high heavens." Thereafter, he turned back and faced the crowd in Sharphorn Immortal Garden. There's still a few days till I leave. If anyone has news of these two people, you can come and find me. Of course, there's still a third reason why I gathered everyone here, that is the very high heavens has decided to sell 6 Emperor Dao pills. The moment Jin Yu uttered these words, the atmosphere in Sharphorn Immortal Garden finally reached a high. Almost every one of them seemed to be engaged on a discussion, and all of them had a hint of desire in their eyes. Emperor Dao pills, a tier 9 immortal pill. It said that this pill was concocted from the Emperor Dao fruit and many other top-grade immortal herbs. What was the Emperor Dao fruit? It was the supreme immortal fruit that could help a quasi-emperor to verify his Emperor Dao and advance to the immortal emperor stage. In the immortal world, the highest you could cultivate to was the immortal emperor stage. Even a grand emperor was still an immortal emperor. Moreover, the Emperor Dao pill was far more valuable than the Emperor Dao fruit. Even though the success rate through the Emperor Dao fruit wasn't that high, using the Emperor Dao pill increases that success rate by an entire fold. And was the Emperor Dao pill something that any random person could concoct? No, it required tier 9 pill emperors. It was unknown how many tier 9 pill emperors there were in the very high heavens, but everyone knew that there wasn't any tier 9 pill emperors in the immortal world. It said that the person with the highest standards in the Pill Dao in the immortal world was the Pill Dao Immortal Alliance's alliance head Shaolishir. Besides him, there was the Mo Wuji of rumors. It was widely known that Shaolishir was a tier 8 pill emperor, but it was only rumored in the case of Mo Wuji. Obtaining an Emperor Dao pill was something that all cultivators wished for. Even Mo Wuji was slightly excited. He didn't have the same desires to use the Emperor Dao pill to advance to the Immortal Emperor stage. He simply wanted an Emperor Dao pill so he could obtain the pill formula from it. Obtaining the pill formula just from a single pill sounds very exaggerated, but it was not impossible for Mo Wuji. He had the Elemental Storage Channel, the Spirit Storage Channel, and even the Dao Revelation Channel. With these 3 types of meridians, he was able to achieve heights that no one else could. With these 3 types of meridians, he could do things no one else could ever do. Mo Wuji also sighed with emotion. Even though he was a tier 8 pill emperor, it did not seem to have caused a stir within the very high heavens. So it turns out that the very high heavens had tier 9 pill emperors. Jin Yu waved his hands, gesturing for the crowd to quieten down. Then he said, there are 3 ways to obtain the Emperor Tao pills. The first way is to provide the whereabouts of the red karmic fire lotus or of that man and woman that fled in the direction of the weakest immortal spiritual energy back at the 4th level. The second way is an exchange with a void nirvana root. The third way is an exchange with some peak-grade materials or treasures. Any immortal friend with 1, 2, or more peak-grade immortal spiritual veins can also be considered for an exchange. The crowd all went silent. Among the 3 ways, only the first way where they had to find that man and woman was relatively simple. As for the other 2, weren't they equivalent to staring at a flower through a fog? The void nirvana root was something even more precious than an Emperor Tao fruit. Who would exchange it away? As for the peak-grade immortal spiritual vein, even a single one of it was an existence of legend, what more too? Lastly, for the peak-grade materials or treasures, there was no need to talk too much about it. Mo Wuji had many good things on him, such as the billion-year immortal wood marrow, the primal fire crystals, the primal water crystals, etc. However, he did not want to trade away even a single one of them. If any of these items are exposed, nothing good would happen to him. Senior brother Mo, I was previously worried for you. I didn't think that you would actually be the sect head of Pingfan. Just when Mo Wuji was still wondering how he could obtain an Emperor Tao fruit, Shinmuching came to his side. Thank you. Mo Wuji smiled. He knew that Shinmuching was genuinely worried for him. Big brother Mo, my sect's ancestor wants to meet you. Are you free? It's just that my ancestor is not in the garden, but in Sharphorn Immortal Rest House, Shinmuching asked nervously. Mo Wuji looked at the 6 jade vases in front of Jinyu and a sense of regret arose in his heart. Since he was unwilling to offer anything good, he naturally wouldn't be able to obtain the Emperor Tao pill. Since he wasn't able to obtain it, Mo Wuji directly cast that thought aside. I'm free. Since that's the case, I would have to request junior sister Muching to lead the way. Almost everyone in Sharphorn Immortal Garden was staring at the Emperor Tao pills. Except for some of Mo Wuji's most hated enemies, no one really noticed that Mo Wuji left. Jinyu also saw Mo Wuji leave, but he didn't really place too much importance on it. Sharphorn Immortal Rest House was considered one of the most luxurious rest houses in Sharphorn Immortal Ruins. When they arrived, Shinmuching directly brought Mo Wuji and company to the most luxurious room. Even though Mo Wuji was the sect head of Pingfan, him and Wei Zidao weren't able to find a place to stay ever since they arrived at Sharphorn Immortal Ruins. On the other hand, Shinmuching's ancestor might not have arrived earlier than him, but she was able to stay in one of the best rooms of one of the most luxurious rest houses. This was the difference between sections. However, once the news of Pingfan destroying the Great Sword path spreads, Mo Wuji would no longer need to worry about not being able to find a place to stay. Ancestor, big brother Mo is here. Shinmuching said respectfully at the door. Mo Wuji saw that there were 2 people sitting in the room. Right in front of him, there was a young-looking woman. Her looks were ordinary, but she gave off an otherworldly impression. Mo Wuji could guess that this young woman was Shinmuching's ancestor. By the side, there was a strong and sturdy man. His hair and beard were white, his eyes were extremely sharp, and his Dao aura was intense. Mo Wuji's eyes constricted. This fella could be more powerful than Wei Zidao. Shinmuching also didn't seem to know this white-haired, muscular man. She also wasn't able to discern this man's power, so she simply stood by the side after a simple greeting. That young woman's gaze only swept across Mo Wuji and company briefly before she stood up and smiled. I've long heard of Pill Emperor Mo's illustrious name. Seeing you today, I realize that you truly deserve your reputation. Mo Wuji's aura was indistinct. Even Jinyu couldn't accurately discern Mo Wuji's true cultivation. However, Mo Wuji felt that this young girl was actually able to see through his cultivation. This left him feeling rather shocked. Before Mo Wuji could say anything, this young woman turned and smiled towards Wei Zidao. This should be the famous rogue emperor Wei Zidao. Everyone, please take a seat. Wei Zidao hurriedly returned the courtesy. Zidao greets Fairy Wenlan. Even though Wei Zidao also recognized the white-haired man, but since the other party didn't stand up, he couldn't be bothered to greet that fella. So what if this fella's status was higher than his? He was also an esteemed Grand Emperor. On the other hand, Immortal Empress Wenlan was not simple. If they were to really calculate, she would be Wei Zidao's senior. Before Wei Zidao even realized his Emperor Dao, she had already established the Waterfall Immortal Sect. Mo Wuji greets Senior Wenlan. Mo Wuji also clasped his fists. Immortal Empress Wenlan's reputation was like a thunder piercing the ear. As a person who could seek the Tao from a waterfall, how high must her talent and perception be? Moreover, she was a senior, but she still stood up to greet him. He didn't dare to show any disrespect. As for that white-haired man, Mo Wuji could tell that he was staggeringly powerful, but Mo Wuji wouldn't pay respects to such a rude fella. By Mo Wuji's side, Tian Nini also hurriedly bowed in courtesy. Tian Nini greets Senior Wenlan. Since Mo Wuji and Wei Zidao didn't greet that white-haired man, she naturally followed suit. Immortal Empress Wenlan laughed. After waiting for Mo Wuji and company to sit down, she said, "Let me introduce all of you, this here is Mahasvara Immortal Domain's Heavenly Emperor Zizai." Hearing Immortal Empress Wenlan's introduction, Heavenly Emperor Zizai responded with an N and nodded towards Mo Wuji and company, seemingly not fussing over Mo Wuji's previous lack of greetings. Mo Wuji secretly raised his wariness. He had heard of Mahasvara Immortal Domain's Heavenly Emperor Luo Zizai before. Sharphorn Immortal Ruins used to be part of Mahasvara Immortal Domain, but because this Heavenly Emperor Zizai was only interested in his cultivation, and was totally disinterested in such affairs, Sharphorn Immortal Ruins gradually branched off and became an independent immortal city. It was enough for him to simply be more careful. Mo Wuji wasn't going to be overly cautious. He had seen more than his fair share of Grand Emperors, there was even one right beside him. He had also seen several Heavenly Emperors before. When it comes to status, he was the sect head of Ping Fan, and he was also a Tier 8 Pill Emperor, so his status was no lower than this Heavenly Emperor Zizai. Pill Emperor Mo, actually Heavenly Emperor Zizai and I were just at Sharphorn Immortal Garden. Mo Wuji's heart chilled. He had also been in Sharphorn Immortal Garden, but he actually didn't notice these two people. Clearly, these peak-grade experts all had their own experts. If they didn't want to be discovered, even he wouldn't be able to notice them. "Because I saw you in Sharphorn Immortal Garden, I decided to ask Mooching to bring you here," Immortal Empress Wenlan said in a warm and gentle tone. "Senior, please speak." Mo Wuji knew that a well-known immortal empress like Wenlan definitely wouldn't merely call him over to shower him with praises. Immortal Empress Wenlan seemed very appreciative of Mo Wuji's straightforward attitude. She continued calmly, "I tried to sense your cultivation and your talent. What left me shocked was that I had no means of finding out where your legacy came from. Moreover, I also didn't have any way to sense your talent." Mo Wuji's heart jolted. Wenlan had been observing his talent and cultivation legacy, but he didn't even detect a single thing. If Wenlan wanted to act against him, wouldn't he have no means of resistance? As he thought of this, Mo Wuji's heart turned cold. He was a supreme immortal king, how could his disparity with Wenlan be so huge? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 739, The Pillars of the Immortal World. Chapter 739, The Pillars of the Immortal World. Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations. Seemingly noticing Mo Wuji's shock, Wenlan hurriedly explained, "I am relatively sensitive to the Tao changes in the laws of the heaven and earth. I am even able to faintly detect the Tao aura of those stronger than me. That waterfall of immortal world has been cascading for countless of years, but I'm still able to sense the origins of the waterfall and gain enlightenment of a grand Tao which belongs solely to me. Today, that waterfall has already become my magic treasure." Mo Wuji only knew that Immortal Empress Wenlan had gained enlightenment from a waterfall. However, he didn't know that the immortal world really had a waterfall, and that Waterfall had even become Immortal Empress Wen Lan's magic treasure. Regardless, he could tell that Immortal Empress Wen Lan's talent was frighteningly amazing. When Immortal Empress Wen Lan finished speaking, she formed an arc with her hand and a silver river began to form and cascade in midair. Even though the silver river was only a mini version of the actual thing, Mo Wuji could still feel the vast and majestic aura, as well as the boundless natural energy, from within. This river seemed to descend from the heavens and fall towards nothingness. With just a single glance, Mo Wuji felt that he had a whole new idea for his winding river. His winding river had a river's appearance, but it lacked a river's origins. At the same time, it was lacking that boundless Tao aura and spirit. This enlightenment brought Mo Wuji's understanding towards his winding river up by a level. He even contemplated on using his winding river now to see how powerful his surging winding river could be. Back then, his winding river was unable to block Lei Hongji's 30,000 catty lightning hammer. But now, he believed that if all else remained the same, ceteris paribus, with his new insights on winding river, he would be able to match Lei Hongji's 30,000 catty lightning hammer. Immortal Empress Wen Lan kept her waterfall, smiled and looked at Mo Wuji. Mo Wuji stood up and bowed towards Immortal Empress Wen Lan, Senior, many thanks for your pointers. Junior has learnt much. Immortal Empress Wen Lan's waterfall also contains the Tao of natural beings. Mo Wuji's insights weren't simply on the winding river alone. At this point, if Mo Wuji still didn't know that Immortal Empress intended to give him some guidance, then he would truly be an idiot. Wen Lan said gently, I heard that you had a river-type sacred art, so I brought out my waterfall for you to gain insights on. Actually, we share many similar points on the Tao. My Tao is based on the enlightenment from the natural beings under the heaven and earth, while your Tao seems more ordinary. Everyone knows that using the more ordinary your Tao is, the less simple it becomes. Junior is blushing in shame. Back in Sharphorn Immortal Garden, Junior actually didn't notice that Senior was observing me. Mo Wuji was really embarrassed when he said this. Wen Lan laughed, that's because our Taos are similar. Moreover, your attention was focused on the Pil Dao Immortal Alliance's Shao Lisher and the Unfettered Emperor Palace's Luan Kai. Additionally, I didn't have any malicious intentions, so you wouldn't notice that I was observing you. Senior, please tell me why you've called me here. Mo Wuji doubts had been cleared, and he even gained some benefits from Immortal Empress Wen Lan. Thus, he didn't beat around the bush as he directly asked Immortal Empress Wen Lan why she had called him here. Immortal Empress Wen Lan suddenly asked, does Pil Emperor Mo know that the very high heavens has dropped their standards in their recent selection of disciples, and the standards have even dropped to an unimaginable level? Previously, the very high heavens didn't care much about the resources of the immortal world, but why are they suddenly so desperate for the immortal herbs in the broken world? Junior is foolish. Senior, please shed light on this issue. Also, Senior can directly call me by Wuji. I don't dare deserve the address of Pil Emperor. Immortal Empress Wen Lan had given him many benefits, so Mo Wuji was rather respectful towards Wen Lan. That's fine. And if Wuji doesn't mind, you can call me Senior Sister. Your future achievements would vastly exceed mine, so there's no need to call me Senior. The way Wen Lan spoke left Mo Wuji feeling at ease. She was also very straightforward. Only such sincere and genuine words would give Mo Wuji comfort. Otherwise, this conversation would not last more than 3 sentences before Mo Wuji would take his leave. Thereafter, Wen Lan continued, there's an unforeseen situation in the very high heavens. Even though Jin Yu's words were slightly flashy, they were not entirely untrue. The very high heavens piece of land should be coveted by some alien tribe, and that alien tribe wants to occupy this territory. Currently, it seems like the very high heavens still occupies the upper hand. Then why did the very high heavens lower their standards and accepted so many genius disciples of the immortal world? Mo Wuji asked hurriedly. He had a reason to be worried. Wen Ho was a man of his Ping Fan, and he knew that Wen Lianqi was likely to be accepted to the very high heavens. If the very high heavens had malicious intentions towards their disciples, then he would find ways to get Wen Lianqi to ping Fan. Wen Lan didn't directly answer Mo Wuji's question, but asked, I wonder if Wuji has heard of the Dao study of changes? I've heard of it. I even know of a person called Bai Yi. His abilities in divination are very strong. He should be learnt in Dao study of changes, Mo Wuji hurriedly replied. It's true that Bai Yi is strong in the art of divination. However, his abilities are largely due to that 8 trigrams treasure of his. He really can't be considered a true expert in the Dao of changes. In the immortal world, the true expert in the prophecy of change is Mahasvara Immortal Domain's immortal friend Zizai. Immortal friend Zizai has already brought Dao study of changes to a whole new level. Mo Wuji and company finally came to an understanding. So it turns out this Luo Zizai was also an expert in the Dao study of change. Immortal Empress Wen Lan sighed, according to the divination of immortal friend Zizai, the immortal world is, once again, going to face a collapse. It's even worse than when the 10 immortal domains were reduced to the 7 immortal domains and the broken underworld. Mo Wuji glanced at Luo Zizai in shock. So this fellow was disinterested in running Mahasvara immortal domain, and only be immersed in his cultivation, because of the impending collapse of the immortal world. This time, the immortal world's calamity will be due to the very high heavens, because the very high heavens have offended an existence that should never have been offended. After the very high heavens fall, the immortal world will be next. Of course, even if the very high heavens do no offend that existence will still come for us. This time, the very high heavens intend to accept many disciples and send all of them to death training in the God's remnant domain. Mo Wuji's heart jolted as he hurriedly asked, what do you mean by death training in the God's remnant domain? Immortal Empress replied in a slightly pained voice, the God's remnant domain is rumored to be a remnant of a battlefield of the God's world. It's filled with all sorts of danger, but it's also filled with all sorts of Dao insights. Usually, the chances of death for those that enter are 60% and above. One must know that the very high heavens usually send their disciples to train in the God's remnant domain for 1 to 3 years. But in the coming death training, the very high heavens intend to seal the God's remnant domain and only allow the disciples that survive 10 years to emerge. Of course, the disciples that survive are likely to be able to enjoy the very high heavens' 10 great God stage cultivation holy lands. Haze, but the God's remnant domain is truly terrifying. After 10 years, probably only 1 out of 10 disciples would survive. This time, the very high heavens seem to have chosen all the peak geniuses of our immortal world. If all of them die, then what would be the future of the immortal world? Many years from now, the very high heavens would be destroyed. And when the alien tribes invade our immortal world, there wouldn't be a single person that can lead a resistance, but isn't there still that 10% of disciples? Being able to survive the God's remnant domain, that 10% should be very impressive, wouldn't they? Wei Zidao asked doubtfully. Immortal Empress shook her head slowly. Immortal friend Zidao only knows one side of the issue. This 10% of cultivators that survive would be sent to cultivate in the cultivation holy lands to train for a period of time. Then, they would directly be drafted for war with the alien tribes. To the very high heavens, only those that shower in blood would become true experts. Among these cultivators that get sent for war, not even 10% of them would survive. The experts that emerge are forged in exchange for blood and energy of the immortal world. Mo Wuji was silent and speechless. After some time, he said, even though I know that senior sister is right, my abilities are limited. I'm unable to prevent such a thing. Immortal Empress Wen Lan explained, Wuji, I'm not asking you to prevent it. Even though the very high heavens still occupies the upper hand in the battle now, they also know that if the key people don't step forward, the very high heavens and the immortal world will ultimately fall. The very high heavens also have their experts in Dao study of changes. They have prophesied that there are 2 very important people for the future of the very high heavens and the immortal world. At this point, even Wei Zidao had a serious expression on his face. He definitely didn't think that Immortal Empress Wen Lan was speaking without proper reasons, Fairy Wenlan is saying that the very high heavens have deduced the people that will defend the immortal world in the very high heavens? These definitely weren't words of superstition and lies. The heavenly Tao was filled destinies. If the immortal Tao doesn't go extinct, then there would definitely be people to hold up the cauldron of the dynasty. Immortal Empress Wenlan was also serious as she said, yes, it's one man and one woman. The future of the immortal world lies on the two of them. The man is called Lei Hongji, while the woman is called Jiyu. What surprises me is that Jiyu's talent seems to be very low. When Wenlan said this, she frowned. Mo Wuji suddenly came to an understanding. There was no wonder why he heard that Lei Hongji and Jiyu had been viewed highly by Jinyu. Senior sister Wenlan, this isn't really possible, right? Mo Wuji frowned and asked. It wasn't that he didn't believe in Lei Hongji's and Jiyu's capabilities, but he knew what kind of people the two of them were. Whether it was Lei Hongji or Jiyu, they were both extremely selfish people. He didn't believe that such selfish people would become the pillar of support for the immortal world. If the immortal world was going to be destroyed, and Lei Hongji and Jiyu were given the opportunity to go to a better world, Mo Wuji was sure that the two of them would not hesitate to go. Wenlan answered with a straight face, yes. This was also prophesied by immortal friend Zizai. The immortal world indeed rests on their shoulders. Today, I have invited you for two reasons. The first reason is to ask you about Lei Hongji. You seem to know Lei Hongji? Senior sister Wenlan, how do you know that I know Lei Hongji? Mo Wuji asked curiously. Wenlan smiled faintly and she answered, during your huge battle with Lei Hongji in the 4th level of the Broken World, Muqing was there. She recorded the battle down. Even though it was rather hazy, Muqing still recognized you. Mo Wuji sighed. No wonder why Immortal Empress Wenlan knew of his winding river. So it was because of this. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 740, Rejection. Chapter 740, Rejection. Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations. Mo Wuji answered, Senior sister Wenlan, I do know Lei Hongji. This person's talent is something that I respect greatly. At the very least, he is much better than me. Wuji, how do you know that Lei Hongji's talent is better than yours? To be honest, I might not be able to see through your talent and legacy, but I do know that there are few in the immortal world that can compare with you in the immortal world. Otherwise, you wouldn't be able to step into the immortal king stage at such a young age. As for Lei Hongji, he can only be as good as you at the most. He hasn't even entered the immortal king stage. Immortal Empress Wenlan didn't even wait for Mo Wuji to finish speaking before she interjected curiously. Mo Wuji was also rather speechless. To compare Lei Hongji's talent with his was already overestimating him immensely. There was no need to talk about Lei Hongji, any random cultivator would have a stronger talent than him. Because he didn't even have any innate talents, he was a person without spiritual roots. By the side, Shin Muqing's heart was increasingly filled with shock. Back then, she knew that Mo Wuji was not simple. Her guess turned out to be right. How could Mo Wuji be simple? Even 9-star geniuses were nothing in front of Mo Wuji. And that Naihe, her origins were great, but she was still helpless back in the transfer tower to the broken world because of Mo Wuji. Mo Wuji was a pill emperor, so it would already be enough to blow her mind if he was also a Grand Luo immortal. But now, it turns out that Mo Wuji was actually an immortal king. She, Shin Muqing, was an esteemed 7-star genius, but when comparing her cultivation speed against Mo Wuji's, it was simply too hard to watch. She suddenly thought of Morong Xiangyu. That woman had eyes but she was blind. She actually dumped such a genius like Mo Wuji and decided to court some trash instead. If it was her, she might even be able to protect her chastity in front of Mo Wuji. When Shin Muqing thought of this, she secretly glanced at Mo Wuji. Her heart went blank. She knew that her looks were not bad, but it was difficult for her to get into Mo Wuji's heart. As Shin Muqing had this dialogue in her head, she didn't know that Morong Xiangyu's cultivation was even higher than Mo Wuji. That person was an immortal king a long time ago. By now, she might even already be in the intermediate immortal king stage. Mo Wuji explained honestly, I was only able to enter the immortal king stage because of my good fortune. Lei Hongji's age is not much higher than me, but his cultivation speed is much faster than mine. I suspect that if not for the fourth level of the broken world, he would have already stepped into the immortal king stage. Since that's the case, he would have definitely advanced to the immortal king stage the moment he leaves the broken world. The reason why I understand so much about him is because we came from the same cultivation world. So that's the case. Continue speaking. Immortal Empress Wenlin nodded. Wei Zidao's heart was also filled with shock. All this time, he had been wondering whether Mo Wuji had stepped into the immortal king stage. It was just that his Dao wasn't comparable to Immortal Empress Wenlin, so he wasn't able to discern Mo Wuji's true cultivation. Only now, did he finally got to know that Mo Wuji was already in the immortal king stage? Clearly, he could see how powerful this sect head of his was. Back then, his sect head wasn't even in the immortal king stage and was already able to lead them out of sword prison. Today, this sect head had even established the powerful Ping Fan. Mo Wuji continued, Lei Hongji is an extremely selfish person. I believe that with his capabilities, he is indeed able to go around unhindered across the entire immortal world. However, he definitely wouldn't take up the mantle of protecting the immortal world. If the fate of the immortal world rests on such a person's shoulders, then it would be equivalent to drinking poison to quench a thirst. Mo Wuji was very clear when he said these words. If someone offered a treasure that moved Lei Hongji's heart, he would not hesitate to betray, or even lead a team to destroy the immortal world. As for protecting the immortal world, that's simply a joke. Immortal Empress Wenlin laughed gently, Wuji is thinking too much. If Lei Hongji has the talent and power to defend the immortal world, then he wouldn't simply abandon the immortal world. Because he's not in that situation, you can only see his innate character. In the immortal world, everyone has their own character as they pursue the path of cultivation. Sometimes, some people would even commit unscrupulous actions. However, when facing a disaster which threatens to destroy one's home, I believe that any person would know what to do. Immortal Empress Wenlin didn't speak any further. She believed that Mo Wuji wouldn't understand about such things now. Only when one reaches a certain height and stands at a certain position, would one be able to understand such things. It wasn't simply about reacting to a disaster as she had said, it was a kind of Dao by itself. Lei Hongji obtained his Dao from the immortal world, so he must defend the immortal world. Otherwise, he would begin to question his own Dao. Mo Wuji was speechless, but he had no ways of refuting Immortal Empress Wenlin's words. Moreover, he had no reason to rebut when he came to such fluffy and hypothetical situations. Originally, he wanted to say that Jiyu was also a selfish person, but he no longer had the mood to talk about that woman. Actually, I believe that you, Wuji, are also a person worth training. Unfortunately, the very high heavens are far too single-minded in the results of their divination, Immortal Empress Wenlin sighed and said. Luo Zizai, who had been silent this whole time, suddenly said, that's why you are tasting sour grapes because that Lei Hongji dog *T luck is better than yours. Mo Wuji jolted, what's the meaning of this? Why would he taste sour grapes because Lei Hongji had been chosen as the defender of the immortal world and the very high heavens? Moreover, he had no grudges with this Luo Zizai. Why must this Luo Zizai be so particular with him? Immortal Empress Wenlin hurriedly said, Wuji, don't take immortal friend Zizai's attitude to heart. One of his good friends is Gui Jiansong. Mo Wuji immediately came to an understanding. Wasn't Gui Jiansong the supreme elder of the Great Sword Path? In the end, the Great Sword Path was destroyed by him. No wonder why this heavenly Emperor Zizai was so polar towards him, so this was the reason. Rest assured. I will not do anything because of the matter with Gui Jiansong. The enmity between sects has nothing to do with me. Since Gue Jiansong is from the Great Sword Path, then he must accept that fate. I was only speaking the truth. Luo Zizai explained himself. Whether he's speaking the truth or not, no one else knows. Immortal Wenlan continued to ease the tension. Wuji, even though immortal friend Zizai was joking, what he was saying was the truth. Now that Lei Hongji has been taken away by the very high heavens, he would gain access to boundless amounts of cultivation resources. The very high heavens have their 10 great god stage cultivation holy lands, so you can imagine how fast Lei Hongji would overcome all obstacles and stand at the peak. However, I feel that Wuji's Dao is not simple. Wuji's talent is also not simple. Thus, I want to use all means that we can to help you step into the Emperor stage. This is the second reason why I came to find you. Mo Wuji asked doubtfully, Senior Sister Wenlan? Didn't you say that Lei Hongji was the fated defender of the immortal world? Why do you still want to support me? Immortal Empress Wenlan sighed. Lei Hongji and Jiyu are going to be nurtured by the very high heavens. Even though the very high heavens say that this is to protect the immortal world, there might come a situation where the very high heavens can't even protect themselves. When that happens, they definitely wouldn't send Lei Hongji and Jiyu to help the immortal world. What we're doing is merely preparing for the worst. Mo Wuji came to an understanding. Senior Sister Wenlan, you said you wanted to meet me a few years ago. Could it be due to this as well? Immortal Empress Wenlan shook her head. No. Back then, I only heard that your Pill Dao was startling. Even though the Pill Dao Immortal Alliance has many geniuses in the Pill Dao, none of them really satisfied me. This time, I saw that you were able to match Lei Hongji in a battle. That's when I discovered that you aren't only talented in the Pill Dao. Mo Wuji laughed in his heart. Match Lei Hongji in a battle? Lei Hongji was clearly the one that escaped. Immortal Empress Wenlan seemed to notice Mo Wuji's thoughts and she said with a stern expression, Wuji, I have personally met Lei Hongji before. In that battle, you were indeed able to gain the upper hand. However, I am sure that once also Hongji advances to the Immortal King stage, his power would rise explosively. By then, you would no longer be a match for him. Moreover, he didn't go all out when fighting you, nor did he use his killer move. You don't know all that. Many thanks for Senior Sister Wenlan's reminder. Mo Wuji thanked courteously. Even though he still felt that Lei Hongji definitely wasn't a match for him, he had no need to say it here. Lei Hongji didn't use his killer move, but did that mean that he did? Even if he was maimed and surrounded, he still had his wheel of life and death. Seeing Mo Wuji's acceptance, albeit an ingenuine one, Wenlan said contentedly, Wuji, there's a cultivation holy land here which belongs to immortal friend Zizai. Besides all sorts of immortal treasures, I can also provide you with a plethora of sacred arts. Thus, you need to go to Mahasvara Immortal Domain to cultivate, and immortal friend Zizai's only condition is for you to take him as your master. When Shin Muqing heard this, she sighed inwardly. She believed that her ancestor wasn't really cognizant of Mo Wuji's personality. For one, Mo Wuji definitely wouldn't believe that he wouldn't compare to Lei Hongji after the latter reaches the Immortal King stage. Secondly, Mo Wuji definitely wouldn't accept Luo Zizai as a master. She had interacted with Mo Wuji many times before. She was more knowledgeable than her ancestor on Mo Wuji's character. Mo Wuji glanced at Luo Zizai, who was currently stroking his beard, and felt speechless. There was no need to talk about how his ping fan was also a cultivation holy land. Even if it wasn't, he still wouldn't take Luo Zizai as his master. If he were to do that, then what would happen to his ping fan? How would Wei Zidao and company take over? Many thanks, Senior Sister Wenlan, I don't have any intentions of finding a master at this moment. Mo Wuji promptly rejected. He did not have a single shred of hesitation. Immortal Empress Wenlan startled. In her eyes, any cultivator in the immortal world did things for the sake of cultivation and cultivation resources. She believed that Mo Wuji established Ping Fan also because of this reason. Even the destruction of Great Sword Path was probably also because of their cultivation resources. Logically, Mo Wuji wouldn't have rejected her. Wuji, perhaps I didn't make things clear. Immortal Friends' Eyes Immortal Essence Pond is a cultivation holyland no worse than the very high heavens God stage cultivation holylands, it might even be better. Moreover, on my side, I will provide immortal herbs and treasures. With your talent, it is not impossible for you to step into the Emperor stage in less than 1,000 years, Wenlan hurriedly explained. Mo Wuji stood up and clasped his fists towards Immortal Empress Wenlan once more. Many thanks Senior Sister Wenlan for your pointers and your kind intentions. At the moment, I don't have any intentions of finding a master. In the future, if you need any help from Mo Wuji, you only need to send me a message. Wuji will take his leave now. As Mo Wuji bid his farewells, Wei Zidao and Tian Nini also followed suit. Truly an ignorant kid that doesn't know how high the heavens are, nor how deep the earth is. After Mo Wuji and company left, Luo Zizai snorted coldly. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 741, Accepting a Disciple. Chapter 741, Accepting a Disciple. Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations. Mo Wuji didn't even bother heading back to his pill court, and immediately after he left the rest house, he departed from the Sharphorn Immortal Ruins. Both Jin used current investigation into the matter involving Su Ro'er and Do Hualong and Immortal Empress Wenlan's words made Mo Wuji feel a sense of urgency, the urgency to increase his own strength in the shortest possible time. In fact, Mo Wuji also wished he could return to Pingfan as soon as possible to warn Wenho so that Wenho could send a timely message to Wen Lianqi to get her to stay behind. He was aware that even though the criteria to accept disciples were lowered significantly, the very high heavens wouldn't stoop to the extent of forcing someone who was unwilling to join them. As long as Wen Lianqi was unwilling, no matter how talented she was, the very high heavens would definitely not force it upon her. After all, there were far too many people interested in entering the very high heavens. Many thanks Brother Mo for telling me who killed my brother. Tian Nini only came over to express her gratitude towards Mo Wuji when they reached the flying ship. Mo Wuji chuckled before handing Tian Nini the storage ring he got from Wu Mei's hands. It was simply coincidental that I saw everything. I'm guessing that Wu Mei wanted your brother dead because of the item in the storage ring. I just took a look earlier on and confirmed that the item inside was certainly not simple, so I will hand this item back to you. Tian Nini hurried to respond. I cannot accept all these items because this was retrieved by sect head, hence, it would naturally not belong to me. Sect head should keep these items for yourself. Mo Wuji revealed a slight smile. I believe you still have no idea what was in the storage ring. In fact, even I am extremely interested in these items because with these, I am sure you will be able to step into a much higher realm in the future. Wei Zidao, who was standing by the side, had extreme admiration for Mo Wuji because even though Wei Zidao had no idea what was inside the storage ring, he was certain it was definitely not anything simple or ordinary. This item was retrieved by Mo Wuji and it might not even belong to Tian Nini's brother, but Mo Wuji was actually willing to give it back to Tian Nini. Such extent of magnanimity was not something Wei Zidao could compare himself to. At the thought of this, Wei Zidao sighed in his heart. The extreme difference in principles could very well be the reason why he would never be stronger than Mo Wuji. If he was in Mo Wuji's shoes, Tian Nini should be extremely grateful for his life-saving grace, and these items would naturally be kept by himself. Tian Nini replied calmly, I have ordinary talent, and if it wasn't for a stroke of luck, I wouldn't have made it into the Grand Immortal stage. Given my talent, this would be the furthest I could go no matter how hard I work. Therefore, even if sect head gave me peak-grade treasures to use, I wouldn't be able to do much with it. Mo Wuji was shocked because Tian Nini's sentence had a certain level of truth in it. He could sense that Tian Nini's spirituality was not very clear and that her talent was indeed very ordinary. If Tian Nini had the items inside Wu Mei's storage ring, it might even bring harm instead of good to her. I know Sect Head is a straightforward and upright man, so if Sect Head doesn't despise Nini, I, Tian Nini, am willing to take Sect Head as my master. Tian Nini got on her knees and said with a sincere tone. Mo Wuji responded awkwardly, with my low cultivation level, I am definitely not worthy to be your master. Since Right Defender Wei is already a Grand Emperor, why don't you take Right Defender Wei as your master instead? Tian Nini kneeled on the ground once more. Nini is willing to take Sect Head as my master. This made both Mo Wuji and Wei Zidao awkward because after all, Wei Zidao was still an esteemed Grand Emperor. At the sight of this awkward scene, Wei Zidao coughed before saying, I will take a look at the back of the flying ship, but... Having said that, Wei Zidao hurried down from the deck as he walked towards the stern of the flying ship. Mo Wuji was also feeling awkward because he certainly didn't expect this Tian Nini to reject a Grand Emperor as her master. Wait, didn't she learn this from him earlier on? Minutes ago, he had just rejected the offer of having Luo Zizai as his master. Tell me why you are so resolute in having me as your master? Mo Wuji could only ask this question. Tian Nini raised her head and said enthusiastically, because I believe Immortal Empress Wenlan. Back then, Immortal Empress Wenlan might not be the most talented person in the immortal world, but she was definitely the one with the best judgment of people. Since Immortal Empress Wenlan held Sect Head in such high regard, I am certain that Sect Head's future achievements would definitely be extraordinary. Moreover, I believe Sect Head's words. What words? Mo Wuji asked doubtfully. Tian Nini answered, Sect Head said that your own cultivation talent is not high and would never be comparable to Lei Hongji. I believe you. Mo Wuji rubbed his forehead speechlessly. Can't I pretend to be humble for a while? I can't believe you had this much trust in my words. Furthermore, if I had poor cultivation talent and dimmed future, why would you want to take me as your master? Tian Nini shook her head. No, I believe that Sect Head was not being humble and that your cultivation talent is certainly not comparable to Lei Hongji. However, despite being less talented, Sect Head was still able to be on par with him, which shows how Sect Head's Dao legacy had greatly surpassed Lei Hongji's Dao legacy. I have low if not no talent at all too, which is why I believe that I would only have a chance to advance further if I am under Sect Head's guidance. Mo Wuji was inwardly surprised and knew at this instance that he had underestimated Tian Nini. One simple sentence of his actually got her thinking so deeply. From this thought process, Mo Wuji could tell that Tian Nini was not simple at all. Her thoughts were incredibly exquisite and she had a far vision. How could such a clever girl not suspect Wu Mei for the death of her brother? After all, Wu Mei and Tian Zhongfu were paired up together to enter the broken world. As if she knew what Mo Wuji was thinking about, Tian Nini continued to sob as she spoke. From the very beginning, I had already suspected that my brother's death could be related to Wu Mei. However, I dared not investigate about it, ask about it, or even leave the sect. If Wu Mei was aware that I was suspecting her, or if I suddenly decide to leave the sect, I would have been dead a long time ago. Mo Wuji's tone turned cold, which mean that you already had this thought of leaving the Immortal Universe Sword School since a long time ago and you simply made use of my name and reputation. Tian Nini lowered her head and said, yes, because I know that Sect Head is not afraid of the Immortal Universe Sword School. If I were to miss this opportunity, no matter how desperate I was to leave the Immortal Universe Sword School, I wouldn't know when I would be able to do so. I am willing to accept any punishment from Sect Head, and even if you want to kill me, I have nothing to complain about. Were you planning to assassinate Wu Mei by staying by her side? Mo Wuji asked. Tian Nini shook her head. I only wanted to protect myself and I wasn't certain that she was the one who killed my brother. I suspected her because I am aware of their exceptionally close relationship in the dark. Others might not know that she entered the broken world with my brother, but I am fully aware. However, after my brother had fallen in the broken world, she never came to find me and I am the one who slowly approached her so that I could get on her good books. Mo Wuji pondered for a moment before saying, you can stand up now, I accept you as my disciple. After a slight hesitation, Mo Wuji sighed and said, I really don't know if my decision to accept you as my disciple is right or wrong. Mo Wuji was truly hesitant because he still felt that Tian Nini was way too scheming. However, he had no choice but to accept Tian Nini as his disciple because if he rejected her and she left Pingfan, she would definitely die. Without mentioning that people who suspected she had treasures on her would go after her, even Wu Mei would not let Tian Nini off easily. This meant that the reason why Tian Nini was so resolute in making Mo Wuji her master today was because she wanted to protect herself at all costs. This proved how scheming his new disciple was. Mo Wuji nodded his head as he took out the 2 pages of the Book of Luo as well as the small cauldron before saying, "These 2 pages of the Book of Luo and this small cauldron are extremely incredible items." In fact, the small cauldron could be comparable to the red karmic fire lotus. I suspect that the only reason why Wu Mei was able to advance so quickly into the Granji immortal stage was because of this small cauldron. Since the Book of Luo is not complete, I shall keep it for myself. Your future achievements depend on this small cauldron, so you should keep that for yourself. After saying that, Mo Wuji kept the 2 pages of the Book of Luo and handed the small cauldron together with the storage ring to Tian Nini. Tian Nini was astonished because despite knowing that the items Wu Mei took was incredible, she certainly didn't expect it to be this exceptional. Book of Luo and the small cauldron, which could be compared to the red karmic fire lotus. It was no wonder the very high heavens wanted people to enter the 4th level of the broken world. The treasures inside were certainly terrifyingly strong. "Master, I might not be able to protect this item from others." Tian Nini finally reacted to the situation. Mo Wuji chuckled, "As long as you cultivate in Pingfan with the aid of the small cauldron, you would definitely be able to spread your name in the future. Before you, I have a disciple called Fu Jingfeng and 3 named disciples called Lu Yueshuang, Pan Wu, and Pan Xie. You will be considered as my 2nd official disciple. My technique is called the Immortal Mortal Technique, which was created by myself. The difference between this technique and other techniques was that even those without spiritual roots are able to cultivate using it." Having heard Mo Wuji's legacy, Tian Nini was completely dazed. As compared to the Book of Luo or the small cauldron, Tian Nini found Mo Wuji's legacy to be the most shocking one. Cultivate without spiritual roots, open meridians, immortal mortal technique. Every sentence seemed to explode vigorously in her mind, and her mind was further blown when she realized that her master was actually the ancestor of a newly created Tao. This would mean that she, Tian Nini, would be the first generation of disciples to inherit the new Tao. Tian Nini breathed in and she made a decision in her heart to never let down the expectations of her master. Concurrently, she was rejoicing at her own decision to have found the right master to follow. Back at Pingfan, after informing Wenho the reason why the very high heavens was recruiting disciples, Mo Wuji had been focusing his energy into teaching Tian Nini how to open her meridians. Mo Wuji was also slightly worried that Jin Yu might find out Su Ro Er and Do Hualong were the ones who headed towards the location with sparse immortal energy back in the 4th level of the broken world. A month later, Mo Wuji was finally relieved after he received news that Jin Yu had left the immortal world with a group of genius disciples. After Pingfan had shifted the immortal mountains from the Great Sword Path, they had become much more majestic than before. Following which, Pingfan Trade Union auctioned out large amount of peak-grade immortal pills, and news of the great density of immortal energy at Pingfan was spread across the entire immortal world. Pingfan's reputation jolted the immortal world as an increasing number of immortals came to Pingfan. At the same time, after the mortals living by the periphery of the extreme Glade Sea heard about the equality between mortals and immortals at Pingfan, many of them made their way to Pingfan too. Mo Wuji waited for another 3 months but still had no news of Tsin Shuyin, which resulted in his decision to leave Pingfan in search of Tsin Shuyin. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 742, The Whereabouts of Shuyin. Chapter 742, The Whereabouts of Shuyin. Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations. The first place Mo Wuji went was the Devil Moon Immortal School, where Lin Gu had brought him to the soul-condensing immortal pond many years ago. When he was pulled by the force within the soul-condensing immortal pond, he had handed Sin Shuyin over for Lin Gu to take care of her. The reason he had established Pingfan openly in the extreme sea glade as well as to destroy the Great Sword Path in such high profile was so that he could announce his return to the immortal world. He was hoping that Lin Gu and Sin Shuyin would find their way to Pingfan upon hearing his name. However, it had already been quite some time since Pingfan was established, yet neither Lin Gu nor Sin Shuyin returned, so he made his decision to search for them instead. Mo Wuji was clear that looking for Sin Shuyin in the vast and boundless immortal world would be equivalent to looking for a nail in the sea. Because they were afraid of Mo Wuji, the Devil Moon Immortal School allowed Mo Wuji to enter their school without restraints. Lin Gu was from the Devil Moon Immortal School's Moon-Seeking Mountain, but after Luan Kai's rage, even the Moon-Seeking Mountain's Lord Shurgulan escaped with severe injuries. On his return to the Moon-Seeking Mountain, all Mo Wuji saw was a land of ruins. Even without asking anybody here, Mo Wuji knew that neither Shurgulan nor Lin Gu had returned. After searching through the Moon-Seeking Mountain once more, Mo Wuji didn't obtain any clue. He could only leave the Devil Moon Immortal School helplessly, and the second place he wanted to visit would be the Unfettered Emperor Palace. Palace Lord Grand Emperor Luan Kai of the Unfettered Emperor Palace had great enmity with Mo Wuji, and even the Devil Moon Immortal School's Moon-Seeking Mountain was raised by Grand Emperor Luan Kai. Mo Wuji suspected that Grand Emperor Luan Kai might send someone to wait outside the Six Paths ruins to capture Lin Gu and Sin Shuyin. Even though the possibility of this was not high, he still needed to find Luan Kai. This was because if Sin Shuyin fell into Luan Kai's hands, Luan Kai would definitely use Sin Shuyin to coerce him. Mo Wuji had been to the God's immortal domain before when he visited the Heavenly Chasm and the God's Heavenly Chasm. Luan Kai's Unfettered Emperor Palace was located in the God's immortal domain's most beautiful district. Even before Mo Wuji was close to the Unfettered Emperor Palace, he could sense the dense immortal energy in the air. The Unfettered Emperor Palace was established at the God's immortal domain's Unfettered Mountain, and it was considered to be one of the 10 cultivation holy lands. Old fellow Luan Kai, if you are still not out, don't blame me for smashing your entrance. Even before Mo Wuji reached the Unfettered Emperor Palace, a loud cursing could be heard. Mo Wuji was shocked as he tried to think who this fella might be. He actually dared to curse and shout outside the entrance of the Unfettered Emperor Palace. Despite the fact that Mo Wuji came to find Luan Kai, given Mo Wuji's current strength, he knew that he was still unable to fight his way into the Unfettered Emperor Palace. On the contrary, Luan Kai wouldn't dare to do anything to him outside the Unfettered Emperor Palace. Even if he had to fight, Mo Wuji could still use his wind escape technique to escape easily. However, once he entered the Unfettered Emperor Palace, his life wouldn't lay on his own hands anymore. Mo Wuji directly crossed an arch bridge made of stone which was connected straight to the Unfettered Emperor Palace. Soon after, Mo Wuji landed right outside the entrance of the Unfettered Emperor Palace. On the White Jade Plaza stood a barefooted itinerant monk who was holding a 7 apertures Buddhist staff in his hand. The itinerant monk's long hair casually fell from his head, and he looked very much like a wanderer of the immortal world. Mo Wuji guessed that the person cursing at immortal Emperor Luan Kai should be this itinerant monk. It was no wonder this itinerant monk would dare to shout here, as Mo Wuji could sense that he was also in the immortal emperor stage. Monk Dening, don't assume that I, Luan Kai, am afraid of you just because I didn't wish to be calculative with you. The instant the Unfettered Emperor Palace's entrance opened up, a skinny man wearing a crown walked out. He was indeed Luan Kai. Sect head Mo, my Unfettered Emperor Palace had been minding my own business and staying out of your affairs, so what are you doing here? Luan Kai was glaring intently at Mo Wuji while reprimanding the itinerant monk. Even though Mo Wuji was only in the Immortal King stage, Luan Kai was more fearful of Mo Wuji than the Immortal Emperor monk. No matter how strong the Unfettered Emperor Palace was, they would never be as strong as the Great Sword Path in today's world. Frankly speaking, the strongest person in the Unfettered Emperor Palace was Luan Kai himself. Other than Luan Kai, there was no other Grand Emperors in his Unfettered Emperor Palace. On the contrary, Mo Wuji's Pingfan had Wei Zidao and rumored another 2 more intermediate immortal emperors. With such a strong lineup, even the Lightning Sect wouldn't casually provoke Mo Wuji. In the Sharphorn Immortal Garden, Luan Kai personally heard the very high heavens venerable envoy forget about Mo Wuji's destruction of the Great Sword Path with a few warnings to Mo Wuji. This was only because Mo Wuji's ping fan was simply too terrifying. Sect head Mo? Which sect do you lead? How come this Buddhist monk here hadn't heard of it before? The itinerant monk called Dining looked doubtfully at Mo Wuji because he really wondered who Mo Wuji was, that even Luan Kai was slightly fearful of him. I had only just established a school, so it was perfectly normal even if this immortal friend here hadn't heard of it before, Mo Wuji answered promptly, as he was also curious where this Dining came from to actually have a strength like this. However, this fellow was clearly a long-haired itinerant monk, yet he dared to address himself as a Buddhist monk. Even though itinerant monks could still be considered to be Buddhist monks, Mo Wuji just felt that this Dining couldn't be considered as one. Dining didn't continue bothering about Mo Wuji's newly established school as he asked, "Are you here to find trouble with Luan Kai too? Why don't we join hands to bash our way through?" Even before Mo Wuji could react, Luan Kai shouted furiously, "Monk Dining, how many times have I told you that the disappearance of your disciple, Yining, had nothing to do with me? If you really want to fight, my unfettered Emperor Palace wouldn't fear your 7 Buddha Great Temple." While Luan Kai was explaining his innocence to Dining, he was still staring at Mo Wuji. To him, Mo Wuji was the one who could pose the most danger to his unfettered Emperor Palace, not Dining. It was impossible for the 7 Buddha Great Temple to give his unfettered Emperor Palace a bloodbath, but this sect head Mo in front of him could. Luan Kai was deeply fearful of Mo Wuji. It could be said that he had watched Mo Wuji grow, and at the start, he could still threaten Mo Wuji. Towards the end, he realized that Mo Wuji didn't even put him or his unfettered Emperor Palace in his eyes. Mo Wuji thought that this was a little funny and that this itinerant monk had character. His name is Dining while his disciple is called Yining, 1. In fact, Mo Wuji had met that monk Yining before, back in the 3rd level of the Broken World, when monk Yining even invited Mo Wuji for a drink. Small son Luan Kai had cultivated far and likes to quibble now. "I have received news that members of your unfettered Emperor Palace had tried to kill my disciple and even forced him all the way into the Great Desolate Sea domain," Dining said angrily. After saying that, he swung the 7 apertures Buddhist staff in his hand. In just one swing, Mo Wuji could feel a violent surge of energy whistling here. The 2 Tier 6 immortal plants outside the unfettered Emperor Palace started wavering as if it was about to break. Luan Kai's expression changed as he took out a water crystal ball and said, "It was indeed my men who chased your disciple into the Great Desolate Sea domain, but I was unaware of it." This was the video recording of the situation when disciples of my unfettered Emperor Palace were swept into the whirlpool at the Great Desolate Sea domain. The water crystal ball showed a hurricane-like whirlpool, and there were multiple people within the whirlpool. Mo Wuji recognized Yining and identified that he was indeed within the few people in the whirlpool. Moments later, these men disappeared without a trace as they were swept away by the whirlpool. Mo Wuji's expression changed because he actually saw a woman with a back view similar to Lin Gu's. The other person, who also looked like a woman, was blocked by Lin Gu's body. If it was a woman together with Lin Gu, wasn't that Xin Shuyin? "Luan Kai, you are truly an old fella. Was it your men from the unfettered Emperor Palace who chased after my wife and forced her into the whirlpool of the Great Desolate Sea domain?" Mo Wuji raised his hand and the half-moon weighted halberd appeared in his hand. Luan Kai said coldly, "Mo Wuji, my unfettered Emperor Palace is certainly not comparable to your ping fan, but I, Luan Kai, am not here for you to bully. I am always willing to accept your fight, but if you are looking for someone, I suggest you move out as soon as you can." Luan Kai's tone was very aggressive, but the truth was that he was already being very soft because he really hoped that Mo Wuji wouldn't act against his unfettered Emperor Palace. He had decided that after advising Mo Wuji to leave, he would request to form an alliance with the Vast Ocean Immortal School and the Lightning Sect. Mo Wuji understood and stared intensely at Luan Kai. "Luan Kai, could it be that your men were chasing after Lin Gu and Xin Shuyin but was spotted and intervened by Yining? Thereafter, your men tried to kill Yining too, but eventually met the whirlpool of the Great Desolate Sea domain, Luan Kai knew there was no longer any point in hiding this from Mo Wuji, so he simply replied, "That's right, this was indeed what happened. However, my point was that I had no clue all this was happening because this was all done by my men in hope that they could please me. I, Luan Kai, am still not afraid of anyone or any method, so if you want to attack my unfettered Emperor Palace, come at me. Old fella, tell me the exact position in the water crystal ball." Ning heard the story and was enraged. If it wasn't because he was desperate to find his disciple, he would have attacked. Luan Kai opened up his hand and the blazing Babel pillar appeared in front of him. He guessed that this matter wouldn't be resolved without a fight, so he took out his magic treasure. I have already said that I wasn't the one who instructed them, so I have no idea where the place was. Immortal friend Mo, why don't we work together to destroy this unfettered Emperor Palace? Ning's killing intent surged to the maximum, but because he knew he wouldn't be able to restrain Luan Kai alone, he casually dragged Mo Wuji into this too. Mo Wuji was anxious and he knew that Luan Kai was speaking the truth because that whirlpool was the passage to leave the immortal world. He had heard of this from the Wuben couple and from his guess that Zhuo Pingan should have left through the same passage. This was the third time he had heard of people entering the whirlpool passage, and Sin Shuyin was involved too. He was extremely desperate to find Sin Shuyin because who knew what was on the other side of the passage? Immortal friend Ning, I know that place. We can destroy the unfettered Emperor Palace anytime, but I am in urgent need to rescue someone now. Mo Wuji transmitted a message to Ning. Ning heard that Mo Wuji knew about the position of the whirlpool in the Great Desolate Sea domain and was instantly pleased as he said, "Alright, let's go there now." Having replied Mo Wuji, he turned his head and spat a mouthful of saliva towards Luan Kai. "Old fella, I am sick of you acting like you're the strongest. One of these days, I will come back to raise your rubbish palace." 1. Da equals big, E equals 1. So Ning is Ning's disciple. I'm guessing his second disciple would be called Heir, too, Ning? If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 743, 7 Buddha Scripture. Chapter 743, 7 Buddha Scripture. Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations. Mo Wuji, you're not lying to me, right? Do you really know where the place is? After leaving the unfettered Emperor Palace, Monk Ning asked worriedly. If it was any other day, Mo Wuji would definitely want to interact more with Ning and even asked some questions like why his name is Ning and his disciple's name is Ning. However, Mo Wuji really wasn't in any mood to interact as he was simply too worried and anxious. It would still be okay if Sin Shuyin and Ling Gu were to leave through the passage into a lower-level cultivation world. If they were to reach a higher-level world or even the alien tribe's encampment, it wouldn't be good for them. This was why, after informing Su Zian, Wei Zidao, and company a message to tell them that he would be leaving for a period of time, Mo Wuji left with a troubled mind. As for Monk Ning's question, he simply skimmed through it with a few half-hearted replies. Despite having just been established, Pingfan had a few immortal emperors, so it shouldn't be a problem for them to gain a foothold in the immortal world. Monk Ning noticed that Mo Wuji didn't really wish to speak, so he could only shut his mouth. In his heart, he was impressed at Mo Wuji's speed and stamina. His guess was that Mo Wuji definitely hadn't reached the immortal emperor stage, and the only reason why Luan Kai was fearful of him was because Mo Wuji had an immortal sect backing him. As he followed Mo Wuji's insane speed to the Great Desolate Sea domain, he started to suspect his own guess. Even with Monk Ning's cultivation level and speed technique, he still had to put in great effort to follow behind Mo Wuji. Otherwise, he would be easily left behind, and logically speaking, Mo Wuji's speed should slow down after a prolonged period of time. However, Monk Ning found out that no matter how far he had to travel, Mo Wuji's speed hadn't decreased by a single bit. Besides stopping to catch a breath while sitting in the transfer array, Mo Wuji had been constantly moving at his full speed. Mo Wuji, your wind escape technique, no, wind escape sacred art is incredibly impressive. Could you teach me? After entering the West Moat Sea, Monk Ning could no longer contain his urge to ask. Mo Wuji was speechless because only this monk would ask someone to pass down their peak-grade sacred art this casually to him. Even though he hadn't spent much time conversing with Dining on the road, Mo Wuji roughly understood what kind of person this monk was. He replied, "Monk, what is the legacy of your 7 Buddha Great Temple? 7 Buddha Scripture. Everyone in the immortal world knows about it except you. You are truly ill-informed." Monk Dining spoke with an extremely surprised tone. Mo Wuji nodded with a straight face. "I remember now, it is indeed the 7 Buddha Scripture. This Buddhist scripture is very impressive, and I've even heard that it is the #1 Buddhist technique in the entire Buddhist world." Mo Wuji had never heard of the 7 Buddha scripture, but he had heard of the reputable name of the 7 Buddha Great Temple and was aware that it was one of the peak-grade immortal school in the Buddhist domain. The legacy of such an esteemed school would definitely be extraordinarily impressive. Dining said proudly, "That goes without saying. The 7 Buddha scripture is also extremely famous throughout the entire immortal world and not just the Buddhist domain. Do you know about the 3 most valuable treasures of the Buddhism?" Mo Wuji instantly became interested. "I've heard that the Great Koan Buddhist lamp is ranked 3rd, but I have no idea what the 2nd and 1st treasures are." Monk Dining chuckled. "Ranked #1 is the 1 Buddha lotus seat, while ranked #2 is my 7 Buddha Great Temple's 7 Buddha scripture." Initially, Mo Wuji thought that the 7 Buddha scripture was merely a very good legacy technique, but he certainly didn't expect it to be one of the top 3 treasures of Buddhism. This was no wonder the 7 Buddha Great Temple was such a renowned sect. Mo Wuji had no idea whether or not the 7 Buddha scripture was a magic treasure, but Mo Wuji believed that as a legacy treasure, the 7 Buddha scripture would definitely be more suitable for the sect than the other 2. "Then could you pass down the legacy of the 7 Buddha scripture to me? I don't need the original copy, I just need you to tell me the content of it," Mo Wuji asked seriously. Monk Dining opened his eyes wide in disbelief. "How can I do that? The 7 Buddha scripture was used to establish my 7 Buddha Great Temple, and this is completely different from your wind escape sacred art." "Oh." Mo Wuji let out an "oh" as he couldn't be bothered with Monk Dining anymore. Monk Dining saw that Mo Wuji had no reaction, so he said softly, "Mo Wuji, why don't we exchange in secret? Just don't tell anyone that I told you the content of the 7 Buddha scripture, possible?" Previously, Mo Wuji was really just fooling around with Monk Dining because he knew that Monk Dining would never pass him the 7 Buddha scripture, and in fact, Mo Wuji never intended to learn the Buddhist Tao. He didn't expect this monk to actually dare to make an exchange with him. How daring could he be? The content of a treasure like the 7 Buddha scripture, even if it wasn't the original copy, must most certainly be incredibly impressive. Since it was a mutual exchange, what did he have to lose? Even though the Wind Escape sacred art was deduced and modified by his Tao revelation channel and had become a unique sacred art, it would not be inferior in any respect to other sacred arts in the immortal world. Mo Wuji was indeed willing to exchange his Wind Escape sacred art for the 7 Buddha scripture. Mo Wuji didn't hesitate as he sketched out his Wind Escape sacred art on a jade letter for Monk Dining. Very soon after Monk Dining scanned his spiritual will through the jade letter, he was scratching his ear in joy. It can actually call for the wind. Impressive, truly incredible, incredible. Dining only knew how to say incredible as he totally forgot about passing Mo Wuji the 7 Buddha scripture. Mo Wuji was not worried at all as he simply increased his speed, and Monk Dining felt the strain very soon after. He hurried to take out a simple and unadorned jade letter for Mo Wuji. "Mo Wuji, this is the 7 Buddha scripture, so take a look as we travel. Don't rush through it, and remember to not say that I'm the one who showed you this." Mo Wuji didn't look through the 7 Buddha scripture as he installed a seal over it before throwing it into his storage ring. "Monk, is the 7 Buddha scripture back at your 7 Buddha Great Temple also a magic treasure? Could you let me have a look at it when I visit the 7 Buddha Great Temple in the future?" Monk Dining hurried to shake his hand and said, No way. As he spoke, he had already kept the Wind Escape sacred art which was in his hand. He was worried that Mo Wuji might go back on his word and choose not to complete the exchange with him. Mo Wuji also knew that this was not possible, and before Mo Wuji could question about the distinct features of the 7 Buddha scripture, Monk Dening suddenly whispered, Mo Wuji, let me tell you something. Actually, the 7 Buddha scripture had been missing and it is no longer at the 7 Buddha Great Temple. Regardless of whether it was lost or not, I never had the intention to obtain the original copy of your 7 Buddha scripture. Mo Wuji looked at Monk Dening's sneaky action and was no longer able to discern if Monk Dening's words were true or false. Even though Dening gave Mo Wuji a feeling that he was an honest and forthright man, Mo Wuji was sure that this fellow was extremely devious man. Monk, previously the venerable envoy of the very high heavens, came to recruit 9 stars geniuses, and I've heard that your disciple, Yining, was recruited. Didn't he go over with them? Mo Wuji casually changed the topic of conversation. Hearing Mo Wuji's question, Monk Dening's expression turned solemn. If it wasn't for Luan Kai, that old fella who caused Yining to miss his chance to enter the very high heavens, Yining could very well be an immortal king now. Mo Wuji, when I go back to teach Luan Kai a lesson, will you come along? We can go over together, but we are here now. Mo Wuji stopped. Here? Monk Dening looked doubtfully at the ordinary-looking sea in front of him before looking at Mo Wuji in confusion. There is nothing here. Are you sure that we are at the right place? I am sure, we just need to wait for a while, Mo Wuji replied convincingly. He was guessing that this passage could be opened by array flags, but the water crystal ball that he had only showed the place and nothing else. Monk Dening trusted that Mo Wuji was not lying to him, so he simply landed back on his own flying ship. He then took out the wind-escaped sacred art given by Mo Wuji as he started his flavorful analysis of it. Half a month passed quickly, but the sea domain which Mo Wuji and Monk Dening were in was still peaceful and quiet. The deeply concentrated Monk De Huan could no longer resist anymore as he kept his jade letter and stared at Mo Wuji. Mo Wuji, you're not fooling with me, right? Mo Wuji was equally as anxious, but why would he have the mood to explain to Dening, which was why he simply answered, if you think I am fooling with you, you can go back first. Nobody is keeping you here. Monk Dening laughed awkwardly, and just as he was about to speak, trembles could be felt in the space near them. Without Monk Dening's warning, Mo Wuji could also sense that someone was approaching, because it wasn't a tremble in space but intense killing intent. Brother Mo, please help me. A familiar voice could be heard, and before Mo Wuji could recall whose voice it was, the voice spoke again. No, wait, you're not his match. After saying that, the person changed direction to escape from the side. Mo Wuji could finally recognize the voice of the person asking for help. The man asking for help had yet to fully recover his fleshly body, while the man behind him was a dark-skinned, vicious-looking man. Mo Wuji didn't hesitate as he drew out his half-moon-weighted halberd as he slashed towards the dark-skinned man in his first attack. A space-splitting winding river descended from above as it charged towards the dark-skinned man. Before the winding river was displayed, the space was still the space and the sea was still the sea. After wielding out the winding river, the space and sea had transformed into a silver-colored winding river, and it seemed to start from the boundless space and strike boundlessly towards its opponent. It was clearly a silver-colored halberd radiance, yet it appeared to others like a descending Milky Way which could sweep everything out of its way. After going through a mortal empress when land's guidance and tips, Mo Wuji's winding river had grown even more. Even if he was only still an immortal king, the winding river descended with massive amount of boundless and majestic energy within it. Mo Wuji, this is truly an incredible sacred art. Let me help you with this and make sure you teach me this too, Monk Dening cried out in joy and excitement after witnessing this silver winding river descend. He instantly took out his staff as it hacked towards the dark-skinned man who was exuding insidious energy. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 744, 7 Underworld Palaces Restrain Soul King. Chapter 744, 7 Underworld Palaces Restrain Soul King. Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations. Boom! Mo Wuji's boundless winding river looked like it had descended on the peak of the sturdiest mountain as the winding river momentarily disappeared into nothingness. The endless halberd radiance started exploding, yet that mountain appeared to be completely unharmed. An insane amount of immortal energy surged over, and Mo Wuji spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. Following which, he could sense his own meridians being torn apart, and his vitality seemed to have met a black whirlpool absorbing his life force away. In just one move, and before the move was even completed, Mo Wuji could feel a strong sense of helplessness. Mo Wuji was inwardly appalled at the unknown level of cultivation of his opponent. The opponent was so strong that when he executed his mighty winding river on him, it was just like an egg crashing against a rock. Retreat. If he didn't retreat fast enough, he wouldn't be able to save his own life if the insane immortal energy were to sweep him away. However, in the very next moment, Mo Wuji knew he was overthinking, because even though the dark-skinned man had yet to attack, Mo Wuji was unable to retreat at all. A terrifyingly strong domain had trapped him in, and he could only await his death. The sense of helplessness caused Mo Wuji was something he had rarely felt. Previously, he believed that having advanced to become an immortal king, he would even be able to deal with the slightly weaker immortal reverence. It was only when he met a true expert like today that Mo Wuji finally realized how frightfully weak he was. Boom! Yet another explosion of immortal energy could be felt, and Mo Wuji's entire body felt at ease. At that instant, he noticed Monk Dining's staff tearing the dark-skinned man's domain apart. Many thanks, Monk. Mo Wuji hurried to retreat out of the opponent's domain, and he was now certain that this dark-skinned fella was a Grand Emperor, a terrifyingly powerful one. Mo Wuji, hurry up and help me, as I am not able to deal with this fella alone. Which coffin did this fella appear from? How could he be so strong? Dining's staff had swirled up a hurricane-like immortal energy billows, as he seemed to be able to control everything within 10 meters radius of himself. Even so, he was still telling Mo Wuji of how he was unable to beat this insidious-feeling dark-skinned fella. Mo Wuji didn't have the time to talk to Monk Dining, so he instantly superpositioned his whirlpool domain with Monk Dining's domain. As compared to other cultivators' domain, Mo Wuji's domain was one which could casually superposition onto others. Indeed, even though the dark-skinned man's domain was able to split the space within Monk Dining's domain, but after Mo Wuji added his domain into the fight, the dark-skinned man's domain was instantly restrained. Good brother, your domain seemed pretty impressive. Remember to teach me after we finish this black ghost off. Monk Dining was fully focused on sweeping up immortal energy to fight against the opponent, yet he didn't forget to remind Mo Wuji to teach him afterwards. Mo Wuji didn't have time to bother with Monk Dining's nonsense, because he knew that this black ghost was incredibly powerful. Even though Mo Wuji himself was strong, he was still slightly lacking when compared to the black ghost. He grabbed multiple array flags and was continually setting up death trap arrays around them. Mo Wuji had a feeling that if he didn't kill this black ghost off today, he will definitely cause endless calamity in the future. His cultivation level might not be strong enough, but his pill Dao and array Dao could be. He might be unable to display the prowess of his pill Dao in a battle, but he was able to do so with his array Dao. Who are you? You are merely an immortal king, yet you managed to remain unharmed under the lacerations of my Yin domain? The horrifying voice of the black ghost was heard, and even though Mo Wuji's cultivation level was extremely low, the black ghost didn't pay much attention to Dining as his eyes fell on Mo Wuji. He only had one pair of eyes, and it looked like a pair of deathly pale lanterns shooting out terrifyingly peculiar radiance. Mo Wuji sneered in his heart because he might have a weak cultivation level, but he was in the god physique level 6. Wouldn't he be too trashy if his body was torn apart by a mere domain? At this moment, the severely wounded man, who Mo Wuji rescued, had finally regained his senses. He took in a few breaths at where he was before joining the fighting force and shouted, "Brother Mo, you saved me once more." Presently, Mo Wuji's death trap array had taken shape, but instead of igniting it straight away, he continued to carve out array runes outside of the death trap array. He wanted to install a garrote array which would normally go unnoticed by many people. Ha, Senior is being too polite. Back in the third level of the broken world, if it wasn't for your guidance and protection, I would have fallen outside the golden house or within the dangerous fog. Today, I happened to be present at just the right time, so it was only necessary for me to step in to help. However, I am still clueless as to how do I address Senior. Mo Wuji said while laughing. This faint-looking man was the statue which Mo Wuji saw during his journey within the third level of the broken world. Mo Wuji erected this statue back up and even found some of his body parts lying around. Afterwards, when he was at the Golden House, a voice warned Mo Wuji and even rescued him. At that point in time, Mo Wuji was wondering if the statue which he helped was the one who rescued him. Hearing that familiar voice today and then seeing this man with an unrecovered fleshly body confirmed his suspicion. Brother Mo, don't call me Senior anymore. My name is Gu Yongxiao. We shall catch up later because this man in front of us has an extremely extraordinary background, and if we don't finish him off today, we would only be inviting endless calamity upon us. Gu Yongxiao drew out a pair of pencils as he charged wildly towards the dark-skinned man. How could this black ghost be so powerful? Who is this fella? What calamity would fall upon us if we don't finish him off? Monk Dining continued questioning Gu Yongxiao even as he was attacking the black ghost. Gu Yongxiao replied promptly, "That's right, this man is indeed a black ghost. His name is Yuan Jie, the restrained soul king of the 7 underworld palace, but..." What? This black ghost is actually one of the 7 king of the 7 underworld palace? Monk Dining heard about this and instantly increased the level of his attack, evidently fighting for his life now. Mo Wuji might not know what the 7 underworld palace was, but he had this feeling that he definitely shouldn't let this Yuan Jie off. He could sense the yin energy exuding from Yuan Jie's body and subconsciously started adding lightning bolts attack into his death trap array. Jia Jia. Yuan Jie suddenly murmured these under his breath before the energy exuding from him started rampaging forward. "Stop thinking that you can kill me, the restrained Soul King." This fella wanted to leave, and the instant Yuan Jie's energy rose tremendously, Mo Wuji could feel his intent. Mo Wuji didn't hesitate as he ignited his death trap array and simultaneously carved out the garrote array. Multiple lightning runes were being infused into his garrote array. Boom! Yuan Jie moved slightly and managed to break through Mo Wuji's death trap array. The overwhelming blade radiance and sword chi were merely an itch to Yuan Jie. However, the last wave of lightning bolt at the end made him shocked. Despite the fact that this lightning bolt was unable to injure Yuan Jie severely, it still left scars on his dark skin. Yuan Jie was in a hurry to leave because his domain was constantly being ripped apart by the 3 domains. Almost at the same time Yuan Jie stopped, Monk Dining's staff struck out a sail of ash-gray bloodstain on Yuan Jie's waist. Gu Yongxiao didn't miss this opportunity as 2 black-colored pencils struck directly at Yuan Jie's temples. Yuan Jie let out a devastating cry and the iron rope in his hand passed through Monk Dining's shoulder. Monk Dining also had a whiff of tenacity as he chose not to retreat but to form a hundreds of meters long shovel arc using his staff. The shovel arc combined with Mo Wuji's superposition domain instantaneously locked up the space which Yuan Jie was intending to escape through. A small chant could be heard from the shovel arc, and even though it was not directed at Mo Wuji still felt like a heavy hammer had struck against his chest. His heart was astonished because this monk was simply too powerful as well. Evidently, Monk Dining executed his trump card against this Yuan Jie. After learning about Yuan Jie's origins, he developed an immense killing intent towards him. Yuan Jie's iron rope exploded as it transformed into rounds and rounds of small chains to defend against the shovel arc, and the Buddhist chant was momentarily lowered down. Yuan Jie's body burst forward and a faint shadow dashed out. If he didn't know that the death trap array installed by Mo Wuji was so powerful, he wouldn't have rushed to escape. If he truly wanted to leave, he would take his time. However, he finally felt the true terror installed by Mo Wuji, in the second he was struck again by Mo Wuji's lightning bolt. Together with Monk Dining and Gu Yongxiao's combined effort, Yuan Jie's life was sealed right here at this moment. Kaka. Lightning webs exploded towards him, and within of the lightning web was Yuan Jie's body with a layer of flesh missing. Just as Mo Wuji's second layer of garrote array was completed, it managed to restrain Yuan Jie's body. Mo Wuji was surprised because he hadn't seen many cultivators who would sacrifice their fleshly body to protect their primordial spirit. As for a person like Yuan Jie who had lost his first layer of flesh but still had a second layer beneath it, it was Mo Wuji's first time meeting such a person. Today, if he wasn't with Monk Daning, Mo Wuji could only choose to run if he were to meet someone as formidable as Yuan Jie. Monk Daning and Gu Yongxiao didn't waste a second as they started charging frantically at Yuan Jie. In the face of the joint attack of the staff and pencil shadow, Yuan Jie started shouting loudly, "You dare to kill me!" Boom! It didn't matter whether they dared to kill him or not because Monk Daning and Gu Yongxiao's attacks had already charged over and Yuan Jie's second layer of flesh was burnt off. At this very moment, Monk Daning's staff had already managed to rip Yuan Jie apart and a faint golden flame was spouted out in the air. Following which, Yuan Jie no longer had any vitality within him. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 745, 7 World Stone. Chapter 745, 7 World Stone. Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations. This fella is really incredible, to think he had 2 layers of fleshly body. If I am alone today, I wouldn't be able to finish this man off. Mo Wuji, I shall go and heal myself while you and your old friend catch up. Monk Daning kept Yuan Jie's belongings before chuckling away. Having said that, he didn't even wait for Mo Wuji's reply as he stepped out into space and onto his own flying ship. Mo Wuji knew that this old monk was afraid that he might want Yuan Jie's storage ring, so he took the opportunity to leave first. The truth was that Mo Wuji never intended to split a portion of Yuan Jie's items but was still very grateful for Monk Daning. If it wasn't for Monk Daning's aid, he would still be running for his life. Without mentioning that he might not be able to rescue Gu Yongxiao, he would have added one more powerful enemy to his list. Brother Mo, you've saved me this time. If it wasn't for you, I would have lost my life. Gu Yongxiao clasped his fist towards Mo Wuji appreciatively. Mo Wuji replied worryingly, Brother Gu, your body seemed to have some severe hidden damage. You should hurry up and find a place to heal yourself. Gu Yongxiao's body was faint as if it could dissipate any time now. Gu Yongxiao simply nodded, I will tell you more about me next time. I shall return to the 6-path ruined soul condensing immortal pond to merge my fleshly body and soul now. I must warn you about something. You have just participated in the killing of Yuan Jie and he had an extraordinary background. While your cultivation level was still fairly low, you must not go back to your sect because returning would mean extermination of your own sect. He placed an imprint on me? Mo Wuji was shocked as his spiritual will started to scan through his entire body. However, after one round of inspection, Mo Wuji didn't seem to find any spiritual will imprint on himself. I don't know, Gu Yongxiao exclaimed, the 7 Underworld Palace works mysteriously. As long as you managed to kill a member of theirs, they would be able to find you. Even I am not too sure as to what methods they used. I suggest you hide in the 4th level of the broken world for a while, and if possible, you should hide at the very high heavens. That friend of yours seemed to know a little about the 7 Underworld Palace, so you should probably ask him more afterwards. I still have 3 pages of the Book of Luo here and I shall pass it to you. We shall meet again because I have to hurry to the soul condensing immortal pond now. I might not survive if I were to delay any longer, but this item is too precious so I can't accept. Mo Wuji rejected anxiously before taking out a storage ring for Gu Yongxiao. Brother Gu, this storage ring contained a few underworld heartflower and some G nature pills which I concocted. It should be useful for you to merge your primordial spirit and fleshly body. It is actually a underworld heartflower? I've always been looking for this item but to no avail. You've been of great help to me once more. Gu Yongxiao took over the storage ring excitedly before continuing, many thanks, you are a brother who I, Gu Yongxiao, acknowledge. Since we're brothers, we need not be overly courteous with each other and I really need to leave now. Remember what I said, and there are a total of 13 pages in the Book of Luo. Once you've collected all 13 pages and stepped into the Immortal Emperor stage, you wouldn't need to fear the 7 Underworld Palace anymore. Looking at the 3 pages of the Book of Luo in his hand, Mo Wuji was starting to admire Gu Yongxiao's generosity. How could he not know about a treasure like the Book of Luo? He couldn't believe that Gu Yongxiao simply gifted a treasure like this to him. Back then, he managed to save Morong Xiangyu's life and protected the 7 pages of the Book of Luo, but the truth was that if it wasn't for Mo Wuji's principles, the 7 pages would no longer be in any relation to Morong Xiangyu anymore. For his saving grace, Morong Xiangyu merely offered 2 pages of the Book of Luo to him, and many years later, she even requested for Mo Wuji to return the 2 pages of the Book of Luo back to her. Out of the 13 pages of the Book of Luo, he had 3, and if he included the 3 that he just received, he had a total of 6 with him now. Mo Wuji kept these 3 pages cautiously into his storage ring, and he decided to refine all 6 pages of the Book of Luo when he had free time. Collecting all 13 pages of the Book of Luo might be slightly difficult, but Mo Wuji didn't mind, because with the 6 that he had with him in addition to the one with Sun Shuyin, he would have 7 pages. Even if Morong Xiangyu managed to obtain all the other pages of the Book of Luo, she would still have 1 less than him. Just as Mo Wuji wanted to inquire more about the 7 Underworld Palace from Monk Dening, a faint whirlpool was formed up from the surface of the sea not too far away from them. Initially, this whirlpool wasn't very obvious, but breaths later, this whirlpool had grown into a giant whirlpool, and any spiritual will which landed on it would swept right into it. Ha, the pathway had finally appeared. Mo Wuji, I shall take my leave first. Monk Dening shouted, and he kept his flying ship before dashing into the whirlpool. He didn't even stop to answer a question from Mo Wuji. Mo Wuji was speechless because he knew the intention of Monk Dening. Monk Dening was afraid that Mo Wuji might want a share of the items in Yuan Jie's storage ring, and it seemed that the items were pretty decent. Otherwise, he wouldn't have left without trying to learn about Mo Wuji's winding river and whirlpool domain. Mo Wuji was also desperate to enter this passage to leave the immortal world. He rapidly removed traces of the death trap and Garada rays which he installed earlier on. For some unknown reason, Mo Wuji still felt some fear and trepidation after killing this Yuan Jie, which was why he didn't wish to leave any traces behind. Mo Wuji just cleaned this place up when he felt a cold energy locked onto him. The energy seemed to be growing exponentially, and Mo Wuji suspected that if he didn't leave right now, he would never be able to do so. At a moment like this, why would Mo Wuji still hesitate, as he instantly garnered immortal energy to charge right into the whirlpool with all his might? Half an incense later, a blurry figure appeared where the fight occurred. The only difference was that the whirlpool at the Great Desolate Sea domain was no longer around. Just as Mo Wuji entered the whirlpool, and a mighty energy swept him in, and despite being unable to harm Mo Wuji's body, Mo Wuji found that he was completely unable to manipulate this energy. At the very same instance, Mo Wuji felt as though he had transcended through countless of space, as scenes after scenes appeared and changed within his mind. After an unknown period of time, that sweeping energy weakened, and Mo Wuji was finally able to stabilize his body before extending his spiritual will outwards. A humongous piece of half-gray half-white flat stone was suspended in mid-air with absolutely nothing on it. Mo Wuji landed right on this humongous piece of flat stone. A restraining sensation flooded Mo Wuji's mind, and when Mo Wuji tried to use his spiritual will, he realized that something seemed to be blocking off his spiritual will. Despite not being able to extend his spiritual will outwards, Mo Wuji's eyes fell right on 7 pitched black boundless voids in front of him. The boundless voids of these 7 pitched black voids was divided into 7 different positions on the half-gray half-white flat stone, and they looked extremely clear. One look at any one of the 7 voids gave the feeling that entering any of them would be equivalent to entering an endless world. In fact, there were 3 words beneath his feet which read 7 World Stone. Mo Wuji was dumbfounded at the sight of this, because he was certain that all 7 voids would lead to 7 different worlds, but the question was, which one should he enter? Mo Wuji thought of Bai Yi and Luo Zizai. If he had their ability to prophesy, he would know which one of these 7 voids he should be entering. It was truly good to have one more skill, and after pondering for half a day, Mo Wuji sighed and shut his eyes as he entered the seemingly closest pathway to him. An extreme dizziness could be felt, and no matter how formidable Mo Wuji's sea of consciousness was, all he could see was the constant rotation of space in front of him. Every time his spiritual will tried to extend outwards, he would enter a new space in the very next instance, and the spiritual will which he tried to extend would disappear without a trace. After who knows how long, Mo Wuji finally landed on solid ground. Even though trembles like these were extremely strong, it was nothing much when compared to Mo Wuji's even more formidable fleshly body. A cold wind which contained pressing energy was felt, and Mo Wuji instantly expanded his domain and extended his spiritual will in sight. This was a desert wasteland in which the boundaries couldn't be spotted at all, and on it were closely packed ancient skeletons. Also, there was also a pile of discarded weapons and incomplete magic treasures made of unknown materials. When a type of desolate killing energy was felt, Mo Wuji knew that he was currently at an ancient battlefield. Even if the surrounding was vast and there were no signs of living plants in the wasteland, Mo Wuji could still sense the endless killings of a very powerful army. Mo Wuji took in a deep breath and knew that this was definitely not an illusion. This piece of desert wasteland was most certainly a battlefield. Moreover, this wasn't an ordinary battlefield but a battlefield which immortals fought on. Mo Wuji bent down to pick up a piece of broken magic treasure and found out shockingly that this magic treasure was not made of ore but the bones of a certain type of demonic beast. Mo Wuji was after all a grade 6 immortal smithing master, and under Sugurin's guidance, his smithing standards rose tremendously quick. If it wasn't for the many incidents which happened afterwards which made him focused on specializing on array Dao, he could have been a grade 7 immortal smithing master already. There was no sun in the sky, and it looked like a gloomy day as the surrounding looked vast and obscured. Mo Wuji had absolutely no clue as to which direction he should be heading towards now. After staying at the same spot for almost 2 hours, Mo Wuji suddenly heard a faint and indistinct sound of killing. Someone was still fighting? Mo Wuji hurried over, and 1 hour later, he could only hear the faint sound of killing but not any fighting scene. Could this be an illusion? Mo Wuji immediately condensed his spiritual eye. With the spiritual eye, a majestic scene appeared in front of him. In the wilderness far away from him was countless of people fighting against each other. Mo Wuji saw immortals, herds of demonic beasts and cultivators filled with magic energy. The scene reminded Mo Wuji of back when he was at the Jin Mo continent, where cultivators of Jinxing, alien troops and demonic beasts clashed with each other. As compared to back then, this scene in front of him was much more sensational. Mo Wuji confirmed that there were many cultivators with much higher cultivation level than him, but was curious as to why wasn't there anyone fighting in mid-air? Could this be a restricted space? Mo Wuji immediately tried to lift himself off, and his expression turned ugly. This was indeed a restricted space which even he couldn't detect. Only when he tried did he find out that it was impossible to fly here. Fortunately, he still had his wind escape sacred art and teleportation, because otherwise, it would really be stressful to even try to survive in a place like this. Previously, Mo Wuji was still hoping that Xin Shuyin might choose the same world as he did. However, Mo Wuji only had one wish now, and that was for Xin Shuyin not to have chosen to enter the same place he did. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 746, Heavens Beyond Corridor. Chapter 746, Heavens Beyond Corridor. Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations. Desolate bugle horns and killings were intertwined together as humans were falling like wheats that were being cut off. Mo Wuji noticed that the immortals were starting to retreat, but the opponents didn't seem to be chasing after them as they rushed to collect spoils of the war instead. The remaining spoils of the war were collected very quickly, and all that was left were basically skeletons. The entire battlefield was emptied out, and there wasn't even a single bird flying across. Mo Wuji retracted his spiritual eye and was getting hesitant. He didn't know if he should approach the immortals' camp or leave this battlefield which gave him so much uncertainty. After careful considerations for half a day, Mo Wuji finally made his mind up to approach the immortals. After all, he was also a human and immortal himself. The very least he could do would be to find out where this place was. Mo Wuji extended his spiritual will from his spirit storage channel. After 1 hour, Mo Wuji reached the boundaries of the battlefield of the most recent battle. This place was still stained with fresh blood and deathly auras. Looking at these disposed skeletons on the wasteland, Mo Wuji sighed at how cheap the human lives were. Whether it was the losing side or winning side, as long as you perished, your body would remain on this wasteland. To make things worse, the survivors would only bring away your magic treasures and cultivation resources with absolutely no regard for your dead body. Just as Mo Wuji was about to pick up a broken sword equipment to inspect it, his extended spiritual will trembled. Someone's there? Mo Wuji retreated a few meters and his half-moon weighted halberd landed right in his hand. Very soon, he realized that there was black-robed person lying on side of the ground. Judging from the robe, Mo Wuji guessed that this black-robed person should belong to the demon race. The energy surrounding that person was extremely unstable and it was evident that the person could die anytime soon. Mo Wuji walked over and he saw clearly that the person was a woman. The originally tied-up bun was completely let down because of this war. Her clothes were being torn apart and Mo Wuji could tell she was a woman because of her slim waist. Presently, her entire body and half her face were covered with blood while the fatal wound was on her chest. Mo Wuji's spiritual will landed on it and could clearly sense that there were deathly aura looming around the wound of the woman's chest. If she didn't receive treatment soon, she wouldn't last much longer. As if she could sense Mo Wuji's arrival, the woman struggled to lift her head up to look at Mo Wuji. When she saw that Mo Wuji was a human, traces of disappointment flashed across her eyes. In fact, even her hand, which was about to send pills into her mouth, started trembling. Mo Wuji was well aware of the pill in her hand and knew that it was an ordinary drizzle pill. A pill like this could recover some immortal energy but would be of no help to this woman's injuries. Moreover, this woman didn't even possess a storage ring, so Mo Wuji had no idea where her pill came from. Mo Wuji took out a green Bodhi pill to send it into the woman's mouth. The severely wounded woman was immensely shocked when she saw that Mo Wuji didn't kill her and even gave her a pill. However, she swallowed the pill instantly before looking at Mo Wuji in disbelief and shock. The wounds visible on her body were healing at an incredible rate and the deathly aura looming around her wounds started to dissipate and then disappeared in a blink of an eye. Less than half an incense later, the black-robed woman sat up and wiped off the blood stain on her face as she revealed a beautiful pale-looking face. Mo Wuji was praising in his heart because this woman wouldn't lose in terms of appearance to Jiyu. In fact, as compared to Jiyu's pretentious look, this woman was much more pleasing to the eye. It seemed like the demon race did not just have weird and odd-looking fellas. This is a green Bodhi pill? A Tier 7 immortal pill? The black-robed woman looked surprisingly at Mo Wuji. In a place like this, a green Bodhi pill would be equivalent to an extra life. And this immortal human race man actually used it to save her. This was simply. That's right, that was indeed a green Bodhi pill. However, this pill is not for you to consume it for free. I want. Kill me then. The woman suddenly shut her eyes as she said this. Mo Wuji looked doubtfully at this woman because he was really confused, so he asked, "Why would I want to kill you?" The woman opened her eyes and traces of ridicule flashed across the corner of her eyes before saying, "I can die or even give up anything I have on me, but the only thing I refuse to give away would be my pure body." The woman's voice was slightly hoarse, yet it was extremely pleasing to the ear. Mo Wuji said helplessly, "I believe you have misunderstood me. I only wanted to find out from you where we are and which world was this. And today, I witnessed the fight between humans and demons, so what was this about? You're a foreign person?" The woman finally understood and started sizing Mo Wuji up. Mo Wuji didn't choose to conceal anything. "Yes, I am a foreign person, but I am considered to be part of the human race. I was about to head there and inquire more, but I met you, so I decided to rescue you so I can inquire about the specifics." The woman let out a long sigh as she looked pitifully at Mo Wuji. many thanks for using the green Bodhi pill to save me. My name is Lucy. We are at the Heavens Beyond corridor and I don't know if you're considered lucky to end up here. Lucy didn't continue speaking as she evidently believed that Mo Wuji's luck was *TTY. Heavens Beyond corridor? Why would it have such an odd name? Mo Wuji was gaining interest in this place. Lucy looked at the surrounding battlefield before saying, "Why don't we go somewhere else to talk? This isn't a place we should stay for a prolonged period of time." "Hold on, let me listen." Before Mo Wuji could say anything, Lucy got onto the ground with one ear sticking onto the ground as if she was listening to something. Moments later, two shadows dashed towards Mo Wuji's direction. Very clearly, one of them was running while the other was chasing. The one running was in demon race cultivator while the one chasing was the human race. Mo Wuji just managed to differentiate the two people and a black radiance was shot towards him. The one who attacked was the demon race, and because he felt that Mo Wuji's cultivation level was average, this radiance was intended to kill Mo Wuji. Mo Wuji was enraged and he didn't even bother using his half-moon weighted halberd as he simply threw out a punch without hesitation. It was an ordinary-looking punch, but because the escaping demon raceman's cultivation level was merely half a step into the Immortal King stage, Mo Wuji's punch destroyed his spirit and soul as he was sent flying. Without waiting for him to land back on solid ground, the chasing immortal slashed the demon raceman's head apart. "Thank you for helping me block this fellow off." The first thing the immortal did was to grab the opponent's storage ring before clasping his fist towards Mo Wuji. Mo Wuji nodded and didn't speak much. The truth was that before this immortal attacked, Mo Wuji had already killed the demon race cultivator with his punch. However, he had no interest in the storage ring of a cultivator who was merely half a step into the Immortal King stage, so he didn't bother disputing with the immortal. This immortal shouldn't have spotted Lucy, who was lying among the bodies of people, otherwise, he would have acted against her. AI. This immortal noticed the half-moon weighted halberd in Mo Wuji's hand because after he drew the half-moon weighted halberd before meeting Lucy, he hadn't stored. Mo Wuji saw the greed in the other party's eyes, so he hurried to store the half-moon weighted halberd. He had only just arrived here, which was why he really didn't wish to kill any immortals of the human race. "Your half-moon halberd looks decent, could I have a look at it?" The immortal clasped his fists towards Mo Wuji as he asked. Mo Wuji had been constantly pursued by people and even an immortal emperor couldn't restrain him. This fella was merely in the elementary Immortal King stage, so even if he revealed the slightest of killing intent, Mo Wuji would be able to discern it. "Apologies, this is my magic treasure and I don't like to show others," Mo Wuji sneered in his heart. In the immortal world, when two strangers met each other for the first time and one of them requested for the other to hand over his sacred art or magic treasure, it would be considered as the greatest form of provocation. Mo Wuji was fine with Monk Dening asking him about his sacred art because Mo Wuji knew the type of person Monk Dening was. If it was any other stranger, asking for someone to show his personal sacred art would not be any different from challenging a person to a fight. "Are you blind?" The Immortal King saw how defiant Mo Wuji was and killing intent started to seep out as he pointed to the medal on his left chest. Why would Mo Wuji bother about the nonsense of this fella, so he simply took out his half-moon weighted halberd and struck out an arc of halberd radiance with it. Concurrently, he had already locked that Immortal King within his domain. The Immortal King became enraged as he saw that Mo Wuji was actually daring enough to attack him. The long sword in his hand drew out a circular sword radiance and he could feel a killing intent surging from beneath him. Not good, someone was hiding and attacking him from the ground. The Immortal King instantly wanted to avoid the sneak attack from beneath but was completely trapped because of Mo Wuji's domain. When he finally realized how Mo Wuji's cultivation level was higher than him, he shouted in despair because Mo Wuji's half-moon weighted halberd radiance had already cleaved that Immortal King into two. Lucy jumped up as she looked worryingly at Mo Wuji. "Many thanks for your help," Mo Wuji clasped his fist, but he knew that even if she didn't help, killing off that Immortal King wouldn't require much effort on his part. Lucy sighed and said, "You have basically nowhere to run now. You killed a member of the demon race and a member of the human race. In the heavens beyond corridor, you. Mo Wuji furrowed and asked, "You will reveal this?" Lucy shook her head. "This place is extremely odd. The moment you killed someone of the demon race and tried to enter their turf, the protecting array would sound out. This was similar to the human race and their territory. And the heavens beyond corridor only had the demon race and human race because for the remaining tribes like the magic tribe and underworld tribe, they would still attach themselves to either one of these two places. There's no other way to solve this?" Mo Wuji was utterly speechless when he heard Lucy's words. He had only just found out what this place was, but he no longer had anywhere to go. The only solution to this would be to explain to the human race why you killed that immortal. Following which, you need to hand over your storage ring and everything. You have to await the decision of the expert, Lucy explained, but even she knew that Mo Wuji would never do such a thing, seeing how reluctant Mo Wuji was to even show his magic treasure. Moreover, the person which Mo Wuji just killed had a certain status within the camp. "We can talk about this later, but you need to follow me first because we can't stay here for much longer." Lucy didn't wait for Mo Wuji to respond as she chose a direction and left hurriedly. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 747, Cosmos Wall. Chapter 747, Cosmos Wall. Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations. Mo Wuji hurriedly retrieved the two storage rings and fled with Lucy. Lucy was extremely fast. Within half a day, she brought Mo Wuji to a bustling city district. There were a few huge words hung outside the city square, "Heavens Beyond Corridor City Square." Before she entered the city square, Lucy took out a black cloth and covered her face. Clearly, she also knew that her appearance was simply disastrous. Mo Wuji saw the people streaming in and out of the city square, and to his astonishment, he found that these people were from the demon race, the human race, the devil race, and even some unknown race. Before he could ask Lucy about this, two cultivators, that were originally quarreling, started to fight. Everyone around them hurried to make way. Soon, the human race cultivator was killed. The other cultivator, a person of the demon race, picked up the human race cultivator's storage ring and fled. During the entire process, no one came forward to stop them. No one even seemed to care. "Lucy, didn't you say that I can't come to the heavens beyond corridor? What's the meaning of your action? And what's with this city square? Why are there people from every race?" Mo Wuji asked warily. Lucy did not seem to mind as she walked into the city square. She said in a hushed voice, "I said you can't go to the human race district and the demon race district. This is the heavens beyond corridor. No matter what race you are, you can come here. Everyone only comes here for one purpose: trade. Did you see those two people fighting just now? It was because they didn't come to a common consensus in their trade. You can kill a person just because you didn't come to common terms?" Mo Wuji started to sweat. Lucy sneered, "This place is governed by the law of the jungle. The strong reign supreme here. However, such incidences rarely occur. Usually, people would flee if they weren't able to win over the other party. Even if a killing actually occurred, it would usually be within the same race. If it's like this, then who would dare to engage in trade here?" Mo Wuji was still very confused. Lucy said calmly, "Prestige is very important here in Heavens Beyond Corridor. For example, if you were to force a person to buy or sell an item for more than 3 times, you would no longer be allowed to enter the city square. There's a monitoring array in the city square which shows the people that force others to buy or sell. Before people trade, they would take a look at your prestige level. Usually, everyone would go to a stall or a merchant house to trade. Roadside transactions like what we just saw are the ones that usually go wrong. The moment something wrong happens, the survivor or the one left behind should explain the situation to the transaction manager of the city square. If no explanation was given, then the cultivators would no longer be allowed back to the city. This would be the case for that demon race cultivator that simply fled. Mo Wuji heaved a sigh of relief and said, I can't enter the human race district or the demon race district, but I can stay here at the very least, right? Lu Si said indifferently, that's impossible, this is a city square. If you stay here for more than 3 days, you will be invited out. This is unless you have a proper establishment here, i.e. a merchant house or a stall. However, an average person wouldn't even be able to afford a merchant house or a stall. Even if one is able to afford a stall, it would be hard to defend it. Perhaps you might say that you can simply come back every 3 days. But would you simply continue moving in and out of the city? Then what about your cultivation? If not for cultivation, the Heavens Beyond corridor wouldn't be that famous. What's the meaning of your last sentence? Mo Wuji asked doubtfully. Lu Si explained, the reason why the Heavens Beyond corridor is so famous is because it produces a large number of things called green crystal fragments. These things contain a strong heavenly Tao energy. If you use them to cultivate, the effects would be better than even the highest quality of immortal crystals. Thus, if you are able to stay and survive in the Heavens Beyond corridor, your cultivation would definitely rise. Just as Mo Wuji was about to ask what a green crystal was, he saw a man engaging in a trade with a stall. The thing the man brought out was actually 100 channels leafless fruit. The 100 channels leafless fruit was a tier 8 immortal fruit, and it was an extremely rare fruit at that. If this sort of immortal fruit appeared in the immortal world, it would definitely be sold in a grand auction. To think that it would appear at some random roadside stall. Mo Wuji stopped. He heard that the man wanted to trade for an immortal saliva pill. He had the immortal saliva pill. It was a sort of healing pill and its effect was far worse than the green Bodhi pill that he had given Lu Si. It was merely a tier 5 healing pill. There was no need to talk about one pill, even one entire vase of pills wasn't worth 100 channels leafless fruit. The 100 channels leafless fruit was an extremely rare tier 8 immortal fruit which could be used to concoct the immortal channel nirvana pill. The immortal channel nirvana pill could even be considered the best pill to heal spirit channels in the entire immortal world. How could the tier 5 immortal saliva pill be even considered alongside 100 channels leafless fruit? I can only give you 2 clean solitary pills. It's not enough for an immortal saliva pill. That stall owner said indifferently. Mo Wuji almost spat out. A person actually said that a tier 800 channels leafless fruit could only be exchanged for 2 tier 4 clean solitary pills? If someone dared to say this to him, his leg would have already flown forward. What shocked Mo Wuji, even more, was that the fellow with the 100 channels leafless fruit was actually contemplating, seemingly considering taking the 2 clean solitary pills. Wait. Mo Wuji immediately tried to step forward. He had the immortal saliva pill. That stall owner wasn't willing to trade, but he was. Only an idiot wouldn't want this sort of business where you can make a profit of more than 1,000 folds. Hurry and go. Before Mo Wuji could walk over, Lu Si grabbed Mo Wuji and left. Even though Mo Wuji didn't really understand the reason behind this action, he didn't say anything. Lu Si had spent more time than him here, so she was naturally more aware of the situation here. The moment they reached a remote alley, Lu Si said hushly, "Were you intending to exchange for his 100 channels leafless fruit?" "Yes, what's wrong?" Mo Wuji asked doubtfully. Lu Si sighed and said, "If you actually called that person out for trade, then you would be dead. Firstly, you would have offended that stall owner. Anyone that can own a stall here definitely isn't a simple person. Secondly, you would reveal the fact that you have the immortal saliva pill. With your capabilities, a whole mountain of people would swarm you and rob you of your things, even if it meant that they wouldn't be able to come to this city square anymore. Previously, the value of that green Bodhi pill you gave me was already enough to buy over multiple cities. Even in the entire Heavens Beyond corridor, you wouldn't be able to find it. Thus, you must not reveal that you have such items. If you do, then only death would await you. Why? Mo Wuji was starting to feel that Heavens Beyond corridor was rather strange. Lucy explained, this place isn't lacking green crystals, rare ores, or rare herbs. What it's lacking are smiths and pill refiners. Moreover, there would always be battles every now and then, which makes magic treasures and healing pills extremely rare and precious. Also, any pill refiner or smith would always disappear without a trace. Then where do these peak-grade ores and immortal herbs come from? Mo Wuji asked hurriedly. From the Cosmos Wall, Lucy said calmly. Before Mo Wuji could even question, she continued, the Cosmos Wall is in the space in the void above that battlefield you saw previously. After every 2 to 3 years, an endless passage would appear above that battlefield. It's unknown what that passage is made of, we only know that the passage brings boundless green crystal fragments, peak-grade immortal herbs, smithing materials, and even supreme magic treasures. You're saying these peak-grade immortal herbs and materials come from that Cosmos Wall? Mo Wuji asked in astonishment. That's right. Lucy nodded. Every time the Cosmos Wall opens, the inside of that stone wall would be filled with countless of peak-grade immortal herbs and green crystal fragments. During that time, regardless of race, all cultivators would charge to the Cosmos Wall and snatch the treasures from within. Mo Wuji went silent. After some time, he asked, then does anyone know what's at the end of the Cosmos Wall's passage? No one can pass through the passage. After a certain amount of time, that passage will close. Everyone inside will be swept out and thrown down to the desert wasteland. Because of this, a huge and violent battle would always erupt on that desert wasteland every time the Cosmos Wall closes. Both sides would fight for the rewards from the Cosmos Wall. Mo Wuji interrupted Lucy again and asked, previously, that war I saw was because the Cosmos Wall appeared? No. Lucy shook her head. Sometimes, the Cosmos Wall appears once a year, sometimes, it appears once every 2 to 3 years. When the Cosmos Wall doesn't appear, the two sides would fight for resources. The war you saw previously was due to such a reason, Seeing that Mo Wuji still seemed rather confused, Lucy continued explaining, after the Cosmos Wall opens, regardless who you are, and regardless of what you manage to obtain from the Cosmos Wall, the things you obtain would belong to you if you managed to survive and escape the battlefield. However, you would need to hand over a small portion as a fee for the district that you were living in. Every battle was a mutual snatching of resources. A small portion of the spoils of war would also be given to your district. Actually, immortal herbs and smithing materials might be valuable, but the thing that is most valuable here is the green crystal. Mo Wuji finally understood. There were battles that were due to the lack of resources, and the two sides would fight with one another. Also, when he heard of the green crystal, Mo Wuji suddenly recalled the crystal that was used to power De Huang. Wasn't that crystal also green in color? Could it be the green crystal? As he thought of this, Mo Wuji hurriedly retrieved a storage ring. His spiritual will directly tore through the seal and scanned within the ring. The moment a green crystal appeared within his spiritual will, Mo Wuji's heart was filled with mad glee. This was the crystal that he needed. Not only could this thing be used to power De Huang, it could also be used for his cultivation. With this crystal, he had confidence that he could breeze through the Immortal King stage. The Heavens Beyond corridor is truly a good place. This was the first time Mo Wuji felt that this place was not bad. TL thoughts, so there would be 2 reasons why there are wars. Firstly, there's a mad scramble when the Cosmos Wall opens and everyone would battle one another for the items that they found from within the Cosmos Wall. Secondly, a war could be conducted when either side finds that they were lacking resources. This seems more like an Earth-like war. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 748, The Newbie in Heavens Beyond Corridor City Square. Chapter 748, The Newbie in Heavens Beyond Corridor City Square. Translator, Sparrow Translations Editor, Sparrow Translations. Immortal friend Lucy, do you know how I can obtain a stall in this city square? After Mo Wuji understood that Heavens Beyond Corridor was a cultivation holy land, he felt an even urgent need to establish a foothold here. After that battle with Yuan Jia, he was increasingly clear that he was too weak. Lucy looked at Mo Wuji awkwardly, and after some brief hesitation, she said, "It's not impossible, but it's very hard. The first way is to bribe the trade management for the Heavens Beyond Corridor and get them to help. They are the clearest as to which stalls are about to reach the end of their lease, or which stalls are going to be recalled." But Mo Wuji asked in astonishment, "So the stall owners only have the rights to run the stall? All the other rights still belong to the management?" Lucy shook her head, "No. If a person purchases a stall, it would directly become that person's private property. However, if the owner doesn't return to the Heavens Beyond Corridor in 3 years, his stall will be taken back by the trade management to be sold or rented to others. Actually, people who are intending to leave the Heavens Beyond Corridor would usually notify the trade management to place their stall out for sale. However, I want to remind you that all the people in the management are without conscience. They only care about the benefits. Even though 2 people might simultaneously present them with great items, they will compare the items and help the one that gave them the item of a higher value. As for the item with the lower value, they definitely wouldn't return it. And if you want to try to get them to help you again, you would have to offer another item. That previous item you gave them would already have been completely forgotten. Truly corrupt people," Mo Wuji lamented in his heart. He could only continue asking, "Then what is the second method?" "The second method is if you were to know that a stall is going to be put on sale, you can take the initiative to contact the stall owner and purchase the stall directly from him. This method is relatively hard because there basically isn't any spare stalls here. There's also one more possible method. Every time the cosmos wall opens, there would always be some stalls that become vacant. When that happens, you have to react quickly and snatch one," Lucy explained. Mo Wuji's interest was piqued and he asked hurriedly, "Why would some stalls become vacant when the cosmos wall opens?" Lucy sighed, "Because all the cultivation resources here come from the cosmos wall. The moment it appears, even stall owners would go there and fight for treasures. Many of them would die in the cosmos wall, or die on the desert wasteland battlefield. After they die, their stalls would immediately be vacant. As long as you are able to rush back to the city square before the trade management occupies the stall, then you would have the opportunity of obtaining that stall. If you do that, then the management would just allow you to take the stall? You only need to say that the person who died was your friend or your sectmate. Even though everyone knows that you are lying, because you are the first one that occupied the stall, no one would chase you away." Mo Wuji was left thoroughly speechless. He was actually in this kind of world. "Many thanks for saving me. Unfortunately, I'm unable to help you. I will be returning back to the Heavens Beyond Corridor now. But I still want to give you a reminder, even if you occupy a stall, without a certain level of power, you won't be able to occupy it for long." Even though Lucy wanted to help Mo Wuji, her abilities were limited and she really couldn't do a thing. Mo Wuji clasped his fists, "Immortal friend Lucy, you've already helped me plenty. My name is Mo Wuji." After a short pause, Mo Wuji continued, "Immortal friend Lucy, I see that you do not seem to be from the demon race, and your cultivation technique also doesn't seem to be related to the demon race. If that's the case, why do you stay with them?" Lucy sighed and said, "When I first came here, a human race cultivator tried to rob me, so I killed him. You should know, if you kill the human race cultivator, you can only go to the demon race. Thus, I settled in the demon race district, and during every war when the cosmos wall opens, I would be battling and killing human race cultivators. There's no path left for me to retreat now. Actually, I always wanted to leave the Heavens Beyond Corridor. Unfortunately, leaving this place isn't a simple thing. Immortal friend Mo, I thank you again for your saving grace. Farewell." "Wait, I managed to obtain some storage rings just now. I will give you one. Mo Wuji saw that Lucy did not seem to have any storage rings while he managed to pocket two just now. There's no need, I was able to hide one. You're already helped me immensely. Also, if you can have a conflict with any stall owner here, but you can never have a conflict with a shop owner. With that, Lucy left the city square and disappeared. Mo Wuji sighed in his heart. He could see that Lucy was truly unable to help him. There was no need to talk about him. Lucy herself was constantly dancing on the border between life and death. Mo Wuji had a favorable impression of Lucy. Even though he didn't know whether she was telling the truth about the storage ring, there was one thing he did know. Lucy had left very guiltily because she wasn't able to help him much. Actually, Mo Wuji still had a question he wanted to ask Lucy, that is why didn't anyone stay on the desert wasteland battlefield? Unfortunately, Lucy seemed to have left in a hurry and he didn't get to ask that question. Mo Wuji decided that he was going to find himself a shop. He had quite a sizable fortune of immortal crystals. Even though Lucy said that it was very difficult to find a shop or a stall, he still decided that he was going to ask around each and every one. What if you actually struck one? The first shop that Mo Wuji walked on was one that sold various kinds of materials. The shop was relatively big and there were also many people inside. Even though Mo Wuji guessed that this shop wouldn't be for sale, he still decided to ask the shop owner. When he heard Mo Wuji asking to buy the shop, that shop owner's face turned cold instantly and his hand pointed to the exit of the shop. He didn't even bother answering Mo Wuji's question. Mo Wuji did not mind as he continued to the second shop. It was exactly as Lucy had guessed. Mo Wuji had asked 29 shops but not one of them seemed willing to sit down and talk with him. They either directed Mo Wuji to the exit or burst out with profanities. Even though Mo Wuji was being extremely careful, his blatant questioning had incurred the watchful eye of the trade management. Before two of the caretakers could come and stop Mo Wuji entered the 30th shop. Mo Wuji also saw those two caretakers. He decided that this was going to be the last shop he asked. If it failed, then he would have to resort to asking the Heavens Beyond Corridor's trade management. If that method failed as well, then he could only go to the desert wasteland battlefield. The desert wasteland battlefield was vast and boundless. Though it wasn't amazing, he could simply dig a cave under the desert and stay there. There was only one thing that worried him. It was that he hadn't managed to ask Lucy why no one stayed at the desert wasteland battlefield. The moment Mo Wuji entered the shop, he was welcomed by a wide arrangement of magic treasures. Most of them were carved using demonic beast bones. Without exception, these magic treasures were very simply fashioned. Even though they could be grade 6 immortal equipments, it wasn't because of their smithing quality, but because of their material quality. These magic treasures were simple and plain, their combat power was average, and they wouldn't be able to effectively release the user's sacred arts. Mo Wuji did not manage to find even a single good magic treasure. Even without asking, Mo Wuji could guess that these magic treasures were second-hand goods. The shop wasn't big and there was only a middle-aged man sitting idly at the counter. When he saw Mo Wuji enter, he asked lazily, "What magic treasure do you want?" Mo Wuji clasped his fists and said, "May I ask if the shop owner is around?" "That's me. Could it be that you have some big business deal?" The moment this attendant heard Mo Wuji's words, his spirit lifted and his back instantly went straight. "I want to ask if there's any shop in the area for sale?" Mo Wuji asked courteously. "You're looking to buy a shop?" This attendant stared at Mo Wuji with huge eyes, sizing him up. After some time, he continued asking, "What can you offer? Are you selling the shop?" Mo Wuji didn't say what he was going to offer as he could see the greed into the shop owner's eyes. Mo Wuji could see through this shop owner's cultivation. It should be at the intermediate immortal king stage. Moreover, this fella should have rushed to this stage as his Dao aura was not very stable. Mo Wuji suspected that he could deal with this fella even when he was only in the great circle of the Grand Luo immortal stage. That's right, I am indeed selling this shop. However, I need to first see what you can offer. This shop owner's eyes seemed to glitter. Mo Wuji took out 2 jade vases and a long jade box. This is a vase of unique grade green Bodhi pills. There's a total of 6 pills. The other vase contains billion-year immortal wood marrow. This jade box contains a grade 9 immortal equipment, glass lightning spear. When he finished speaking, Mo Wuji specially opened the long jade box. Lightning danced around the box and a strong Dao aura circulated around the spear within. The glass lightning spear was a spoil of war that Mo Wuji obtained from lightning sect's Qi Junyi. Qi Junyi was an expert at the intermediate immortal emperor stage, so his magic treasure naturally wouldn't be too shabby. Seeing Mo Wuji's items, a line of drool seeped out the corner of this middle-aged man's mouth. Mo Wuji's offer wasn't too low, but too high. In Mo Wuji's perspective, the most valuable item here was the billion-year immortal wood marrow. But in this shop owner's eyes, it was the least valuable item here. To him, the most valuable item was Mo Wuji's vase of unique grade green Bodhi pills, then it was the grade 9 glass lightning spear. In the desert wasteland, each green Bodhi pill was enough to save a life. As for the grade 9 immortal equipment, it was something that he could only dream of. Even though he had all sorts of magic treasures in his shop, they were generally trash. This shop owner's hand unconsciously moved towards that case of green Bodhi pills. Mo Wuji didn't wait for that fella to touch his vase as his hand moved in a flurry and retrieved his jade vase. At the same time, he asked calmly, "So are you going to sell the shop? If you are, that thing is yours. If you're not, then I'm leaving." This shop owner woke up from his daze. Right from the start, he had never thought about selling this shop. He simply wanted to see Mo Wuji's items because there wasn't any business now. It would be weird if a person going around asking whether he could buy a shop was not a newbie. Since a newbie like Mo Wuji had suddenly appeared in front of him, how could he not consider robbing him? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 749, Cosmos Wall Opens. Chapter 749, Cosmos Wall Opens. Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations. I'm selling the shop. This middle-aged man forcefully suppressed his desire to steal as he said dry and heavily. In the heavens beyond Corridor City Square, shop owners would also be removed from their rights to own a shop if they were to rob their customers. Then take out the shop's deed and change the spiritual will imprint, Mo Wuji said calmly. In the cultivation world, many shops' title deeds were still based on name and identity. However, when it came to the immortal world, the shop's title deed was based on one's spiritual will imprint. To change the imprint would require the agreement from both parties, otherwise, the buyer's spiritual imprint wouldn't be able to latch itself on the title deed. Okay. The middle-aged man retrieved the shop's title deed and handed it to Mo Wuji. Send your spiritual will into this jade letter, then pass it to me. I only need to agree to it. Mo Wuji didn't find this particular because this was indeed how the exchange of a title deed worked. He accepted the jade letter, then imprinted his spiritual will onto it. After which, he returned the jade letter back to the other party. During this entire process, Mo Wuji also placed his spiritual will constantly on the jade letter. He would be able to see whether the other party accepted his spiritual will as the new owner of the title deed. The middle-aged man also knew the meaning of Mo Wuji's action. He didn't try any form of trickery as he directly agreed to the transfer of the title deed, allowing Mo Wuji's spiritual will imprint to become the new owner of the deed and the shop. When Mo Wuji's spiritual will detected this, he retracted it. I will temporarily keep the title deed with me. I will only hand it to you after you pass the things to me. This shop owner seemed as though he didn't really trust Mo Wuji. After the transfer of spiritual will, he actually kept this title deed back. Mo Wuji frowned slightly. He could faintly feel that something was amiss. However, against a mere immortal king with an unstable Dao aura, Mo Wuji didn't worry too much about it. He directly took out the jade box containing the glass lightning spear and handed it over. This grade 9 immortal equipment is already in your hands. Now, hand the title deed to me and I will pass you the remaining 2 items. Back in the immortal world, the value of the grade 9 glass lightning spear was countless of folds higher than a vase of the green Bodhi pills. However, this wasn't the immortal world, it was the heavens beyond corridor. Mo Wuji didn't stay in this place for long, but he already knew that healing pills were the most valuable things here. After the shop owner kept the spear, his face turned cold. Hand the 2 remaining things over. Since this is a trade, you have to abide by the trade's rules. Mo Wuji knew that this shop owner was going to try something funny. Logically, the spiritual will imprint on the title deed had already been changed, so this shop should already be his. He didn't understand why this shop owner would be so stubborn. Could there be some rules that he didn't know of? Unfortunately, Lucy was already gone and there was no one else he could ask. Mo Wuji didn't want to quarrel with the other party, so he retrieved 2 jade vases and handed them over. These are the green Bodhi pills and the billion-year wood marrow. Hand the title deed over then. The 2 jade vases were actually empty. Knowing that the other party was trying to play tricks with him, and even though he could easily eliminate the other party, Mo Wuji still didn't want his items to end up this fella's hands. This shop owner didn't check the contents of the jade vases. He casually kept the 2 jade vases and said indifferently, "Since you don't want to hand the things over, then the trade will end here." "What did you say?" Mo Wuji's killing intent instantly erupted. Whether it was Earth or this world that he was in, Mo Wuji had never seen such a shameless person. "I said that I'm not trading with you," this shop owner said coldly. He sneered in his heart, a mere newbie that doesn't know the rules actually wants to come and purchase a store. In the heavens beyond corridor, the title deed will have a huge advantage to the shop owner. Even if both parties agree to change the spiritual will in print, it will only come into effect after the 3rd day. Thus, the original shop owner can randomly change the spiritual will in print back to his own on the 2nd day or the 3rd day. This meant that Mo Wuji's spiritual will could be erased tomorrow or the day after, and this shop owner will still remain as the owner. The reason why it couldn't be erased on the 1st day was to give the buyer a little bit of advantage. Mo Wuji didn't know about all this. He didn't know that the other party could simply renege on his words even after the items had been handed over. Just when Mo Wuji was thinking of retrieving his half-moon-weighted halberd to kill this fella and flee to the desert wasteland, an incredibly bleak-sounding bugle resounded. At the next instant, it seemed like the entire heavens beyond Corridor City Square had gone ballistic. With his spiritual will, Mo Wuji saw countless of cultivators charging out of heavens beyond Corridor City Square in a frenzy. Even the 2 caretakers that almost blocked Mo Wuji previously were among them. The cosmos wall actually opened. This shop owner muttered to himself. With a casual sweep of his hand, all the magic treasures in the shop were swept into his storage ring. He rushed out like a delighted little kid, completely ignoring Mo Wuji. Actually, few shop owners have anything good in their shops. Thus, when the cosmos wall opens, no one would actually want to rob the shops. The most valuable thing in a shop was the shop itself. The shop itself couldn't be robbed. As long as you return alive, the shop would still be yours. Mo Wuji, who originally intended to murder this shop owner right there and then, immediately dispelled that thought when he found out that the cosmos wall had opened. He did not hesitate to chase after that shop owner. He was still going to murder this fella, but this was not the right place. According to Lucy's introduction, there wouldn't be a huge war before the struggle for treasures in the cosmos wall. Everyone would first swarm into the cosmos wall. Usually, the huge battles would only occur after the cosmos wall closes. In less than half an incense's time, this shop owner had already rushed out of heavens beyond Corridor City Square and entered the desert wasteland. At this instant, there were people all throughout the desert wasteland, and every single one of them seemed to be heading in the same direction. The moment Mo Wuji left Heaven's Beyond corridor, he directly teleported next to the shop owner and punched out. His first punch was already the domain-crushing fist. He wanted to get rid of this shop owner as soon as possible, then take a look at the cosmos wall. Everyone in the surrounding immediately felt the immortal elemental energy waves due to the punch. They all moved off to the sides before continuing in their rush. No one stopped to find out what that wave was about. In reality, when the cosmos wall opens, there would be too many people heading towards it. Under normal circumstances, no one would stop and fight on the way to the cosmos wall. This was because everyone knew about the feast of treasures that could get when the cosmos wall opens. In that feast, everyone stands to benefit because the cosmos wall was simply an endless cornucopia of treasures. Since that's the case, why would anyone want to waste their time fighting instead of feasting on the treasures? The only time when there were battles was usually due to some deep enmity. Thus, everyone continued on their own ways when they felt Mo Wuji's attack. No one really cared about who Mo Wuji was attacking. You're courting death. This king originally wanted to spare your life. I never thought that you would be the one to court your own death. When the shop owner felt Mo Wuji's punch incoming, he instantly raged. He didn't actually want to spare Mo Wuji's life. Actually, there was simply something more important to him now, to strike it rich in the cosmos wall. At this critical moment, an ant actually dared to lay hands on him. This shop owner immediately retrieved a saber. He wanted to get rid of Mo Wuji as soon as possible. There was an endless amount of treasures in the cosmos wall. The time you arrive was the factor that affected how many treasures you could get. RIP. This shop owner's domain hadn't even come out on full display before it was torn apart by Mo Wuji's fist. Similarly, his elemental energy didn't even get to condense fully on his saber before it was blasted by Mo Wuji's unyielding power. Boom! Immortal elemental energy spilt everywhere. This immortal king's saber didn't get to draw half an arc before it was sent flying by Mo Wuji's fist. This fella is at least an immortal reverend. This shop owner instantly knew that he had underestimated Mo Wuji's ability. Stop. I will hand the things back to you. When he felt Mo Wuji's overwhelming power, how could this immortal king shop owner still dare to fight with Mo Wuji? Mo Wuji acted as though he didn't hear the other party. With his spatial imprisonment, he sealed this immortal king in place. That's when his domain-crushing fist landed straight on this shop owner. Bang! This immortal king, who never even placed Mo Wuji in his eyes, was punched right in the chest. A huge mist of blood burst forth. Mo Wuji opened his palm and grabbed this fella's storage ring. He also casually shot out 2 lightning bolts. This shop owner's primordial spirit had only just left his head before it was reduced into nothingness by Mo Wuji's lightning bolt. Ever since Mo Wuji made his move, it only took 2 moves to kill this shop owner. This shop owner didn't even get to fully display a single move. When they felt Mo Wuji's power, everyone else made way. No one cared about this trivial matter. At this moment, everyone's eyes were on the cosmos wall. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 750, The Pillage. Chapter 750, The Pillage. Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations. An hour later, a vast and endless black hole appeared in Mo Wuji's spiritual will. This black hole extended down from the void, and countless of cultivators were frantically charging into that black hole. Mo Wuji would even see 1 or 2 strands of immortal herbs occasionally falling out from that black hole and down onto the ground. However, no one bothered picking those herbs up. They were only charging into the black hole in a frenzy. So this was the cosmos wall. It's unknown why this cosmos wall was filled with so many amazing treasures. Mo Wuji's figure flashed. Borrowing the power of his wind escape technique, he sped into that whirlpool extending down from the cosmos wall. The moment he entered the black hole whirlpool, Mo Wuji felt a whirling and repelling force. This was his first attempt, and because he wasn't used to it, he was almost pushed out. However, he only needed a short time to get used to the force here. Mo Wuji immediately tried to send his spiritual will outwards. However, he soon realized that his spiritual will, whether it was from his sea of consciousness or his spirit storage channel, was completely unable to be sent out. Fortunately, his bare vision was still able to see the things within 3 meters of himself. He could see that countless of cultivators were still furiously charging upwards. At this moment, some green crystals and ores brushed across Mo Wuji's body. With a simple extension of his hand, Mo Wuji sent those green crystals and ores into his storage ring. Mo Wuji finally understood why there would always be a huge war every time the cosmos wall opens. There were truly so many things in here, and each and every one of these things were related to cultivation. It would be weird if such a treasure haven didn't incite a huge war. Another few strands of immortal herbs brushed past him. This time, Mo Wuji didn't bother picking them up. Instead, he activated his immortal elemental energy as he charged upwards at a greater speed. Currently, he was merely at the outer edge of the cosmos wall. If there were so many amazing things at the outer edge, then there would naturally be greater things at the inner core of the cosmos wall. There were clearly many cultivators with the same thoughts as Mo Wuji, as everyone could be seen frantically charging to the top. They would only casually grab the treasures that brush across them. In a place like this, there wasn't a single battle. There were more treasures here than one could count. Who would want to waste time on a battle? After half an incense's time, Mo Wuji realized that the higher he went, the stronger the revolving repulsion force. Not only that, immortal elemental energy would be expended at a faster rate. If this went on, one would be exhausted of immortal elemental energy and be ultimately expelled out of the cosmos wall. Even though he hadn't truly started picking the treasures in the cosmos wall, Mo Wuji finally understood that the stronger ones would be the ones with the greater rewards. They were like fishes swimming against the flow of the river. The stronger ones were the ones that could travel further. Even though Mo Wuji had the elemental storage channel, he did not dare to deplete his immortal elemental energy. The moment he entered this place, he understood that if he were ever to be ejected out, and if he could come back in a second time, he would only be able to pick up the leftovers of others. Mo Wuji subconsciously slowed down, and at the same time, he extended his whirlpool domain. To his pleasant surprise, Mo Wuji soon discovered that his whirlpool domain was able to counter the repulsive force of the cosmos wall's whirlpool. The pressure that he was feeling dropped significantly. With this discovery, Mo Wuji's speed raised once more. In merely half an incense's time, Mo Wuji overtook one cultivator after another. There were fewer and fewer cultivators around him. At this point, anyone that could reach this level was much, much stronger than Mo Wuji. Even they did not seem able to overtake Mo Wuji, and they could only watch as Mo Wuji charged past them. When there were no longer any people in his surroundings, Mo Wuji started to collect the green crystals and immortal herbs around him. He was too lazy to even identify the things he was taking. As long as it seemed not bad, he would throw it into his storage ring. Unfortunately, his range of vision was extremely small, it was only around 3 meters. If he could see further, his gains would definitely be immeasurable. 3 meters was probably not even 1,000th of the width of the cosmos wall. As he thought of this, Mo Wuji directly condensed his spiritual eye. Immediately, Mo Wuji rejoiced in elation. With his spiritual eye, he saw countless of green crystals, smithing materials, immortal herbs, and even some magic treasures. Of course, there were some cultivators that were still in front of him. Mo Wuji chose to directly increase his speed. He had his whirlpool domain, his elemental storage channel, and even large amounts of immortal pills which could replenish immortal elemental energy. Why must he drink the water that others wash their feet with? Mo Wuji even noticed a hint of ridicule in a cultivator's eyes when he charged past this cultivator. In his heart, Mo Wuji was thinking that this cultivator was definitely jealous of him. 2 hours later, there were no longer any cultivators around him. Thus, he started to collect the treasures. Mo Wuji started to be picky. He could choose the brighter green crystals, the better immortal herbs, ores and materials, and any complete magic treasure were swept away by him. Anything less would directly be neglected. Someone else can take them. A day soon passed. The higher Mo Wuji soared upwards, the more treasures he picked. At this point, a strange feeling arose in Mo Wuji's heart. He started to feel that he wasn't picking treasures, but rubbish. Because the green crystals he picked were either damaged or fragmented. The immortal herbs were high-tiered, but they looked like they were thrown away. There were even bruises on the herbs. As for the ores and smithing materials, they might all be grade 7 and above, but they were mostly scrapped pieces of processing. As for the magic treasures, they were rather crudely fashioned. Occasionally, there were treasures that exceeded the level of immortal equipment. However, their Dao auras were clearly off the mark. Could it be there's someone up there was discarding these trash? And they were merely staying below the garbage chute? This thought left Mo Wuji speechless. Even though the things he picked up weren't perfect, they definitely weren't trash. Take the green crystals, for example. Each of them was better than the highest grade immortal crystal. As he thought of this, Mo Wuji jolted. He suddenly thought of the immortal crystal dregs back at half-immortal domain. They were merely dregs from the processing of immortal crystals. Wasn't this scene similar? Could it be that there's a higher world beyond the immortal world? That's not right. There was indeed a world above the immortal world, and he knew of that world. It was the very high heavens. Mo Wuji immediately shook his head. If anyone said that the very high heavens were the ones to throw these things away, he would be the first one to reject it. Even though the things here weren't unique or supreme treasures, most of them were of a higher grade than the immortal herbs and materials found in the broken world. If the very high heavens were that rich, they wouldn't have hid the things in the broken world. Also, as long as he could cultivate, why did he need to care about such things? Mo Wuji started to selectively pick the items around him. He primarily wanted green crystals. Green crystals were able to raise his cultivation, so they were the most intuitive things that he could use. However, as Mo Wuji got higher, he started to wonder, if he could really reach the other end of this cosmos wall, what kind of world would it be? Just when Mo Wuji thought of this, the power behind the cosmos wall's whirlpool force suddenly increased. This force directly shredded Mo Wuji's whirlpool domain. This violent power continued to surge forward and it landed heavily on Mo Wuji's chest. Even though Mo Wuji tried to activate his immortal elemental energy, he had no means of defending against this force. He felt like he was like a falling meteorite, descending downwards rapidly. Mo Wuji cursed in his heart as he furiously tried to activate his immortal elemental energy in an attempt to counter this force. Unfortunately, everything was useless. Boom! A huge hole was blasted into the ground. All the bones in Mo Wuji's body seemed to be out of place and a piercing sensation spread throughout his entire body. He had been forced out of the cosmos wall. Mo Wuji's heart was still filled with lingering shock and fear. Even though he was at God Physique level 6, that fall almost shattered him. If he didn't have a God Physique, he would definitely have been dead. As he got through his days, Mo Wuji finally understood that he wasn't the only one that was expelled out. Almost every cultivator here were also expelled out. The entire air was filled with the sand and dust formed from all the impacts. The cosmos wall's time had come to an end. This was Mo Wuji's first thought. Indeed, just as he thought of this, he saw some treasures fall loosely from the cosmos wall and scattered in all directions. All the cultivators that were forced out like Mo Wuji started to furiously fight for those treasures. There were some cultivators like Mo Wuji who also suffered relatively heavier injuries because they climbed too high. They were unable to react quickly, and as a result, they were ambushed and their storage rings were stolen. A Grand Luo immortal saw that Mo Wuji seemed to still be in a daze, and he directly shot a sword light towards Mo Wuji. Before it could even reach Mo Wuji had already sprung out and punched outwards. He easily killed this Grand Luo immortal, and he casually swept away this Grand Luo immortal's ring. As he thought of this, Mo Wuji finally understood why he was able to climb the highest. It wasn't merely because of his strong whirlpool domain, but it was also because many people didn't dare to climb as high as him. If one climbed too high, they would be forced out with greater pressure. Even an immortal emperor would be heavily injured or killed by that force. Mo Wuji ruffled his hair. Indeed, the ignorant were fearless. It was due to his ignorance that he climbed that high. In reality, if not for his god physique, and perhaps if he was even a level lower, his body would be a bloody mess on the ground right now. No wonder why those people looked at him with contempt when he raced upwards. It wasn't jealousy, but disdain. Seeing that there were many people still pillaging for treasures, Mo Wuji didn't take part. Because of his spiritual eye and the height he reached, he had already obtained enough treasures. He would leave this place first. He had killed that shop owner, and according to the rules that Lucy told him, he only needed to be the first to return to that shop to be its owner. As he thought of this, Mo Wuji's figure flashed and he sped away. However, before he could even get to 50 kilometers, he was blocked by a force. Before Mo Wuji could check what this force was, he heard shrill cries behind him. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 751, The Messy Battle. Chapter 751, The Messy Battle. Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations. Mo Wuji discovered, in aghast, that the war had escalated. Countless of people were engaged in slaughter and battle. Indeed, the human race were fighting against the demon race. As for the other races, some fought on the side of the human race, while others battled on the side of the demons. The entire battlefield was a mess. It resembled a scene from hell. Indeed, there would be a war every time the cosmos wall opens. Just as Mo Wuji thought of this, a powerful force landed on his back, dragging him back into the battlefield. Before Mo Wuji could even examine what was the force that was on his back, several beams of light shot towards him. Mo Wuji could only wield his half-moon-weighted halberd and block against these light. However, he didn't have any intentions of counterattacking. If it was just a few people, then he could just kill them. However, there were countless of experts here, they numbered the tens of thousands. It was impossible for him to kill them all. Moreover, he had killed cultivators from both the human race and the demon race, so he didn't belong to either side. To be honest, even he didn't know how the two races were able to distinguish each other. Mo Wuji tried his best to stay at the edge of the battlefield. In a short period of time, he finally saw through it. The immortals on the side of the human race had a faint yellow aura circulating around them. Mo Wuji paid special attention to one particular human race cultivator. Every time this cultivator kills a demon race cultivator, a mark would form on the jade bracelet on his wrist. Depending on how strong the demon race cultivator he killed was, the energy behind that mark would vary. On the other hand, the demon race cultivators had a faint green color around them, and they also had a similar jade bracelet on their wrists. Clearly, there would be rewards depending on the degree of the marks on the bracelets. Mo Wuji didn't have any bracelet, so he was even less willing to take part in this war. Mo Wuji retreated to the edge in self-preservation. At the same time, he started to looking out for immortals that didn't have jade bracelets. After some time, he finally found a cultivator without a bracelet like him. This cultivator was also retreating to a corner. Unfortunately, he was actually surrounded by cultivators from both the human and demon race. Within instants, he was killed. Mo Wuji discovered that killing the human race cultivator that killed this person actually had 2 new marks on his bracelet. Moreover, the energy within these 2 marks was very strong. An additional mark was actually rewarded. From the looks of it, this war didn't allow those that didn't belong to either side to exist. Mo Wuji started to feel the aura around himself. It was actually yellow with a tinge of green. This meant that he had killed both human and demon cultivators. Anyone that killed him would receive twice the rewards. Indeed, just as Mo Wuji became cognizant of this fact, a few waves of killing intent surged towards him. At this moment, he would be a fool if he continued to fight. He did not hesitate to flee. When the cultivators that attacked Mo Wuji saw him disappear, they didn't chase after him. It was just that when Mo Wuji came to a stop, more attacks came over. Mo Wuji cursed in his heart. He knew it would be hard for him to rest during this war. Fortunately, he had his wind escape technique and his spatial teleportation. Otherwise, he could only die once he was surrounded. At this moment, Mo Wuji finally understood why this place didn't allow flight. It was to prevent people from escaping. At the same time, he became clear about what had prevented him from leaving. It should have been a trap array. This trap array was rather peculiar. It seemed to appear because of the cosmos wall. If he guessed correctly, this trap array would only disappear when this war ends. Before this war ends, all those that took part in the pillage of the cosmos wall must take part in the war. No wonder one must join his side in the heavens beyond corridor. If not, it would be extremely hard to survive in such a war. Even though he had his spirit storage channel and his elemental storage channel, as well as a whole pile of healing drugs, this constant state of fleeing was exhausting him greatly. Unfortunately, he hadn't known of these rules. If an average person knew of these rules, they would probably hide within heavens beyond Corridor City Square and not take part in the pillage, right? But to Mo Wuji, he would still come even if he knew the rules. The benefits from the Cosmos Wall were truly overwhelming. The messy war got messier. There was no order or war tactics, everyone simply engaged in mutual slaughter. If he was an observer that didn't understand the reason behind this war, Mo Wuji would definitely have looked toward them with disdain. This war was simply a low-level one. Everyone was basically fighting individually and their killing intents were directed everywhere. However, the current Mo Wuji definitely wouldn't look at this war with disdain. Because, he knew that this war could only be like that. Everyone was only in this messy battle because of the pillage of the Cosmos Wall. This war wasn't really a battle between two sides, it was just a random collection of people fighting for themselves. It was completely impossible for there to be war tactics. Moreover, the purpose of this war wasn't victory, but survival and cultivation resources. The selfishness of cultivators was on full display in this war. The war lasted for an entire day. Mo Wuji was thoroughly drenched in sweat. Even though he didn't kill a single person, his difficulty was at least 100-fold more than others. During this entire war, he didn't get to stop and rest, he could only flee constantly. If he rested for even a moment, he would be drawn into battle. If not for his god physique, the magic treasure light that constantly brushed against him would have already left his entire body filled with scars. Seeing the people retreat in two directions, Mo Wuji knew that both sides were equally matched. He also hurriedly retreated in the direction of the city square. It was just as Mo Wuji had expected. The moment the war ended, the trap array that confined him had disappeared without a trace. He was able to easily leave the area. Mo Wuji heaved a sigh of relief as he increased his speed. If not for his spirit storage channel, his elemental storage channel and his god physique, he would have either died or suffered devastating injuries. At this moment, a human raceman in earthen robes stared at the direction that Mo Wuji disappeared in and frowned. Mo Wuji's aura was both yellow and green. Ostensibly, Mo Wuji had killed cultivators from both sides. This wasn't what surprised him. What surprised him was that a person like Mo Wuji, who didn't have a bracelet, was actually able to survive to the end of the war. Supposedly, those without bracelets and didn't belong to a side were the fastest to die. Unfortunately, by the time this fella noticed Mo Wuji, the war had already ended. Thus, he didn't know that Mo Wuji had an amazing wind escape technique. If he did, he might have actually chased after Mo Wuji. By the time Mo Wuji reached Heavens Beyond Corridor City Square, he found that there were only a few people there. Mo Wuji immediately headed towards that magic treasure shop. He had already killed the shop owner. Even if he didn't have the title deed, it should still belong to him if he was the first to occupy it. The first thing that Mo Wuji did was to completely remove all the arrays protecting this shop, and replace them with a new one. Just when he was about to complete his array, he heard sounds of chatter gradually getting louder. Mo Wuji knew that the main batch of people that went to the Cosmos Wall had returned. Before Mo Wuji could use the defensive array to seal the shop's doors were struck open. "Who are you?" The person at the door was a relatively thin man. He stared and frowned towards Mo Wuji. "This shop has already changed owners." "I am the new owner of this shop," Mo Wuji said indifferently. This thin man was only in the early Immortal King stage. This was even weaker than the previous shop owner. Mo Wuji really didn't place such a person in his eyes. The thin man stared at Mo Wuji for quite some time, then he suddenly chuckled. "You want to make use of Mo Wu's death to occupy this shop?" Mo Wuji thought in his heart, "This was really my intention. Let me give you some advice. Leave now, otherwise, you won't be able to escape with your life." Seemingly seeing his words were exactly the case, this thin man did not even wait for Mo Wuji to say anything before he said that coldly. Even though Mo Wuji didn't really understand the rules here, he wasn't going to simply give the place that he would be living in away. After battling in the desert wasteland battlefield, Missouri Wuji had a faint feeling that the battlefield was a strange place. It might actually be dangerous for him to enter the battlefield alone. "I will give you 3 breaths of time to leave my shop. Otherwise, don't blame me for laying hands on you." Mo Wuji's tone also became cold. This was clearly a place where the strong preyed on the weak. Without power, this fella could kneel on the floor and it would still be useless. This thin man swept his gaze across Mo Wuji disdainfully, then he suddenly placed his hand on a talisman that was at the entrance of the shop. Mo Wuji immediately felt slight ripples in space. He immediately understood what happened. That should have been a talisman that was used to alarm the enforcers. He actually didn't notice it previously. Indeed, 2 figures soon sped over. One of them was an early-stage Immortal Reverend, while the other was a late-stage Immortal King. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 752, Furious Cultivation. Chapter 752, Furious Cultivation. Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations. This place was abundant in cultivation resources, thus Immortal Reverends weren't a rare sight. Mo Wuji believed that if he could enter seclusion for a period of time, he would also be able to reach the Immortal Reverend stage. These 2 figures were extremely fast. Mo Wuji's spiritual will had only just detected these 2 and they had already landed in front of Mo Wuji's shop. That Immortal Reverend coldly swept his eyes across Mo Wuji, then he snorted coldly, "Who dares to disobey the rules?" This thin man bowed, "Lord Enforcers, this is my shop. I sold it to Mo Hu, and we have previously agreed that this shop would automatically be returned to me if Mo Hu dies." Mo Wuji's heart sunk. There was actually such an agreement. "I've gotten wind of the tragic news of Mo Hu's death, so I came back to take back the shop which belongs to me. I never expected that someone would come and occupy it first." As this thin man finished speaking, he had already retrieved a signed jade letter. Mo Wuji's spiritual will landed on that jade letter. It was indeed in agreement with Mo Hu. As he felt the spiritual will energy on that agreement, Mo Wuji knew that this jade letter was not fake. The Immortal Reverend Enforcer received the jade letter and scanned it. Thereafter, he stared at Mo Wuji and said coldly, "You should have heard of the rule that the first person who occupies a shop once the shop owner dies would own the shop, right? Well, let me tell you. Even if this rule exists, you are not qualified. Because only people that have spent a minimum of 5 years in heavens beyond Corridor City Square can make use of this rule. If I'm not wrong, you haven't even been here for more than a month. Mo Wuji jolted and he inwardly cursed Lucy. She actually neglected to inform him of such a critical condition. Was she trying to screw him over? Cripple your dantian, hand over all your belongings and follow us. This immortal reverence tone was filled with contempt. This kid didn't even know about the heavens beyond Corridor City Square's rules and he decided to learn from others and snatch for shops. Mo Wuji said indifferently, "Are you saying that I can't purchase this shop? And that I don't have the rights to purchase a shop?" In reality, this was a question that worried Mo Wuji. If there was indeed a rule that restricted the purchase of shops to people who only stayed here for a certain number of years, then he would have to escape from here. Anyone can purchase shops. As long as you are able to show the title deed that you got from Mo, then this shop would belong to you. This time, the one that was speaking was that late-stage immortal king. In reality, except for Mo Wuji, everyone else was sure that Mo Wuji would definitely be unable to take out the title deed. Unless there were unique circumstances, who would be willing to sell a shop in heavens beyond Corridor City Square? Mo definitely wouldn't sell the shop before heading to the Cosmos Wall, because the moment the Cosmos Wall opens, every single shop would have a surge in activity. Mo Wuji heaved a sigh of relief. Even though he didn't understand the reasons behind Mo's previous actions, the title deed of this shop definitely belonged to him. Mo Wuji retrieved the title deed and placed it on the counter. "This is the title deed of my shop." Besides Mo Wuji, the other three all sent their spiritual will into the title deed. It had already been 3 days, so the spiritual will imprint on the title deed had been completely changed to Mo Wuji's. When he saw that Mo Wuji had truly purchased this shop, that immortal reverence face turned black. With a quick swipe, he slapped the thin man flying out of the shop and snorted, "Bring him away." That thin man was also aghast. He never expected that Mo would actually dare to sell this shop. However, the spiritual imprint on the title deed could not be faked. Mo had definitely sold the shop. "It was our mistake just now. Since you are the new owner, then you would have to pay for the shop's land occupation fees." That immortal reverend actually clasped his fists towards Mo Wuji apologetically. "How much for 1 year?" Mo Wuji promptly asked. This immortal reverend startled. Usually people paid by the month. Ostensibly, this new shop owner was indeed a newbie. This immortal reverend even started to wonder how Mo Wuji was able to sign the title deed. Even though he knew that there was something peculiar in the exchange of the title deed, he didn't ask about it. Such a matter was truly too trivial. 2,000 regulated green crystals for a year. The immortal reverend enforcer answered Mo Wuji's question. Then what about consecutive years? Mo Wuji continued asking. 2 years for 3,800 regulated green crystals, 3 years for 5,300 regulated green crystals. I will pay for 3 years. Mo Wuji did not hesitate to bring out a huge pile of green crystals. He knew what regulated green crystals were. Because the green crystals one could obtain within the Cosmos Wall were of different sizes, the city square had a regulated size for easy transaction. When he took out this pile of green crystals, he had already excluded the extremely small ones and broke down the relatively big ones. This immortal reverent enforcer jolted slightly. Don't simply see how there were many beautiful and vivid shops in heavens beyond Corridor City Square. He was very clear that there were very few people who could actually take out 5,000 to 6,000 green crystals at a single go. And even those minute number of shop owners that could do that, wouldn't do such a thing. They would use those green crystals to cultivate. After all, raising one's cultivation was the most important thing. This new shop owner clearer hadn't been in heavens beyond Corridor City Square for long, but he was actually able to take out so many green crystals at a single go. This newbie must definitely have some amazing background. Mo Wuji had obtained the shop legally. As for the green crystals, no one would really investigate on it. This immortal reverend kept Mo Wuji's green crystals. Thereafter, he retrieved a jade letter and inscribed the message that he had collected 3 years' worth of green crystals. He threw it over to Mo Wuji and said, "This is the proof of collection. There are still some secondary fees, but you can pay them after these 3 years. As for what happened previously, we have truly disturbed you." With that, this immortal reverend and the immortal king brought the thin man and sped out of Mo Wuji's shop. Mo Wuji heaved a sigh of relief. The reason why he handed 3 years' worth of fees at a single go was because he wanted to enter seclusion. He also didn't expect that things would be so simple. If he knew that the title deed was so powerful, he wouldn't have wasted his words and simply flashed it out. However, Mo Wuji soon calmed down. He had finally found himself a place to rest his feet. The first thing he was going to do wasn't to actually sell anything. Instead, he was going to close his shop and start his secluded cultivation. Knowing that no one would be able to snatch his shop away, Mo Wuji started to install a stronger killing array and a more powerful defensive array. At the same time, he also sealed the reporting talisman at the entrance of his shop. He didn't need to report anything to the enforcers, he only needed to cultivate. During this period of time, the entire heavens beyond Corridor City Square was bustling with activity. The Cosmos Wall had just closed and many immortals brought their spoils to trade in the city square. In the entire heavens beyond Corridor City Square, there was only one shop that was not open for business. That was Mo Wuji's magic treasure shop. Multiple days later, Mo Wuji had finished installing his various defensive seals. This was when he returned to his room and started to organize his spoils. During this period, Mo Wuji's greatest gains were the 6 pages of the Book of Luo. He needed to refine these 6 pages as soon as possible. Mo Wuji knew that the higher his cultivation, the faster he would take to refine the Book of Luo. Thus, he would only start refining the Book of Luo after he had finished his cultivation. Except for the 6 pages of the Book of Luo, there was also the Kuan-Wu sword. Mo Wuji also intended to refine the Kuan-Wu sword after this cultivation session. In this place where experts were born easily, his cultivation was simply garbage. Mo Wuji also took out his gains from the Cosmos Wall. Because he went the highest in the Cosmos Wall, Mo Wuji obtained the best of the resources. Thus, he had no fewer than 100,000 green crystal fragments. He also had plenty of Tier 7 to Tier 9 immortal herbs. Except for those that were close to extinct, or those that were extremely valuable, such as the Undying Holy Bamboo and the Emperor Dao Fruit, he basically had all the other varieties of immortal herbs. There were even some immortal herbs that Mo Wuji didn't recognize. As for smithing materials and ores, there was an even more eclectic range of them. Similar to his immortal herbs, he only lacked the rarest materials. Lastly, he had come to magic treasures. The magic treasure that elated him the most was a flying ship. He felt that this flying ship's grade exceeded grade 9. It was just that the smith's skill did not seem up to mark, so it seemed to barely reach grade 9. However, Mo Wuji guessed that if he handed this flying ship's materials to Su Surin, he might actually be able to forge a flying ship that transcended the immortal grade. After organizing all these items, Mo Wuji took out his pill furnace and started concocting pills. Before he started cultivation, he needed to adequately prepare himself. Another month passed. Mo Wuji installed a spirit concealment array, then he retrieved a pile of green crystals and multiple vases of pills. He prepared to go all out and cultivate. If he didn't raise his cultivation, then he couldn't do anything else. If he was an immortal emperor, why would he stay cooped up here in heavens beyond City Square? He would directly go take a look at the human race district. Mo Wuji had gotten his hands on some green crystals before. These were the fuel for De Huang. This entire time, he really wanted to use the green crystals to cultivate, but he couldn't bear to do it. Now that he had 100,000 green crystals, he could finally cultivate as he wished. With his reverse circulation of his immortal mortal technique, coupled with the brimming energy within the green crystals, his 108 minor circulations merged to form a major circulation in almost an instant. When this happened, the rich energy within the green crystals were furiously sucked out by Mo Wuji. Mo Wuji immediately felt the difference. It was as he had predicted. Not only was the immortal spiritual energy within the crystal of a higher purity, it even contained a more distinct heavenly Tao energy. In less than 10 days, Mo Wuji felt his cultivation breaking through to the intermediate immortal king stage. Not only that, he felt that his understandings towards his sacred arts had reached a new level. Crack! Following his breakthrough, multiple green crystals reduced into dust. Even though Mo Wuji was a Tier 8 pill emperor, and Pingfan was extremely rich in immortal spiritual energy, he still wouldn't have been able to advance to the intermediate immortal king stage in a matter of days. He would need years or even decades. But the first time he used green crystals to cultivate, he only needed a few days to break past the early immortal king stage and enter the intermediate stage. Moreover, he didn't even use a single pill. Feeling the heaven-defying effects of the green crystals, Mo Wuji took out another pile of green crystals with greater fervor. The green crystals were furiously sucked dry. As time passed, Mo Wuji's cultivation also rose rapidly. Immortal King Intermediate Stage Pinnacle, Great Circle. Advanced to Immortal King Late Stage, . If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 753, Help Again. Chapter 753, Help Again. Translator, Sparrow Translations Editor, Sparrow Translations. Lucy dashed back into the Heavens Beyond City Square with a slightly messy hair, and the instant she entered, she heaved a huge sigh of relief, as this meant that she could stay for another 3 days again. Presently, Lucy had a black veil covering her face and her immortal spirituality was unstable. Evidently, she had yet to recover from her injuries. However, in the very next second, she revealed an expression of despair as a tall girl with a pale face walked towards her. The tall girl might be recognized as a girl because of her voluptuous chest, but she could also be considered a man because of the obvious Adam's apple in her throat. Lucy, do you want me to attack you here, or do you want to leave with me? The person walked over to Lucy while speaking in a ridicule tone. His voice sounded horrifyingly peculiar. Lucy could even feel her legs shivering and goosebumps forming all over her body. At this moment, she felt as though she was standing in front of an extremely disgusting wiggly caterpillar. Lucy was well aware of this person's origins and that he was the bisexual immortal Reverend Jiqi of the Heavens Beyond Demon Corridor. To be specific, he was a hermaphrodite, one who had tortured countless of male and female cultivators. Ever since this person saw Lucy's features half a month ago, Lucy had been constantly on the run. In the midst of her escape, she even killed an intermediate immortal king, which left her with nowhere to run anymore. Because Lucy was incredibly helpless, she could only escape into the Heavens Beyond City Square. However, one could only stay a maximum of 3 days in the Heavens Beyond City Square, and naturally, there weren't any rest house here for her to stay in. Once the 3 days were up, one would have to leave and could only return after 24 hours. Naturally, exceptions could be made, but it would have to be explained to and approved by the Heavens Beyond City Square's management. Evidently, Lucy wasn't an exception, so she could only stay for 3 days, hide outside for 1 day before coming back to stay for another 3 days. Lucy did this despite knowing that this wasn't a permanent solution to her problem, because she was at a complete loss. In the Heavens Beyond corridor, she could join the demon race nor the human race, so she could only hide here in the city square. She thought of Mo Wuji, and she didn't expect herself to end up in the same predicament Mo Wuji was in 2 years ago. She wondered how that fella named Mo Wuji was coping now. Kill me then, Lucy stared coldly at Jiqi, who was standing in front of her. She would rather die here than to follow this bisexual person, suffer the cruel tortures and then die in a disgusting manner. Jiqi smiled. I like you so much, how can I attack you just like that? I shall follow you, and when you are willing to leave, let's leave together. Lucy's heart sank because how could she not know what Ji-Chi was planning? One could indeed attack in the heavens beyond City Square, but a reason was needed after the attack. Ji-Chi had no reason to attack Lucy, so if he were to attack without a reason in here, he would be listed as not welcome by the heavens beyond City Square. Naturally, Ji-Chi wouldn't want this to be the case because the heavens beyond City Square was of great importance to him. Ji-Chi wanted to follow Lucy because he knew that Lucy had to leave the City Square after 3 days. The moment she leaves, she would be unable to escape from his clutches. Lucy didn't continue looking at Ji-Chi because even though his looks were still acceptable, Lucy still felt extremely disgusted at the sight of a person like him. Currently, she was simply walking dazedly along the heavens beyond City Square while thinking of the possibility that she would kill herself even before the 3 days were up. Ji-Chi might be strong, but he shouldn't be strong enough to stop her from killing herself, right? Half a day seemed to fly past and Lucy finally stopped as she looked at the crowded City Square. She started to wonder what was the difference between killing herself now and 2 days later. Every second was torturous with this sickening caterpillar watching her. Ji-Chi's horrifyingly sharp voice sounded off calmly. You can kill yourself and I might not be able to stop it, but I can definitely stop you from destroying your body. As long as your body isn't destroyed, I can still bring you back. I can refine a puppet with flesh for me to enjoy every day. Lucy shivered as cold chills went down Lucy's spine. Moments later, while the cold chill was still lingering within her body, she looked around and eventually sat down the entrance of a magic treasure shop house. Out of the many shop houses here, this was the only shop which was not opened for business. After walking for so many days, she was so exhausted both physically and mentally that she almost didn't want to stand up anymore. Creak! The door of the magic treasure shop house actually opened up at this moment. Lucy subconsciously lifted her head and she was shocked at the sight of the person opening the door of the shop house. She knew the blue-robed youth standing behind her. He was Mo Wuji, the man who killed immortals from both the human race and the demon race, and the same man who had nowhere to go 2 years ago. Lucy, why are you sitting outside my shop house? You knew I was here? Mo Wuji looked shockingly at Lucy, who was lifting her head in disbelief. As compared to the first time he saw Lucy, Lucy appeared much more sluggish now. Mo Wuji, is this really your shop? Lucy finally reacted as she jumped and asked doubtfully. How was it possible that Mo Wuji could manage to obtain a shophouse here? Mo Wuji was able to survive till today only because he had been through countless of incidents that no one else could ever go through. One look at the state at which Lucy was in and sensing the presence of an odd-looking man from further away, Mo Wuji knew that Lucy was being watched closely. No matter what, Lucy was considered his friend and was even the one who brought him into the heavens beyond City Square and explained all the rules here to him. Despite the fact that some rules were not fully explained, which resulted in him being in a disadvantage, Mo Wuji was still highly appreciative of Lucy. Since they were fated to meet again, he would naturally help a friend in need. Yes, this is indeed my shop house. Why don't you come in and talk? Mo Wuji said chuckily. He had recently advanced to the great circle of the Immortal King stage, finally stabilized his cultivation and was prepared to look for a place to undergo his tribulation. He certainly didn't expect to see Lucy the moment he opened his door. All right. Lucy was in an urgent hurry to enter Mo Wuji's shop because she was about to go crazy under the watchful stare of the bisexual man. Hold on. Ji-Chi took a step forward to interrupt Mo Wuji and Lucy. He didn't expect that Lucy would actually know a shop owner here in the heavens beyond City Square. If he knew about this earlier, he would have brought Lucy away forcefully from the start. The blacklist of the heavens beyond City Square would only be last for 3 years, and he could even find ways to remove his name from the blacklist. Mo Wuji stared intently at Ji-Chi and said, "What do you want?" "I want to enter to purchase some magic treasures." Ji-Chi reacted to the situation after he saw Mo Wuji's signboard. The instant Mo Wuji bought this shophouse, he went into seclusion, which was why, other than altering the protecting array of the shop, Mo Wuji didn't even change the name of the shop. My shop has yet to start our business, so I shall not see you out. Mo Wuji instantly tried to close his door after saying that. He wanted to find out more about Lu Si's situation before going out for his tribulation. Alright then, hand me the girl because she is a slave whom I just purchased. Because of my carelessness, I've let her escape into the heavens beyond City Square. If you insist on interfering with my problems, I suggest you reconsider how long your shop could last in the heavens beyond City Square, Jichi said in a serious tone. Scram! Mo Wuji shouted back angrily as he threw out an array flag to ignite his shop's protecting array concurrently. If Mo Wuji was in anywhere else, he would have attacked already. Despite Jichi being in the intermediate immortal reverend stage, Mo Wuji was 100% confident in his ability to get rid of Jichi. However, he didn't wish to leave an unfavorable image of himself in the city square as he still wanted to undergo closed-doors cultivation here. He felt that if he wanted to leave the heavens beyond City Square to the heavens beyond human race corridor, he would need to be strong enough. To be more specific, he felt the need to be at least an advanced immortal reverend before leaving. Jichi was raging at how Mo Wuji ignite the shop's protecting array before closing the door. Even so, he didn't dare to attack Mo Wuji's protecting array because the instant he do something like that, he would only invite endless troubles for himself. Big brother Mo, you really found a shop here? Lu Si couldn't help but ask to confirm her doubts. Without that bisexual man staring at her, Lu Si felt so much more relaxed and even her mind started to clear up. Mo Wuji laughed and said, back then, my luck was rather good as I coincidentally met someone who wanted to sell the shop. Tell me what had happened. How did you end up so sallow, depressed and injured? As he spoke, Mo Wuji handed Lu Si a green Bodhi pill once more. Lu Si hurried to reject the green Bodhi pill. My injuries are not serious enough for me to use pills. It will recover after a while, so you should not continue wasting such valuable pills on me. To her, Mo Wuji appeared as an extremely wealthy man. Moreover, she noticed that Mo Wuji didn't really want to explain much about how he got the shop, which was why he chose to change the topic of conversation. Mo Wuji placed the pill back onto Lu Si's hand before saying, I am able to be here only because of your directions. These pills mean nothing to me. Sensing that Mo Wuji wasn't lying to her, Lu Si accepted the pill appreciatively before sending it into her mouth. If she was alone, she would definitely save this pill up for future use, but she was simply too embarrassed to keep the pill in front of Mo Wuji. After the pill dissolved, Lu Si could feel her wounds disappearing one after the other, and this was when she started speaking again. The man outside is Jichi, who is a bisexual F***er. Through the years, countless of man and woman had been ruined by him, and it was rumored that once you had been taken by him, you would disappear from the surface of the world. This was why he was given another nickname called the disgusting caterpillar. Because of my carelessness, he saw my appearance, which was why I am in trouble now. If you hadn't opened your shop and found me there, I really didn't know what to do. I didn't even have the courage to kill myself in front of a disgusting person like him. Mo Wuji said calmly. You can stay with me for now and leave after I send him away. Sending him away was a lie because Mo Wuji was intending to finish that bisexual man off. That bisexual man was simply way too unpleasant for Mo Wuji's eyes too. Another term for bisexual. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 754, Cosmos Communal Domain. Chapter 754, Cosmos Communal Domain. Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations. Lu Si shook her head. I have nowhere else to go. I'm being watched by that demon and I've killed an immortal king of the demon race. Lu Si didn't continue explaining her situation as she looked longingly at Mo Wuji. Her current predicament was similar to Mo Wuji when he first came here, and if Mo Wuji chose not to save her, she could only await her death. Mo Wuji understood Lu Si's situation as he took out a jade letter before saying, This is my land deed for the shop. All you have to do is to leave your stamp on it and be my shop assistant for the time being. For a shop like Mo Wuji's in the Heavens Beyond City Square, he was allowed to hire 2 assistants, and once hired, the assistant would also be qualified to stay in the Heavens Beyond City Square. Many thanks, Big Brother Mo, Lucy exclaimed excitedly. After all, Mo Wuji had already helped her tremendously by offering 2 extremely rare green body pills. Now that Mo Wuji came to her rescue yet again, even she felt slightly embarrassed. Regardless of how embarrassed Lucy felt, she had no choice but to accept Mo Wuji's help as she quickly left her stamp on the land deed. In a situation like this, she really had nowhere else to go. Mo Wuji shook his hand. Don't worry about it. You should stay in the shop to cultivate while I head out for a while. Ah. Lucy let out a surprised ah before hurrying to say, you must not go out now. That bisexual immortal reverend is still out there, and you must know that he is already in the intermediate immortal reverend stage. Lucy was not unsure of Mo Wuji's cultivation level, but she was certain that Mo Wuji was at most an intermediate immortal king only. Even if Mo Wuji was in the advanced immortal king stage, the difference between himself and an intermediate immortal reverend, Ji Qi, would be too great. Mo Wuji chuckled, you don't have to worry about me. In fact, I am worried he might not look for me. Having cultivated to the pinnacle of the immortal king stage, Mo Wuji really wanted to challenge an expert to test his strength before advancing to the immortal reverend stage. I shall go with you then, Lucy said casually when she noticed Mo Wuji's resolve to find Ji Qi. Hearing this, Mo Wuji could only explain himself fully. I have already felt the calling of the immortal reverend stage, and I was preparing to find a place to undergo my tribulation. Lucy was shocked at Mo Wuji's intention to undergo the tribulation to become an immortal reverend. With the great items in the Heavens Beyond corridor, it was true that a lot of people could advance quickly, but they would only be advancing fast within the same realm. For example, one could advance from the elementary immortal reverend stage to the great circle of the immortal reverend stage in a very short period of time. However, advancing from the immortal king stage to the immortal reverend stage, or the immortal reverend stage to the immortal emperor stage, was like an uncrossable gorge, especially in a place like this. The reasons were simply because of the lack of draining immortal king pills and the extreme reverend pills. The draining immortal king pill was used for a grand Luo immortal to advance to become an immortal king, while the immortal king needed an extreme reverend pill to become an immortal reverend. Within the Cosmo Wall, there were indeed the main fruit, draining immortal king Dao fruit, and herb, ancient stem flower, to concoct the draining immortal king pill and extreme reverend pill respectively. However, these would not allow one to advance because they were needed to be turned into pills for it to work effectively. In the Heavens Beyond corridor, there was a massive shortage of immortal pills, let alone pills of the same caliber as the draining immortal king pill and extreme reverend pill. Fortunately, Lucy reacted fast as she explained, Big Brother Mo, if you are going to advance to become an immortal reverend, it would be important that I follow you. It would be troublesome if no one watch your back while you undergo your tribulation, so I shall guard you. Mo Wuji was slightly helpless because he knew that Lucy was talking about normal tribulation for normal cultivators. Under normal circumstances, it was indeed necessary for someone to guard the person undergoing his tribulation. However, why would Mo Wuji fear the lightning tribulation? Not only could he absorb the essence of the lightning, he even had a god physique level 6 body, so how could the lightning tribulation possibly harm him? Aren't you afraid of that bisexual man outside? Mo Wuji asked curiously. Subconsciously, Lucy shivered before saying, it doesn't matter whether I am afraid or not, if Big Brother Mo is going out for his tribulation, I have to follow. This time round, Mo Wuji finally understood Lucy's train of thoughts. Once Mo Wuji fell under the hands of that bisexual immortal reverend, the shophouse would be taken away and Lucy would end up just like before. You can occupy my shop if anything happens to me, and in that way, you would be the shop owner, Mo Wuji replied with a laugh. His guess was that Lucy didn't completely understand the rules to occupy a shop here, which was why she would give him the wrong information. Lucy said in a low voice, Big Brother Mo, I am sorry. Previously, I told you the rules even though I wasn't entirely sure of it myself. I am just fooling around with you, Mo Wuji said as he had already walked out of the shophouse. Lucy hurried behind Mo Wuji because her small life was entirely dependent on Mo Wuji now. If Mo Wuji survived, she would have a chance to survive, but if Mo Wuji fell, she would most likely fall too. Big brother Mo, I know of a shop which sells the ancient stem flower. Even though we're unable to turn the ancient stem flower into the extreme reverent pill, it would still increase the chances of advancing to become an immortal reverent by a few percentage points, Lucy, who was following closely behind Mo Wuji, whispered. Mo Wuji shook his hand and said, "You don't have to worry about this." "Oh yes, during the 2 years I've been in seclusion, did anything new happen in the heavens beyond corridor? I've heard that the human race recruited an exceptional genius and that he is a lightning cultivator. I've heard that he was only in the intermediate immortal king stage and managed to kill an elementary immortal reverend. This wasn't the most impressive because rumors were spread that he had already advanced into the elementary immortal reverend stage in merely 2 years. What is his name?" Mo Wuji hurried to interject Lucy's words. "His name is Lei Hongji." Traces of admiration and envy flashed across Lucy's eyes because it was simply too heaven-defying for an intermediate immortal king to defeat an elementary immortal reverend. Even so, the most terrifying thing about him was his progress in 2 years. Mo Wuji stopped in his tracks as he muttered to himself, "Could this be the battlefield which the very high heavens send their disciples to? Doesn't seem like it." In actual fact, Mo Wuji found Lei Hongji's rate of cultivation normal because, excluding himself, Mo Wuji believed that Lei Hongji progressed the fastest among all the cultivators he had met. "You mentioned about the very high heavens?" Lucy looked curiously at Mo Wuji. Mo Wuji nodded. "You've heard about the very high heavens?" Lucy answered, "Yes, of course, the very high heavens is merely one of the many immortal world planetoid fighting in the cosmos." "Oh yes, I've heard that the Lei Hongji was from the very high heavens." Besides Lei Hongji, there was also a person called Lai Wen. He actually has a page of the Book of Luo, and during one of the war, his Book of Luo was revealed, so he had no choice but to put it out for auction. If I am not wrong, the auction should take place about a month from now. What? Initially, Mo Wuji was already slightly excited when he heard that he could communicate with the very high heavens from here. Now that Lucy mentioned about the Book of Luo, he could no longer contain his excitement because the final page of the Book of Luo had finally appeared. Mo Wuji was aware that the Book of Luo had a total of 13 pages and he had 6 with him and 1 with Xin Shuyin. Morong Xiangyu had 5, while Mo Wuji knew that the last page was from the 4th level of the Broken World. When he first entered the 4th level of the Broken World, he had already heard that a page of the Book of Luo as well as a fire elemental bead appeared. However, Mo Wuji was still unaware of who was the one who managed to obtain that last page of the Book of Luo. Now he knew that the fella who took the last page of the Book of Luo was called Lai Wen from the very high heavens. He came to the cosmos battlefield via the very high heavens, but eventually, he had to auction out his page of the Book of Luo in an attempt to protect his own life. Once an item like the Book of Luo was revealed, if one wasn't strong enough, one could only auction it out, otherwise, it would act like a written Taoist voodoo which was supposed to hasten a person's death. According to Mo Wuji's plan, he would wait for himself to advance to become an immortal reverend first before refining the Book of Luo and Kuan Wu sword. Now that this last page of the Book of Luo had appeared, he would definitely not let it go. Mo Wuji had a feeling that once he missed this page of the Book of Luo, it would be incredibly difficult for him to find it again. After conversing with Lucy, he managed to pick out a few important points from Lucy's words. The very high heavens was basically nothing unique here because there were a lot of other planeroid just like the very high heavens. Once the page of the Book of Luo was sold to some other person from some other planeroid, how was he ever going to obtain that last page? If I had known about this, I wouldn't have killed that immortal from the human race. Now that I am unable to enter the human race corridor, how am I supposed to head to the auction? Mo Wuji furrowed his brows as he sighed. Big brother Mo wants to join the auction? Mo Wuji nodded. Yes, but is the auction organized by the Heavens Beyond Human Race Corridor? If I want to go to the Human Race Corridor, is there any other way to do so? Lucy hurried to shake her head. Big Brother Mo, the auction isn't organized or hosted by the human race. It is hosted by a communal domain where different races coexist here in the cosmos. It is a place where, regardless of whether you're from the human or the demon race, you would be able to enter. What do you mean? Mo Wuji looked doubtfully at Lu Si. Lu Si explained, the heavens beyond corridor is actually a corridor suspended along the void of the cosmos without an end. The demon race occupied one side of the corridor while the human race occupied the other side. In each of the demon and human races' domain, there would be a transfer array, and this transfer array would lead people to the true cosmos domain. 99% of the people in the heavens beyond corridor came from the transfer array. The reason why she said 99% was because Lu Si was certain that Mo Wuji didn't come from that transfer array. Otherwise, he would not know all these common knowledge. Mo Wuji frowned as he said, even so, I would still be unable to leave the heavens beyond corridor. I've killed a member of the demon race and human race, so I have hatred from both sides? Lu Si smiled. If Big Brother Mo wasn't a shop owner here at the Heavens Beyond City Square, you would naturally be unable to go over. Now that you're a shop owner, there wouldn't be a problem anymore. Any shop owner of the Heavens Beyond City Square would be able to enter the cosmos communal domain from either the demon race or human race's domain. Regardless whether they are from the demon or human race, they would not be able to act against a shop owner of the Heavens Beyond City Square. The only inconvenience would be the exuberant price for a shop owner to transfer to the cosmos communal domain. It is about 10 times more than the ordinary people. But Mo Wuji's spirits was instantly lifted. I didn't know there was such an advantage. Let's go then, let's hurry to finish my tribulation and then head towards the cosmos communal domain. To Mo Wuji, the auction for the Book of Luo was not the only reason for his intention to visit the cosmos communal domain. In addition to the Book of Luo, Mo Wuji hoped to ask around for more news of the whereabouts of Lin Gu and Xin Shuyin. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 755, Fighting an Immortal Reverent. Chapter 755, Fighting an Immortal Reverent. Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations. When the unpleasant-looking bisexual immortal Reverend Ji-Chi noticed that Mo Wuji and Lu Si actually dared to leave their shop and walk towards the exit of the Heavens Beyond City Square, he was instantly delighted. He wanted both the man and woman now. To think they actually dared to mess with him, he would want to make this man and woman understand what kind of person he, Ji-Chi, was. Big Brother Mo, should we wait for a while before leaving? That bisexual man is still watching us. Even though Mo Wuji might not be fearful of that Ji-Chi, Lu Si was still constantly worried about that intersex fella. Mo Wuji chuckled, I would be more worried if he doesn't follow us, but... Having said that, Mo Wuji dashed out of the city square and Lu Si had no choice but to follow closely behind Mo Wuji. Oh yes, Lu Si, there is still something I want to ask you. The desert wasteland of the Heavens Beyond corridor is vast and boundless, which could conceal as many people as it wished, but why didn't anyone choose to hide there? Mo Wuji finally asked the question that had been bothering him since the very beginning. Lu Si shook her head as she explained, I am not too sure of the specific reason, but all I know is that whoever tried to hide and stay in the desert wasteland, no matter how strong they were, would not last more than 10 days. 10 days later, they would vanish without a trace. It is only during Limitless Big War where people could actually stay on the desert wasteland. Honestly, I've always been wondering, how did you end up on the desert wasteland? Mo Wuji's heart sunk at the thought of the possibility that Lin Gu and Xin Shuyin could have been transferred to the desert wasteland. Big Brother Mo, continue walking forward would be the entrance to the desert wasteland. Are we heading there? Lu Si interrupted Mo Wuji's train of thoughts. Yes, let's go. Mo Wuji nodded his head because he was certain that his lightning tribulation into the immortal reverence stage would be terrifying, and such terrifying tribulation could only be done in the desert wasteland. Mo Wuji and Lu Si had been out of the city square for less than 2 hours, and Ji-Chi had already rushed out to block them. I really admire your courage, but you should at most be only an immortal king, right? To think you would actually dare to snatch a person of mine and even lure me out into the desert wasteland. Ji Qi's hands were behind his back as he stared coldly at Mo Wuji, wondering why Mo Wuji had such courage within him. The reason for his guess that Mo Wuji was at most an immortal king was mainly because of Mo Wuji's age. He sensed that Mo Wuji was not old at all. Ji Qi had a kind of ability in which even immortal emperors might not possess. This was his ability to judge the estimate age of the other party. In his eyes, Mo Wuji looked less than 100 years old, and in the cultivation world, he was like a newborn baby. By guessing Mo Wuji was an immortal king, Ji Qi was already assuming that Mo Wuji was a genius among geniuses to achieve such remarkable progress in such a short period of time. Mo Wuji raised his hand and the half-moon-weighted halberd appeared on his hand as he replied, I admire you too, to think you actually dare to chase after me. Indeed, Mo Wuji had some admiration for this Ji Qi because having seen himself enter the desert wasteland so fearlessly, normal people would reconsider their decision whether or not to follow them in. However, this fella actually dared to follow Mo Wuji into desert wasteland, so Mo Wuji did have some level of admiration for his guts. Lu Si, who was standing by the side, had already drew out her magic treasure anxiously as she stared at Ji Qi. Why aren't you acting yet? Seeing that Mo Wuji only drew out his magic treasure and stood down there, Ji Qi was surprised. What? If Mo Wuji didn't wish to test and see if he could finish off an intermediate immortal reverend, he would have started igniting his lightning tribulation already. Didn't you lure me here so you can use a death trap array you set up against me? You can't possibly be an immortal reverend too, right? Ji Qi asked surprisingly. Having noticed Mo Wuji's protecting array around his shophouse, Ji Qi guessed that Mo Wuji should be an array master and that the reason why Mo Wuji lured him here would be to use a death trap array to deal with him. He, Ji Qi, was also an array master, so why would he fear Mo Wuji's death trap array? Ji Qi made this assumption because he believed that if Mo Wuji didn't make use of a death trap array, he would have no chance of winning him at all. Even if he judged Mo Wuji's cultivation level wrongly, he was extremely confident that Mo Wuji was not an immortal emperor. Without mentioning that an immortal emperor would not be allowed to set up a shop in the city square, an immortal emperor wouldn't even need to lure him out to deal with him. Therefore, it never crossed his mind that Mo Wuji might be an immortal emperor. This fella's observation and deduction skills were pretty decent to think that he could tell that Mo Wuji was proficient in array Dao just from the arrays he installed around his shop. However, this fella was too arrogant if he thinks that Mo Wuji needed to make use of death trap array to deal with him. Mo Wuji couldn't be bothered to waste any more time as his whirlpool domain extended outwards and the half-moon-weighted halberd in his hand drew out a wild and overwhelming sand shadow. The instant Mo Wuji attacked, Ji Qi's face turned serious because he could tell that Mo Wuji was indeed pretty strong. It was his first time witnessing such whirlpool domain, and even his half-moon-weighted halberd's overwhelming desert shadow was not an ordinary sacred art. It was only at this moment when he finally realized that Mo Wuji lured him here to attack him head-to-head. Ji Qi had seen many madmen, but this was the first time he saw a person as crazy and ridiculous as Mo Wuji. However, Ji Qi enjoyed the thrill of battle against a madman like this, and it had been too long since he fought a real expert. He wanted this man and woman so that he could tell them that he, Ji Qi, is the strongest man and also the strongest woman around. A circular magic treasure was drawn out by Ji Qi and it swept up an entire sky of immortal energy. Concurrently, Ji Qi's domain was like waves going straight against Mo Wuji's domain, as his intention was to crush Mo Wuji's domain forcefully. However, it only took a few seconds for Ji Qi to realize that even though he was in the intermediate immortal reverend stage, his domain was unable to even break through Mo Wuji's domain, let alone crush it. On the other hand, Mo Wuji recognized the circular magic treasure the moment Ji Qi drew it out. It was actually a dressing table. Throughout the many years of cultivation, this was the first time Mo Wuji witnessed a cultivator using a dressing table to fight. The dressing table was like a colored glass wall as it blocked off Mo Wuji's torrenting silver water halberd radiance. The sky full of halberd radiance exploded in mid-air as it was also unable to pierce through Ji-Chi's dressing table. Lucy, who was standing by the side, soon realized that she had no chance to help out at all. Whether it was against Mo Wuji or against Ji-Chi, the difference in strength was simply too vast. Boom! The remaining desert exploded, immortal energy surged outwards, and while Mo Wuji was sent flying backwards, he shouted in mid-air, "Lucy, go all the way to the back." Traces of sadness flashed across Lucy's eyes because Mo Wuji and herself were both immortal kings, yet she was helpless while Mo Wuji was evenly matched against Ji-Chi. Additionally, she needed to stand further away so that she wouldn't get in Mo Wuji's way or be a burden to him. But if you're only this strong, you should be accompanying me on my bed tonight. Ji-Chi's sharp laughter could be heard as his dressing table transformed into an entire world, and this world was like a massive mouth which was about to swallow Mo Wuji. Mo Wuji let out a loud cry as his half-moon-weighted halberd fell from the sky. A winding river descended, as this was his true sacred art. The previous overwhelming sand was merely a simplified version of his grand desert. His main intention was to test how great the difference between an intermediate immortal reverent and himself truly was. The truth didn't disappoint Mo Wuji because his immortal energy was not any weaker than Ji-Chi's. In fact, the purity of his immortal energy was greater than his opponent, and even his sea of consciousness was broader than Ji-Chi's. The opponent was only stronger in terms of his immortal reverence Tao spirituality. However, it didn't mean much to Mo Wuji because Mo Wuji never felt that he was weaker in terms of any form of Tao. Ji-Chi's dressing table was a world itself, and this world was transformed from Ji-Chi's sacred art Tao spirituality. There are mountains, water, wind, and rain. Any person trapped within his world would forever live within Ji-Chi's Tao insights. The pity was that his opponent was Mo Wuji, a creator and forerunner of the immortal mortal Tao. The winding river turned into silver radiance as it looked like massive and long silver cord being drawn out from a gray space. Ji-Chi's dressing table's world looked perfect, but under Mo Wuji's long silver cord, a crack started appearing on the radiant dressing table. The gap from the crack might be small, but even a small gap would cause the energy of the dressing table's world to seep out. The world started changing rapidly as the mountains and sea started shrinking and the wind and rain started disappearing. The dressing table remained as a dressing table while the winding river grew clearer and mightier by the second. Ji-Chi's dressing table looked perfect, but it was only on the surface. In Mo Wuji's eyes, the small world was full of loopholes. If Ji-Chi used any other magic treasure to fight with him, he could hold off Mo Wuji for a while, but it was simply courting death on Ji-Chi's part to use this type of magic treasure against Mo Wuji. "You are in the great circle of the immortal reverence stage," Ji-Chi exclaimed shockingly, because even after clashing with Mo Wuji's sacred art and domain, he was still unable to tell Mo Wuji's true cultivation level. However, this casual silver winding river sacred art actually broke his world, so he presumed that this must be the power of an expert in the great circle of the immortal reverence stage, or even the immortal emperor stage. If he didn't know that immortal emperors were not allowed to open a shop in the city square, he would have believed that Mo Wuji was an immortal emperor. Under the destruction of the winding river, Ji-Chi could no longer underestimate Mo Wuji as immortal energy started surging into his dressing table and his domain charged forward aggressively. Even if Mo Wuji was an expert in the advanced immortal reverence stage, he wouldn't be able to force Ji-Chi back like Mo Wuji just did. This meant that the only possibility was that Mo Wuji was in the great circle of the immortal reverence stage. Boom! The winding river exploded as the glossy radiance from the dressing table dissipated into thin air at this same moment. The massive explosion of immortal energy and domains turned the entire space between them into a humongous gorge. Ji-Chi was sent flying with blood coming out from his mouth. Even though Mo Wuji didn't regard Ji-Chi's world as extraordinary, Ji-Chi's tremendous immortal energy surged over, and Mo Wuji could still feel the impact on his chest and trembles in his sea of consciousness. Despite this, Mo Wuji bubbled forward as he stepped out while the halberd turned into thousands of devastating halberd radiance charging towards Ji-Chi. He knew his own strength, so he was well aware that even if he hadn't stepped into the immortal reverence stage, he wouldn't fear an advanced immortal reverent. This was unless the opponent was as heaven-defying as Huang Sha or Lei Hongji. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 756, The One and Only Immortal Reverent Lightning Tribulation. Chapter 756, The One and Only Immortal Reverent Lightning Tribulation. Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations. Stop! Ji Qi shouted anxiously. At the moment he saw a sky filled with only halberd radiance descending upon him. The halberd radiance was the only thing in his mind, and even Ji Qi's faith was destroyed. If Ji Qi was fighting for his life against Mo Wuji using all his sacred arts, Mo Wuji wouldn't be able to kill him this easily. However, after his dressing table was destroyed by Mo Wuji's winding river, his guts shrinked, and subconsciously, he kept thinking that Mo Wuji was many times stronger than himself. Moreover, because of the fact that he couldn't fly and escape here, he had lost all fighting spirit. Mo Wuji would naturally not stop as the halberd radiance destroyed Ji Qi's domain, and Ji Qi was the next one to be torn into pieces by the halberd. Lucy watched on shockingly at Mo Wuji crushing Ji Qi into fragments and was in a complete daze for a long period of time. Ji Qi was after all a reputable demon race's bisexual immortal reverent, and an intermediate one too. Even if he wasn't that strong, he couldn't possibly be so weak that he was killed so simply by Mo Wuji. She suddenly thought of the genius immortal Lei Hongji and how he managed to kill an elementary immortal reverent while being at the intermediate immortal king stage. Due to this incident, he was already famous throughout the entire cosmos because the number of cultivators like Lei Hongji could be counted with the fingers in one hand. If Lei Hongji was a peak-grade genius, what would Mo Wuji be? Did you think it was very easy for me to kill this bisexual man? Mo Wuji asked as he walked over. Lucy nodded subtly because she was really convinced that Mo Wuji killed Ji Qi easily, as she didn't witness any scenes of deadlock between the two of them throughout the fight. Mo Wuji smiled faintly. In a battle between cultivators, the simplicity and flexible use of the immortal energy would be the most important. However, after advancing past the immortal king stage, immortal energy would only be secondary. What is the most important then? Lucy casually asked. More importantly, it is how strong your spiritual will is and how great your sea of consciousness is. Even so, I don't believe that these are the main factors to determine the winner. If the difference in grade between the two cultivators is not too huge, the main factor to determine the winner would be the Tao, Mo Wuji explained calmly. Tao? Lucy seemed to be at loss because in her eyes, the stronger the immortal energy, the stronger you would be, and the stronger you are, the stronger your spiritual will and eventually your sacred art. Tao is the enlightenment of every cultivator towards the laws of heaven and earth, and every cultivator has a Tao belonging to themselves. Such things should not affect a battle, and to Lucy, it would be the factor which have the least effect on the battle. Tao is the embodiment of one's cultivation and the cognition in which one pursues. Once you've reached a certain level of cultivation, fighting depends on the law of Tao. That bisexual man relied on the cultivation resource of the heavens beyond corridor to force himself into the immortal reverent stage, so his Tao foundation is still unstable. In actual fact, I know of a few immortal kings who are much stronger than him too. Mo Wuji said this with the intention to offer some guidance to Lucy. In a place like the heavens beyond corridor, one would indeed be able to increase one's cultivation level rapidly, but there were many obvious cases of malpractices too. He managed to sense a little bit of this malpractice from Ji Qi's body, which was why he realized that even though his Tao was self-created, he shouldn't coop himself in a place like this just to cultivate. Many thanks, Big Brother Mo, for your guidance. Lucy seemed to understand how Mo Wuji was using his own experience to give her pointers. Mo Wuji nodded. Guard for me as I prepare to undergo my tribulation. The truth was that a majority of people were well aware of the argument which Mo Wuji just put across. However, in the face of that many resources, immortals who could control their thirst to become stronger faster were only a minute few. Before Lucy's arrival, Mo Wuji would have finished this bisexual off and then advance into the immortal reverence stage before going back into seclusion. Other than refining the 6 pages of the Book of Luo, he would want to continue cultivating and reach the advanced immortal reverend stage before coming out of seclusion. However, Mo Wuji had changed his own intention as he decided that after he reached the immortal reverend stage, he would focus on stabilizing his Tao foundation as well as solidifying his own grand Tao instead of cultivating wildly. This was also because one shouldn't be too weak in a place like the heavens beyond corridor. Otherwise, Mo Wuji would not even advance into the immortal reverend stage here. Piles of green crystals, immortal crystals, spiritual veins and even immortal essence crystals were brought out by Mo Wuji before he started setting up his energy gathering array. Lucy watched upon Mo Wuji's actions in shock because she was well aware of how long Mo Wuji had been in the heavens beyond corridor. Mo Wuji had only been here for a short period of time, but he was taking out tens of thousands green crystals at one go. Even though there were a lot of cultivation resources in the heavens beyond corridor, it wasn't to the extent where there was green crystals everywhere. She was also an immortal king and she came to the heavens beyond corridor much earlier than Mo Wuji, but in her case, she had to fight hard for every single green crystal which she obtained. And even after she obtained the green crystal, she would still need to fight against countless of opponents just to survive. Presently, Mo Wuji had already started charging towards the barrier of the immortal reverend stage. The green crystal would not only allow one to cultivate at an insane speed, it would also allow one to touch the barrier of the next realm very quickly. If one possessed all sorts of peak-grade pills required, it would indeed be very easy for one to advance into the next realm here in a place like the heavens beyond corridor. The only thing Lucy didn't understand was why Mo Wuji would still take out items like immortal veins and immortal crystals. She knew about the green crystal and how the cultivation effectiveness of the green crystal was much greater than all types of immortal crystals. As she saw that Mo Wuji had started charging towards the immortal reverend stage, Lucy was completely dumbfounded again. She had never seen a person absorb the energy of the green crystal as immensely as Mo Wuji. The elemental energy extracted from the green crystal were forming a massive whirlpool above Mo Wuji's head. Wrong, upon closer look, Lucy noticed that it wasn't a massive whirlpool but hundreds of small whirlpools merging together to look like one massive whirlpool being absorbed by Mo Wuji. Lucy took in a breath of cold air as she finally understood why Mo Wuji would draw out the immortal veins as well as the immortal crystals. With such an intense rate of absorbing immortal energy, no amount of green crystals would be enough for him to use. Endless grand Tao energy of the heaven and earth started circulating around Mo Wuji's body as the aura forming around Mo Wuji started growing exponentially. Lucy was certain that as long as Mo Wuji had the extreme reverend pill, advancing to the immortal reverend stage wouldn't be difficult at all. Boom boom boom. Explosive thunders could be heard as endless amount of thick lightning bolts started descending. Lucy was so terrified at the sight of this she hurried to take a few steps back. The truth was that she had seen immortal reverend tribulations more than once before, but none of them was even close to the state of Mo Wuji's tribulation. She was certain that even immortal emperor's tribulation would not be as terrifying and chaotic as Mo Wuji's one. For the normal immortal reverend tribulation, every wave of lightning bolts would not exceed 18, but this single wave of Mo Wuji's tribulation already had hundreds of lightning bolts. Besides, every single lightning bolt that descended were far too petrifying. For such a lightning tribulation, even immortal emperor would find it hard to go through it, let alone an immortal king. Just as Lucy was still in awe at the frightening lightning bolts, endless amount of lightning bolts had already landed on Mo Wuji's body. Lucy was so scared that she couldn't even open her eyes to witness the scene. She was also disappointed with herself because she was supposed to guard and protect Mo Wuji, but she had no way to rescue Mo Wuji under such circumstances. Mo Wuji was also shocked because even though he knew how extraordinarily scary his lightning tribulations were before, he certainly didn't expect it to be to this extent. For every other tribulation that he had been through, he was different from others because neither did he use any defensive treasures nor armors to fend against the lightnings. This time round, Mo Wuji actually felt vulnerable. Split second later, lightning bolts landed on his body, and not only did he circulate his immortal mortal technique to the maximum rate, even his physique tempering technique was executed fully. PFF. Despite the insane extent at which Mo Wuji was absorbing and defending against the lightning bolts, blood started splashing out of his fleshly body and his bones started cracking when the boundless lightning bolts condensed to strike his body. Just as Lucy opened her eyes and saw the devastating state of Mo Wuji, she shut her eyes again as she started praying in her heart. All she could do now would be to wait for Mo Wuji to fall and then bring his corpse out of this place. At the instant the lightning bolt descended on his own body, Mo Wuji could feel his immortal energy rising tremendously and the purple lake within his sea of consciousness started expanding at an extensive manner. Even his fleshly body, which had plateaued at the same stage for a long time, started tempering again. Initially, Mo Wuji was tempted to take out his magic treasure, but he stopped himself forcefully as he swallowed multiple healing pills instead. Concurrently, he continued to circulate his physique tempering technique as he charged towards the immortal reverent realm. This was not only his opportunity to charge into the immortal reverent realm but also his opportunity to charge towards the advanced god physique stage. Why would Mo Wuji let such an opportunity slip by? Boom 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 boom. Just as Mo Wuji's bones were started to heal, more thick and condensed lightning bolts fell. Lucy opened her eyes and, logically speaking, if Mo Wuji died under the first wave of lightning bolts, the second wave shouldn't have descended, right? Could it be that Mo Wuji had yet to die? Kaka, boom. It was almost at the same time the lightning bolt landed on Mo Wuji's body when he broke through the barrier of the immortal reverent as well as the god physique level 7. An extremely mighty immortal reverent energy started surging around Mo Wuji's body and the bones broken by the second wave of lightning bolts were healing rapidly. Even before Mo Wuji could stabilize his cultivation, the third wave of lightning bolts started exploding downwards. Not only was the third wave of lightning bolts much more mightier than the first and second wave, it brought along a frightening energy with a trace of death. The dusky space appeared like it was split apart and receptacles of lightning bolts seemed to break apart as all the lightning source turned into descending lightning bolts. The defending Mo Wuji suddenly stood up straight and charged towards the foremost wave of lightning bolts as he threw out a punch. At this moment, his heart had this unassailable thirst to charge towards the source of the lightning bolts just to punch through it. Gotcha! Lightning bolts exploded, and despite the fact that it looked mightier than the first two waves of lightnings, Mo Wuji appeared to be unharmed. This was not only due to Mo Wuji advancing into the immortal reverend stage but also because of his god physique level 7. Bang! Mo Wuji landed with both feet on the ground as it created a deep pit. The desert wasteland had returned to its original appearance as it turned dusky again. Mo Wuji looked unpleasantly at the dusky space in front of him because he wanted more waves of lightning bolts for HM to stabilize his strength. He had just stepped into the immortal reverent realm and god physique level 7, yet there were no more lightning bolts to authenticate it. It seemed like he would be the only immortal reverent who only had 3 waves of lightning tribulations. Lucy was still in a daze as she stared blankly at the ragged Mo Wuji looking towards the sky above the desert wasteland. She simply couldn't believe her eyes. This was the first time she witnessed an immortal reverent tribulation being more frightening than the immortal emperor tribulation, and also her first time witnessing an immortal reverent tribulation with only 3 waves of lightning. Naturally, this was also her first time seeing someone complete such a heaven-defying tribulation and still wanted more of it. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 757, To obtain wealth, one had to take risks. Chapter 757, To obtain wealth, one had to take risks. Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations. Congratulations Big Brother Mo for advancing into the immortal reverend stage. As Lucy noticed that Mo Wuji had stopped staring at the sky, she hurried to contain the shock within her as she went forward to congratulate Mo Wuji. Mo Wuji chuckled, "Given your talent, you wouldn't take long to step into the immortal reverend stage too. Now that I've killed that bisexual man, would you rather stay in the heavens beyond City Square or follow me to the cosmos communal domain?" Lucy sighed, "I've always wanted to leave the heavens beyond corridor, but I never had the chance to do so because of the lack of green crystals." For someone like me who had stayed in the Heavens Beyond corridor for more than 5 years, I need to give the Demon Clan 10,000 green crystals as a form of contribution if I wanted to leave this place. Additionally, there was also the 2,000 transfer array fees. Even if I were to sell everything I have with me, it wouldn't even add up to that many green crystals. Mo Wuji heard Lu Si's words and the expression on his face instantly turned ugly. Previously, Lu Si mentioned about how the fees for shop owners to use the transfer array to leave the Heavens Beyond corridor was 10 times more than ordinary people. Where was he going to find so many green crystals? Moreover, he didn't have enough green crystals for Lu Si too. I don't have that many green crystals, Mo Wuji said helplessly. 10 times of 12,000 green crystals would be an amount over 100,000 green crystals. Lu Si replied promptly, "Big brother Mo, I am the assistant for your shop, so you just need to bring me along when you board the transfer array. There is no need to pay additional fees for me. Because you're the shop owner in the Heavens Beyond City Square, you only need to pay 25,000 green crystals to board the transfer array to the Cosmos communal domain. Naturally, we have to leave from the human race's side because the demon race might demand the 10,000 contribution green crystals from me if we choose to leave from the demon race's transfer array." 25,000? Mo Wuji immediately understood that because he wasn't from the human or demon race, there was no need for him to pay the contribution fees. However, he didn't even have 200 green crystals on him, let alone 20,000. Mo Wuji entered the Heavens Beyond corridor with only about 100,000 green crystals, and he had already used up about 70,000 during his seclusion and another 30,000 for his tribulation. Lu Si saw Mo Wuji's expression and he instantly knew that Mo Wuji couldn't bring out 25,000 green crystals. She hesitated for a while before saying, "Big brother Mo, if you have no intention to come back, you can sell the shop house." "You're not planning to come back?" Mo Wuji looked doubtfully at Lu Si because from Lu Si's tone, he could tell that Lu Si wanted to leave this place for good. Lu Si nodded, and, back then, I joined the demon army only because I wanted to help someone. It was only some time later when I realized that joining is easy while leaving is simply too difficult. "What do you mean?" Mo Wuji was slightly confused. Lu Si explained, "There are many races living within the Cosmos communal domain, and while there was no need to participate in the War of the Cosmos Wall, one would still need to pay the necessary rent. Because both cultivation and rent required the use of large amount of green crystals, a friend of mine owed a lot of green crystals because he went under seclusion to cultivate. He was unable to return these green crystals, so his only possible solution was to head to the Heavens Beyond corridor to fight for resources from the Cosmos Wall. During the opening of the Cosmos Wall, he was in seclusion, so I went to the Cosmos Wall on his behalf. I didn't expect my trip to be several years long, and presently, it is getting increasingly hard even for me to survive here, let alone thinking about leaving this place." Mo Wuji looked surprisingly at Lu Si as he didn't expect that such a noble and honest immortal like Lu Si still exists in this world. This was equivalent to serving in the army for someone else, so it seemed like Lu Si's relationship with her friend must not be simple at all. "So how did the green crystals you obtained manage to reach him?" Mo Wuji continued to question. Lu Si sighed deeply. "I was introduced to this place by the merchant house in which my friend owed the green crystals to. This merchant house is very successful and even had branches in both the human and demon corridors. I have been here for 7 years and participated in 4 of the wars to snatch for resources. A portion of the rewards I obtained would belong to the demon race, a portion to repay the debts to the merchant house, and then a portion will be brought to my friend by the merchant house. The remaining would be used for me to cultivate." Mo Wuji sighed too as he didn't continue questioning any further. He was certain that Lu Si's friend was up to no good because one couldn't possibly cultivate under closed doors for such a long period of time continuously. If this friend was of decent character, he would have visited her here at the Heavens Beyond corridor a long time ago. A friend, who made Lu Si fight for resources on his behalf for over 7 years, was evidently taking advantage of her. "Lu Si, I have no green crystals with me, but I have an idea. Since we are going to leave the city square soon, we shall start a business here. I will concoct pills while you watch the shop for me. As long as I don't continue the business for years, it shouldn't have much influence in the city square, Mo Wuji replied. He would definitely not sell the shophouse in the city square because this was the best place to gather cultivation resources. Once he sold his shophouse, it wouldn't be easy for him to get it back again. Even if he was not coming back anymore, it wouldn't matter. You're a pill emperor? Lucy looked at Mo Wuji in astonishment as she asked in disbelief. If Mo Wuji wasn't a pill emperor, how would he be able to casually take out green body pills for her? Mo Wuji nodded. That's right, I am indeed a pill emperor. I believe that with my pill Dao alchemy, it wouldn't take long for me to earn a sum of green crystals in the city square. Lucy took in a deep breath before looking at Mo Wuji again. Big brother Mo, if you trust me, you must not concoct and sell pills here. Otherwise, you will only invite endless troubles for yourself. Do you know why there are extremely little pill refiners as well as smith master? Why? Mo Wuji asked anxiously. Lucy subconsciously lowered her voice as she said, because the better pill and smith masters were convinced and brought away. Those who were refused to leave would disappear without a trace after some time. They were all killed? Mo Wuji's heart almost jumped out of his mouth because could this place have something against pill and smith masters? No, only a minority of pill and smith masters were killed here while majority of them were captured and forced to leave with experts of each race to be concoct pills or refine equipments for them. And these pill and smith masters would basically be on the city square of the cosmos communal domain. Following which, the pills and equipments which they concoct and forged out would be given to the higher-ups of the human or demon race depending on who they were brought away to work for, Lucy explained in details. Even without further explanation from Lucy, Mo Wuji understood what was going on. Throughout the years, countless of pills and weapons were necessary for the numerous wars that had been fought. To increase their strength, these higher-ups of each race needed many more weapons and pills in order to collect more resources in each war. There were not many pills and smith masters to begin with, and with so many people in the heavens beyond corridor in addition to the people in the cosmos communal domain, it would be almost impossible for everyone to be equipped with weapons and pills. Besides these reasons, it was possible that the heavens beyond City Square was another powerhouse by itself. This powerhouse should have its own merchant house which sells pills and magic treasures. If there were random pill and smith masters walking around the heavens beyond corridor, there would be much more competition for them. Lucy, is there a merchant house with a wide variety of pills which is opened by the heavens beyond City Square itself? Mo Wuji spurted out his question at the thought of it. It seems like even you know about it. Yes, there is indeed a merchant house that sells a wide variety of pills and magic treasures, but the prices were simply too intimidating. I've heard that it was opened by an extremely reputable person, and I am certain that it was not opened by the City Square itself, Lucy replied. Mo Wuji pondered for a moment before saying, to obtain wealth, one had to take risks. If I am constantly worried about being restrained, I will eventually be restrained. I am going to open up my pill court at the heavens beyond City Square now, but you can decide for yourself. Leave with me if you're interested, but if you're worried, you should wait for me at the demon corridor. Mo Wuji had no alternative because the Cosmos Wall only opened up once every few years, and it was already considered fortunate for him to have seen the Cosmos Wall once in his 2 years here. There was simply way too many treasures in the heavens beyond City Square, and the moment he leaves this place, he would be dreaming if he wished to find another place with these much resources and green crystals again. He was certain that things wouldn't be this good even in the Cosmos communal domain. Once he decided to settle down and cultivate, how long would he take if he had no green crystals and only immortal crystals for his cultivation? Big brother Mo, I am following you. Lucy seemed to have no hesitation when answering Mo Wuji. During her years in the heavens beyond City Square, she had countless of near-death incidents. If she wasn't hard-working enough to fight for everything, she would have still be stuck at the Grand Luo immortal stage. The heavens beyond City Square was as crowded as before, and only a few people noticed that the shophouse, which was closed for about 2 to 3 years, had finally reopened. This magic treasure shop house was turned into mortal pill house, and it actually sold immortal pills ranging from tier 4 to tier 6. The most impressive feature about this pill house was that it would even concoct pills for customers. Even though the fee was about 6 times the price of the already concocted pills, it was still considered dirt cheap as compared to the other shops around. What was the most abundant in the heavens beyond corridor? There were all sorts of high-tier immortal herbs, green crystals, and countless of valuable materials. On the other hand, what was lacking the most would be immortal pills, magic treasures, and even more so, pill masters willing to help customers concoct pills of their own request. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 758, The Blooming Pill House. Chapter 758, The Blooming Pill House. Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations. A shop called Mortal Pill House recently emerged in the heavens beyond City Square, and it sells pills of high and unique grade. Additionally, there were also countless of healing pills on sale. I bet it is another Mifei Pillsmith Pavilion where they really did sell loads of good items, but the pity is that you can't afford it. Yes, I've went to the Mifei Pillsmith Pavilion previously to purchase a clean solitary pill. A mere tier 4 healing pill actually exchanged for my grade 9 Southern Fire Rod and 5 of my green crystals. Back where I came from, I was able to exchange over 10 vases of tier 9 healing pills with the same items, but no, the Mortal Pill House is truly selling great items at a reasonable price. I purchased a vase of Alioth Gold Pill for only 10 green crystals. This is definitely impossible. The Gold Alioth Pill is a tier 5 healing pill, and one pill itself was worth more than 10 green crystals and a few immortal herbs in total. You're lying to us. Wang Lu wasn't lying, because I've visited the Mortal Pill House too, where I've even bought a unique grade green Bodhi pill. The most affordable item there wasn't the already made pills, but their service of concocting pills of your request. The pity was that I've ran out of immortal herbs to exchange, because otherwise, I could even request for them to concoct tier 7 immortal pills for me. Moreover, I wouldn't need to pay a single green crystal because they are only collecting 6 times the price to concoct the pills. Similar discussions were heard all over the heavens beyond corridor. Because of these discussions, countless of immortals surged towards the heavens beyond City Square regardless of their race. They came to the City Square with only one purpose, and that was to visit the Mortal Pill House. Regardless of the validity of the rumors, paying a visit would not go wrong. If it was true, they could purchase several healing pills and even request for someone to concoct pills for them, which was equivalent to having one extra life. Back at the Mortal Pill House, Lucy was in shock at the sight of so many people surfing in. The rate at which the rumors spread was simply too exaggerated, because their signboard had only been up for 3 days and so many people had already heard of it. One must know that Lucy and Mo Wuji didn't even come up with any publicity measures. Despite her efforts to get people to start queuing up, the queue was still broken up into a mess slightly further down the city square. To make things worse, people in the queue were pushing against each other in an attempt to be further in front in the queue. Lucy had never experienced such situation before and was therefore in a loss in front of a crowd of desperate customers like this. Fortunately, Mo Wuji came out as he stood in front of the shop and clasped his fist towards the queue before saying, "The Mortal Pill House was opened in the hope of doing everyone in the heavens beyond corridor a favor, which was why we offered such affordable prices for good quality products. However, if everyone continues to push and squeeze in such chaotic manner, it might cause trouble for the city square. Once the city square intervenes, my Mortal Pill House could only close down and leave. Whoever dares to let the Mortal Pill House close down, I will be the first to object. I will kill whoever dares to close down the Mortal Pill House." All sorts of clamors sounded out made Mo Wuji pleased, because he wanted such an effect. Even so, he revealed a serious and solemn expression before saying, "I have an idea. How about every person who wants to trade with my Mortal Pill House takes a queue number? Where do we take the queue number from?" Some anxious cultivators couldn't wait for Mo Wuji to finish his words as they asked, Mo Wuji used his hand to indicate for the crowd to lower down their volume. Everyone, please listen to me. I will install an array outside my shophouse for each and every one of you to collect a number. Everyone would basically need to send 10 green crystals into the array and you will be given a number. The array would call out for your number accordingly and you shall head to my shophouse to trade. Everyone should not worry because the 10 green crystals would only be temporarily placed with me, and when it is your turn, the 10 green crystals could be considered as part of your trade. This method of Mo Wuji was naturally the most basic queue system back on Earth. Otherwise, with this many people queuing at the Heavens Beyond City Square, it would call for the intervention of the Heavens Beyond City Square management even if they didn't cause any trouble here. Moreover, with so many cultivators of different races here, there would bound to be troubles. Naturally, Mo Wuji had a deeper intention by coming up with this system. Indeed, voices of agreement were heard once Mo Wuji's words were out. Nobody came here with the intention to cause trouble because everyone came in hope of being able to trade for pills that they wanted. Mo Wuji was a grade 7 immortal array master, so he only took an incense worth of time to set up the array used for the queue system. As long as one threw 10 green crystals into the array, one would receive a thin jade token. Those who received the jade token would be required to leave the venue and not allowed to continue queuing. Once the shop called out for an individual's number, the individual would be able to enter the mortal pill house to trade. Once the system was put in place, the queue definitely shortened, as even though everyone was nearby wandering about, the queue was no longer as extravagant as before. Just like Mo Wuji's description, the mortal pill house would sound out a number and the immortal with the number would be allowed to enter the shophouse. Big brother Mo, your idea is indeed great. Otherwise, the Heavens Beyond City Square would have used this as an excuse to close our shop, Lucy said with admiration when she saw the instant orderliness outside the shophouse. This was something she wouldn't be able to think of in such short period of time. Or rather, even if she thought of this idea, she wouldn't be able to implement the array so quickly. Her concern was not unfounded because once the queue became too long, the likelihood of fights within the queue was high. You are now in charge of helping me collect immortal crystals, immortal materials, and handing them the pills. Mo Wuji chuckled as he knew that his plan had worked. Big brother Mo, why did you insist that they hand over 10 green crystals first? If they couldn't make it to trade in the end, sending these green crystals back would take up quite a bit of time. This was something Lucy didn't understand. If handing over the green crystals would mean that it belonged to the mortal pill house, it would still make sense. However, these green crystals were only advanced payment, and if the cultivators didn't trade for anything, it wouldn't belong to the mortal pill house. Mo Wuji smiled and said, by making these people hand over 10 green crystals first, it would be equivalent to them standing on our side. If the city square wishes to act against us, they would have to reconsider their option. Indeed, Mo Wuji's actual motive was to use the advance payment of 10 green crystals as a mean of garnering the strength of these immortals who came to trade. Now that he had collected a large amount of green crystals, if the city square came to find trouble, the first few people to object would not be him or Lucy but these immortals who had handed their green crystals over for a queue number. The reason why Mo Wuji didn't claim all these green crystals for himself was because he was well aware that even though immortals here collect a lot of resources from the cosmos wall, their life ain't easy too. For every green crystal, they would have to fight and risk their life for it. Just like how the opening of the cosmos wall was an opportunity to obtain valuable cultivation resources, it was also a time for most of them to lose their life. He needed green crystals for cultivation meant that it was the same for others too. He can earn a large amount of green crystals but he wouldn't do it unscrupulously. Lucy was not dumb, so with Mo Wuji's brief explanation, she understood his intention. At this moment, she heaved a sigh of relief too because with such a crazy business, it would be impossible for them not to attract any unwanted attention. With the queue number system, Mortal Pill House's business grew rapidly as numerous green crystals and immortal herbs were sent into Mo Wuji's pocket. On the other hand, pills were sent out from the Mortal Pill House into the hands of each and every visiting immortal. Every immortal who visited the mortal pill house took out 10 green crystals to collect a number before waiting patiently for their number to be called. Logically speaking, with one trading immortal, the number of people waiting in the city square should decrease. However, the truth was the exact opposite, as the greater the number of trades completed, the more customers came forward to collect a queue number. Very soon, ticket scalpers appeared in the heavens beyond City Square. These ticket scalpers queued for over 10 numbers before reselling these numbers at a higher price to those who came later. Mo Wuji was unaware of such practice, but even if he knew, he wouldn't be bothered. He was fully focused on concocting pills, and at this moment, he even accepted requests of concocting Tier 8 and even Tier 9 pills. As Lucy watched upon the countless of immortal pills being sent out, she was already numb to it. Even though she was considered experienced and had met plenty of people before, it was truly her first time meeting a pill emperor like Mo Wuji. Where else could she find a pill emperor who concoct pills at such incredible speed? Some Tier 9 immortal pills which Mo Wuji placed on hold, even Tier 8 immortal pills were concocted in an extreme rate by Mo Wuji. Mifei Pillsmith Pavilion. If there was still a rather decent place which sells pills and magic treasures here in the heavens beyond City Square, it had to be the Mifei Pillsmith Pavilion. They sold Tier 1 to Tier 9 immortal pills as well as Grade 1 to Grade 9 immortal equipments. Because of their wide range of products, their business should be blooming, but they were only popular for a short period of time after the opening of the Cosmos Wall. As time passed, their business stagnated. It wasn't because of the incomplete equipments or ineffective pills, but because the prices here were simply too exuberant. It was so high such that immortals, who came back from the Cosmos Wall, could only afford to visit this shop once or twice. Every time they came, they had to control their urge to shop more. Such situations meant little to the Mifei Pillsmith Pavilion, because every time the Cosmos Wall opened, they would have earned a large sum from the more reputable personnel. However, the abrupt emergence of an extremely popular pill house in the heavens beyond City Square made them unable to tolerate any further. They came to the heavens beyond City Square not because they wanted to have competition with anyone, but because they wanted to monopolize the entire industry. They wanted to be the exclusive sellers of pills and equipment. The mortal pill house had only been open for 4 days, and the Mifei Pillsmith Pavilion convened a meeting which had never been convened for over countless of years. There were only a total of 4 people participating in this meeting. They were the Mifei Pillsmith Pavilion's shop owner, Min Chang, who was in the advanced immortal reverend stage. Mifei Pillsmith Pavilion's guard, Quang Jin, who was also in the same stage. Mifei Pillsmith Pavilion's external affairs deacon, Wen Li, who was in the intermediate immortal reverend stage, and the Mifei Pillsmith Pavilion's internal affairs deacon, Ran Yushui, who was an advanced immortal king and the only female. Where did this mortal pill house come from? This was Min Chang's first question when he entered, as he said with a calm voice filled with intense killing intent. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 759, at your door. Chapter 759, at your door. Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations. This person's name is Mo Wuji. 2 years ago, he suddenly appeared in heavens beyond corridor. Because he killed from both the demon and human race, he was unable to find a place to stay. As a result, he went around heavens beyond City Square, asking whether there were any shops for sale. Ostensibly, this person wasn't very clear about the heavens beyond City Square's rules. Strangely, his pill house was actually purchased from an original shop owner called Mao Hu. After Mao Hu sold his shop to Mo Wuji, the Cosmos Wall opened. Mo Wuji also went to the Cosmos Wall and he survived. He probably obtained many benefits from the Cosmos Wall because he entered secluded cultivation the moment he returned. He only opened his shop when he emerged from his seclusion. The person answering was Mifei Pillsmith Pavilion's external affairs deacon, Wen Li. Even though Wen Li didn't manage to obtain the news of Mo Wuji's advancement into the immortal reverend stage, she basically had gathered all the information about Mo Wuji within his 2 years in heavens beyond City Square. That means to say that this person isn't of some great origins? Min Chang's killing intent suddenly weakened. That other woman from Mifei Pillsmith Pavilion stood up and bowed respectfully to Min Chang. Then she said, "Pavilion head, I'm afraid this person wouldn't concoct pills for us." She completely understood the meaning behind Min Chang's words. He wanted to bring Mo Wuji in to concoct pills for their Mifei Pillsmith Pavilion. Min Chang snorted coldly. This is not up to him to decide. A mere rogue cultivator dares to take advantage of my Mifei Pillsmith Pavilion in heavens beyond City Square. He's still too young for that. Even though this woman that just spoke was merely in the Immortal King stage, she was actually the brains behind Mifei Pillsmith Pavilion. Her name was Ran Yushui. When she heard Pavilion Head Min Chang's words, she sighed inwardly and continued speaking. Pavilion Head, a few days ago, the woman by his side, Lucy, had been harassed by the bisexual Immortal Reverend. After which, Mo Wuji brought that Lucy out of heavens beyond City Square. When he returned, there was no longer any news of the bisexual Immortal Reverend. He killed the bisexual Immortal Reverend? Wen Li didn't manage to investigate this matter. When she heard Ran Yushui mention it, she immediately uttered in shock. Ran Yushui nodded. Even though I didn't see it personally, I know what kind of person the bisexual Immortal Reverend is. He definitely wouldn't simply let go of his target. Since he didn't return, that means that this Mo Wuji must definitely have killed the bisexual Immortal Reverend. I have also investigated on that woman, Lucy. She only has a cultivation of the Immortal King stage, so she definitely wouldn't be of any help. Clearly, Mo Wuji had single-handedly killed the bisexual Immortal Reverend. Min Chang frowned and looked at Wen Li discontentedly. She was in charge of this investigation, but she actually knew less than Ran Yushui. After some time, he turned to Ran Yushui and said, "Yushui, you will go and talk to him. Quang Jin will follow you." At this moment, Quang Jin, who had been silent this entire time, stood up. His cultivation was at the Great Circle of the Immortal Reverend stage. He was considered the most powerful among the four here. Ran Yushui hesitated briefly before she responded, "Pavilion Head, I think we should report to the higher-ups." Min Chang waved his hand, interrupting Ran Yushui's words. Even if that Mo Wuji was able to kill the bisexual Immortal Reverend, it would mean that he's only at the late Immortal Reverend stage. Moreover, that bisexual Immortal Reverend's primordial spirit had been badly damaged, so even an ordinary intermediate stage Immortal Reverend would be able to deal with him. You and Quang Jin will go and interact with him. If he still doesn't know his place, then have Quang Jin teach him a lesson. If an outsider that doesn't have a backer requires me to get the intervention of an emperor-level expert, then I, Min Chang, would have lost all my face. Yes. Ran Yushui didn't dare to say anything else. She knew that others might not dare to use any form of violence in the Heavens Corridor City Square, but it was merely a simple act for her Mifei Pillsmith Pavilion. Mo Wuji was aching in elation. Before he started concocting pills, he had already prepared himself to earn some stacks of cash. However, reality had shocked him pleasantly. He was actually earning more than when the Cosmos Wall opened. Even though there were plenty of good stuff in the Cosmos Wall and he was even able to charge to a very high point, he was unfortunately restricted in his interaction range. It probably wasn't even 1/100th of the entire Cosmos Wall. The Cosmos Wall was so huge and his range was so limited, it was natural that he would have missed out on many treasures. On the other hand, his mortal pill house had only been opened for a few days and he had already earned more than 100,000 green crystals. The number of immortal herbs he got was even more than he could count. All this was because he could concoct pills. What left Mo Wuji especially excited was that he obtained 2 true Emperor-seeking heartflowers. The true Emperor-seeking heartflower was an extremely rare Tier 9 immortal herb, and it was only second to the Emperor Dao fruit. This flower could not be consumed directly like the Emperor Dao fruit, it had to be concocted into the Emperor True Pill. The Emperor True Pill was a Tier 9 immortal pill and it was incomparably enticing to Great Circle immortal reverence. This was because this pill was able to allow one to resonate with the Emperor stage, increasing one's success rate in breaking through the immortal reverence stage and becoming an immortal emperor. Mo Wuji had already obtained the secondary ingredients for the Emperor True Pill. Coupled with his assiduous practice with various Tier 7 and Tier 8 pills, he was confident that he could concoct a Tier 9 immortal pill. The moment he successfully concocts a Tier 9 immortal pill, he would use these two true emperors seeking heart flowers to concoct the true emperor pills. The reason why Tier 9 pill emperors were so rare was because concocting Tier 9 immortal pills required the pill refiner to fuse his Tao insights into the pill. Typical pill emperors have an insufficient understanding towards the grand Tao of the heaven and earth. Thus, many would never be able to step into the Tier 9 pill emperor stage in their entire lives. Even if they managed to scrape their way into the Tier 9 pill emperor stage, they wouldn't be able to concoct a pill like the true emperor pill. Mo Wuji's Tao, on the other hand, was his self-forged grand mortal Tao. Ever since he stepped into the immortal reverence stage, his understanding and insights towards the Tao aura of the heaven and earth had only become clearer. He believed that as long as his pill Tao was able to reach the required standard, he would be able to concoct the true emperor pill. According to the trajectory of his finances, Mo Wuji believed that he could really sell his shop in 3 months, just as Lu Si had said. By that time, he would have enough cultivation resources for himself, and he would no longer need to continue opening shop. Number 7716, please enter the shop. The array at the entrance of the mortal pill house cried out the next number. An extremely old man excitedly walked over. You, wait. A cold voice stopped this old man. Thereafter, a man and a woman stepped in front of this man. I am number 7716. I have been waiting all this time. Who are the two of you to ask me to wait? This old man only managed to say half a sentence before he suddenly stopped with his mouth left ajar. His face was filled with fear as he stared at this man and woman in front of him. He recognized the two of them. The woman was Mifei Pillsmith Pavilion's Ran Yushui and the man was Mifei Pillsmith Pavilion's defender Quang Jin. There was no need to talk about how he wouldn't be able to fight with the late-stage immortal king, Ran Yushui. That Quang Jin was a great circle immortal reverent, an existence that was infinitesimally close to being a quasi-emperor. How could he dare to utter any nonsense? Greetings Deacon Ran and Defender Quang. This aged man bowed hurriedly. Previously, he had been anxiously waiting for his number. However, when his number finally came, these two evil people actually appeared in front of him. Ran Yushui and Quang Jin could no longer be bothered about this old man as they directly walked into the pill house. Please hand over your number plate. Lu Si has already seen this scene and she hurriedly transmitted a message to Mo Wuji. At the same time, she could only use such a method to stop the two of them. She also recognized these two people. The moment the two of them arrived, she started to feel trepidations in her heart. She guessed that Mifei Pillsmith Pavilion had come to wreck their business. I am Mifei Pillsmith Pavilion's Ran Yushui. This is our Pillsmith Pavilion's defender Quang Jin. We have urgent business with Pillhouse Master Mo. Ran Yushui went straight to the point. Lu Si's heart was filled with anxiety. However, at this moment, she actually heard Mo Wuji's words, let defender Quang Jin come up. Everyone else can wait. Ran Yushui's face turned cold. This was clearly dealing a blow to her initial display of strength. However, she had done her investigation on Mo Wuji and she knew that Mo Wuji wasn't a simple person. Otherwise, she also wouldn't have requested for Min Chang to report this matter to the higher-ups. Defender Quang, go and invite Pillhouse Master Mo over to our Mifei Pillsmith Pavilion. I will wait for you down here. That anger only fleeted across Ran Yushui's mind for a brief moment before it was completed smothered. Okay. Quang Jin was a man of few words. Moreover, he was also very clear of his status. He was merely a hired thug for Mifei Pillsmith Pavilion. Ran Yushui's previous words were for him to forcefully drag this pillhouse master away. He did not know how to invite or negotiate, nor was there a need for him to negotiate in the first place. Kwang Jin was half a feet outside Mo Wuji's room. Before he could even say anything, Mo Wuji had already opened the door. A strong pill fragrance pervaded out of the room. Even though Kwang Jin wasn't an expert, he also knew that this smell could only be from the highest quality of pills. "Come in." Mo Wuji's voice called out from within the room. Kwang Jin subconsciously walked in. At the very next instant, the door closed by itself. Kwang Jin, who originally intended to directly use force, immediately felt some fear and apprehension. He clasped his fists towards Mo Wuji. "Why does Pill Master Mo want to meet me first?" "Because you are a great circle immortal reverend." Mo Wuji put down the herbs in his hands, turned to Kwang Jin and said, "If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 760, Tier 9 Pill Emperor. Chapter 760, Tier 9 Pill Emperor. Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations. Because Mo Wuji held the initiative, Kwang Jin wasn't sure whether he should have used words or force. Now, he was stunned by Mo Wuji's seemingly strange words. "What's the meaning of that?" Kwang Jin stared at Mo Wuji in slight shock, momentarily forgetting his intentions of using force. Mo Wuji said indifferently, "Immortal friend Kwang, you should have been sent here to drag me off to Mifei Pillsmith Pavilion, right?" Kwang Jin could only stare at Mo Wuji, thinking, why would Mo Wuji be so indifferent even though he knew this? Others might not dare to use violence within heavens beyond City Square, but these rules did not pertain to their Mifei Pillsmith Pavilion. Mo Wuji knew that Kwang Jin wouldn't reply. He remained unflustered as he said, "A few days ago, the demon race's bisexual immortal reverend came to find me." "I know, you killed the bisexual immortal reverend Ji Qi." Kwang Jin knew that he could not allow Mo Wuji to control the pace of the conversation. Thus, he suddenly interjected Mo Wuji's words. "If that bisexual immortal reverend met me, I wouldn't even have needed half an incense's time to kill him." Mo Wuji laughed faintly, then he said calmly, "Back then, I only used one move to kill him." Kwang Jin's face sunk. Even if Mo Wuji was a great circle immortal reverend, he wouldn't be able to kill the bisexual immortal reverend in a single move. Kwang Jin knew of Ji Qi. Even though this fellow was obsessed with his various fetishes, he was still an immortal reverend. Moreover, Kwang Jin even heard that Ji Qi had a unique world of his own which he could use to trap and kill people. Mo Wuji continued calmly, "It's true. I took a few steps, then I killed him in a single move." Kwang Jin snorted coldly and his killing intent burst into the air. Clearly, he didn't believe that Mo Wuji was really able to defeat immortal Reverend Ji Qi in a single move. Back then, Mo Wuji naturally didn't kill the bisexual immortal Reverend in a single move. However, he took less than 10 breaths to eliminate Ji Qi. Still, Mo Wuji wasn't exaggerating when he said these words, he might even be understating his own power. Back when he killed Ji Qi, Mo Wuji was still in the Immortal King stage. Now that he was already an immortal reverend, one move would really be more than enough to get rid of Ji Qi. "I'm lacking an immortal emperor helper. That's why I called you over, it's to give you an opportunity. Of course, if you don't want this opportunity, feel free to lay your hands on me. I believe that you would be able to see Ji Qi very soon." "That's not right, you shouldn't be able to see Ji Qi. After all, his soul was already completely destroyed." Mo Wuji's tone was calm, revealing his immense self-confidence. Even though Mo Wuji didn't extend his domain, Kwang Jin could still feel a formless pressure. In that instant, he started to suspect that Mo Wuji's words were true. "I'm not an immortal emperor." Kwang Jin took in a deep breath and retracted his killing intent. Even though his domain was still secretly enveloping the space around them, there was still some fear and apprehension in his heart. At the same time, he found some admiration towards Mo Wuji's guts. He had come here to capture Mo Wuji, but this Mo Wuji actually used this opportunity to recruit him. No one else would dare to do such a thing. Mo Wuji continued proudly, I know that you're not an immortal emperor. But as long as you follow me, you would become an immortal emperor. You're a tier 9 pill emperor? You can concoct the true emperor pill? Quang Jin broke off character. In Heavens Beyond Corridor, the true emperor seeking Heartflower was the only immortal herb that could allow an immortal reverend to step into the immortal emperor stage. Moreover, the true emperor seeking Heartflower had to first be concocted into a true emperor pill. More effective pills such as the tier 9 immortal Dao pill couldn't be obtained here. Even though there were plenty of treasures in Heavens Beyond Corridor, there weren't any emperor Dao fruits. That's right. I'm a tier 9 pill emperor. Mo Wuji maintained his prideful appearance. By now, he was clear of the character of immortals. If he answered hesitantly, it would give off the impression that he was lying. You know that I'm a Great Circle immortal reverend. That's why you want me to help you in exchange for allowing me to step into the immortal emperor stage? Quang Jin finally understood why Mo Wuji talked about his cultivation. Mo Wuji said calmly, you are completely right. If you weren't a Great Circle immortal reverend, I wouldn't have wasted my time on you. Do you think that you would be able to capture me just because you are a Great Circle immortal reverend? There's no need to talk about you. Even if all the immortal reverends of your Mifei Pillsmith Pavilion came over, I would still be able to escape unscathed. Those years ago, 4 immortal emperors tried to catch me, 3 of them were even grand emperors. However, I was still able to escape. There's no need to talk about you lot of immortal reverends. I don't know how to do business. There's nothing that I can help you with. Quang Jin's tone had eased significantly. His heart, however, was still pounding furiously. Immortal Emperor, Immortal Emperor. Why did he join Nifei Pillsmith Pavilion? Wasn't it because he wanted to realize his Tao and become an immortal emperor? However, he had already been Nifei's hired thug for hundreds of years. He had earned his fair share of green crystals, but he had never even gotten a glimpse of a true emperor pill, much less realize his Tao. The moment Mo Wuji heard Quang Jin's words, he knew that he had a chance. Previously, he managed to obtain some news from Lucy. He learnt that Mifei Pillsmith Pavilion didn't originate from Heavens Beyond City Square. The Mifei Pillsmith Pavilion here only had a few immortal reverends. The strongest among them was Quang Jin. Quang Jin was a man of few words, and the main reason why he joined Nifei was to seek the Tao as an immortal emperor. Mo Wuji was sure that Nifei Pillsmith Pavilion wouldn't be able to provide Quang Jin with the pills to advance to the immortal emperor stage. This was why he called Quang Jin over and tried to recruit him. And the reason for this was because Mo Wuji knew that those people asking for his services would only help promote his business. But if an immortal emperor expert were to come, only Lucy and him actually stay behind. Thus, he needed to find an expert. Not only would this expert help him deal with the immortal emperors from Mifei Pillsmith Pavilion, the expert would also help him stabilize his grade 7 immortal killing array. With his current attainments in the array Tao, coupled with a Quang Jin to help him, it might be possible for him to trap and kill a late-stage immortal emperor. If this recruitment wasn't successful, then he would have to consider leaving Heavens Beyond Corridor. It wasn't that he was afraid of Quang Jin, he was only afraid that some immortal emperors would come knocking on his door. I only hope that when I'm refining my pills, those little fish and shrimps wouldn't come and disturb me. After you become an immortal emperor, you can stay and become my defender, Mo Wuji replied. Quang Jin was no longer able to remain calm. If Mo Wuji was really able to give him a true emperor pill, why would he continue working at Mifei Pillsmith Pavilion? You really a tier 9 pill emperor? And you can really concoct a true emperor pill for me? Quang Jin could not help but ask once more. This time, Mo Wuji didn't bother replying. He only picked up the immortal herb which he had placed down previously. This act of Mo Wuji's only left Quang Jin more certain that Mo Wuji was a tier 9 pill emperor. It was already degrading for a tier 9 pill emperor to try and recruit him. Thus, it was only natural that his repeated questioning would have left Mo Wuji discontented. Pill Emperor Mo, I'm merely a defender at Mifei Pillsmith Pavilion, I wasn't even a sales attendant. I'm willing to join Mortal Pill House and work for you. In that short time, Quang Jin had already made his decision. Quang Jin paused momentarily, then he continued, but if I don't return, an immortal emperor would soon come. The reason why he joined Mifei Pillsmith Pavilion was the true emperor pill. However, the facts have shown that he wasn't a person that Mifei Pillsmith Pavilion intended to nurture, he was merely a hired thug for them. Thus, as long as he wasn't a fool, he would know how to respond to Mo Wuji's recruitment. Mo Wuji still didn't say a word as he continued examining his immortal herbs. Quang Jin was slightly at a loss as to how to react. Fortunately, he had his share of experiences through the years and he soon understood Mo Wuji's intentions. Pill Emperor Mo wanted him to swear an oath. At this point, Quang Jin started to hesitate. When he joined Mifei Pillsmith Pavilion, he was promised the rights to leave whenever he wanted. As an immortal reverent expert that was about to step into the immortal emperor stage, he really didn't wish to casually swear an oath. Moreover, if an immortal emperor from Mifei Pillsmith Pavilion comes, he, Quang Jin, really wouldn't be strong enough to deal with it. Mo Wuji suddenly said, I don't need you to swear an oath, you only need to promise to follow me for 100 years. After the 100 years, you are free to do as you like. You can continue to follow me and join my sect, or you can leave. As for the immortal emperors of Mifei Pillsmith Pavilion, I have my own methods to deal with them. It's so simple? Quang Jin was in disbelief. 100 years was merely the time for a single secluded cultivation session for an average immortal reverent. Even if the terms were any worse, it still wouldn't be that bad. On the other hand, he actually didn't have any doubts as to whether Mo Wuji could really deal with the immortal emperors. Mo Wuji was a tier 9 pill emperor, he would be able to go anywhere he wants. Quang Jin believed that as long as Mo Wuji wasn't a fool, Mo Wuji wouldn't simply wait for the immortal emperors to come knocking on his door. Since the opportunity was dangling right in front of his face, why would Quang Jin let it go? I, Quang Jin, promise that as long as Pill Master Mo is able to give me a true emperor pill, I will follow by Pill Master Mo's side for 100 years. As long as it doesn't harm my life or my Tao, I will listen to Pill Master Mo's instructions. If I go against this promise, I will be struck to death by lightning. Good. Immortal friend Quang, you have just made the correct choice. I will not give you one true emperor pill, I will give you as many true emperor pills as you need to become an immortal emperor. Now, go down and tell that woman that you are now a man of my mortal pill house. As for the true emperor pills, I will hand them to you 1 month later. Mo Wuji chuckled and said. The reason why he needed a month was because Mo Wuji still wasn't a tier 9 pill emperor. However, this wouldn't be an influence on his plans. With his grand mortal Tao and his pill legacy, coupled with his large amounts of herbs, he would be a noob if he wasn't able to advance and become a tier 9 pill emperor in a month. His grand mortal Tao was about imbuing spirituality and immortality into all mortal objects. It was just like how he was able to cultivate to the immortal reverend stage despite being immortal. If his mortal Tao was able to successfully merge with his pill Tao, he could theoretically use any roadside grass to concoct a peak-grade immortal pill. Yes. Quang Jin forcefully suppressed the mad glee in his heart as he bowed and left the room. Being able to obtain a true emperor pill in 1 month was simply a dream come true. Defender Quang, you didn't bring him? Seeing Quang Jin appear by himself, Ran Yushui asked in doubt. Quang Jin's tone was calm as he said to Ran Yushui, Deacon Ran, I have decided to stay at Mortal Pill House. Go back and tell Pavilion Head Min that I'm grateful for the help that Mifei Pillsmith Pavilion has provided me all these years. What? Ran Yushui stared at Quang Jin in disbelief. She had never expected that their coercion operation would result in the betrayal of Quang Jin. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 761, The Difficulty of Becoming a Tier 9 Pill Emperor. Chapter 761, The The difficulty of becoming a Tier 9 pill emperor. Translator, Sparrow Translations Editor, Sparrow Translations. It only took a few breaths for Ran Yushui to understand Kuang Jin's decision. If it was her, she would have done the same. The only reason why Kuang Jin joined Mifei Pillsmith Pavilion was to realize his Tao and step into the Immortal Emperor stage. When he first joined, he was already a Great Circle Immortal Reverend. Hundreds of years had passed and he was still a Great Circle Immortal Reverend. During those years, Kuang Jin had definitely obtained many cultivation resources. However, she knew that a majority of those resources were obtained by Kuang Jin himself in the Cosmos Wall. As for the true Emperor pill that Kuang Jin desperately wanted, Mifei Pillsmith Pavilion had never even talked about it. I understand. Big brother Kuang, take care of yourself. Farewell. Ran Yushui was able to quickly sort her emotions. She had even changed the way she addressed Kuang Jin. Kuang Jin watched as Ran Yushui left the pill house. Thereafter, he turned to Lucy and said, "Do you know what she meant when she said take care of yourself?" Lucy subconsciously shook her head. She was still shocked that Kuang Jin had suddenly become a member of Mortal Pill House. Kuang Jin's tone was solemn as he said, "Now that I've joined Mortal Pill House, Mifei Pillsmith Pavilion should be sending their Emperor-level experts over soon." Even though Mo Wuji said that he had his ways to deal with Mifei's immortal emperors, Kuang Jin was still worried. It was exactly as Mo Wuji had thought previously, riches and risks came hand in hand. Since Kuang Jin wanted to advance to the immortal emperor stage, he must be willing to risk his life for it. If he couldn't even handle the risk, Mo Wuji wouldn't even give him the true emperor pill. Ah! Fear instantly emerged on Lucy's face. Even the shock she felt from Kuang Jin's defection had cast aside. At this instant, she desperately wanted to advise Mo Wuji to escape. However, she knew that Mo Wuji wouldn't listen to her. She was the one managing the finances and profits of Mortal Pill House, so how could she not know the difficulty of leaving? If Mo Wuji left now, then he definitely wouldn't be able to bring away all of his peak-grade immortal herbs and treasures. What? Min Sheng suddenly stood up and stared at Ran Yushui in shock. Kuang Jin was his Mifei Pillsmith Pavilion's strongest expert in heavens beyond City Square. He had suddenly defected over to Mo Wuji's Mortal Pill House. Ran Yushui clasped her fists and said, "Pavilion head, I suspect that Mo Wuji is also a peak-grade immortal reverend. Our current capabilities wouldn't be able to contest with his. I go back to my suggestion of reporting to the higher-ups and request for Emperor-level experts to help us." Min Sheng calmed down and said to Ran Yushui, "Deking you, it was my fault previously. I didn't listen to your advice. I will immediately report this matter to the higher-ups." Min Sheng had an ugly scowl on his face. Ran Yushui and Wenli both knew the reason for that. Truthfully, Heavens Beyond City Square's Mifei Pillsmith Pavilion was merely a source of cultivation resources for those Emperor-level experts. Those Emperor-level experts practically spent all their time in secluded cultivation or touring the vast cosmos. If they were to request for help, it would take at least a month for an Emperor-level expert to come. If Mo Wuji escapes within this time, then he, Min Sheng, would have to suffer the brunt of the responsibilities. The reason why Kuang Jin joined Mortal Pill House should be due to his loss in faith in Mifei Pillsmith Pavilion. Deacon Yushui, do you think that Pill Master Mo had promised to give Kuang Jin a true emperor pill? Min Sheng calmed down and started to contemplate the reasons why Kuang Jin would defect. Ran Yushui was already very sure why Kuang Jin had left Mifei Pillsmith Pavilion. Prompted by Min Sheng's question, she immediately responded, "Pavilion head, with Kuang Jin's current status and pursuits, only a true emperor pill would get him to betray Mifei Pillsmith Pavilion. If I'm not wrong, Defender Kuang was likely to have left because of a true emperor pill." Ran Yushui didn't have a bad impression of Kuang Jin. In fact, she felt like they were both fellow sufferers. Kuang Jin had tirelessly toiled for Mifei Pillsmith Pavilion. However, there was no mention of him obtaining the true emperor pill. In fact, he even had to occasionally hand over some of his gains from the Cosmos Wall. All these gains would basically be taken away by the emperor-level experts behind Nephi Pillsmith Pavilion. She felt herself to be the same. She was merely a tool for the experts to obtain green crystals. Whatever benefits Nephi Pillsmith Pavilion earned were largely unrelated to them. There was no need to talk about her. Even Pavilion head Min Chang could only obtain an extremely small portion of the benefits. That Mo Wuji is a Tier 9 Pill Emperor? Min Chang stared at Ran Yushui in astonishment. He had his own assumptions that Mo Wuji was a Pill Emperor, but a Tier 8 one at the very most. Truthfully, in Heavens Beyond Corridor, there was no lack of Tier 8 Pill Emperors. The number of Tier 9 Pill Emperors, on the other hand, could be counted with only a single hand. However, most Tier 9 Pill Emperors weren't willing to concoct pills. They would very much rather spend their time on cultivation. Don't simply see the difference between Tier 8 Pill Emperors and Tier 9 Pill Emperors as a single tier. In reality, the difference was as wide as a heavenly chasm. 99% of Tier 8 Pill Emperors would never be able to become Tier 9 Pill Emperors in their entire lives. This was because they were unable to imbue the Tao energy of the heavens and earths into their immortal pills. Thus, all Tier 9 Pill Emperors were actually grand immortal emperors that had a deep understanding towards the Tao of the heavens and earths. Ran Yushui shook her head. That's not possible. That Mo Wuji is incomparably young. His cultivation definitely isn't in the immortal emperor stage, much less the grand emperor stage. It is already heaven-defying that he is able to become a Tier 8 Pill Emperor. His true Emperor Pill should be obtained through other means. Because of his simple origins and his young age, it is logical for him to use his one true Emperor Pill to recruit a great circle immortal reverend to help him. Min Chang nodded. He also believed that it wasn't possible. Which Tier 9 Pill Emperor wasn't a renowned and illustrious senior? Why would one be holed up in this city square? Even though this was Heavens Beyond City Square, it was still impossible. Over the next few days, Mo Wuji had been furiously concocting pills and earning green crystals. Now, he could casually whip up unique grade Tier 8 immortal pills. It was time for him to start on Tier 9 immortal pills. Based on Mo Wuji's previous thoughts, with his mortal Tao, his pill Tao, and his copious amounts of peak-grade immortal herbs, he would only require a few batches of practice to concoct Tier 9 immortal pills. But when he had failed for 17 consecutive times, he knew that he was wrong. It seems like concocting Tier 9 immortal pills wasn't as Tier 8 immortal pills. It wasn't as simple as more practice and familiarization. Even though he had obtained many fortunes, he had gone bankrupt. The main thing was that he no longer had enough Tier 9 immortal herbs to practice on. Mo Wuji didn't continue concocting Tier 9 immortal pills. He suspected that there were some problems with his pill Tao. This was because his last 7 batches had all failed at the same stage, pill condensation. Unfortunately, he didn't have a master. If he had a Tier 9 Pill Emperor as his master, Mo Wuji believed that his problem would have been quickly resolved. After deliberating for 3 whole days, Mo Wuji still wasn't able to find a solution. In his perspective, there weren't any problems with his hand techniques and his steps. The only problem was that the pills weren't able to condense. After retrieving 10 different immortal herbs, including the heavenly silence grass, Mo Wuji started to clean his pill furnace. He was going to continue and try to concoct the silent dust pill. The way Mo Wuji looked at it, actual practice was the only way out. Since he wasn't able to discern the solution through reasoning, he would have to slowly discern it through practice. The silent dust pill was a Tier 9 healing pill. This pill could be considered one of the most valuable pills in Heavens Beyond City Square. After all, Heavens Beyond Corridor was fraught with wars and battles. The value of a Tier 9 healing pill was simply immeasurable. The ingredients had been quickly refined by Mo Wuji. Ever since he embarked on the path of the pill Tao, his methods had already evolved beyond his simple hand techniques and pill techniques. His pill Tao had developed to the point where every thread of spirituality and energy within the pill furnace was within the control of his spiritual will. Even though Mo Wuji only needed an hour to collect his pills, he decided to use 2 hours. Previously, his failures always occurred after he collected his pills. Learning from his past mistakes, he directly used his spatial imprisonment technique to forcefully merge the pill essences together. Crack! Ka! One pill after another started to shatter. What was different from the past was that Mo Wuji was finally able to retrieve one Tier 9 immortal pill. Resting within Mo Wuji's palm was a silent dust pill devoid of pill energy. It only exuded a spiritless energy. Very clearly, this was a trash pill. Mo Wuji's gaze was glued to that trash pill, completely unaware of the time that continued to proceed. One day later, Mo Wuji seemed to have figured something out. He suddenly muttered to himself, "I think I know what's the reason." A Tier 9 immortal pill was an immortal pill that resonated with the grand Tao of the heaven and earth. With his ordinary methods, even if he could grudgingly concoct a pill, it would lack Tao aura. Alternately, it could be said that the pill was without laws. A Tier 9 immortal pill must encompass a law of Tao the heaven and earth. Only by infusing a Tao law, then could a Tier 9 immortal pill be concocted. Mo Wuji uttered a long sigh. If he was not the progenitor of the grand mortal Tao, he would definitely have given up on concocting Tier 9 immortal pills. This was because he knew that any further practice would merely be wasting his Tier 9 immortal herbs. Tier 9 immortal pills could only be concocted by immortal emperors that have realized their Taos and resonate with the laws of the heaven and earth. One must gain enlightenment over these laws before he could infuse Tao laws into the immortal pill. Moreover, every Tier 9 pill emperor would concoct different Tier 9 immortal pills. Different pill emperors would concoct pills of different grades and effects. He, Mo Wuji, wasn't an immortal emperor. That was why he didn't understand that principle previously. If he hadn't used his spatial imprisonment to forcefully concoct a Tier 9 trash pill, he still wouldn't have understood that principle. He was no immortal emperor. However, he was the progenitor of a grand Tao that even immortal emperors couldn't compare to. Right from the start, his Tao was about finding his own path within the laws of the heaven and earth. Since other Tier 9 pill emperors could infuse their insights of the Tao laws of the heaven and earth into their pills, then he could similarly infuse his grand mortal Tao into his Tier 9 immortal pill. After understanding this principle, Mo Wuji did not hesitate to retrieve another batch of silent dust pill ingredients. With his fastest speed, he started to purify the ingredients, fused the medicinal essence. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 762, An Immortal Emperor Arrives. Chapter 762, An Immortal Emperor Arrives. Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations. In less than an hour, a faint fragrance wafted out of the pill furnace. With a wave of his hand, 6 round pills landed in the jade vase he prepared by the side. Mo Wuji was so excited that he didn't even extinguish his fire as he directly poured a silent dust pill onto his hand. A transient Tao energy revolved around the pill. Even without needing to try a pill, Mo Wuji knew that this was a peak-grade Tier 9 immortal pill. He had finally and officially become a Tier 9 pill emperor. As he advanced, Mo Wuji was especially cognizant that he was different from other Tier 9 pill emperors. Under normal circumstances, the full batches of different tiers of pills were constant: Tier 1 to 3 to 18, Tier 4 to 6 to 12, Tier 7 to 8 to 6, Tier 9 to 3. But now, he actually concocted 6 pills in his batch of silent dark pills. He had clearly exceeded an ordinary Tier 9 pill emperor. Mo Wuji knew that this wasn't due to him having a higher talent than others. Instead, it was because his grand mortal Tao was far from simple. At the same time, Mo Wuji also became aware of the difficulty to become a Tier 9 pill emperor. Even with his mortal Tao and pill Tao legacy, he had to borrow his insights into the laws of space to advance. This also caused Mo Wuji to change his previous intentions. According to his previous thoughts, he wanted to continue concocting immortal pills. He would concoct Tier 9 immortal pills which he would sell at a higher price. However, now, he knew that he definitely couldn't reveal the fact that he could concoct Tier 9 immortal pills. If this information was released, then it wouldn't be long till he loses his freedom. It was so difficult to become a Tier 9 pill emperor. Now that he actually became one, it would be weird if no one tried to kidnap him. Another 10 days passed. By this time, Mo Wuji had concocted various sorts Tier 9 immortal pills. Even though he already understood the principle that he had to infuse his Tao insights and his understandings of the laws of the heaven and earth into the pills, Mo Wuji still met with frequent failures in his concoctions. Mo Wuji did not mind, he knew that he could overcome this with constant practice. Days continued to pass. Now, Mo Wuji's success rate was infinitesimally close to 100%. After successfully concocting a batch of true emperor pills, he walked out of his room. House Lord. Seeing Mo Wuji emerge, Quang Jin hurriedly and respectfully greeted. A pill emperor, this was an existence far greater than a mere great circle immortal reverent like him. After staying here for half a month, Quang Jin finally understood why Mo Wuji wasn't willing to leave. This shop was raking in green crystals at an unprecedented rate. Not only that, he even saw some extremely rare peak-grade immortal herbs and smithing materials. Moreover, they were getting more and more customers coming here to trade. What left him feeling unsettled was that whenever they received orders for Tier 9 immortal pills, Mo Wuji would concoct Tier 8 immortal pills as a substitute. Fortunately, there was a dearth of peak-grade immortal pills in heavens beyond Corridor. Thus, those immortals did not argue or quibble and simply accepted the Tier 8 immortal pills. They also knew that if they weren't to trade, Mortal Pillhouse could simply refund their green crystals and their items. However, no one wanted that. Since no Tier 9 immortal pills were being concocted, Quang Jin started to have doubts towards Mo Wuji's claim that he was a Tier 9 pill emperor. After all, Tier 9 pill emperors were far too rare. At this moment, Mo Wuji retrieved a jade vase, handed it to Quang Jin and said, "Immortal friend Quang, go and try to gain enlightenment on the emperor stage. If you fail, I will give you another chance a month later. These are really true emperor pills. You are really a Tier 9 pill emperor." Quang Jin accepted Mo Wuji's jade vase with shaking hands. Even though he had already cultivated for countless of years, he still couldn't control his emotions. The Emperor's Stage. This was a stage that he had always dreamed of but never had the chance to step on. But now, Mo Wuji even promised him another opportunity to advance to it if he failed this time. How many years had he spent with Nifei Pillsmith Pavilion? He did it all for one true emperor pill, however, he never got close to one. The reason why he continued staying there was because he was clear that it was extremely difficult to obtain a true emperor pill. He also became clear that Tier 9 pill emperors were extremely rare to find. But now, he had only stayed at Mortal Pillhouse for 20 days and he received a true emperor pill. Only he knew the sheer amount elation and excitement was brimming in his heart at that moment. Yes. Many thanks, House Lord. I, Quang Jin, will only take 20 days before I return. Quang Jin was eventually able to stabilize his emotions and he thanked Mo Wuji calmly. This amount of time clearly wasn't enough. Quang Jin hoped that he could return and stabilize his cultivation after he advanced into the Emperor stage. There's no need for you to worry. Just find a place to undergo your tribulation. Even if an immortal emperor comes, my Mortal Pillhouse will be able to persist for 1 to 2 months, Mo Wuji laughed gently. Mo Wuji really wasn't bragging. He believed that even immortal emperors wouldn't dare to go unbridled in heavens beyond City Square. In this time that Quang Jin was gone, he would continue to fortify his killing array and his defensive array. With his current abilities, coupled with his grade 7 arrays, in addition to the fact that they were in heavens beyond City Square, Mo Wuji even suspected that he could stay safe for another half a year. He didn't offer any other advice or help to Quang Jin. To gain enlightenment on the Immortal Emperor stage, Quang Jin would need to find an extremely remote place. With Quang Jin's years in heavens beyond Corridor, Mo Wuji believed that it should be simple for Quang Jin to find such a place. Moreover, he had more important things to do. Even if Quang Jin chose not to return after advancing to the Immortal Emperor stage, it wouldn't really have a huge loss to Mo Wuji. It was just a true Emperor pill. To others, the true Emperor pill might be a peerless treasure that they might not obtain in their entire lives. But to Mo Wuji, it really wasn't anything much. In this period of time, he had easily obtained more than 10 true emperors seeking Heartflower. Also, I want to remind you. I don't mind if you choose to go against your promise. But you definitely cannot reveal my identity as a Tier 9 Pill Emperor. If it does get revealed, I, Mo Wuji, swear that the first person I will destroy is you. Mo Wuji added. Quang Jin replied solemnly and respectfully, Quang Jin will remember the House Lord's words. I definitely will not casually reveal that information. Compared to Mo Wuji, Quang Jin was even more aware of the scarcity and rarity of Tier 9 Pill Emperors. If the news that Mortal Pill House had a Tier 9 Pill Emperor was spread, it would really spell disaster for him and Mortal Pill House. Taking 10,000 steps back, even if he dared to go against the promise, he didn't dare to reveal that Mo Wuji was a Tier 9 Pill Emperor. How could he not know how powerful a Tier 9 Pill Emperor was? If he offended a Tier 9 Pill Emperor, then he would have to go into hiding for the rest of his life. He would only be courting death if he did such a thing. As she saw Quang Jin leave excitedly, Lucy asked in disbelief, Big brother Mo, you really gave him a true emperor pill? Mo Wuji chuckled, that's right. But that isn't much. After all this ends, I will also give you the remunerations you deserve. Among which, there would be Extreme Reverend Pill and the True Emperor Pill. Lucy had helped him significantly. Without Lucy, he wouldn't have been able to wholeheartedly concentrate on concocting pills, much less advance to the Tier 9 Pill Emperor stage in such a short time. I will get one too. Even though the rewards hadn't arrived in her hands, Lucy's heart had already started to race in agitation. These two immortal pills were simply pills she could only dream of. She could only get this opportunity because she became acquainted with a pill emperor. She never suspected that Mo Wuji would lie to her. After working with Mo Wuji for this period of time, she was especially clear of Mo Wuji's character. Of course, what I need to do now is to fortify the arrays outside our pill house, Mo Wuji laughed and said. A medium-built, clean-shaven man stepped into Heaven's Beyond City Square. He had an ugly scowl on his face. The moment this man arrived, Mifei Pillsmith Pavilion's Min Shang, when Li and Ran Yushui came to greet him, Min Shang greets Elder Du. Min Shang's tone was filled with respect. As he was speaking, his waist was bowed till his head was almost at the ground. This man snorted coldly, useless things. You can't even control a mere pill refiner and you still have the galls to control Mifei Pillsmith Pavilion. This clean-shaven man was Mifei Trade Union's Immortal Emperor Du Song. The reason why he was filled with displeasure was because he was at a critical point in his cultivation. He was about to break through to the intermediate Immortal Emperor stage. At this moment, every single breath of time was worth as much as gold. However, it was exactly at this moment that he had to come to Heaven's Beyond City Square to deal with this trivial matter. Why would he not be angry? Moreover, he had no choice but to come. Who asked him to have the lowest cultivation and status among the Immortal Emperors in Mifei Trade Union, Yes. Min Shang did not dare to rebut, he could only nod his head incessantly. Hurry and bring me to that dog T Mortal Pill House. If this emperor doesn't burn that place to the ground, this emperor's heart would be filled with displeasure, Du Hong snorted. He was only filled with animosity towards Mortal Pill House's Mo Wuji. A mere ant had actually wasted his time. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 763, Danger to Mortal Pill House. Chapter 763, Danger to Mortal Pill House. Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations. Big brother Mo, take a rest, Lucy hurriedly said when she saw Mo Wuji emerge from his room. Ever since Quang Jin left to validate his Dao in advance to become an immortal emperor, this was the first time that Mo Wuji left his room in this half a month. All right. I will rest for a day. Lucy, you can take a rest too. Mo Wuji's tone was brimming with elation. Over this short period of time, not only did they manage to collect all sorts of peak-grade herbs and materials, they also managed to gather 2 to 3 million green crystals. He sighed in emotion at the abundance here in heaven's beyond corridor. If he continued to concoct pills and sell them for an entire year, he would no longer have to worry about cultivation resources ever again. I'm not tired. My job has been very simple, Lucy said hurriedly. Indeed, her job was rather simple. She merely collected the immortal herbs and green crystals and gave out the immortal pills in return. Mo Wuji nodded. Then you will continue collecting immortal herbs and green crystals. I will be back after 1 or 2 days. Big brother Mo, you are leaving? Lucy asked in astonishment. Mo Wuji retrieved an array flag and handed it to Lucy. This is the master array flag. If anyone dares to cause trouble, you can use it to activate the killing array. I will be notified the moment you activate the array. Yes. Lucy didn't know why Mo Wuji was leaving, but she knew that it was better not to ask. Mo Wuji didn't explain the situation to Lucy. The reason why he was leaving was because his spiritual will detected the man from Methane Pillsmith Pavilion welcoming an early-stage immortal emperor to the city square. And that immortal emperor was currently heading towards his direction. Clearly, this immortal emperor was one of the backers behind Methane Pillsmith Pavilion, and he had probably come here to tear Mortal Pillhouse down. Originally, Mo Wuji thought that Methane Pillsmith Pavilion would have sent at least 2 or 3 immortal emperors over. Even if they only dispatched a single immortal emperor, it wouldn't be one of the early immortal emperor stage. It should be a grand emperor, or a late-stage immortal emperor at the very least. But when Mo Wuji saw that the other party had only sent a single early-stage immortal emperor over, he was rather speechless. These people were clearly underestimating his Mortal Pillhouse. His killing array wasn't meant to be used against a mere early-stage immortal emperor. Mo Wuji? Ran Yushui recognized Mo Wuji the moment he appeared. Even though she had never seen Mo Wuji personally before, she had done thorough investigations on him. Of course, her investigations were only limited to what that Mo Wuji had done since he appeared in Heaven's Beyond corridor. You are Mo Wuji? That Tier 8 Pill Emperor? The House Lord of Mortal Pillhouse? Du Hong said coldly. He stopped in his tracks and started sizing Mo Wuji up. Thereafter, he turned and stared at Min Chung coldly. Even though he wasn't able to discern Mo Wuji's exact cultivation, he was sure that Mo Wuji wasn't in the Immortal Emperor stage. There was no need to care about any other factors. He only needed to look at Mo Wuji's age to be sure that Mo Wuji definitely wasn't an immortal emperor. A young cultivator, that could only be an immortal reverend at the very most, had actually left Min Chang helpless and in need of Mifei Trade Union's help. Mo Wuji said indifferently, "That's right. I am Mo Wuji. Make way, a good dog knows not to block the road." As he was speaking, Mo Wuji forced himself through the middle of the group. Wan Li's eyes turned cold as she immediately wanted to attack. However, she was stopped by Du Hong, so it's an arrogant kid. Well, there's nothing wrong with that. After all, a pill emperor is in existence that would be revered anywhere he went. Min Chang, you are a lord in this city square, aren't you being too cautious? Were you actually scared by this kind of fella? I will let you off this time. I will get rid of this Mo fella for you. Min Chung hurriedly and respectfully said, "Yes, this is my mistake. Many thanks to Elder Du for your magnanimity. I also know that Elder Du has many matters to handle and doesn't have time to stay for tea. This is a small token of our appreciation. I hope that Elder Du doesn't reject it." As he was speaking, Min Chang offered a storage ring to Du Hong, cupped in both his hands. His heart was bleeding as he cursed Mo Wuji. Of all timings, why did this Mo Wuji choose to come out now? He had gone through many difficulties to siphon off this bit of green crystals, but he lost it all in one go. Du Hong accepted the ring and the tension on his face eased. That's how it will go then. If there's time, I will return. Yes. Many thanks, Elder Du. Min Chang bowed once more. Previously, Elder Du definitely wouldn't return after he eliminated Mo Wuji. But on account of the items in the storage ring, he said that he would return to help them get rid of Quang Jin as well. Pavilion Head, I feel that something is strange. Why did that Mo Wuji coincidentally leave his pillhouse at this moment? Something feels amiss. As she saw Du Hong leaving, Ran Yushui uttered in doubt. Min Shang sighed, just because he's a tier 8 pill emperor, he feels that he's the king of the world. I was indeed overly cautious previously. If I knew that he was so arrogant, I would have directly stormed into his mortal pillhouse with this group of us. Why did we go through all this trouble? I, Min Shang, have been resting on my laurels and I was actually handled by this fella. Let's go then. We will deal with mortal pillhouse when Elder Du returns. Ran Yushui and Wenli both knew the meaning behind Min Chang's words. It wasn't that they were insufficient to deal with mortal pillhouse, it was because they were worried that Du Hong might blame them when he returns. With a tier 8 pill emperor and the great flow of business, there would definitely be no lack of goodies within mortal pillhouse. Thus, he would have to wait for Elder Du to return before they could act. That way, they wouldn't be accused of stealing treasures. Ran Yushui remained silent, she was thinking of Mo Wuji. If Mo Wuji was really as idiotic and arrogant as they said, how was he able to recruit Quang Jin in a single exchange? She suspected that Quang Jin might not even be in the pillhouse, but preparing to ambush Elder Du with Mo Wuji. However, her cultivation was the lowest, so she had no rights to talk. If not for her intelligence being relatively good, she wouldn't even be here. Within a round building in the center of Heavens Beyond City Square, a relatively fat man was standing in front of a tall cultivator that had a sallow face. If asked who was the most powerful person within Heavens Beyond City Square, everyone would undoubtedly mention this sallow-faced man's name. He was Tong Fian, the Castellan of Heavens Beyond City Square. This round building was the Castellan mansion of Heavens Beyond City Square. As the Castellan, he was in charge of everything in the city square. The organizational structure of Heavens Beyond City Square City Hall was rather complicated. It was exactly because of these complications that Mifei Trade Union could run amok and unbridled within the city square. The City Hall was the most powerful organization in Heavens Beyond City Square, and it wasn't merely a place for administrative and governmental work. Behind the City Hall, there were many various other powers. Tong Fian had advanced to the Immortal Emperor stage not long ago. Thus, his time as the Castellan of Heavens Beyond City Square was running out. The role of the Castellan had always been taken by an Immortal Reverend. Because of the high salary, most of these Immortal Reverends would advance to the Immortal Emperor stage. The moment they advanced to the Immortal Emperor stage, they would leave and a new Castellan would take over. Deacon Lang Bai, you said that Mo Wuji left the city square just as Mifei Trade Union's Du Hong arrived? Tang Fian ruminated for a long time before he finally asked this question. The relatively fat man in front of Tang Fian was Lang Bai. He was the number 1 deacon in Heavens Beyond City Square's City Hall. He was also the person second to Tang Fian in the City Hall. Once Tang Fian leaves the City Hall, the next in line should supposedly be him. However, both Tang Fian and Lang Bai knew that the position definitely wouldn't go to Lang Bai. With the highest salary in the City Hall, there were far too many people eyeing this position. Lang Bai said respectfully, yes. I suspect that Mo Wuji should have done this on purpose. Perhaps Quang Jin had secretly left the city square and the two of them intend to ambush Du Hong together. Logically, Du Hong should also have thought of such a possibility. I didn't expect that Du Hong would still choose to follow Mo Wuji, but Tong Fian sneered, you think that Du Hong is an idiot? He wouldn't have thought that Mo Wuji and that Quan Jin intend to ambush him?
I believe that Du Hong doesn't even place the two of them in his eyes, Lang Bai answered.
This was the only logical explanation. Otherwise, how could an immortal emperor not know that Mo Wuji was intentionally luring him out? You're wrong. It's true that Du Hong doesn't place Mo Wuji in his eyes. However, the more important reason is that there should be riches on Mo Wuji that even the two of us can never fathom.
Unfortunately, that fella is courting death and Du Hong is the only one that gets to feast on him, Tung Fian sighed and said. If Mo Wuji didn't leave, Mo Wuji's ring would have to be handed over, and the things inside would be centrally administered by Min Chang. If that happened, Du Hong wouldn't be the one that obtains the majority of the treasures.
Unfortunately, that Mo Wuji was intentionally courting death. As for the riches that Mo Wuji had on him, how could Tang Fian, as the Castellan, not be clear of it?
Every day, countless of immortals head over to Mortal Pill House and engage in trade. Even if they didn't actually trade anything, just entering the queue would cost them 10 green crystals. This, alone, would generate tens of thousands of green crystals for Mortal Pill House. If every immortal traded 100 green crystals with Mortal Pill House, then that Mo Wuji would have at least 1 million to 2 million green crystals by now. Moreover, Tang Fian was sure that each person wouldn't simply spend only 100 green crystals. After all, Mortal Pill House was simply dirt cheap compared to other places. All this was even excluding the various immortal herbs, smithing materials, etc. Just when Tang Fian was feeling jealous of Du Hong, the communication bead in Lang Bai's hand shone brightly. A message had been sent over. Lang Bai hurriedly swept it with his spiritual will and reported, Castellan, news has just come in, Mortal Pill House has been surrounded. The shop owners in Heavens Beyond City Square believe that Mortal Pill House is stealing their customers, causing their businesses to start running on a bank.
Tang Fian sneered, bank run? 1.
Even if there wasn't Mortal Pill House, many immortals in Heavens Beyond City Square definitely wouldn't take their savings out and trade them away.
Come, let's take a look, Tang Fian suddenly stood up and said.
He knew that there was still an attendant in Mortal Pill House. That attendant should have a portion of the green crystals.
He was going to leave the city square soon, so he should get some benefits from Mortal Pill House, right?
He had to make use of Du Hong's absence.
What better time was there than now, thought.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 764, Battling an Immortal Emperor. Chapter 764, Battling an Immortal Emperor. Translator, Sparrow Translations Editor, Sparrow Translations. The moment Mo Wuji left Heavens Beyond City Square, he sped up rapidly.
The reason why he lured Du Hong out of the city square was because he wanted to ascertain his true power now that he had stepped into the Immortal Reverend stage. Even if he wasn't able to match Du Hong, he could easily escape with his wind escape technique. In less than an hour, Du Hong's figure suddenly flashed and appeared in front of Mo Wuji.
There's no need to go to your ambush site. Call your companion out, I'm too lazy to continue running along with you, Du Hong uttered in a calm and indifferent tone. He didn't even take out his magic treasure. Mo Wuji also stopped in his tracks. He wielded his half-moon-weighted halberd as he said, You're so boring. I wanted to bring you further away from Heavens Beyond City Square. How could I know that you would want to bring your death forward? Du Hong frowned. He discovered that his guess was off. In what way did this pill emperor in front of him look like he was preparing an ambush? This fella clearly wanted to have a head-on battle with him. Could this fella be an immortal emperor as well? You're an immortal emperor?
The expression on Du Hong's face hardened. With a wave of his hand, a pitch-black whip appeared in his palm. Not only that, an immortal guard appeared on his chest. Since Mo Wuji dared to utter such words, he was clearly an immortal emperor as well.
Du Hong didn't believe that an immortal reverend would dare to fight one alone. Let's cut the crap. Look out for my halberd.
Mo Wuji stepped forward into the air, his half-moon-weighted halberd cleaved down towards Du Hong like a huge mountain.
"You're only an immortal reverend?" Du Hong was dumbfounded.
Even though Mo Wuji's halberd strike was strong, the moment it emerged, he knew that Mo Wuji wasn't an immortal emperor. When an immortal emperor attacked, his attack would be infused with his personal Dao aura and contain the laws of the heaven and earth, and his sacred art would be capable of shaking the heaven and earth. Thus, it was possible for an immortal king to challenge an immortal reverend, but it was absolutely impossible for an immortal reverend to pit himself against an immortal emperor.
An immortal reverend could only depend on the quality of his immortal elemental energy.
An immortal emperor, on the other hand, could beckon the power of the heaven and earth. Immediately, Du Hong felt rage rush into his head. A mere immortal reverend had really dared to lure him out for a one-on-one battle.
Was there something wrong with this fella's brain?
He really thought that Mo Wuji was a tiger disguised as a pig, but this Mo Wuji was really a pig. It was unknown how such an idiot could become a pill emperor.
Perhaps he had always been surrounded by protectors.
Now, he no longer had any protectors around him, but he continued to think that he was the number one person in the entire world.
Idiot.
Du Hong speechlessly kept his immortal guard. He extended his immortal emperor domain, and a law which contained the power of the heaven and earth sealed this part of space. If he had to use both his attack and defense type magic treasures to deal with a mere immortal reverend, wouldn't he, Du Hong, be throwing all his face away? Mo Wuji sneered. His whirlpool domain also extended outwards at this very instant. The reason why he didn't immediately display his domain was because he wanted Du Hong to underestimate him. Indeed, he wasn't an immortal emperor, and it's true that he didn't know how to infuse the laws of the heaven and earth into his attacks. However, he had his own grand Dao. There was no need to talk about being an immortal reverend. The moment he became an immortal, he already had his own Dao infused into his moves.
Boom! 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 Gotcha! Crack, crack, crack!
Mo Wuji's whirlpool domain clashed against Du Hong's domain, immediately shattering the space between them. Du Hong's heart started to pound heavily. He actually felt his immortal emperor domain being ground inch by Mo Wuji's whirlpool domain. Before he could even react, a halberd light, that seemed as tangible as an actual halberd, cleaved down towards him. Cold sweat oozed out of Du Hong's back. If Du Hong still didn't know that Mo Wuji wasn't a simple immortal reverend, then he would have really wasted all his years of cultivation. Despite not being an immortal emperor, Mo Wuji was actually able to behave normally against his power of the laws of the heaven and earth. Mo Wuji could even shatter his domain.
Within Mo Wuji's domain, he could feel an ordinary, but hard-to-explain grand Dao. Clearly, his immortal emperor Dao aura wasn't able to provide him with an advantage over Mo Wuji. However, Du Hong also knew that it was too late for him to retrieve his guard. The whip in his hand transformed into a huge dragon. Its mouth opened like a huge black hole, devouring Mo Wuji's halberd light. At the same time, its tail zoomed towards Mo Wuji. Boom! Unending waves of immortal elemental energy exploded around them. The sand from the desert wasteland filled the air, and the reverberating sounds of explosions echoed in the sand. A violent burst of immortal elemental energy broke into Mo Wuji's domain. Mo Wuji felt a huge pain in his chest as he immediately felt the sweet taste of blood in his mouth. Mo Wuji knew that when battling experts with a vastly higher cultivation, he definitely couldn't allow his opponent to regain his composure. If that happened, they would form a deadlock which was anything but good for him. Mo Wuji forcefully endured his impulse to cough blood as he threw his entire body into Du Hong's domain. At the same time, he threw a punch outwards. Du Hong's laws might be able to frighten other immortal reverends, but he must be dreaming if he thought that was enough to suppress him, Mo Wuji. Because Du Hong underestimated Mo Wuji, his domain was gradually being shattered by Mo Wuji's whirlpool domain. And now, with Mo Wuji's domain crushing fist, Du Hong's domain immediately exploded.
Feeling that his immortal emperor aura was useless against Mo Wuji, Du Hong snorted coldly and his guard appeared. The whip in his hand whipped out once more, conjuring a pitch-black whip shadow which sped towards Mo Wuji. At the same time, he solidified his spiritual will and tried to forcefully envelop Mo Wuji's half-moon-weighted halberd. Mo Wuji felt at the moment his half-moon-weighted halberd got restrained by Du Hong's spiritual will, his heart was filled with shock. He had the Starcy sacred technique, which was a technique used to temper one's sea of consciousness. Even though Mo Wuji didn't wholeheartedly cultivate that technique, he already had a preliminary understanding of it. This technique wasn't merely used to temper the sea of consciousness. Once the sea of consciousness strengthens to a certain level, it would allow spiritual will to become a means of attack. Spiritual will would no longer only have an auxiliary function. Once spiritual will could be used as an attack, it would countless of times stronger than immortal elemental energy attacks. Unfortunately, Mo Wuji had always been on the run. While his cultivation had risen, his attack methods remained limited. He also had plenty of treasures on him, but he had never had the team to refine them and study them. Now that his half-moon-weighted halberd had been sealed by Du Hong's spiritual will, Mo Wuji knew that he was going to be at a disadvantage. He did not have a primordial spirit, but he was sure that his sea of consciousness was definitely stronger than an early-stage immortal emperor like Du Hong. Even so, Du Hong was able to use spiritual will to seal his weapon. It was useless even though his sea of consciousness was stronger. Unfortunately, he didn't even have time to contemplate these matters. At this moment, Du Hong's black whip shadow suddenly exploded within Mo Wuji's domain. It transformed into countless of tiny black whip shadows. Even though these whip shadows were formed in the shape of whips, they were extremely sharp as they easily penetrated through Mo Wuji's whirlpool domain. Boom! Mo Wuji's domain crushing fist completely shattered Du Hong's domain, landing strongly on Du Hong's chest guard. A huge rebound of energy exploded within Du Hong, forcing him to cough out an arrow of blood. However, Du Hong's expression remained fierce. He knew that he had merely been injured. Mo Wuji, on the other hand, would be thoroughly ravaged by his whip shadows. Even Mo Wuji's primordial spirit could only dissipate under his spirit-splitting whip. By this time, even Du Hong could not help but praise Mo Wuji's relentlessness. If Mo Wuji chose to retract his punch and retreat, he wouldn't have been surrounded by Du Hong's spirit-splitting whip. Of course, that was only within Du Hong's calculations. If Mo Wuji kept his fist and retreated, he would transform his spirit-splitting whip to become his spirit-splitting killing array. Mo Wuji would merely be delaying his death. It was just as Du Hong predicted. His spirit-splitting whip directly pierced through Mo Wuji's whirlpool domain, enveloping Mo Wuji's entire body. PFF. 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 As fogs of blood oozed out of Mo Wuji's body, he snatched his half-moon-weighted halberd back from Du Hong's spiritual will. Trails of blood continued to shoot out of his body. At this instant, even his face was being ravaged by Du Hong's spirit-splitting whip. "You're actually okay?" Du Hong grabbed his spirit-splitting whip and stared at Mo Wuji in aghast. In his mind, Mo Wuji's body should have been completely ravaged into a huge fog of blood due to his spirit-splitting whip. He definitely didn't think that only many scars of blood would form on Mo Wuji. Don't simply look at the fact that Mo Wuji currently looked no different from a blood man. Du Hong was clearer than anyone else that Mo Wuji's injuries were much lighter than his. He forcefully accepted Mo Wuji's fist. Also, his attack could utterly destroy Mo Wuji's fleshly body. However, his spirit-splitting whip only managed to form scars on Mo Wuji's body. For immortals, such superficial wounds were no different from itches. Mo Wuji's eyes were as calm as a pool of dead water. He didn't even respond to Du Hong's words as his half-moon-weighted halberd transformed into a cascading river. "You have a late-stage god physique?" Du Hong suddenly understood what was going on. Only a late-stage god physique could withstand his spirit-splitting whip and remain unharmed. Even though he didn't fall into an obvious disadvantage, a trace of fear suddenly appeared within Du Hong's heart. As an immortal emperor, he had seen countless of geniuses. However, he had never seen a god-physique cultivator, much less one in the late stage. If Mo Wuji continued to meet his force with force, even an early-stage immortal emperor like him wouldn't be able to win.
The winding river cascaded down from the sky, transforming in the silver-colored light. The light enveloped the entire space around Du Hong, including Du Hong's domain. Spirit splitting.
Du Hong maintained a fierce expression on his face as he attacked with his spirit-splitting whip once more. His black whip seemed to melt like a cube of ice, instantly filling the entire space with black energy. Mo Wuji immediately felt his spiritual will turning sluggish and his entire sea of consciousness being invaded by this black energy.
This was a sacred art that could destroy one's primordial spirit? Mo Wuji immediately came to an understanding.
The universe was so vast, there was indeed a myriad of different methods.
To think that there was such a move that could destroy one's primordial spirit during a battle.
Unfortunately, this fella met him, Mo Wuji. He did not have a primordial spirit. Instead, he had a vast and boundless sea of consciousness, and within that sea of consciousness, there was a huge violet lake. The violet energy within the violet lake churned, instantly sweeping away that black energy within his sea of consciousness.
With this violet lake, Du Hong's spirit-splitting whip would be useless even if Mo Wuji had a primordial spirit. What's more, Mo Wuji didn't even have a primordial spirit. At the same instant Mo Wuji expelled Du Hong's black energy, he punched outwards.
However, this punch only moved a short distance before it suddenly stopped. At this moment, Mo Wuji's face suddenly turned blank. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 765, The Strongest Immortal Reverent. Chapter 765, The Strongest Immortal Reverent. Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations.
When Du Hong saw Mo Wuji's slack fist and blank face, he heaved a sigh of relief.
If his spirit-splitting sacred art wasn't able to do anything to Mo Wuji's primordial spirit, then he would have to retreat. He had even killed an intermediate-stage immortal emperor with his spirit-splitting sacred art before.
Thus, he believed that an immortal reverend like Mo Wuji definitely wouldn't be able to defend against it.
Indeed, Mo Wuji was helpless against his move. And, die for me.
With a single step, Du Hong appeared in front of Mo Wuji.
He extended his arm and grabbed towards Mo Wuji's forehead.
At such a young age, Mo Wuji was a Tier 8 pill emperor, an incomparably strong immortal reverend, and even a god physique cultivator.
Du Hong was sure that Mo Wuji definitely had a secret.
Even though he had to suffer some injuries, it was worth it. When Du Hong's hand was only a few centimeters away from Mo Wuji's forehead, he suddenly felt the space around him turn still.
At this instant, his body suddenly couldn't move. Not good, I fell for his trap.
Du Hong immediately came to an understanding. His spirit-splitting sacred art didn't even affect his opponent. The reason why his opponent's punch stopped suddenly was because that punch was a spatial sealing sacred art. It didn't even need to land on him. Du Hong was right, Mo Wuji's punch was indeed his spatial imprisonment. He knew that even though he had already advanced to the immortal reverend stage, he could only imprison Du Hong for half a breath's time.
Even so, this half a breath was enough.
Because, at this very moment, his winding river cascaded down on Du Hong. A sense of impending doom surged through his mind. Du Hong's eyes turned red as he cried out, "Explode for me."
PFF. As the silver winding river descended, Du Hong's entire body was smashed into meat juice. Boom!
At the same time, Du Hong's spirit-splitting whip suddenly exploded. A terrifying energy flooded the entire space as a rush of force charged towards Mo Wuji. Mo Wuji immediately felt as though his entire body had been slammed against by the heaviest steel hammer.
The ground of the desert wasteland exploded as Mo Wuji was forced down onto the ground.
The sounds of his bones shattering could be heard even by himself. However, Mo Wuji heaved a sigh of relief. He knew that if he didn't have a god physique, Du Hong's self-exploding whip would have defeated him. Even if it wasn't able to kill him, it would have destroyed his fleshly body. Even though he had a late-stage god physique, he was still heavily injured. At the end of the day, the root cause of all this was that his cultivation was too far from Du Hong's. Mo Wuji retrieved some healing pills and popped them into his mouth. At the same time, he enveloped the entire space with his spiritual will. He immediately caught signs of a weak primordial spirit, and with a quick swipe of his hand, that primordial spirit was pinched within his palm.
Give me a chance to leave. I will do anything you say. Du Hong's primordial spirit was extremely weak.
He wanted to escape during the explosion, but unfortunately, Mo Wuji's winding river was too strong. Not only did it destroy his fleshly body, it continuously tore away at his primordial spirit. Indeed, he was caught by Mo Wuji before he could escape. His heart was filled with regrets. He should not have come here.
How could anyone that dared to start a pillhouse in Heaven's Beyond City Square be simple?
At the same time, he knew that he was likely to die today.
Mo Wuji said coldly, I don't show mercy to anything that wanted to kill me.
Moreover, your ring and your magic treasure have already been exploded, so I can't even find a reason to spare you. Du Hong's heart sank. Mo Wuji, if I wasn't anxiously trying to kill you, causing me to fall into your trap, you would never have been able to kill me.
With my power, even intermediate stage immortal emperors would be killed. I'm much stronger than that Quan Jin.
Now, I swear on my soul that as long as you spare my life. Mo Wuji interrupted Du Hong's words, if I wasn't afraid of the rebound, I would have long used my wheel of life and death to get rid of you.
Why would I wait for you to explode your whip? As he was speaking, Mo Wuji tightened his grip.
Du Hong's primordial spirit directly dissipated, turning into nothingness.
Mo Wuji wasn't lying to Du Hong in his final sentence.
He was worried that Du Hong might be too strong, causing his wheel of life and death to rebound back on himself. After experiencing this battle with an immortal emperor, Mo Wuji was clear that what he needed to do urgently wasn't to continue raising his cultivation. Instead, he had to learn to use his spiritual will during battles. If his spiritual will could also be used for attacks, he would have killed Du Hong more easily. And there was also his wheel of life and death, it could be slightly altered. If it didn't necessarily lead to one life and one death, then it could become his greatest killing ace. Sometimes, what's strong wasn't a skill that could get rid of his opponent at a single go. If his wheel of life and death was able to heavily injure his opponent during a battle, it would also be a supreme sacred art.
Heaven's Beyond City Square. Outside Mortal Pill House.
At this instant, thousands of shop owners were gathered here. They were all calling for the House Lord of Mortal Pill House to come and give them an account. Otherwise, they would storm into Mortal Pill House.
Castellan, should we go over now? Hidden at some corner, Lang Bai whispered to Tang Fian. Tang Fian chuckled, naturally not.
We will wait till the place gets stormed and things get messy.
That's when we go over. Lu Asai was at a loss. Currently, she was the only one in Mortal Pill House.
Facing so many shop owners that threatened to charge into Mortal Pill House, it wouldn't be enough even if she activated the killing array.
Everyone, listen to me.
Even though Lucy was nervous, she had to step forward. Even though these hot-headed shop owners hadn't charged into Mortal Pill House, Lucy was clear that it wouldn't be long until that happened.
At this point, a tiny spark could incite everyone to flood into Mortal Pill House together.
Lucy's words lined with immortal elemental energy slightly stunned the surging crowds. She hurriedly used this opportunity to speak loudly, my Mortal Pill House provides pills for all immortal friends. Other shop owners are jealous of our prosperity, and they can no longer earn their money unscrupulously, which is why they want to attack my Mortal Pill House. If my Mortal Pill House is attacked, there's no need to talk about how everyone would no longer be able to purchase cheap pills. Also, those immortal friends that have already paid would not be able to retrieve their green crystals.
After saying this, Lucy stopped.
These words were given to her by Mo Wuji. If these words weren't enough, then she would have to activate the killing array. Mo Wuji knew that Lu Si wasn't a good speaker, so he didn't teach her any other words. If it was him, he would still have other words to deter the crowds of shop owners. Indeed, the moment Lu Si's words were uttered, the immortals waiting in line outside Mortal Pill House started to get rowdy. They had already paid the green crystals. If Mortal Pill House gets wrecked, then what would happen to their green crystals? As these thousands of immortals stood forward, other immortals also joined them. These immortals were those that intend to purchase pills from Mortal Pill House in the future. When they saw this scene, the shop owners were instantly dumbfounded. They never thought that Mortal Pill House would have such a strong rallying power. None of these people queuing in line was simple, they were all heroes that survived the wars under the Cosmos Wall. At this moment, some shop owners started to leave secretly. The number of shop owners was originally lesser than the number of people in the queue. Now that some people left, it immediately sparked a chain effect. In a short time, all the gathered shop owners left. With a few words, a violent robbery actually didn't take place. Observing from afar, Tung Fian had a solemn expression on his face. By his side, Lang Bai sighed in praise, this house lord of Mortal Pill House isn't simple. So there was a reason why he had all those in the queue pay 10 green crystals, but Lang Bai was indeed rather impressed. When he saw Lu Si come forward, he thought that she had come to give the shop owners an explanation. However, he knew that Mortal Pill House would never give these shop owners anything. Not only that, Lu Si even turned to scold those shop owners. Lang Bai, if that Mo Wuji returns to the city square, invite him over to the city hall. I want to meet him. Tung Fian didn't respond to Lang Bai's words. Instead, he said some unrelated words. I know of Du Hong. Even though he is an early-stage immortal emperor, he is infinitesimally close to the intermediate immortal emperor stage. I even heard that he had killed an intermediate-stage immortal emperor with his spirit-splitting whip. Even if Mo Wuji was any stronger. Lang Bai didn't carry on, he knew that Tung Fian understood his meaning. Tung Fian laughed coldly, that Mo Wuji even knew that these shop owners would try and turn violent. Would he not know of Du Hong's power? Even though he knew of Du Hong's power, he still dared to lure Du Hong out of heavens beyond City Square. Why is that? It isn't that Du Hong is weak, he is the same as me. The two of us wouldn't even place Mo Wuji in our eyes. If it was me, I would also follow Mo Wuji out of the city square if I know that Mo Wuji isn't an immortal emperor of it. As an immortal emperor, how could Tang Fian not know how wide was the chasm between an immortal reverend and an immortal emperor? If Mo Wuji was really able to get rid of Du Hong as an immortal reverend, then he was probably the strongest immortal reverend in the entire universe. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 766, Getting Acquainted with the Castellan. Chapter 766, Getting Acquainted with the Castellan. Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations. Once Ting Fian just finished speaking, Lang Bai received a message. After his spiritual will swept out, his face turned black. Castellan, Mo Wuji really returned, but what? Tung Fian suddenly stood up, shocked. Although he guessed that Mo Wuji didn't lure Du Hong away out of fear, and could probably even eliminate Du Hong. However, once Mo Wuji really came back, after such a short period of time, he was still stunned. If Mo Wuji returned after many days, it would be likely that Du Hong got tricked before being ambushed by him. But in such a short period of time, which did not even amount to a single day, there was only one possibility: Mo Wuji had fought Du Hong head-on and Du Hong was defeated. Invite him over. Tell him that I have something to discuss with him. Tung Fian quickly calmed down and said softly, Roger, I'll ask him to come over now. I'm only worried about whether he will really take up the offer. Lang Bai also became serious. After all, he somewhat feared Mo Wuji in his heart. From his perspective, no matter how impressive Mo Wuji was, he wouldn't dare to come to the city hall alone. There was no chance for him to leave this place alive if an ambush was set up here. Moreover, no one would put out their neck for him regarding this issue. Even if he died, he deserved it. Dung Phuc casually commented, "If he doesn't come, it means this person is not worth being acquainted with no matter how impressive he is." Seeing Lang Bai leave, Dung Phuc felt that his strategy might not be the best. If it were any other pill emperors who earned a large amount of green crystals, that person wouldn't dare to come to the city hall either. Hence, judging whether Mo Wuji was worth getting to know wasn't very appropriate. Would it be better for him to make a trip in person instead? SC*W it, Dung Phuc shook his head after hesitating for a moment. Heavens Beyond Corridor had many capable men, and he, Dung Phuc, was still an immortal emperor after all. It wouldn't be fitting if he went to visit a shop owner. "Brother Mo, you're back." Lucy enthusiastically greeted Mo Wuji as he walked into the pill house. After which, she began recounting what had happened when many people came to attack mortal pill house without prompting. Even though many immortals that came had made noise then, but all of them were simply a scattered plate of sand in the face of an immortal emperor if the Mithai Pillsmith Pavilion really decided to attack the pill house. At that point, they probably would have to leave Heavens Beyond City Square. Thankfully, the immortal emperor at Mithai Pillsmith Pavilion was too proud to use such a method and died under Mo Wuji's hands after trying to oppress the mortal pill house. "Housemaster Mo, our castellan has invited you to City Hall. Do you have the time to go over?" A male voice echoed out from the pill house's entrance. Lucy greets Deacon Lang. Lucy quickly greeted the man that had just arrived. She then quickly explained to Mo Wuji, "Brother Mo, this is Heavens Beyond City Square's Deacon Lang Bai. All administrative issues are managed by him." Mo Wuji naturally heard of Heavens Beyond City Square City Hall, and also the castellan Dung Phuc. He knew that Dung Phuc had just advanced to Immortal Emperor not long ago, which meant that the guy would leave Heavens Beyond City Square soon. While he had no dealings with Dung Phuc, and his shop had been obtained by lawful means, Mo Wuji knew that he could not offend this castellan if he wanted to continue doing business in Heavens Beyond City Square. "Lucy, continue collecting immortal herbs and green crystals. I can't delay my visit to the castellan since he has invited me. I'll be back soon." Mo Wuji made up his mind in an instant. "Roger, brother Mo." Lucy replied. "Deacon Lang, please show me the way." Mo Wuji bowed respectfully as he spoke with a chuckle. "Ah. Good, Housemaster Mo, please follow me." Lang Bai was prepared to hear Mo Wuji's reject the offer, but never did he expect that Mo Wuji would take it up. Who didn't know that this Housemaster Mo had mountains of treasures on his now? He didn't even know where Mo Wuji's confidence came from. Was Mo Wuji so sure that the castellan wouldn't attack him? Although Mo Wuji was only at elementary immortal reverend stage, he didn't fear Dung Phuc at all. Dung Phuc was definitely weaker than the immortal emperor from Mithai Pillsmith Pavilion, so what was there to be afraid of? Trap arrays? How would a grade 7 array master like himself be afraid of trap arrays? In Mithai Pillsmith Pavilion, Pavilion Lord Min Cheng's face had turned rather pale. He just heard that Mortal Pillhouse's Mo Wuji had just returned only wearing a different set of clothes, and without any injuries at all. This wasn't the main issue. The main issue was that Mithai Pillsmith Pavilion's Elder Du Hong did not return. What do all of you think is the reason that Elder Du Hong did not return? Although Min Chang was questioning both Wen Li and Ran Yushui, his gaze fell on Ran Yushui alone. Sighing to himself, Ran Yushui guessed that Elder Du Hong was in trouble. However, she definitely could not bring up such a reason. If nothing had happened to Elder Du Hong while she proposed that something did happen, it would put her in an extremely bad position. I think that Deacon Yushui's worries were founded. It's quite likely that Elder Du Hong was ambushed by Mo Wuji. Wen Li spoke as soon as she thought of this. When Ran Yushui saw Min Cheng staring at her, she couldn't help but speak as well. Mo Wuji came back within a day, and logically speaking, he wouldn't be this fast even if he did ambush Elder Du Hong. Unless he faced Elder Du Hong head-on. But Elder Du Hong is an immortal emperor expert. No matter how strong Mo Wuji is in Pildao, and even if he joins forces with Quang Jin, they shouldn't gain an upper hand over Elder Du Hong. Ran Yushui didn't complete her sentence. She just didn't know how to carry on. Then why didn't Elder Du Hong return? What should we do now? Min Cheng probed deeper. He didn't know whether they should continue waiting or report this to Mifei Trade Union. Ran Yushui and Wenli stopped speaking. They knew that they would take the fall if this incident wasn't handled properly. If they made a report, and Du Hong was alright, they would have offended Elder Du Hong, on top of being deemed as incompetent. If Du Hong really did meet with some accident and they didn't report it, it wouldn't be much better for them either. I'll go pay that Mo Wuji a visit. Both of you follow me. Min Cheng obviously knew the severity of the situation, so he stood up to say his piece. They could find out more about Elder Du Hong's whereabouts from Mo Wuji. Haha, Housemaster Mo, I've heard great things about you. Tang Fian knew that Du Hong had been killed by Mo Wuji the moment he stepped into the city hall with Lang Bai. On top of that, Mo Wuji didn't fear him either. Otherwise, Mo Wuji wouldn't even have made this trip. The instant that Mo Wuji entered the city hall, Tang Fian decided that he had to get on Mo Wuji's good side. Regardless whether Mo Wuji was an immortal emperor, it wasn't easy to have achieved that much at such a young age. Moreover, since he was going to leave the city square soon, it would be beneficial to him if he could make friends with a few more experts. What's more, Mo Wuji was a Tier 8 pill emperor too. Mo Wuji greets Castellan Tang. Mo Wuji bowed respectfully. Dispense with the formalities and come over here. Please take a seat. Tang Fian guided Mo Wuji to his seat, and took out top-grade immortal spiritual wine, pouring a glass for him. After all this, Tang Fian stood up and down an entire glass of wine. I had to attend to an envoy from heavens beyond cosmos, otherwise, I would have personally paid a visit to Housemaster Mo at Mortal Pill House. I'm punishing myself with this glass of wine. I don't deserve the honor. Mo Wuji downed his glass of wine without hesitation after finishing his sentence. Tang Fian was shocked. He was sure that Mo Wuji didn't inspect the wine with spiritual will, and did not check if it was poisoned. How did Mo Wuji dare to drink his wine without checking anything? Was this an act of putting too much trust in him, or just pure overconfidence? Thinking back to Mo Wuji's act of bringing Du Hong out of the city square, he quickly determined that Mo Wuji wasn't overconfident, but simply did not fear being poisoned. This reinforced Tang Fian's determination to befriend Housemaster Mo. At this moment he regretted not making a trip over to Mortal Pill House instead of inviting Mo Wuji over here. If Brother Mo doesn't mind, please call me Fei Wen. Fei Wen is my emperor title. Tang Fian spoke with a happy expression on his face, taking the initiative to elevate the relationship between them. Replying with a respectful bow, Mo Wuji said, Roger. I feel very honored to have received Brother Fei Wen's invitation. Ha ha. Tang Fian chucked, evidently satisfied with Mo Wuji's response. Will Brother Mo be heading to heavens beyond cosmos soon? Mo Wuji knew that many people had probably guessed that he intended to leave after earning a significant amount of money, so it wasn't unusual for Tang Fian to reach this conclusion. Hence he replied immediately, yes, I'm getting ready to go to the cosmos communal domain. I heard that business is better there. Tang Fian nodded in agreement. Brother Mo is right. Cosmos communal domain is much more suitable for cultivation and long-term stays. Top-grade treasures often appear there too. However, it's not easy to get a shop in that gathering place of the heavens beyond cosmos. But someone like Tang Fian wasn't the kind of person Mo Wuji wanted to become a close friend with. He knew that their relationship was completely built on how strong he was, which meant this wasn't a friend that he could rely on in tough times.
After hearing Tung Fian's comments, a thought popped into Mo Wuji's head. Sometimes, one would have to make a few friends that weren't the kind that would risk their lives for you, but instead find a few that could allow the both of you to benefit. With Tang Fian's last sentence, Mo Wuji knew very clearly that he wanted to set up a relationship between them. At this point, Mo Wuji quickly stood up and bowed respectfully once again. "Brother Fei Wen, please guide me." But with a slight laugh, Tang Fian replied, "I don't dare to guide you, but since we have become such good friends, I'll have help you in one way or another. The place that I'm staying at in the Heavens Beyond Cosmos is called the Heavens Beyond Immortal Alliance. Brother Mo can look for me once you've reached Heavens Beyond Cosmos. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 767, Kuang Jin validates his Tao, Pillhouse threatened. Chapter 767, Kuang Jin validates his Tao, Pillhouse threatened. Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations. Just as Mo Wuji returned to Mortal Pillhouse, Lucy announced the visit of Mithai Pillsmith Pavilion's pavilion head Min Chang and his deacons Wenli and Ran Yushui. Mo Wuji did not hesitate to instruct Luso to reject them. He had no intentions of seeing these people. He was very clear about what their intentions were. To think that they would go so far in their investigations to directly come to him. Pavilion headman, 2 deacons, my housemaster is reaching a critical point in his cultivation. He will not be accepting any guests for the next half a month. Lucy acknowledged Mo Wuji's instructions, and she went to the outside of the pill house and directly rejected Min Chang and company. Min Chang's face turned green in anger. He really wanted to blow Mo Wuji's pill house apart, but unfortunately, he didn't dare to do so. There was no need to talk about how Mo Wuji might be related to Elder Du's disappearance. Just the recent news that Mo Wuji was a guest of the City Square Castellan for half a day was already a huge deterrent for Min Chang. Since that's the case, I will visit again half a month later. Min Chang snorted coldly towards Lucy, turned, and left. Pavilion head, I still think we should report to the higher-ups. When she got news that Mo Wuji had formed ties with the Heavens Beyond City Square's Castellan, Wenli started to get worried. Min Chang went silent briefly, then he said, "Let's wait for one more day. If we don't receive news from Elder Du after a day, then we would immediately make the report." At this time, Mo Wuji was furiously concocting pills. He had already succeeded in becoming a Tier 9 pill emperor. His speed in concocting typical pills had soared once more. Huge batches of green crystals, peak immortal herbs and smithing materials continuously flowed into Mo Wuji's storage ring. The number of orders they were receiving was truly astronomical. Even though Mo Wuji's pill concoction speed had increased multiple times, the number of orders continued to accumulate. Although the number of green crystals in his undying world already exceeded 5 million, Mo Wuji knew that he could not carry on like this. Otherwise, he wouldn't even be able to leave this place 2 months later. Mo Wuji stopped concocting pills and started studying the Starsea sacred technique. The reason behind this was because Mo Wuji wanted to see whether his spiritual will was able to separate into different portions. If his spiritual will could split and operate independently, then he could control 2 pill furnaces at the same time, or maybe even more. Mo Wuji's immortal mortal technique went into reverse circulation through his meridians. As he established this path of the mortal Tao, he formed his own Tao revelation channel. Now, as he started to use his Starsea sacred technique to concoct his pills, his Tao revelation channel instantly kicked into action. Not only could his Starsea sacred technique temper his sea of consciousness, it could also be used to formulate skills in sacred arts. Because of his Tao revelation channel, Mo Wuji fell deep into the immersion of his study. He soon lost track of the passage of time. Half a month passed in a flash. During this half a month, Mo Wuji didn't concoct a single vase of pills. Because Lucy didn't receive any notifications from Mo Wuji, she continued to receive orders. It was only when the number of immortals waiting outside was enough to form a mountain did she realize that something was amiss. She no longer dared to receive any further orders. She tried to send Mo Wuji messages, but Mo Wuji didn't respond to a single one of them. She could also feel Tao energy billowing from Mo Wuji's room. It was exactly because of this that she didn't dare to interrupt Mo Wuji. Interruption was the bane of both cultivation and enlightenment. If Lucy continued accepting orders, but told those immortals that the housemaster was in seclusion and that they would have to wait for a period of time, then things wouldn't escalate. Unfortunately, Lucy didn't know much about the human psychology. She directly stopped accepting orders and even switched off the array which generated the Q numbers. Coupled with the fact that not a single pill was produced from Mortal Pillhouse for half a month, the immortals which had already handed over their green crystals started to get restless. Mortal Pillhouse had a conflict with Nephi Pillsmith Pavilion. All of a sudden, Mortal Pillhouse no longer produced any pills. Could it be that the housemaster of Mortal Pillhouse had already been eliminated by Nephi Pillsmith Pavilion? After Lucy switched off the switch number generating array, those waiting immortals could no longer endure it any further. All the immortals that had already paid green crystals started to gather outside Mortal Pillhouse, hollering for the housemaster of Mortal Pillhouse to give them an explanation. The defensive arrays were not attacked, but with more than 10,000 people forming a huge wave at the entrance, Mortal Pillhouse's arrays started to tremble. Lucy was at a loss for words. With so many people here, each of them only needed to attack once to turn Mortal Pillhouse into dust. Fellow immortal friends, please be patient. Our housemaster is currently researching on a new pill. Before Lucy could finish speaking, she was interrupted by an unruly voice. Deacon Lu, we are all here to request for pills. We don't have any objections to housemaster Mo researching on a new pill. But will the pills that we have ordered be given to us? That's right. We had already paid our green crystals. Housemaster Mo should at least give us an explanation. Boom! At the very start, the crowd was only rambling with their words. However, towards the end, some directly started using their magic treasures to attack Mortal Pillhouse's defensive array. Wait! Lucy cried out anxiously, our housemaster is currently in secluded cultivation, he cannot be interrupted. If you are worried about the green crystals that you've paid, I can refund them back to you. Lucy was clear that she had to stop people from attacking the shop. Even as she was speaking, several magic treasure lights slammed against the defensive array. The array began to vibrate violently. There were 2 layers of arrays around Mortal Pillhouse. The first layer was the pre-installed one that came from Heavens Beyond City Square. This array was very low grade and could be destroyed with a few simple attacks. The second layer was a grade 7 defensive array installed by Mo Wuji himself. This array had attacking and trapping functions as well. If it was attacked, it would sweep the attacker into the array. We have already waited for so long, who wants your refund? Even if you refund, you need to give us twice the amount. Otherwise, we want our pills. Right, who cares about your refund? Boom! 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 Lucy's words incited more violent attacks from the crowd. The outer layer of arrays around Mortal Pillhouse was already of a lower grade. With these tens of attacks landing on it simultaneously, the array emitted a violent cracking sound. The outer layer of arrays around Mortal Pillhouse started to disintegrate. In her anxiety, Lucy thought of waking Mo Wuji up. That was when an overwhelming aura loomed over. At the same time, a cold snort sounded into everyone's ears. Who dares to cause a ruckus at my Mortal Pillhouse? It felt as though the sky was collapsing. Everyone felt an immense pressure fall over them. At this instant, they weren't even able to extend their spiritual wills. Immortal Emperor Expert? That's right, this was definitely an Immortal Emperor Expert. Besides an Immortal Emperor, who else could release such a terrifying pressure? Defender Quang. Lucy saw the cultivator that hushed the crowd and cried out in pleasant surprise. Immediately, she came to an understanding that Quang Jin's validation of his Tao had been successful. Quang Jin was now a true immortal emperor. Junior sister Lu,
I don't like the title of a defender.
Just call me senior brother. Exactly what's going on?
Even though it had only been a little over a month, Quang Jin's way of speaking had a newfound confidence and dignity.
Congratulations, senior brother, on verifying your Dao and stepping into the Immortal Emperor stage.
Lu Si hurriedly bowed. Even though Quang Jin behaved modestly, she, a mere immortal king, didn't dare to behave disrespectfully in front of an immortal emperor.
Quang Jin nodded.
Even though it had already been more than a month since he stepped into the Immortal Emperor stage, he still found it hard to suppress that sense of accomplishment and satisfaction in his heart. It was that feeling one would get when one finally saw the peak of the mountain after arduous and hard work. Lu Si hurriedly explained, Brother Mo suddenly entered seclusion half a month ago. During this half a month, our mortal pill house wasn't able to send out any pills. These people here have already paid T-shirts green crystals.
Quang Jin instantly understood what was going on.
He immediately clasped his fists towards the crowd and said, Everyone, please wait. I will consult the house master.
Wait, senior brother Quang. Lu Si hurriedly stopped Quang Jin. Big brother Mo is currently in a state of insight. If we interrupt, I'm afraid it might affect Big brother Mo's enlightenment. Quang Jin furrowed his brows slightly. Ever since he became an immortal emperor, he had a feeling of dignity and nobility.
This was natural when one stepped into the immortal emperor stage. It was exactly because of that he did not consider why Mo Wuji had not emerged.
Lu Si's words reminded him that he was still considered Mo Wuji's subordinate. Quang Jin took in a deep breath.
Although it wasn't disgraceful to follow a Tier 9 pill emperor, he was still an immortal emperor.
Fortunately, it was only for 100 years.
Also, when he made his promise, it was under the condition that it would not affect his life or his Dao.
If Mo Wuji infringed on that, then he could also leave.
When he thought about his promise to an immortal reverend, and that he had to follow by the side of an immortal reverend, Quang Jin felt some discomfort in his heart. However, since he had already made the promise, he, Quang Jin, would follow it. To him, a mere 100 years was equivalent to a single secluded cultivation session.
Various immortal friends, House Master Mo is still within seclusion. Everyone, please rest assured. I believe that House Master Mo would not allow any of you to leave empty-handed. But if anyone dares to cause a ruckus here, then don't blame me, Quang Jin, for behaving impolitely. As he was speaking, Quang Jin released his immortal emperor aura. Several cultivators, who had relatively weaker cultivations and were standing too close, directly coughed out blood under this pressure. Lu Si sighed.
She didn't understand much about Quang Jin, but she felt that Quang Jin's methods were undesirable. After all, these people were here to purchase pills, and they had even paid green crystals.
Quang Jin should not have used his cultivation to place pressure on the crowd.
The reason why the mortal pill house was about to flourish was due to its public praise and reputation.
Then what if I want to refund my green crystals? Someone from within the crowd shouted. Which one of the cultivators here didn't crawl out from a sea of corpses?
The moment Quang Jin revealed his aura, most of them knew that Quang Jin was an immortal emperor. Now that Mortal Pill House had an immortal emperor, no one dared to cause any trouble.
Not possible.
Just as Quang Jin said those two words, he heard Lu Si say, Yes, it's possible. Immortal friends that want a refund can get an additional 2 green crystals as a compensation.
Everyone, please follow the order of your queue number, bot. Lu Si finally sighed in relief. Just as she felt that Quang Jin's attitude was too overbearing, she received Mo Wuji's transmission. Mo Wuji's expression was calm.
He had just come out with a new sacred art. It was a method of spirit-splitting technique.
This allows one's spiritual will to split into 2.
Each spiritual will could independently concoct a batch of pills.
Not only that, the split spiritual wills could even simultaneously control 2 different sacred arts.
However, at this instant, he wasn't happy. He had seen Quang Jin's attitude. Now that Quang Jin had advanced to the Immortal Emperor stage, he probably felt that he got the short end of the bargain by following Mo Wuji. Mo Wuji originally wanted to depend on Quang Jin to stay here for another month. But now, Mo Wuji decided to change his plans.
After settling these orders, he would immediately leave the city square.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 768, Preparing for Battle. Chapter 768, Preparing for Battle. Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations.
Now that Mortal Pillhouse had an immortal emperor, no one dared to cause a ruckus. Coupled with Lucy's decision to allow refunds, with each person being reimbursed with 2 additional green crystals, naturally, no one expressed any dissent. In a short time, the crowd queued up in order. They handed over their queue numbers and collected their green crystals. However, there was still a portion of immortals who were willing to wait, instead of having their queue fees refunded. To them, 10 green crystals were nothing compared to the opportunity of having a Tier 8 pill emperor concoct pills for them.
Quang Jin greets the housemaster.
Many thanks to the housemaster for helping me in my validation of my Tao, allowing me to step into the Immortal Emperor stage.
Quang Jin walked to the entrance of Mo Wuji's pill room and announced emotionally. Mo Wuji smiled, "Congratulations, immortal friend Quang.
I will still need to continue concocting pills for a period of time. During this time, I seek immortal friend Quang's help in taking care of Mortal Pillhouse."
Housemaster, rest assured.
As long as Methay Pillsmith Pavilion doesn't send an intermediate or late stage immortal emperor, I, Quang Jin, will ensure that not even a single blade of grass at the entrance of our Mortal Pillhouse would be damaged, Quang Jin said loudly. His voice was filled with immense self-confidence.
He also believed that Methay Pillsmith Pavilion wouldn't send late-stage immortal emperors. Alright, then I will have to trouble immortal friend Quang. With that, Mo Wuji didn't speak any further.
Originally, Mo Wuji intended to offer Quang Jin some Tier 9 pills to stabilize his cultivation. However, Mo Wuji no longer had such intentions.
Quang Jin wasn't a person that he could recruit into Pingfan. Mo Wuji could tell from the way Quang Jin behaved and spoke. When Quang Jin returned, he didn't ask Lucy anything about what Mo Wuji was doing before he directly came to Mo Wuji's pill room.
Even Lucy, an immortal king, knew about the importance of the lack of interruption during a secluded cultivation session.
How could Quang Jin not know about it?
His actions were not necessarily intentionally. It was because he had just entered into the Immortal Emperor stage and his feelings were as high as the clouds. Perhaps, in his subconsciousness, Quang Jin might have started viewing anyone below the Immortal Emperor stage as ants. Perhaps it was because Quang Jin had been suppressed for too long, or because Quang Jin's self-confidence overinflated since his advancement into the Immortal Emperor stage. This man no longer wanted to be subordinate to anyone.
Mo Wuji didn't need such a person. Mo Wuji also knew that it was his fault.
Not every immortal emperor was like those that escaped from Sword Prison. The immortal emperors from Sword Prison, whether it was Wei Zidao, Nye Chang'an or Jian Mingcheng, were all people that helplessly danced on the borders of death. Because of their experience, they knew that an ordinary immortal emperor was nothing special.
Quang Jin could tell that Mo Wuji's tone was rather cold. He did not mind, however.
To him, 100 years was merely a blink. If this was before he advanced into the Immortal Emperor stage, there was no need to talk about 100 years, even if it was 10,000 years, he would have accepted it for the true Emperor pill. But now, he assessed that his value wasn't the same as Immortal Reverend Quang Jin, it was now the value of an Immortal Emperor Quang Jin. The thousands of immortals that wanted their refunds soon received their immortal crystals and departed from Mortal Pillhouse. The cultivators that continued to wait received better news. Housemaster Mo was restarting the concoction of pills. As a vase of immortal pills got brought out, these immortals felt incomparably elated. When the immortals that received their refunds saw the scene, they were all filled with regrets. They all tried to pay some green crystals to enter the queue. Unfortunately, they received news which left them wallowing in their regrets. Mortal Pillhouse was no longer accepting any new orders. If not for the immortal emperor here, those cultivators that received their refunds might even have started a riot. In a few short days, Mo Wuji completed all the orders. After which, he resolutely stopped concocting pills. Now, he had countless of high-grade immortal herbs, as well as close to 7 million green crystals. With so much cultivation resources, what he needed to do now wasn't to help others concoct pills, but to raise his own capabilities.
Big Brother Mo, are we going to the Cosmos communal domain? Lucy asked excitedly when she saw Mo Wuji emerge from his room. Quang Jin also looked at Mo Wuji eagerly. He knew that Mo Wuji had loads of green crystals on him. If Mo Wuji gave him just 20% of the green crystals, then he would be able to fully stabilize his cultivation at the early Immortal Emperor stage. Mo Wuji was just about to speak when the communication bead on his wrist started to glow. Big Brother Mo, is something the matter? Lucy was very observant. She noticed that Mo Wuji's face changed when he saw the message. Nifei Pillsmith Pavilion has sent 3 Immortal Emperors, 1 late stage, 1 intermediate stage and 1 early stage. Mo Wuji's tone was slightly gloomy. Quang Jin's heart started racing. After validating his Tao, his self-confidence expanded greatly. However, he was not an idiot. Even if he was any stronger, he wouldn't be a match for a single one of these 3 Immortal Emperors. He had just advanced to the Immortal Emperor stage. There was no need to talk about the late and intermediate stage Immortal Emperors. Even the early stage Immortal Emperor was not someone he could deal with. Would Nifei Pillsmith Pavilion send a simple Immortal Emperor here? House Master, what should we do now? Quang Jin looked towards Mo Wuji worriedly. He was afraid that Mo Wuji didn't know exactly how strong an Immortal Emperor was, and that Mo Wuji would try to use this killing array to deal with them. What do the two of you think? Mo Wuji didn't directly answer the question. He was also slightly confused. This response by Nifei Pillsmith Pavilion seemed to be too fast. Quang Jin said solemnly, Nifei Trade Union is very powerful. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been able to set up a foothold in heavens beyond City Square. This time, they sent 3 Immortal Emperors. I feel that we should leave the City Square as soon as possible. In Quang Jin's perspective, it would already be pretty amazing for Nifei Trade Union to send 2 ordinary Immortal Emperors. He truly didn't expect that Nifei Trade Union would send 3 Immortal Emperors at one go, and there was even a late-stage Immortal Emperor among them. This was because he didn't know Mo Wuji had already killed an Immortal Emperor from Nifei Trade Union. Mo Wuji laughed coldly in his heart. If they left the city square, and if he was truly an ordinary Immortal Reverend, then it would be equivalent to a dead end for Lucy and him. Quang Jin was an Immortal Emperor, so he would be able to escape off on his own. Mo Wuji did not believe that Quang Jin would stay with the two of them and try to protect them. He believed that Quang Jin did not know of him killing an Immortal Emperor from Nifei Trade Union. Quang Jin might not even know that he befriended Teng Fian. Otherwise, Quang Jin wouldn't behave so arrogantly in front of him. Lucy didn't say a word. She knew that even if she stayed or fled, she was basically an existence equivalent to cannon fodder. Mo Wuji retrieved a storage ring and handed it to Lucy. Lucy, bring this and find Castellan Teng Fian. House Master, you're looking to the Castellan for help? Quang Jin asked in shock. He was sure that Mo Wuji's plan would definitely fail. Teng Fian definitely wouldn't step into such dirty waters. Lucy received the ring. She looked at Mo Wuji worriedly and said, Big Brother Mo, I'm afraid this is not possible. Even if you give these things to him, it's probably. Lucy didn't continue any further. Both Mo Wuji and Quang Jin could understand the meaning behind her words. She was implying that even if they gave everything in the ring to the City Hall's Castellan, it would not be enough to move Teng Fian. Just bring it over, Mo Wuji said simply. Thereafter, he transmitted a message to Lucy. There are 2 jade letters in the storage ring. One is for you, while the other is for Teng Fian. Take a look at your jade letter before heading to the city hall. Yes. When Lucy heard Mo Wuji's transmission, she immediately responded and promptly sped out of the pill house. She did not believe that Mo Wuji would try to harm her. The moment Lucy left, Mo Wuji immediately retrieved some array flags and threw them out. Housemaster, we're going to stay here to fight with those 3 immortal emperors? Seeing Mo Wuji install the array flags, how could Quang Jin not know what was on Mo Wuji's mind? He asked that question in shock. Right. When they come, I will be in charge of controlling the array. Listen to my instructions. You can rest assured. Even if we aren't a match for them, we would be able to escape, Mo Wuji said solemnly. The instant he heard Mo Wuji's tone, Quang Jin knew that Mo Wuji was firm with his decision. He sighed. Fortunately, he had already stepped into the Immortal Emperor stage. If they weren't able to deal with their opponents, he would still be able to escape. When he made his promise, he said that he would no longer keep his promise if his life was in danger. Mo Wuji had not stepped into the Emperor stage, so he wouldn't know about the strength of an Immortal Emperor, what more a late stage one. With her fastest speed, Lucy charged out Mortal Pillhouse, then she sent her spiritual will into the storage ring. There was a mountain of green crystals within the ring, approximately 100 to 200,000 of them. There were also 10 jade vases and some jade letters labeled Sacred Arts and Skills. Lucy had depended entirely on herself for cultivation. Ever since she started helping Mo Wuji, she hadn't even cultivation, nor did she have any cultivation resources. Now, with so much cultivation resources placed in front of her, her heart could not help but pound furiously. What she worked so hard to earn in her entire life was not even a fraction of what was in front of her. However, she was very clear that these cultivation resources weren't for her, they should be for Castellan Tangfian. Previously, Mo Wuji had saved her twice. Regardless whether the Castellan helped them or not, she would deliver these items. Thereafter, Lucy took out the jade letter that Mo Wuji wrote her. Mo Wuji's spiritual will imprint on the jade letter wrote, Lucy, many thanks for the help you've provided me. The cultivation resources in this ring are for you, not for anyone else. According to my original plans, I intend to bring you to heavens beyond cosmos after I finish concocting the pills. However, our current opponents are too strong, it would be hard for me to protect myself. If we flee immediately, I might not be able to take care of you. Thus, I had you first go to the city hall. I have some ties with Castellan Tang. He would soon be heading to heavens beyond cosmos. I believe that he would bring you over. Mo Wuji was also very helpless. If there were only 2 immortal emperors, perhaps he could have gotten Lucy to stay. But now there were 3 immortal emperors. He was only an early-stage immortal reverend, while Quang Jin wasn't willing to fight with his life on the line. If they weren't a match for the 3 immortal emperors, he would flee towards the desert wasteland. That's why it would be hard for him to protect Lucy. Tangfian was a Castellan. Now that they had some ties, Mo Wuji believed that Tangfian would be willing to help with such a favor. It wasn't much trouble for the city square's Castellan to bring Lucy to heavens beyond cosmos. This casual action would earn a favor from Mo Wuji. Unless Tangfian's previous invitation was false, Mo Wuji believed that this definitely wasn't a problem. Moreover, the one that told him the news about the 3 immortal emperors was exactly Tangfian. Lucy kept the jade letter with a blank expression on her face. She just realized that the mountain of cultivation resources was hers. Previously, Big Brother Mo did say that he would leave a portion of cultivation resources for her. However, Lucy would never have expected such an extravagant amount. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 769, 1 verses 3. Chapter 769, 1 verses 3. Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations. Nithay Pillsmith Pavilion. Pavilion head Min Chang, Wen Li and Ran Yushui were standing respectfully by the side. Sitting at the central position were 2 men and 1 woman. The one at the center of the 3 was a man with triangle-shaped eyes. His age was not discernible, he had ashy red hair, his aura was surging, and there seemed to be an indescribable Tao energy revolving around him. On this red-haired man's left was a middle-aged woman who simply looked average, while on his right was a slightly pudgy old man. Min Chang stood by the side, his heart was palpitating in unrest. Wen Li and Ran Yushui only knew these 3 as immortal emperors from Mifei trade union. He, however, knew more. This was especially so for the ashy red-haired man in the center. His name was O Zhou, and he was reputed to have an explosive temper. If you behave against his wishes, then there was only death for you. His cultivation was the strongest among the 3, he was in the late immortal emperor stage. Min Chang had once heard that O Zhou once explored a ruins with a longtime friend. However, because they didn't agree with how they were going to split the treasures, O Zhou directly killed that friend. Because of that incident, everyone knew that this man was ruthless. Within heavens beyond cosmos, the number of immortals killed by him was more than one's hands could count. That middle-aged woman was second among the 3, she was an intermediate stage immortal emperor. Min Chang only knew this woman's name was Ling Rong. Back then, to validate her Tao, she killed everyone that she had close ties with. Don't simply look at her sunken eyes and her innocuous appearance, this woman was a devil who would be willing to do anything in her pursuit of cultivation. Min Chang only wasn't very familiar with that pudgy old man, he only knew that the old man's name was De Pingsha. You're sure that after Du Hong left the city square with Mo Wuji, Mo Wuji returned by himself half a day later? The one speaking was O Zhou. Min Chang hurriedly and respectfully replied, answering the elder. That's exactly the case. O Zhou nodded, then he stood up, let's go. I want to see how many heads and arms does this Mo Wuji have. To think he actually ambushed an immortal emperor of my Mifei trade union. O Zhou was clearly the leader among the 3 immortal emperors. With O Zhou standing up, the other 2 also followed suit. 3 elders, that Quang Jin is already an immortal emperor. Ran Yushui's cultivation was the lowest. Originally, she didn't have the rights to talk. But when she saw Elder O completely disregarding Mo Wuji, she could not help but say that sentence. Back then, Du Hong also underestimated Mo Wuji. As a result, it was still unknown whether Du Hong was alive or not. Only a living immortal emperor is a true immortal emperor. O Zhao's voice was icy cold. There was no need to talk about a mere early-stage immortal emperor. Even if he was facing another late-stage immortal emperor, he, O Zhou, had nothing to fear. Housemaster, I'm worried that the 2 of us might not be able to hold for long. Quang Jin's worry could be heard in his voice. If Mo Wuji decided to go through with this, there might be a possibility that they could be trapped and that he wouldn't be able to escape. He, Quang Jin, did indeed promise to serve Mo Wuji for 100 years, but he didn't promise to sell his life. Mo Wuji handed an array flag to Quang Jin and said, Immortal friend Quang, I installed all the arrays around here. Even if we aren't able to match them, we still have a chance to escape. That array flag is the life gate flag. If a threat arises, you can throw that flag and escape from the life gate. Facing 3 immortal emperors, Mo Wuji couldn't ensure that he would have the chance to remind Quang Jin to flee. If the case really called for it, he didn't want to obstruct Quang Jin's escape. It was true that he had battled several grand emperors before, however, those sorts of battles were meaningless to him. This was because he didn't even have a chance to resist. All right. Quang Jin accepted Mo Wuji's array flag and heaved a sigh of relief. Seeing Mo Wuji continue to install various array flags, Quang Jin had to initiate the question, Housemaster, are you able to lend me some green crystals? I had only just advanced to the Immortal Emperor stage and I haven't properly stabilized my cultivation. Of course I can, not. Just as Mo Wuji uttered those 4 words, the outer layer of arrays trembled loudly. Kwang Jin looked at Mo Wuji anxiously. How could Mo Wuji not know what this fellow was thinking?
This fellow was waiting for him to hand over the cultivation resources.
Mo Wuji laughed ruefully in his heart. This fella took his true emperor pill and hadn't done anything for him, now this fellow wants green crystals too? Moreover, even if Mo Wuji was to give Kwang Jin some green crystals, it should be Mo Wuji that raised the matter. It was not something that Kwang Jin should take the initiative to suggest. Back when he recruited Kwang Jin, he didn't say anything about providing Kwang Jin with cultivation resources, he only said that he would help Kwang Jin step into the Immortal Emperor stage. As long as Kwang Jin helps him wholeheartedly, would he treat Kwang Jin unfairly? Immortal friend Kwang Jin, focus your attack on my red array flag. As Mo Wuji instructed, he had already thrown out multiple array flags, one of them was a red array flag. In reality, when Mo Wuji said those 4 words, he already knew that Mifei Trade Union's Immortal Emperors had already arrived. Since he had already eliminated an Immortal Emperor from Mifei Trade Union, he guessed that these Immortal Emperors would not bother negotiating with him, but directly attack him. The truth revealed that his guess was right. That late-stage Immortal Emperor directly attacked his outer layer of arrays. This trap array's grade is not low. The moment Zhaohe attacked, Ling Rong muttered in shock. She, herself, was knowledgeable in arrays. She was a grade 5 Immortal Array Master. Zhaohe sneered, so what if there's a trap array? A mere ant also wants to use a trap array. Zhaohe's voice stopped abruptly. He discovered that his position had suddenly changed. He was surrounded by a hazy mist and there was faint killing intent flowing all around him. This is a grade 7 killing array. Everyone, follow me and attack the same spot. We will reorganize ourselves after we get out. Zhaohe's face had already turned unsightly. Previously, he was sure that Mo Wuji wasn't a high-grade array master. Mo Wuji was an Immortal Reverend, a Tier 8 Pill Emperor, and it was even said that Mo Wuji's age was not big. Even if Mo Wuji was an even greater genius, he couldn't be both an array master and a pill emperor at the same time. This was because an array master was a profession that requires much time. Without years of accumulated experience, it was hard for an array master to advance in grade. It was even harder than being a pill refiner. This was especially so for grade 7 and above. Arrays of these grades required countless complex Tao energy and peak grade materials. They even required the overlay of the laws of the heaven and earth. Even if it was an Immortal Emperor that wanted to become a grade 7 array master, he would require years of experience, and at the same time, he would need to have greater insights to the Tao than an average person. For these 3 people, any arrays below grade 7 were simply dismissible. However, this array in front of them was exactly a grade 7 killing array. This was out of their expectations. Boom! 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 The 3 attacked at the same spot simultaneously. The entire space around them began to resound with violent tremors. Before the 3 could react, a fire-red radiant blade came slashing towards them. This is not right. This isn't merely a killing array, it is also a trap array and an illusion array. Ling Rong was a grade 5 Immortal Array Master. Even though she was unable to install a grade 7 array, she did know about it. Even if Ling Rong didn't mention it, Zhaohe also knew that this array was not simple. The mysterious yang seal within his hand transformed into a huge mountain and it came crashing out. Kacha! A light, crisp sound could be heard. Kwang Jin's heart tightened. Before he could see what caused that sound, a mountain-like seal came crashing towards his Bagua flame blade. PFF. Kwang Jin coughed fresh blood out on the spot. Before Mo Wuji could hand him healing pills, he threw out the array flag in his hand. A bright light appeared, Kwang Jin dashed towards the light and disappeared without a trace. In merely a single move, he was injured. Moreover, from that immortal elemental energy rebound that he received, he could tell that his opponent was definitely far stronger than him.
Quang Jin was sure that if he continued staying here, he would simply be waiting for his death. Moreover, he had just heard a crisp cracking sound.
Why would Quang Jin dare to stay any longer?
That cracking sound was clearly the sound of this array breaking. This matter would threaten his life.
He, Quang Jin, only offered to help Mo Wuji for 100 years. He did not sell his life to Mo Wuji.
When Quang Jin fled, 10 radiant blades from the killing array sped towards Ozhawa.
Deep bloodied scars lacerated across Ozhawa's body. Ozhawa hurriedly retreated. At this instant, Mo Wuji's face turned green in anger. He knew that Quang Jin would definitely flee. However, he didn't expect that Quang Jin would flee before the battle even started proper. If Quang Jin had stayed, he would definitely have maimed Ozhawa. Unfortunately, the truth remains that Quang Jin had fled.
He could only slash out with his own half-moon-weighted halberd. This was Mo Wuji's own killing array, but even he didn't dare to attack with his half-moon-weighted halberd in a wanton manner. If Quang Jin was the one to attack, he would be there to control the array flags. But now that Quang Jin had fled, he couldn't control the killing array as he attacked. This caused a huge fall in efficacy.
Boom!
The halberd light descended heavily on Ozhawa's mysterious black seal. However, it only caused some superficial injuries on Ozhawa's body.
Go all out.
That immortal emperor has escaped.
The moment Quang Jin left, Ling Rong detected it.
Her purine ribbon transformed into rings which tried to wrap around Mo Wuji. De Pingsha also didn't miss this opportunity, his shadow spirit claw slashed outwards.
Mo Wuji's heart sunk. He threw another array flag out.
The array in front of them changed once more. This time, boundless lightning came descending towards the 3 immortal emperors.
Fortunately, this was his own array. If it wasn't, Mo Wuji could only flee at this moment.
He suddenly felt a huge pressure in the space around him. Thereafter, Mo Wuji saw ringed shadows coming towards to him. Before he could dodge, the shadow spirit claw ripped a hole in his chest.
Mo Wuji howled loudly. He knew that he could only defend himself.
Today, there was no need to talk about killing, it was going to be a problem for him to even flee. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 770, Crazy Battle Method. Chapter 770, Crazy Battle Method. Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations.
Within the array, Mo Wuji shot out a yin-yang seal. At the same time, he threw out 10 array flags.
A deathly energy instantly swept across the space. What sacred art is this? Ozhawa looked at the space in front of him in aghast. He even forgot that his mysterious yang seal had already injured Mo Wuji. The space in front of him had turned grayish-white, one side was life and the other was death. The grayish-white started to revolve, he felt like his life was tied in the revolving wheel of life and death. At any instant, his life could get sucked away by that death energy, but at the same time, he could also see a path of life within that grayish-whiteness. Ling Rong and De Pingsha didn't sense the space of life and death. However, they did feel a terrifying and threatening aura. It felt like the space around them was going to break apart at the very next instant. If they could leave, they would have already have fled. Even De Pingsha, who just injured Mo Wuji with his claw, frantically retrieved his attack-type treasure and brought out a defensive-type clock. As long as they weren't fools, they would know that Mo Wuji was trying to pit his life on the line. This was the self-explosion of a Grade 7 immortal array, and multiple joined Grade 7 immortal arrays at that. If there was a choice, Mo Wuji definitely wouldn't have chosen to detonate his Grade 7 immortal arrays. This was a series of arrays. Even though his physique was at God Physique level 7, he might not necessarily be able to defend it. As for hiding in his own world, Mo Wuji didn't dare to attempt it. His world wasn't even perfected. Facing the self-explosion of Grade 7 immortal arrays,
he wasn't sure that his world would be able to withstand it.
He also didn't want to try. His world could only be formed once.
If his world was destroyed, it was highly unlikely that he would be able to recreate another world.
Even if he could recreate another world, Mo Wuji still wouldn't want to try it.
All his goodies were in his undying world. If it was destroyed, he would have to start over from the beginning. If he must dodge the self-explosion of this chain of grade 7 immortal arrays, it was not as though he didn't have any methods. He had his page of the Book of Luo.
However, he couldn't dodge.
He was sure that this chain explosion definitely wouldn't kill the 3 immortal emperors.
If he wanted to get rid of these fellas, he needed to attack during the explosion. Otherwise, there wouldn't be any meaning in the self-explosion.
Even if he had the Book of Luo to protect himself, he couldn't hide in the Book of Luo forever. It was exactly because Ozhou's threat was the largest, Mo Wuji decided to use his Wheel of Life and Death on Ozhou as he started to detonate his killing array. As the Wheel of Life and Death enveloped Ozhou also brought out a defensive-type treasure. His mysterious Yang seal also fiercely stamped towards Mo Wuji.
Boom! 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 The connected chain of grade 7 immortal arrays exploded. A terrifying blast was swept up.
Also at this instant, the Wheel of Life and Death locked onto Ozhou. Ozhou's life force was rapidly being sucked away. At this point, Ozhou realized that he had committed a stupid mistake. Just now, he should not have attacked Mo Wuji. Mo Wuji's Wheel of Life and Death was clearly a sacred art that resulted in 1 life and 1 death. If he didn't have the capability to eliminate Mo Wuji, he should have focused on defending himself. If he defended himself, Mo Wuji would suffer the rebound of his own sacred art. With Mo Wuji's abilities, coupled with the self-explosion of the arrays, it was clearly not possible for him to eliminate Mo Wuji. The best option for him was to strengthen his defenses. However, he diverted a portion of his attention to attack Mo Wuji.
If this was not stupid, then what was?
Space started to tremble, there were even minute spatial tears being torn open. Mo Wuji was a peak grade 7 immortal array master, and he was controlling the explosion from within the array itself, and it was even the explosion of a chain of grade 7 immortal arrays. Thus, the threat of this explosion was even stronger than an average grade 8 immortal array.
Ozhou was Mo Wuji's first target. During the process of the explosion, Mo Wuji even used his Wheel of Life and Death on Ozhou.
As Ozhou's life force was rapidly being sucked away, the explosion came.
Gotcha! Ozhou's mysterious Yang seal landed on Mo Wuji's Book of Luo.
The Book of Luo had not been completely refined, so when it was struck by Ozhou's mysterious Yang seal, a tiny fracture actually appeared on it.
A boundless explosive force came surging towards Mo Wuji's sea of consciousness.
Mo Wuji's mouth opened and an arrow of blood shot out, his bones began to shatter inch by inch. If it was any other random immortal, he would have immediately activated his Book of Luo to place the self-explosion of the arrays outside of his defenses.
However, Mo Wuji actually charged out of the Book of Luo's defenses.
As the deathly energy from the Wheel of Life and Death and the destructive power of the self-explosion reaped away at Mo Wuji's life force, Mo Wuji still continued to punch outwards.
When Mo Wuji gained enlightenment on the Wheel of Life and Death, his cultivation was very low.
Even though he had continued to receive further insights, his Wheel of Life and Death was still not perfected. Against Ozhou, who had a vastly higher cultivation than him, the deathly energy of the Wheel of Life and Death began to rebound back against him. This was despite the fact that Ozhou had tried to attack him. If Ozhou didn't, then he, Mo Wuji, would have been dead the moment his Wheel of Life and Death came into presence. Even if he had his vitality channel, it wouldn't have been enough to save him. Ozhou had promptly brought out a defensive treasure, and the grade of his defensive treasure was not low either. However, under the self-explosion of Mo Wuji's arrays, his treasure still broke apart. At this time, his bones were also being shattered inch by inch.
Ozhou knew that he no longer had the ability to attack.
Still, Ozhi sighed in relief. he knew that his life was preserved. Because he had managed to defend against the deathly intent sucking away at his life force wasn't depleting at the same terrifying rate as before. At the same time, he saw Mo Wuji's Book of Luo. His heart only began to burn with greater fervor. To even have a treasure like the Book of Luo. From the looks of it, he didn't lose out by being sent to heavens beyond City Square. In his eyes, under this sort of explosion, Mo Wuji would definitely hide inside the Book of Luo. After the sacred art in this self-explosion fully ended, he would immediately eliminate Mo Wuji and steal all his treasures.
Zhao's thoughts only got to this point.
He suddenly felt a terrifying burst of immortal elemental energy rushing towards him. Moreover, he still hadn't retrieved his mysterious Yang seal yet. His defensive treasure had just been destroyed and he hadn't recovered from his injuries. That was when he saw Mo Wuji keeping the Book of Luo, and looking like a man of blood, Mo Wuji's fist came towards him. The force of the self-explosion continuously tore away flesh from Mo Wuji's body. However, the killing intent within Mo Wuji's eyes left Zhao shaking in fear.
Was this a madman? Under the self-explosion of a chain of grade 7 immortal arrays, he actually chose to keep his defensive treasure, the Book of Luo? Just give him one breath's time.
He only needed one breath of time and he could seal the deathly energy from the wheel of life and death, then counterattack Mo Wuji. Unfortunately, there was no need to talk about one breath. Mo Wuji didn't even give him half a breath. At this point, the domain-crushing fist had already shattered his already broken domain and landed on his body.
Gotcha! Zhao could clearly hear the sound of his body crumbling.
A hint of despair flashed across his eyes. If he knew that he was going to be killed by a puny immortal reverend, he definitely wouldn't have come to this place. Even if he did, he wouldn't have gotten himself trapped in this array.
At this instant, he completely understood why Du Hong didn't return.
It was because Du Hong had already been killed by this person.
He also understood why Mo Wuji dared to keep his Book of Luo. This person was definitely a physique temperer with a late-stage god physique. Why would a late-stage god physique holder not have cultivation resources? Why would he actually hide in a place like this and open a shop? This madman. Let me go, I have some words to say. Zhao's body completely collapsed and a primordial spirit appeared. Mo Wuji didn't even mutter half a word.
A lightning spear shot out and Zhao's primordial spirit was completely burnt. At the same instant, Mo Wuji didn't stop to pick up the storage ring on the floor. Instead, his half-moon-weighted halberd came slashing towards Lingrong. According to Mo Wuji's plan, he would immediately eliminate the early-stage immortal emperor De Pingsha after Zhao. However, while De Pingsha had a lower cultivation, his defensive treasure was better than Lingrong's. Even though the explosion of the grade 7 immortal arrays destroyed his defensive treasure, he only received heavy injuries. Thereafter, he charged out of the exploding array and activated his escape art. He had disappeared without a trace.
Mo Wuji also heaved a sigh of relief.
If De Pingsha didn't flee, he, Mo Wuji, definitely wouldn't be able to act against Lingrong.
However, he also knew why De Pingsha would choose to flee.
It was because just as De Pingsha struggled free from the exploding array, he saw Mo Wuji killing Zhao with a single punch.
De Pingsha had been shocked into fear.
Since De Pingsha had already escaped, Mo Wuji naturally attacked Lingrong. It wasn't that he didn't want to flee, but that he was worried that he couldn't flee. At this instant, his body was heavily injured. If he chose to flee, he would definitely be found by this intermediate stage immortal emperor. This place was the heavens beyond corridor. He did not think that he was more familiar than his opponent regarding its geography. More importantly, he still had a storage ring which he hadn't picked up. This was the ring of a late-stage immortal emperor in the heavens beyond cosmos. He was sure that the things inside wouldn't be bad.
Additionally, Lucy hadn't left the city square yet. If he fled, who knows whether Tang Fian might choose to turn against him and offer Lucy to this woman. His only choice was to triumph in battle.
Even if he didn't see Tang Fian would fear him.
PFF.
Lingrong's defensive treasure had been exploded by the array's destruction. She opened her mouth and coughed out a mouthful of blood. Even though she was an intermediate stage immortal emperor, her physique wasn't as freakish as Mo Wuji's. As the array exploded, she was injured heavily. Fortunately, the power from the self-explosion started to wane. Before she could even catch her breath, Mo Wuji's half-moon-weighted halberd came descending down. Lingrong cursed in her heart. If De Pingsha hadn't fled, she was sure that they would be able to get rid of Mo Wuji. It was because Mo Wuji was also heavily injured, she could see it clearly. However, the truth remains that De Pingsha had fled, leaving her to fend against Mo Wuji by herself. An immense halberd light came cleaving downwards. Mo Wuji's whirlpool domain also wrapped around Lingrong fiercely. If this was before, Mo Wuji would have some apprehensions in his attacks. He wouldn't want to damage heavens beyond city square territory. But now, it was the immortal emperors from Nifei Trade Union that initiated the attack. He no longer had any reason to be reserved. As for whether the other shops would be destroyed by his halberd light, Mo Wuji didn't give a **T about that. These other shops have always been trying to strike him when he's down, why would he need to care about them? He also wasn't afraid that the city hall would find him for trouble. If the city hall was to find someone to blame, it should be Nifei Trade Union. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 771, Destruction of the City Square. Chapter 771, Destruction of the City Square. Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations. Courting death. Lingrong shrilled. She ignored that all her clothes had already been ripped to shreds as the purine ribbon in her hand transformed into a space of choline. She wanted to seal Mo Wuji within her space, capture him, then tear his body inch by inch and burn his soul bit by bit. Bang! The half-moon-weighted halberd's lofty halberd light slammed against the choline space. The halberd light tore a hole in the space, but this hole was soon mended. Lingrong coughed out a mouthful of vital blood, and her purine ribbon suddenly exploded and transformed into millions of tiny threads. These threads disregarded Mo Wuji's whirlpool array as they rapidly tried to wrap the space around Mo Wuji. Mo Wuji's heart went cold. He was currently heavily injured, his cultivation was far from Lingrong's, and the explosion from the arrays had already dissipated. Logically, this woman only needed to stabilize herself and she would be able to trap him. He didn't expect that this woman would actually burn her vital blood just to deal with him. Not only was she cautious, she was also relentless. An overwhelming sense of danger came to him. Mo Wuji had a premonition that if his opponent's threads penetrated into his body, even if it was only one, he would die. Now, his opponent's millions of threads had already started to wrap around his domain. If he didn't do anything, he would definitely fall into this woman's hands. This woman was even crazier than him. It was best if he fled for now. Mo Wuji's figure flashed as he tried to escape. Back when he was in the cultivation world, he already had an understanding towards spatial teleportation. Now that he was an immortal reverend, his insights only got even more profound. However, Mo Wuji was soon dumbfounded. The space around him had actually been sealed by those boundless threads. His whirlpool domain wasn't the only thing being melted, the energy seemed to even melt the laws of space around this area. Mo Wuji could no longer try to teleport. At this instant, Mo Wuji also ignited his life force and his longevity. His skin instantly turned old and his hair turned gray. His endless killing intent and halberd light merged to form a deathly pale sun. Those boundless threads began to rapidly melt. Sacred art, setting sun. After Mo Wuji advanced to the Immortal King stage, he understood why the setting sun wasn't as powerful as he had imagined. There wasn't anything wrong with the sacred art itself,
but that his immortal elemental energy wasn't sufficient and he didn't spend enough time understanding it.
At this instant, he ignited his longevity and his vital blood. His time began to burn and his immortal elemental energy instantly condensed. The setting sun appeared, and on the spot, it began to melt Ling Rong's yin threads. Even though Mo Wuji's setting sun hadn't reached the intent level, the merger of Mo Wuji's rapidly vanishing time and the incomplete sun was able to create a beautiful but deadly Tao will.
Ling Rong started to get flustered. She seemed to see a future where she was no longer able to reach higher levels and she was at the ends of her longevity. She saw the emotions which she believed she had severed. Ultimately, she was still unable to avoid the corrosion of time, and she was unable to validate her emotionless Tao. Under that beautiful setting sun, no matter how determined she was, no matter how resolute she was still just another speck of dust. This was a sacred art which burned one's time. She was grossly unable to defend against it. She had already been crazy with her methods, but this Mo Wuji was even crazier than her.
Hurry and flee.
Ling Rong no longer cared about killing Mo Wuji.
Her Purian ribbon recondensed as she tried to forcefully open a path of retreat. Mo Wuji's hair continued to turn increasingly white and his body withered increasingly. It was as though he didn't notice Ling Rong's Purian ribbon ripping a passage under his setting sun's domain.
He even closed his eyes as he casually formed a seal of the Wheel of Life and Death.
The seal descended, trapping Ling Rong.
The Wheel of Life and Death, one lives and one dies. At this instant, Ling Rong knew that she shouldn't have tried to escape. She should have pitted her life against Mo Wuji.
She could sense that Mo Wuji's Wheel of Life and Death wasn't perfect.
If she hadn't tried to flee, she could have caused the Wheel of Life and Death to rebound against Mo Wuji. Unfortunately, in this sort of battle, even the smallest of mistakes could not be compensated.
A fierce expression flashed across Ling Rong's face.
At this instant, she didn't try to defend against the setting sun, nor did she try to prevent that seal of life and death which continued to extract her life force.
Instead, she gathered her immortal elemental energy and also started burning her life force. Death energy instantly filled the air.
Mo Wuji suddenly opened his eyes and his withered and pale face turned even whiter. He didn't expect that this woman would actually stay behind and even attempt to self-explode.
Was this mad woman learning from him? Logically, if this woman fled, he might not necessarily be able to retain her primordial spirit.